In the 64th year of Konoha, atop a residence in the village, the protagonists of the Naruto universe, led by Kakashi of Team 7, were engaged in a debriefing following their recent mission. They had successfully completed their assignment in the Land of Waves, honing their skills and earning a modest reputation within that region. However, the tasks they faced thereafter, such as catching cats and picking up trash menial drank missions, left them feeling disheartened after their harrowing encounters with Zabuza and Haku. Observing the lackluster demeanor of his subordinates, Kakashi sighed, contemplating whether to recommend these young ninjas for the upcoming Chunin exams. Just as their thoughts wandered, a dark spot suddenly appeared in the clear sky, quickly expanding and enveloping the entirety of Konoha within mere breaths. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to adopt a vigilant stance. Only Naruto, scratching the back of his head in confusion, raised his voice. "Why is it getting dark so quickly today?" "Idiot. This isn't darkness. It's an enemy attack. Prepare for battle," Sasuke shouted at Naruto. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of Konoha, as ninjas from all divisions and ranks immediately entered a state of alert. Strangely, however, the ominous shroud lingered without any sign of adversaries emerging from within. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, intent on discerning the nature of this jutsu, but his efforts proved futile. The power of the celestial veil surpassed his expectations, rendering even the Rinnegan of Kagaya Otsutsuki incapable of piercing its mystery. The group remained in a state of anxious anticipation. Images abruptly materialized upon the dark canvas, devoid of any characters but accompanied by a constantly scrolling chat box in the lower right corner. Initially blank, the chat box soon erupted with text, revealing Naruto's silly avatar and his name prominently displayed. Naruto Uzumaki. "I am Naruto Uzumaki, the man who will become Hokage." The entire ninja world fell into stunned silence upon witnessing Naruto's proclamation. The celestial veil not only enveloped Konoha, but also appeared simultaneously across all major nations and towns, allowing over 90% of the ninja realm to witness Naruto's declaration. Standing atop the building, Naruto exuberantly shouted, "I did it! Did you see my message? I'm not amazing, ha ha!" Sakura, exasperated, swung her fist and struck the back of Naruto's head, then grasped his collar and shook him forcefully. "You fool! You have no idea what this is, and you're spouting nonsense. What if we expose our position?" Kakashi and Sasuke ignored the antics of their teammates and began earnestly investigating how to communicate through the celestial display. They discovered that by focusing their thoughts on the screen and silently articulating their messages, they could convey their words. Yet, each utterance demanded immense chakra, allowing even the two of them to speak only a few sentences at most. However, they were not the only clever minds in the ninja world. Numerous individuals began to decipher the functionality of the public chat. The comments began to pour in. "Third, Tsuchikage Inoki. That fellow named Naruto Uzumaki claims he wants to become Hokage. Is he a ninja from Konoha?" "Fourth, Raikage A. Konoha. What are you trying to achieve with this? Provide an explanation swiftly. Do you intend to incite international conflict?" "Fourth, Kazakage Raza. Just recently, you invited us from Suna to participate in the Chunin exams, and now you resort to such tactics to instigate panic?" Will the third Hokage not step forward to clarify? Due to Naruto's single statement, Konoha found itself under a barrage of criticism. In truth, no one knew whether this celestial phenomenon originated from Konoha, but since the first voice was that of a Konoha ninja, they immediately directed their ire towards the village, hastily casting blame before ascertaining the truth. The third Hokage, feeling exasperated, wished to vomit blood. He had done nothing to warrant this bizarre, celestial display, and now Naruto's ill-fated declaration had drawn all attention towards them, leaving him at a loss for how to defend himself. Ultimately, he could only helplessly declare, "I, on behalf of Konoha, assure everyone that this celestial screen is unrelated to us. Naruto is merely a spirited child without any malicious intent." Yet, his explanation was swiftly drowned out by the flood of comments on the screen. The ninja world was in utter chaos, with some believing the celestial display to be a sophisticated illusion, while others suspected it to be the machination of a major ninja village. The five great nations were testing each other, leading to a veritable maelstrom of confusion across the realm. Amidst this tumult, the dark veil began to display a video. All present momentarily ceased their activities, gazing upward in rapt attention. The screen revealed a starry sky, the profound darkness resembling an abyss, with countless stars twinkling in every direction, prompting gasps of awe from the onlookers. This was not merely a starry sky, but the vastness of outer space, a perspective never before witnessed by the denizens of the ninja world. Enraptured, they found themselves too spellbound to comment. Suddenly, a peculiar metallic sphere emerged in the cosmos. Streaking through the void with a silvery glow, heading towards a vibrant blue planet, the sphere grew larger in the frame. It transformed into the familiar landscape of the ninja world. This moment, some began to realize that they inhabited a colossal sphere. Before they could fully process the implications of the video, the metallic sphere entered the atmosphere, igniting in a blaze of light before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater with a diameter of several hundred meters. Boom! A thunderous impact reverberated through the area. As the smoke began to clear, the metallic sphere gradually opened, revealing a long-haired man clad in a vest-like armor, equipped with a power scouter, Raditz, waving away the surrounding smoke. Muttered to himself as he adjusted the scouter, "This planet has an abundance of life. What is that Kakarot up to? Why hasn't he exterminated all the inhabitants yet?" Silence enveloped the ninja world, and moments later, the chat box erupted with frantic comments. "Heavens! Our world is a sphere. This is the first time I've heard such a thing. That's not the main point. The crucial matter is that long-haired man comes from beyond our world, is an alien. That long-haired fellow mentioned Kakarot, killing everyone. Could it be that he's here to invade us?" Chapter 2. Saiyans. Piccolo. Is that all? Raditz swiftly scanned the vicinity with his power-level scouter, swiftly identifying a target with a power level exceeding 300. He muttered to himself, "A power level of 322? Kakarot truly is weak." As he prepared to launch himself towards the direction of this power, a hunter suddenly approached. Trembling and clutching a shotgun, the hunter, visibly shaken, inquired, "Who are you? Was that commotion caused by you?" Raditz paid him no heed, instead measuring the hunter's power level. Initially filled with anticipation, his expression quickly morphed into disappointment upon discovering the hunter's feeble power level of merely 5. What a waste of my enthusiasm, he thought. The hunter, perplexed by Raditz's words, inadvertently discharged his weapon in fear, the bullet hurtling directly towards Raditz's forehead. To Raditz, the bullet moved at an almost comically slow pace. With a mere pinch between his thumb and forefinger, he effortlessly captured the bullet at his fingertips. The hunter, witnessing this, collapsed to the ground in terror, shaking uncontrollably. He realized that some martial arts masters were impervious to firearms, and he never expected to encounter one today. Seeing the hunter's fear, Raditz chuckled and flicked the bullet back, which pierced the hunter's forehead before he nonchalantly soared towards the target with the power level exceeding 300. Meanwhile, individuals from the world of Naruto began their analysis. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gathered with his 3 advisors, while a man with a ponytail, the clan leader of the Nara family, stood by. Nara Shikaku observed the screen outside the window intently, then began to analyze. The weapon used by that hunter appears to be what is referred to as a gun. I have studied its power before. Indeed, it poses a threat to lower-ranked ninjas, but only under ambush conditions. In normal circumstances, even a lower-ranked ninja could easily evade such attacks. However, seeing how that long-haired man effortlessly caught the bullet suggests he is exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat and possesses remarkable physical strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled a puff of smoke, lost in thought, while his advisor, Shimura Danzo, impatiently interjected, "Enough with the trivialities. Estimate that man's power level." Danzo was particularly intrigued by Raditz, or rather, by his spaceship. A vessel capable of traversing the cosmos was a strategic weapon. Acquiring it would significantly bolster their power, making his ascension to Hokage an effortless task. Nara Shikaku pondered briefly before responding. "Based on my estimations, that long-haired man likely possesses strength on par with the Hokage. His physical resilience rivals that of elite ninjas who specialize in taijutsu, and considering his ability to fly, it would not be easy for even the Hokage to subdue him alone." The 3 advisors furrowed their brows in unison. They were acutely aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess. Known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, whose strength was among the finest in all nations. At his peak, Sarutobi Hiruzen had reached a level comparable to that of the second Hokage of various nations. It was well known that each of the second Hokages was exceptionally powerful, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was often hailed as the strongest after Hashirama and Madara. Thus, the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could contend with such figures, was indeed formidable. Originally, Danzo harbored aspirations of seizing the alien spaceship and capturing Raditz for research, but now he felt that his own strength was somewhat lacking. Nara Shikaku continued, "Moreover, I believe the world depicted in the screen is not ours." The others were momentarily bewildered until he elaborated. "The architectural style in the footage is unlike anything I have ever seen, even in the most remote nations. Furthermore, I observed that the terrain along the man's flight path is entirely unfamiliar to me from the ninja world. Therefore, I deduce that this is not our planet, but rather an occurrence between two different civilizations." Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed with relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minju had no desire to engage with an extraterrestrial civilization. As high-ranking officials of Konoha, they wished to avoid any potential risks. Only Danzo felt a twinge of disappointment. If the alien were to descend upon the ninja world, he could collaborate with Orochimaru to capture him. However, if the encounter took place on another planet, he would be powerless to intervene. The scene continued to unfold, and Raditz found his target after less than 15 minutes of flight. He gracefully descended onto a cliff, where he confronted a sweating, green-faced Piccolo. Piccolo had sensed Raditz's presence long before, having never encountered such a formidable individual in his life. Even he, who feared nothing, felt a tinge of panic at this moment. Though he contemplated fleeing, he felt Raditz's energy locking onto him, realizing that no matter where he ran, he would be pursued. Thus, he steeled himself, awaiting Raditz's approach. Piccolo tentatively asked, "Who are you?" Raditz, with a hint of disappointment, replied, "I anticipated Kakarot, only to find the refuse of this planet." This remark ignited Piccolo's fury. Possessing all the memories of his father, the Demon King, he and his father had never been so belittled since their births. How could he endure being insulted as garbage? A torrent of energy rapidly gathered in Piccolo's palm, and he aimed it at Raditz, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck Raditz directly. This attack was highly concentrated. Piccolo's mastery over ki was exceptional, and the energy blast was focused entirely on Raditz. Thus, externally, the attack appeared less potent, far inferior to the force of Raditz's spaceship landing. As the smoke cleared, Raditz remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him. Piccolo was astounded. The observers from the ninja world felt a wave of disappointment. The explosive power exhibited was something elite ninjas adept in ninjutsu could produce, not to mention the formidable shadow-level ninjas. Since Raditz's appearance, he had only eliminated a single hunter, leaving the spectators uncertain about his true strength. However, they had witnessed Piccolo's energy wave, which was executed with full force and as a surprise attack, yet only resulted in minimal damage. Surely, even ordinary explosives could yield greater destruction. Upon reflection, they realized that there was no rule stating that individuals from other worlds must be stronger than themselves. They simply lacked the means to leave the ninja world. Had they invented such a spaceship, there would likely be formidable beings in the cosmos. With this realization, the ninja world's attitude towards the video lightened considerably. What could an extraterrestrial civilization do? What difference did it make if they could fly? If they dared to enter the ninja world, they would still be met with defeat. Chapter 3. The Malevolent Scion in the Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Thunder. The fourth Raikage, A, stood with arms crossed before the expansive window of his office, gazing up at the heavens. Upon witnessing Piccolo's surprise attack against Raditz, which resulted in no harm to the latter, he could not suppress a hearty laugh. Haha, is this the prowess of the formidable beings from other realms? Pathetically weak. Even at full power, in a surprise assault, such feeble might is laughable. If he were to strike me while I stood still, he would not breach my lightning release armor. Beside him, his secretary, a woman with white hair and dark skin named Maki, remained notably more composed. Standing erect, she respectfully remarked, "The green-faced individual indeed lacks strength, but that long-haired man effortlessly absorbed his attack without injury. His defensive capabilities should not be underestimated." Upon hearing this, I stifled his laughter but retained a dismissive tone. "That fellow's defense is merely passable. Had it been me, I would have swiftly evaded and knocked that green-faced one down with a single blow." Maki, recognizing the unwavering confidence of her superior, felt a tinge of resignation. Nevertheless, contemplating the formidable strength of the two figures in the sky, she found solace in the fact that they were indeed far inferior to the fourth Raikage. Meanwhile, in the land of rice, at the base of the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru stood atop a building, shaking his head in exasperation as he observed the unfolding scene. Even beings from other planets exhibited such limited capabilities, their jutsu remarkably rudimentary. Lacking even elemental transformations, they merely converted chakra into explosions, showcasing a woefully inadequate command of power. However, as extraterrestrial beings, acquiring samples of their corpses could potentially benefit his research. Yet, his interest in Piccolo and Raditz waned when compared to the allure of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized beside Orochimaru. Kabuto knelt, bowing his head as he reported, "Lord Orochimaru, the formal invitation from Konoha has arrived." Orochimaru turned, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "In that case, you may return to Konoha. I shall accompany the Sound Ninja team." Kabuto promptly vanished from his position, and Orochimaru prepared to follow the team to Konoha. The perspectives of the fourth Raikage and Orochimaru largely mirrored the sentiments of all powerful figures within the ninja world. The spectacle of their battle lacked gravitas. Aside from their unique techniques, their overall prowess was rather unremarkable. Raditz, oblivious to the disdain from the ninja world's elite, smiled faintly, preparing to impart a lesson to Piccolo. Just then, his power detector registered another formidable energy. 334. This must be Kakaroto's power level, he mused. His primary objective was to locate Goku, and thus he had no desire to linger with Piccolo. He shot forth, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Piccolo, watching Raditz's departure, felt a chill of fear. Regaining his composure, he began to strategize on how to confront this overwhelming adversary. At that moment, Goku was on Kame House, visiting Master Roshi, with a small boy clinging to his leg, his son, Goten, who appeared adorably timid. Bulma, observing Goten hiding behind Goku, found it amusing and squatted down with a smile. "Are you Goku and Chi-Chi's son? You're quite adorable. What is your name, and how old are you?" Although shy, Goten recalled Chi-Chi's teachings on politeness and mustered the courage to respond. "I'm son, Goten, and I'm 4 years old." Bulma's heart melted as she scooped Goten into her arms, playfully teasing him. Master Roshi and Krillin exchanged glances, marveling at how swiftly time had passed. Goku had become a father. Amidst their light-hearted banter, an overwhelming aura suddenly permeated their senses. Goku and Krillin braced themselves, while Master Roshi, slightly slower to react, soon found himself drenched in sweat. With a watchful eye, they observed as Raditz descended from the sky. Scanning the crowd, Raditz's gaze fell upon Goku. "Long time no see." "Kakaroto." Goku, puzzled, corrected him. "I'm not Kakaroto. I'm Goku. You've mistaken me for someone else." "How could I be mistaken? You are my brother." "We met before you were sent here," Raditz declared, revealing the grim truth about the Saiyans, their ruthless conquests leading to the extinction of life across planets. He explained how Goku was dispatched to Earth to eradicate its inhabitants and how he was Goku's elder brother, among other revelations. Both those within the scene and the ninja world outside gasped in shock. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted at the sky, "You are truly despicable. To send such a small child to an unknown world, turning them into instruments of destruction. I swear I will send you flying into the heavens." Naruto's fury stemmed from his own experiences. He had endured a lonely childhood filled with ostracism, acutely aware of the feeling of helplessness. Fortunately, he had found companions who accepted him, along with the silent support of Irika-sensei and the third Hokage, nurturing his dreams of becoming Hokage. In comparison, he pondered the despair of children sent to foreign worlds from birth. Sasuke, with a cold gaze fixed on the scene, thought to himself how truly wicked the Saiyan race was. Their method of extermination reminded him of that man, Uchiha Itachi. In contrast to her companion's outrage, Sakura paled, trembling in terror. The thought of an entire world being ruthlessly slaughtered was horrifying. Such brutality was unimaginable. The most nefarious individual she had encountered, Zabuza, merely executed his targets for payment. Even his cruelty paled in comparison to the Saiyans' malevolence. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his expression growing grave. According to Raditz, the Saiyan race traversed the cosmos, pillaging wherever they went. If every Saiyan possessed such formidable strength as Raditz, they would indeed represent a terrifying force. Considering this, he turned to the 3 members of Team 7 and instructed, "Remain here and await my return." I must inform the Hokage to prepare for any eventualities. With that, he vanished before they could respond, determined to alert the Hokage of the impending threat. Chapter 4. Nagato. In the presence of deities, Saiyans are mere mortals. After listening to Raditz's explanation, Goku finally comprehended the circumstances and learned about his lineage. With a confident smile, he pointed to himself with his thumb and declared, I grew up here and will not leave with you. You should depart quickly and never return to Planet Dragon Ball. That is unacceptable, Raditz retorted with a firm tone. Currently, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by a colossal meteor, and only a handful of Saiyans remain. We are preparing to assault a formidable planet, and we are short-handed. Hence your assistance is required. I will never aid you in the destruction of other planets. Abandon that thought, Goku resolutely replied. Upon hearing this, Raditz's gaze fell upon Gohan. He had long since noticed the boy with a tail, clearly Kakaroto's son. Capturing him would surely provoke a reaction from Goku. Goku quickly sensed Raditz's intentions and stepped forward to confront him. Words quickly escalated into conflict, but Goku's strength paled in comparison to Raditz. In a mere exchange, Raditz executed 2 moves that left Goku sprawled on the ground. Goku lay there, unable to rise due to the pain, as Raditz grabbed Gohan by the scruff of his neck and stated, You have 1 day. By this time tomorrow, bring me 500 freshly deceased human corpses, or be prepared to witness this child's demise. With that, he swiftly departed the scene. Goku, in a fit of rage, pounded the ground with his fists, yet found himself powerless. Krillin and the others rushed to his aid. Fortunately, his injuries were superficial, and he recovered after a few minutes. However, the issue remained unresolved, and despair loomed as they pondered their next course of action. At that moment, a voice that everyone recognized resonated through the air. You truly look pitiful, Goku. To their astonishment, it was none other than King Piccolo. With Raditz still at large, the emergence of King Piccolo posed a significant threat. Goku clenched his fists, ready to fight, but Piccolo interrupted. I am not here to battle you. I do wish to kill you, just not now. I encountered that fellow named Raditz earlier, and to be frank, I am no match for him. With him in the way, my plans for world domination will remain unfulfilled. Therefore, I must eliminate him first before settling our score. Goku frowned and inquired, What are you trying to say? I propose an alliance. If we join forces, we can undoubtedly defeat that guy, and then we can both achieve our goals. After a moment of contemplation, Goku decisively responded, Agreed. The two swiftly formed an alliance and took flight towards Raditz's energy signature, determined to confront him immediately rather than waiting until the morrow. Krillin watched their departing figures and murmured, These two, one is the strongest in the world, and the other is second. Their combination is simply the mightiest in existence. In the office of the fourth Raikage, he scoffed disdainfully, Is this the extent of their power that they can be deemed the world's strongest? It appears that this place known as Planet Dragon Ball has a rather low level of strength. And as for the so-called strongest combination, the true strongest duo in this world is undoubtedly myself and B. As he spoke, a fierce lightning surged around him, and his laughter echoed throughout the Raikage's office. In the land of rain, at the central tower, Pain, donned in the Akatsuki robe, with orange hair and black iron rods piercing his face, perched at the edge, gazing at the sky. Nearby, Chunin, also clad in Akatsuki robes, spoke gravely, The sky has revealed the so-called Saiyans. Although their existence poses no threat to our plans, the vigilance of the 5 great nations will undoubtedly heighten after this revelation. Should we take action? Pain, with an expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon the sky and replied, No need. Both the 5 great nations and these so-called Saiyans are mere mortals, akin to ants before true divinity. Conan, with concern, remarked, If the revelations in the sky are genuine, it indicates the existence of other worlds beyond our own. Should extraterrestrial beings akin to the Saiyans invade the ninja realm? Understanding her apprehension that the aliens might target him, the one who had unified the world with the 10 tails, Pain remained unfazed. From the moment he sought to collect the tailed beasts, he had been ready to assert his divine authority over all. Moreover, he perceived these so-called aliens as lacking in strength. In terms of speed, power, combat skills, and ninjutsu, Pain's 6 paths would easily overpower someone like Raditz. To him, the Saiyans were nothing of consequence. The confidence exhibited by Nagato and the Raikage stemmed from the distortion of power displayed in the video. To cater to the audience's experience, both Raditz and Goku's combat scenes had been significantly slowed down, ensuring that viewers could appreciate the action. Given the abstract nature of martial arts, Viewers could only discern the finesse in Goku and Raditz techniques without comprehending the true magnitude of their strength. Indeed, it was best for them to remain oblivious. Otherwise, the sheer power of Raditz and Goku would undoubtedly leave them astounded. Let us return our focus to the skies. At this moment, Raditz had returned to the landing site of his spaceship. He tossed Gohan into the vessel and prepared to wreak havoc in the populous cities of planet Dragon Ball to pass the time. Suddenly, he noticed a signal on the power level detector. Turning, he was taken aback to see Goku and Piccolo approaching rapidly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. As they landed before him, he crossed his arms and mocked. "You've arrived early, so I take it you've decided against collaborating with me?" Goku did not respond, but silently removed his heavy-weighted vest. Observing this, Piccolo also shed his weighted cloak, both warriors displaying their full power in preparation for the impending battle. Raditz stared in astonishment at the numbers on the power level detector. Goku's power had surged from 334 to 416, while Piccolo's had risen from 322 to 408. This method of shedding weights to enhance power was a first for Raditz. Yet he dismissed it. The total combined power of the two still did not surpass his own, and he knew that power levels were not merely additive. Their struggles were ultimately futile. Chapter 5. Raditz vs. Son Goku and Piccolo. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. As these words fell from Raditz's lips, his figure flickered and vanished instantaneously. Goku and Piccolo were taken aback, immediately heightening their senses in search of his whereabouts. Just then, a fierce gust swept in, and unbeknownst to them, Raditz had stealthily appeared behind them, unleashing a dual assault with his iron fists upon their backs. Goku and Piccolo staggered from the force of the blows, nearly tumbling to the ground, but their swift reflexes allowed them to brace themselves with their hands, quickly regaining their footing and launching an attack on Raditz. The clash of their physical prowess was a dazzling spectacle, as the pressure from their punches stirred ripples in the air. Observers from the ninja world, including ordinary citizens and Chunin and Chunin, watched in awe. Although these beings from another realm may not possess the strength of Lord Kazakage, their power is certainly not to be underestimated. After all, they are the first and second strongest in the world. How could they possibly be as feeble as you assume? Who do you think will emerge victorious among these three? Is that even a question? The one with long hair, Raditz, has already measured their combat power with that device, revealing a vast disparity. How could Goku and Piccolo possibly win? I can't shake the feeling that this combat power is somewhat unreliable. According to Raditz, his own power exceeds 1,200 points. Logically, he should have easily obliterated Goku and Piccolo by now. But real battles cannot merely be quantified by numerical values. Just like in ninja combat, possessing a greater amount of chakra does not guarantee victory. You have a point, but having more chakra does indeed confer a significant advantage. As the spectators reveled in the unfolding drama, Goku and Piccolo found themselves embroiled in a grueling struggle. Raditz's strength far surpassed theirs. Despite utilizing all their skills, they were still being thoroughly outmatched, relying solely on years of combat experience to hold their ground. Observing their plight, Raditz smirked, realizing that his warm-up was nearing its end. It was time to escalate the intensity. He feigned an attack before soaring into the sky. Goku and Piccolo leaped after him, only to witness Raditz's hands glowing with the energy of a ki blast. Panic surged within them. Goku shouted, "Quick, dodge!" He swiftly maneuvered out of the way just in time, but Piccolo's reaction was slightly delayed, and the ki blast struck his left arm, reducing it to a mist of blood. This was not the conclusion, however, as the ki blast traveled several dozen kilometers before erupting into a cataclysmic explosion, generating 2 mushroom clouds. The sheer magnitude of the blast elicited gasps from the crowd, and even the formidable ninja elite adopted serious expressions. The explosive power of this jutsu was comparable to a tailed beast bomb, possessing strategic value in large-scale warfare. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe and mouth, lowered it and commanded the Umbu. Have the intelligence analysis team examine the information on the screen to determine if this jutsu can be replicated. He then turned to Kakashi, who had recently arrived, inquiring, "What is your assessment, Kakashi?" At that moment, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, and upon hearing Hiruzen's question, he shook his head in resignation. "I'm afraid, Lord Hokage, my Sharingan cannot penetrate this jutsu. I even suspect that these individuals do not utilize chakra." Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, then countered, "They are indeed not using chakra as we know it. However, the definition of chakra is quite broad. Any form of energy can be classified as chakra. so it is not entirely inaccurate to refer to their energy as chakra. Kakashi bowed slightly, while the Umbu guarding the room gazed at him with admiration. Though the three elder advisors remained impassive, their expressions unchanged. After suffering this significant setback, Piccolo was filled with genuine fury. He had intended to save some of his ultimate techniques for a future confrontation with Goku, but now he found himself forced to reveal them prematurely. Gritting his teeth against the agony in his severed left arm, he urged Goku, "Buy me some time. I have a technique that can end this fiend." With that, he extended his right hand, his index and middle fingers poised at his forehead, as a torrent of energy gathered at the junction of his fingertips and brow. Without hesitation, Goku nodded in agreement and summoned all his strength to charge toward Raditz. This time, he fought with reckless abandon, exchanging blows with Raditz in a desperate bid for survival. Raditz noticed that Piccolo seemed to be gathering some sort of technique, yet he found himself ensnared by Goku's relentless assault. Even amidst their fierce exchange, he sustained minor injuries. Inciting his rage, the fact that Kakarot, a mere fighter with a power level in the hundreds, had managed to wound him, albeit superficially, was a profound humiliation. As his fury intensified, he focused all his attention on Goku, when suddenly, his combat power detector emitted a warning. An attack with a power level exceeding 1,000 was launched from behind him. Raditz promptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the spiraling energy wave that grazed his shoulder. As he watched the energy wave vanish into the horizon, cold sweat beaded on Raditz's forehead, and he gasped for breath. Years of combat experience alerted him that had he not evaded that attack, he would have met his demise. At that moment, he began to take the situation seriously. He had not anticipated that the green-faced warrior possessed such a hidden technique. If he continued to underestimate them, he might truly find himself in peril. Just as he resolved to eliminate Piccolo to remove a potential threat, an unexpected weakness enveloped him, causing the world to spin, and he collapsed to the ground. This overwhelming fatigue filled him with terror as he laboriously turned his head to see Goku, who had a confident grin while gripping his tail. "Just as I suspected, your weakness lies within your tail." As a fellow Saiyan, Goku understood their vulnerabilities well. Without specialized training, once their tail was seized, they would lose their strength and become utterly defenseless. To remedy this flaw, he had previously requested the deity to seal his own tail. Otherwise, its existence would remain a troublesome liability. Thus, he decided to gamble on exploiting Raditz's weakness. And to his astonishment, he had indeed wagered correctly. Raditz had evidently not undergone specialized training to strengthen his tail. Seeing Raditz sprawled on the ground filled Piccolo with exhilaration. After his energy wave had missed, he had felt a wave of despair, and never had he anticipated that Goku would seize the opportunity to grasp Raditz's tail. He quickly placed his fingers back on his forehead and shouted to Goku, "Hold that position and don't move. I can unleash another energy wave. This time, he is finished." The onlookers in the ninja world erupted in applause, astonished that such a formidable Saiyan possessed such a glaring weakness. With this newfound intelligence, they now had a potential strategy should they ever encounter a Saiyan in the future. Chapter 6. A Pyrrhic victory. Feeling the imminent threat of death brought by Piccolo's special beam cannon, Raditz was utterly panicked. "Wait, Kakarot, don't kill me. I'm not ready to die." Goku chuckled at this. "Do you take me for a fool? All your previous efforts would be in vain. To protect planet Namek and Gohan, you must die today." Tears streamed down Raditz's face as he struggled helplessly on the ground, unable to muster any strength. "I was wrong. If you spare me, I swear I will leave this planet and never return. Our parents perished in the explosion of planet Vegeta. I am your only brother in this world. Please, for the sake of brotherhood, let me go this once." Goku's heart wavered at Raditz's desperate plea, and he loosened his grip slightly, his tone wavering. "You truly will keep your word and never return to planet Namek?" In the spectator realm, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan widened in disbelief as he watched the Saiyan brothers on the screen, internally chastising Goku for his naivety. This Goku was too trusting. He could see that Raditz, much like Itachi, was cold-blooded and devoid of integrity. Such mercy in a critical moment was utterly unwise. Alas, this opportunity did not belong to him. If one day Itachi were to fall into his hands like Raditz had, he would demand answers for the massacre of their clan and would not hesitate to execute him. As Goku gradually relaxed his grip, Raditz sensed his strength returning. Just as Sasuke had surmised, Raditz was a man of no honor, entirely indifferent to the bonds of brotherhood. Once he regained his power, he launched a devastating kick that sent Goku flying. Following that, Under Goku's furious gaze, he unleashed a flurry of punches to Goku's chest. Huh, Kakarot, you are truly naive. You believed I would leave peacefully? You are unworthy of being my brother. After being struck by Raditz's furious assault, Goku lay helplessly on the ground, devoid of strength. Raditz aimed his palm at Goku, gathering energy for a final blow. Suddenly, the power detector registered an overwhelming force. No, not one, but two formidable powers. He turned his gaze toward Piccolo, whose special beam cannon was charged to an astonishing level, registering a power level of 1330. Raditz knew that his own maximum power was only 1220. He was certain that if Piccolo struck him, it would be fatal. The other immense power emanated from his spaceship. Boom! The spherical craft exploded into a shower of metallic debris. Gohan emerged from the crater, his hair standing on end, enveloped in an aura of immense energy. His expression fierce like that of a raging beast. You scoundrel! You dare to threaten my father. I will not let you go. Raditz swallowed hard upon seeing the power level displayed on the detector, trembling as he stammered. How is this possible? You possess 1307 power level? The detector must be malfunctioning. Yes, that must be it. It must have broken during the fight, which is why. Before he could further rationalize, Gohan shot toward him like a cannonball. In his disarray, Raditz had no time to react as Gohan's headbutt, fueled by 1307 power, struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! Raditz's armor shattered, several ribs broke, and his internal organs suffered severe trauma. Blood spewed from his mouth as he fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. How could he, a seasoned warrior, be bested by a mere 4-year-old? Even with Saiyan blood, this child's potential was terrifying. He gritted his teeth against the pain and checked the power level again. This time, it registered as 1. Upon seeing this number, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was merely a momentary surge. He had thought the child could maintain such a high power level consistently. Had that been the case, he might truly have perished today. It seemed this planet possessed a method of temporarily boosting power during combat. Whether it was Kakarot, this child, or that green-faced warrior, they could all utilize special techniques to elevate their power limits. Realizing he had been misled by the intelligence on their capabilities, Raditz raised his hand to eliminate Gohan, aiming to eradicate any future threats. However, as he lifted his hand, pain from his internal injuries halted him, preventing him from unleashing the energy wave he had intended. Goku, experienced in battle, immediately seized the opportunity and maneuvered behind Raditz. This time, instead of grasping Raditz's tail, an action he had already employed, he directly restrained Raditz's arms. Summoning all his strength, he shouted to Piccolo, "Piccolo, hurry. Use your ultimate move. Hit me too." Raditz, realizing his predicament, was taken aback. He was unable to break free from Goku's grip due to his internal injuries. Desperately, he attempted to manipulate Goku's emotions. "Kakarot, are you insane? If you do this, we will both perish. Let me go, and I promise I will honor my word. I will leave immediately." Goku, with a serene smile, replied, "I will no longer believe your words. We shall both descend into hell together." At that moment, Piccolo unleashed his special beam cannon, striking Raditz squarely in the chest. "Ah!" Raditz screamed in agony as the beam pierced through his chest, obliterating his already injured insides. The force of the blast did not relent. It continued onward, penetrating Goku's chest as well. Both men simultaneously coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, breaths becoming shallow. Piccolo did not rush to regenerate his severed arm. Instead, he cautiously approached Raditz and Goku to assess their conditions. Raditz realized his fate was sealed. He had never imagined he would meet his end on such a desolate planet. Filled with resentment, he spat. "Kakarot is truly a madman, willing to die alongside me. He deserves his fate." Standing before him, Piccolo scoffed, "Humph, such a short-sighted fool. If you wish upon the Dragon Balls, Goku will be revived instantly. The only one who will truly perish is you." "Revived?" Raditz murmured in disbelief. Chapter 7. What is combat power? Raditz emitted a gasp, the intense emotions tugging at his wounds causing him to cough up a copious amount of blood once more. Although he was not considered a formidable warrior in the vast cosmos, he had traversed numerous planets and had never heard of a treasure capable of granting wishes or even resurrecting the dead. Observing Raditz's naive demeanor, Piccolo wore a mocking expression. His tone dripped with sarcasm, as if he had finally found an outlet for the frustration he felt from the earlier confrontation. "Seeing as you are on the brink of death, I shall clarify this for you. On our planet, there exists a treasure known as the Dragon Balls, a set of 7 orbs scattered across the globe. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. The Eternal Dragon can fulfill any desire of the summoner, including the resurrection of those who have perished. Raditz lay on the ground, trembling with shock, then erupted into laughter, disregarding his injuries as he laughed with abandon. Piccolo frowned and retorted, "If you're going to die, just close your eyes already. Why laugh so obnoxiously?" Raditz stifled his laughter and replied with derision, "I never expected you to reveal such vital information. My power detector has a listening function. Our previous conversation has already been transmitted to my 2 companions. Upon learning of the Dragon Balls, they will undoubtedly rush to Dragon Ball Star and should arrive within a year. I must warn you, their strength far surpasses mine, and they will surely obtain the Dragon Balls and resurrect me." However, speaking so much had drained Raditz's vitality, and before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, succumbing to the void. A cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead as he swiftly unleashed a ki blast, shattering the power detector on Raditz's face. Yet, it was too late. His words had already reached the ears of the other 2 Saiyans. It was inevitable that a fierce battle awaited them. Fortunately, he still had a year to prepare. As long as there was time, there was hope. With this thought, he glanced towards the direction of Son Goku's lifeless body. At that moment, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Krillin had arrived on the scene. They had come in Bulma's helicopter, and upon landing, Krillin gasped in astonishment. Goku. Son Goku lay motionless on the ground, while his son, Gohan, wept uncontrollably beside him. How can this be? Goku is dead? The group was unable to accept this grim news. For Krillin and the others, it felt as if the sky had fallen. No matter the adversity faced, Goku had always been the one to resolve it. As long as Goku was present, there was no challenge they could not overcome. Piccolo, seeing the scene, barked at them. "Stop crying. With the Dragon Balls, this guy can be revived. Moreover, we have no time for grief. In a year, 2 even stronger Saiyans will arrive on Dragon Ball Star." The others were taken aback by Piccolo's words, and he wasted no time revealing the details of the 2 other Saiyans. After explaining, he seized Gohan and declared, "I will take this little brat with me. His potential is immense, and I shall train him to become my most capable subordinate. It will be quite amusing to have him confront Goku." With that, he took off without hesitation, and Goku's body became translucent before vanishing. It was revealed that the Supreme Kai had taken Goku's body to allow him to continue training in the afterlife. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Krillin and the others realized they were powerless against Raditz, and now 2 even more powerful Saiyans were on the way. They resolved to summon Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu, and together seek out the Supreme Kai to discover methods to enhance their strength. As they parted ways, the celestial screen abruptly ceased. The sky gradually cleared, returning to a serene state as if nothing had transpired. The entire ninja world fell into tranquility. The cacophony of the world silenced, as if a mute button had been pressed. In the next moment, the ninja world erupted in fervor. The citizens of Konoha engaged in animated discussions, leaders from various nations convened emergency meetings, and even the elders from remote villages expressed their impassioned opinions. Did you hear? The celestial screen spoke of a treasure that can grant any wish. Indeed, that green-faced fellow made it quite clear. The treasure is called Dragon Balls, and one must gather 7 to fulfill a wish. Then what are we waiting for? Such a powerful being wouldn't easily lie. And he certainly has no reason to deceive a man on the verge of death. What he said must be true. Let us go and seek them out. Are you foolish? Those individuals on the celestial screen are from an entirely different world. We must seek them out on their planet, not here. True. Rather than chasing after that elusive Dragon Ball, I am more curious about what this so-called combat power truly signifies. Can combat power really be quantified numerically? How could combat power possibly be expressed in numbers? The variables in real combat are numerous. Even that Raditz fellow was ultimately defeated by those whose power levels were far inferior to his. You have a point. However, the level of combat power is indeed a standard of measurement. I wonder what the combat power of the Hokage is. Could it surpass that Raditz character? Isn't that obvious? The Hokage's strength is unrivaled. His combat power is surely beyond imagination. The appearance of the celestial screen stirred a tremendous uproar in the ninja world. Yet what captivated their attention most was the concept of combat power. After all, spaceships, Saiyans, and Dragon Balls felt distant and unattainable to them. So they did not concern themselves much with it. Only the notion of combat power intrigued them deeply. It must be noted that the ninja world also possessed extraordinary powers, and from what they gathered from the video, the strength of the 5 Kage was certainly not inferior to that of beings from other realms. At this moment, a question arose in their minds. What was the combat power of their village's Kage? On the rooftop where Team 7 gathered, Naruto Uzumaki cried uncontrollably. Wah! That uncle named Son Goku sacrificed himself like this. He truly was a great ninja. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. You fool. That guy is clearly from another world and isn't even a ninja, let alone a great ninja. How dare you? You want to fight, don't you, Sasuke? Sasuke ignored Naruto, turning away without acknowledging Sakura, who was still in shock. Meanwhile, he pondered a question of his own. What was his current combat power? And how much higher would that man's power be compared to his own? Chapter 8. Konoha's response the following day at noon. The conference room of the Hokage Tower was filled to capacity. Most attendees were clad in the vests of elite shinobi, while a segment wore the distinctive garb of their respective clans. They sat upright in their seats, awaiting the arrival of Konoha's higher-ups. Among them were the heads of various divisions within the village, each possessing at least the strength of a Chunin. The leaders of combat units, such as the Umbu and the Intelligence Department, were particularly formidable elite Chunin. The clan leaders, dressed in their traditional attire, typically refrained from involving themselves in village politics, only summoned during significant events to provide their insights. The matter surrounding the celestial phenomenon had been simmering for some time, and speculation regarding the sudden assembly of the higher-ups was rife among the crowd. As anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by 3 elder advisors, entered the conference room, immediately addressing the pressing issue at hand. Seated at the head of the table, Hiruzen, with a grave expression, inquired, I trust you are all aware of the celestial phenomenon that transpired yesterday. Today, I have gathered you to seek your opinions on the malevolent Saiyans who are wreaking havoc across the cosmos. What are your thoughts? The attendees exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the Saiyans. Ultimately, it was merely a conflict between 2 extraterrestrial civilizations, seemingly irrelevant to the shinobi world. Even if they wished to intervene, they lacked the spacecraft to leave their realm. Mito Kazan, breaking the silence with a cough, addressed the assembly, as the saying goes. Harbor no ill intentions but remain vigilant against potential threats. Although the Saiyans are a distant menace, we must still take necessary precautions. After all, we cannot ascertain the true motives of the enigmatic entity that unleashed the celestial phenomenon. Are their intentions benevolent or malevolent? The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. Regardless of the existence of the Saiyans or the beings from planet Dragon Ball, the orchestrator behind the celestial phenomenon was undoubtedly real and lurking within the shinobi realm. If their intentions were good, the phenomenon could serve as a warning of potential extraterrestrial invasions in the future. If they were ill-intentioned, then vigilance was paramount. The ability to disseminate such a phenomenon without a trace indicated that the perpetrator possessed either immense power or vast influence, both necessitating caution. The ordinary ninja and heads of various divisions unconditionally supported the Hokage, as they had risen to power under Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance and had no notable clans to oppose their interests. However, the clan leaders turned their gaze toward Hyuga Hayashi. Since the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga clan had emerged as the foremost clan in Konoha, often waiting for Hayashi to speak before they voiced their opinions. Hayashi, a man of few convictions, offered a weak smile as he felt the weight of their gazes upon him. Hokage-sama, please feel free to speak your mind. The Hyuga clan will certainly align with the village's stance. This was precisely the response Hiruzen had awaited. Without further ado, he shared his thoughts. I have conferred with several elders, and we believe it is prudent to establish a new department dedicated to investigating the celestial phenomenon and preparing for potential extraterrestrial incursions. We shall name this department the Celestial Affairs Division, led by the elite Chunin Sarutobi Asuma, with elite Chunin Hatake Kakashi as his deputy. We will draw upon the finest reconnaissance, medical, and powerful clan ninjas to form this unit. The assembly quickly grasped the implications of Hiruzen's proposal. It was evident that he intended to bestow a prestigious position upon his son under the guise of forming a new department. Yet, none dared to voice their dissent. As Hiruzen's reputation was formidable, and Asuma was indeed a highly capable ninja, fully deserving of such an appointment. However, Hiruzen's subsequent remarks darkened the expressions of the clan leaders. Due to the impending Chunin exams, the village faced financial strain, and the new division would require generous contributions from various sectors of Konoha. I hope you can rally support once you return. On behalf of Konoha, I thank you all. With that, He rose and bowed deeply to the assembly, prompting the division heads and clan leaders to stand and return his courtesy, albeit inwardly cursing the situation. Unexpectedly, they were the ones being asked to fund such an initiative, and they silently berated Hayashi for his lack of assertiveness. At that moment, it was crucial for Hayashi to advocate for the clan leaders, yet he remained silent, merely observing. After everyone resumed their seats, a leader from a medium-sized clan, Kanemoto YY, summoned his courage to speak. Hokage-sama, I believe that addressing these so-called Saiyans does not warrant such drastic measures. There is no need to establish a new department. The faces of Konoha's elite turned grim at his words. The newly formed Celestial Affairs Division was not merely a matter of prestige for Sarutobi. It also involved the ambitions of various clan members, including the nephew of T-Rin Kamaru and the son of Mido Kazan, both of whom were poised to occupy significant roles within the division. Shimura Danzo had refrained from placing any personnel in the division, as his clan prioritized supplying the route with exceptional talent. Thus, the establishment of the Celestial Affairs Division held little advantage for him, to placate his old comrade and prevent any sabotage. Hiruzen assured him that 1/3 of the funds raised in the division's name would be allocated to the route as operational expenses. This concession finally garnered Danzo's agreement. In response to Kanemoto's insensitivity, T-Rin Kamaru slammed her hand on the table in admonition. How short-sighted. You witnessed the celestial phenomenon. That being named Raditz possesses power rivaling that of the 5 Kage. He mentioned 2 even stronger Saiyans. If we do not bolster our defenses, the consequences of their arrival could be catastrophic for Konoha. Moreover, the individual responsible for instigating the panic remains at large, and we cannot predict the next impact of their actions. We must take preventive measures now, lest we regret it later. Her fervent words left little room for rebuttal. Kanemoto cast a sidelong glance at Hayashi, only to find him still silent. With gritted teeth, he retreated into silence. The Kanemoto clan had once been allies of the Uchiha, but since their downfall, they had faced considerable oppression. Whenever issues arose that required financial contributions from clan ninjas, Konoha tended to overlook the Kanemoto clan. In the past, when the Uchiha flourished, at least one prominent clan would speak on their behalf, as they shared a bond of solidarity against oppression. Now, the feckless Hayashi had become the representative of the ninja clans, unable to voice even a single word in the presence of Konoha's elite. The medium-sized clans could only grit their teeth and endure, swallowing their grievances. In truth, some wished fervently for the Saiyan clan to arrive, preferring to ally with the brutal Saiyans than to continue enduring the indignities imposed by Konoha. Chapter 9. The Ninja Combat Power Detector. At this meeting, the ninjas of the Konoha clan found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The younger members of the Konoha elite had established a new department to enhance their prestige, yet they expected the clan to fund its construction. Having gained nothing beneficial and incurring expenses instead, the assembly was filled with discontent, prompting many to prepare for an early departure. Just as they were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, saying, "Please, do not rush. There is another matter to discuss." The attendees exchanged puzzled glances. The topic of the new department had already been addressed. What more could these elderly figures possibly have to communicate? Soon, someone recalled the upcoming Chunin exams, which had invited alliances from Sunagakure and several nearby minor ninja villages. Could this be related? Traditionally, the Chunin exams were organized exclusively by Konoha's officials, with clan ninjas only participating as part of Konoha teams, never as independent clan units. Were they about to change the rules? Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining an air of mystery, whispered to a nearby Umbu ninja, who nodded respectfully before departing the meeting room. The audience, bewildered, returned to their seats, awaiting further clarification. Moments later, the Umbu ninja returned, carrying a sealed scroll. He found a clear space, unfurled the scroll, and performed hand seals, exclaiming, "Release." With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke billowed forth, revealing a peculiar machine equipped with a screen. This contraption resembled an electric chair designed for executions. But instead of restraining the hands, it featured 2 wristbands connected by data cables, suggesting that one would wear these and sit in the chair to use the device. The crowd exchanged glances of curiosity, ultimately turning their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping for an explanation. Clearing his throat, he began. "I trust you are all familiar with the combat power referenced in the earlier video from the sky screen?" Nods of acknowledgement rippled through the room. The concept of quantifying combat power intrigued them. They had never considered that a person's battle prowess could be digitized. providing a clear comparison of strengths and weaknesses in combat. Such a device could mitigate many dangerous situations during actual missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. This is the combat power detector created by our technology department. Allow the head of the technology department, Minister Akatani, to elucidate further. Leading the applause, the others followed suit, directing their gaze toward Akatani. Akatani stepped to the forefront of the meeting room and began his explanation. To refer to this device as a combat power detector is somewhat misleading. It is more accurately described as a chakra detector. According to the Sky Screen video, a fully grown man wielding a gun had a combat power of 5, while a boy named Son Gohan had a mere combat power of 1. We extrapolated from this data, reasoning that although Son Gohan's combat power was just 1, his Saiyan lineage likely granted him strength comparable to untrained adults. Thus, we established the combat power of an untrained adult male as 1 to calculate the chakra levels within a ninja's body and estimate the strength of the Saiyans depicted in the video. While combat does not solely depend on chakra levels, the amount of chakra is indeed a crucial factor in determining the outcome of battles. Moreover, the video displayed Raditz with a combat power exceeding 1,000, yet he was ultimately defeated by Goku and Piccolo, who collectively possessed less power than he. Therefore, we conclude that the Dragon Ball World's combat power detector merely assesses energy intensity rather than actual combat capability. As Akatani expounded his theory, the audience listened, somewhat bewildered. Noticing their confusion, he approached the machine, seated himself, donned the wristbands, and equipped the helmet-like device. As the machine whirred to life, numbers began to flicker on the screen, finally stabilizing at 260. Behold, he declared, as you can see, my combat power registers at 260, significantly weaker than the Goku and Piccolo from the Sky Screen. The crowd, intrigued, gathered around the machine. According to Akatani's introduction, they had tested numerous ninjas, revealing that a trained Chunin typically possessed a combat power in the tens, while a Chunin exceeded 150 points, and standard combat-oriented J-Nin boasted between 300 to 400 points. At this juncture, Akatani felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a J-Nin who had ascended through scientific prowess, his genuine strength, according to the machine, fell short of that of a true elite J-Nin. Yet, the assembly was too engrossed in their own curiosity to concern themselves with his feelings. They were eager to gauge their own combat powers. Akatani glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who smiled and nodded, permitting the continuation of the demonstrations. He then guided the elite ninjas present in testing their combat powers. The results were quite satisfactory, with the ministerial J-Nin meeting the expected strength standards. A few exceptionally powerful elite J-Nin even registered combat powers of 600 or 700. Confident they could contend with Raditz. Only the heads of the medical and logistical departments displayed somewhat lesser abilities, which was understandable given that these divisions were not combat-centric. At this point, all eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, curious about the Hokage's own combat power, speculating it must be at least in the thousands. Seeing their anticipation, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Then, under the watchful gazes of the assembly, calmly seated himself at the combat power detector. The machine whirred to life, numbers fluctuating rapidly before finally settling on a figure that left the audience in stunned silence. 4. For 1,800 points? The combat power of the Hokage was tenfold that of the speaker. How astonishing. Truly, he was the Hokage. With such strength, no adversary could instill fear in them. The elite J-Nin felt their spirits lifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's overwhelming combat power. He rose from the chair, graciously nodding to the assembly, internally relishing the moment. He understood that chakra levels alone did not equate to true strength, yet he recognized his physical condition had considerably declined since his youth. While his total chakra now might surpass his peak, his overall combat prowess was undeniably inferior to his prime. His purpose for this display was clear. He aimed to reaffirm his strength before the gathering, particularly as whispers of doubt had begun to circulate within Konoha. If he did not showcase his capabilities now, he feared that he might struggle to maintain his authority over the vigorous middle-aged ninjas. After all, in the ninja world, strength dictated respect. Only a formidable presence could establish true authority. Chapter 10. The Ch-Nin exam. News of Konoha's development of a combat power measurement device swept through the ninja world. Along with the astonishing combat prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was reported to be an impressive 4,800 points. For some uninformed ninjas, this figure appeared almost astronomical. To them, The strength of AJ Nin was already a terrifying existence. It is well known that AJ Nin is a pivotal force in any faction, a name recognized across the 5 great nations, and even in smaller nations, they can stand on equal footing with local daimyos. Yet, to think that such a figure could possess less than 1/10 of Hiruzen's combat power was a staggering revelation, underscoring Konoha's status as the strongest ninja village and Hiruzen's legacy as a seasoned Hokage. Only other elite shinobi understood the exaggeration behind these numbers. The true measure of a ninja's strength cannot be quantified merely by chakra levels. The old man Sarutobi was merely using bravado to intimidate. Nonetheless, he never intended to deceive those knowledgeable in the field. His aim was to pacify the discontented elements within Konoha. On the rooftop where Team 7 had once gathered, Kakashi and the trio reappeared. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, "Grandpa Third is truly incredible. Over 4,000 combat points. How amazing." Of course, Sakura replied confidently, "He is our esteemed third Hokage, and such strength is only to be expected." Hiruzen enjoyed a stellar reputation among the common folk. Although Sakura's parents were ninjas, they hailed from humble beginnings and were merely J-nin, which instilled in her a natural admiration for the third Hokage. Sasuke turned to the nonchalant Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi, you must have tested your power with that device as well, right? What is your combat level?" Curiosity piqued. Naruto and Sakura also regarded Kakashi expectantly. Kakashi scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "About 300, I think. I barely qualify as a J-nin." Sasuke felt a twinge of disappointment, while Naruto seized the opportunity to mock him. "What is that? You've been bragging about being the copy ninja, a renowned figure in the ninja world. And it turns out you barely scrape by as a J-nin." Kakashi, with his half-lidded eyes, paid little heed to Naruto's jibes, remarking that the combat power measurement was quite unreliable and should only be taken as a rough estimate. He wished to steer the conversation back to the main topic and asked, "Have you all made up your minds about what I mentioned last time?" Upon hearing this, Naruto and his companions became serious. They stood tall and declared in unison, "We've decided. We will participate in the CHNIN exam." Kakashi nodded, as this response was within his expectations. "Since you've made up your minds, I want to say much more. 3 days from now, at 8 in the morning, report to the teaching building on the west side of the village. Classroom 302 will be the venue for the first round of the CHNIN exam." Kakashi had numerous responsibilities with the Umbu, allowing him only limited time to train these young ninjas. The work was indeed taxing. Every day was spent analyzing footage or scouring the ninja world for clues about the mysterious phenomena known as the Sky Curtain. Despite extensive research, no useful information had emerged. As if the enigmatic individual had never existed, the Sky Curtain appeared like a natural phenomenon, akin to a rainbow, suddenly materializing and just as abruptly vanishing without a trace. This predicament was unprecedented for Kakashi in his years as a ninja, leaving him somewhat at a loss regarding the next steps. It was not that the Umbu were lacking in skill. While many came merely to gain prestige, they still possessed foundational abilities, as exemplified by Asuma Sarutobi, who, though not as adept as elite J-nin like Kakashi and Might Guy, remained a formidable presence among his peers. The reconnaissance ninjas in the Umbu included skilled members from the Hige, Yamanaka, and Inazuka clans, all renowned for their tracking abilities, boasting exceptional reconnaissance skills. One should not underestimate these seemingly weak reconnaissance ninjas. With even the slightest clue, they could unearth the whereabouts of formidable foes like Uchiha Obito. Before the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto Yakushi was among the top tier in strength among the Kaga-level ninjas, yet he was easily located by Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas. Obito could utilize Kamui to teleport, but even the slightest hint of his presence would lead reconnaissance ninjas directly to his lair. Thus, Konoha's intelligence-gathering capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. The inability to find any clues about the Sky Curtain boiled down to a simple fact. The individual responsible for it was not even within the realm of the Hokage world. If someone could locate him, that ninja would indeed be extraordinary. 3 days later, Team 7 gathered at the location Kakashi specified. The teaching building was one of Konoha Ninja Academy's structures. Naruto and his friends had attended classes there before and easily found the entrance. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a false classroom 302 and met Lee, Niji, and Tintin. As spirited youths, they were naturally competitive and a confrontation ensued. Lee approached Team 7, challenging Sasuke, the strongest genius of this generation, to a one-on-one duel. Sasuke, not one to back down, accepted the challenge, and they found a suitable area to spar. However, the outcome of this battle took Sasuke by surprise. He had assumed that the bowl-cut Lee was merely a comic relief character, at most on par with Naruto. Yet, Lee's prowess far exceeded his expectations. His taijutsu was astonishingly swift. After activating his Sharingan, Sasuke barely managed to track Lee's movements, but he found himself unable to retaliate, becoming a mere target in a one-sided affair. Fortunately, the match was soon interrupted by Might Guy, bringing the duel to a hasty conclusion. Following this encounter, Team 7 reflected on their mindset and began to approach the upcoming exam with seriousness. Previously, due to their mission in the Land of Waves, they had developed a sense of arrogance, believing they had already reached the J-Nin level, and that participating in the Ch-Nin exam would be a walk in the park. However, Lee's surprising strength delivered a sobering reality check. Even among the lower ranks, there were many who surpassed them, and their past accomplishments were hardly worthy of boasting. They then entered the venue for the first round of the exam, where they encountered other Chunin teams from their cohort. They also saw many intimidating and fierce-looking lower-ranked ninjas, making Sasuke and Sakura contemplate a low-profile approach. Just then, Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs, "I am Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. I will definitely defeat you all and become a Ch-Nin." Chapter 11. The Television Star. Naruto Uzumaki. Haha. Naruto's remarks elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd, with some individuals even shedding tears from their amusement. The Chunin participating in the Ch-Nin exams were seasoned veterans, having been ninjas for many years. It had been quite a while since they encountered a ninja as Navi as Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke, and the others felt somewhat embarrassed, as Naruto's behavior was exceedingly boisterous. As members of Team 7, they found it hard to endure his antics. They were thoroughly exasperated with Naruto, the brainless, hot-blooded fool, wishing they could find a crevice to hide in, away from the mocking glances of those around them. Amidst the laughter, someone suddenly sensed something amiss. A ninja from a small village rubbed his chin, scrutinizing Naruto with curiosity. "Uzumaki Naruto? Why does that name sound so familiar?" His comment resonated with many. As they too found the name oddly recognizable, they were certain they had heard it before. Suddenly, someone slapped their thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "I've got it! Isn't this the guy who jumped onto the screen and made a statement on the day of the celestial event?" Now everyone recalled that Naruto had made quite a stir in the ninja world back then, that Tsuchikage and Reikage had even seized the opportunity to challenge Konoha's Hokage, leaving a lasting impression. Many began to cast greedy glances in Naruto's direction. Although Naruto was a minor character, his brief television appearance had granted him a modicum of fame in the ninja world. If they could eliminate him, surely their names would shine in the ninja realm as well. Even if they failed the exam, their worth in the village would significantly increase, allowing them to undertake more valuable missions with greater bounties. This was indisputable gain. The avaricious stares made Naruto feel exceedingly uncomfortable, and both Sasuke and Sakura grew wary, simultaneously blaming Naruto for the predicament. Being on the same team as him felt like a stroke of bad luck, as they had become the targets of so many right at the onset of the exam. The future looked grim. Shikamaru and the others silently lamented for Sakura and Sasuke. It was indeed unfortunate to be under such scrutiny so soon after arriving for the exam. They were immensely relieved not to be on the same team as Naruto, while Hinata cast a concerned glance at him, hoping he would exercise caution and avoid any misfortune during the exam. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a white-haired youth in his 20s approached. "You must be the newcomers of this session," he said. The group eyed him warily, but Yakushi Kabuto met their gazes with a friendly smile. Sasuke, maintaining a stoic demeanor, inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want with us?" Kabuto responded with a smile. "My name is Yakushi Kabuto, a fellow Konoha ninja and your senior. I have participated in the Ch-Nin exams 7 times and am quite familiar with the process. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." For the inexperienced Konoha 12, having a seasoned senior like Kabuto could indeed provide significant assistance. However, Sasuke scoffed dismissively. "Participating in 7 Ch-Nin exams without advancement means your strength is likely mediocre. Your experience as a failure is of no use to us." Kabuto remained unfazed by Sasuke's skepticism, though internally he scoffed. If it weren't for Orochimaru's orders, he would have had no desire to approach Uchiha Sasuke. Kabuto was a spy, a complex one at that. Initially a member of the Root, he still held that position, as Danzo had not removed him. Now he served Orochimaru, gathering intelligence in Konoha, particularly focusing on gifted ninjas like Sasuke. However, Kabuto found Sasuke rather off-putting, as the Uchiha bore the typical traits of arrogance associated with his clan. Yet, as a professional spy, he had long since set aside personal biases. Completing his mission was paramount. With a slight smile, he produced a stack of cards from his robe. My abilities may not be particularly remarkable, but my talent for gathering intelligence is exceptional. These cards contain information I have compiled on the candidates for this exam, along with my personal analyses and assessments of their combat capabilities. Sasuke's interest peaked. Understanding both allies and adversaries was crucial for success. He inquired, "Do you have any information on Rock Lee?" Kabuto began rummaging through the cards, and, after a moment, smirked as he extracted one to hand to Sasuke. Name: Rock Lee. Age: 14. Specialized Jutsu. None. Mission record. The card detailed Lee's information, concluding with a combat power evaluation of 120 points. Clearly, Kabuto was unaware that Lee had mastered the 8 gates, thus his assessment remained at a standard level. A combat power of 120 was already quite high among genin. Reaching 150 would classify one as a Chunin. However, upon seeing this number, Sasuke's expression darkened. Not long ago, he had been defeated head-on by Lee, and he believed Lee's strength was at least that of a Chunin. He had initially assessed his own strength as Chunin level as well, only to realize that both he and Lee were still within the realm of genin, leaving him with a profound sense of defeat. He recalled Lee's mention of Neji Hyuga and was curious about how this prodigy from the Hyuga clan would be evaluated. He requested to see the data on Neji, and without hesitation, Kabuto produced it. Upon receiving the card, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. It indicated that Neji's combat power was estimated to be at least 150 points, firmly placing him within the Chunin tier. In stark contrast, Kabuto had rated his own combat power at only 100 points. This figure was already high among genin, yet some of the long-tenured genin might not even match Sasuke's level. However, Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a crimson hue, as he envisioned the man he longed to surpass for vengeance. He never anticipated that he was not even among the top echelon of genin. Once hailed as a genius, he now felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Noticing Sasuke's demeanor, Kabuto secretly smiled. Feeling a sense of defeat was acceptable. He feared indifference towards power. As long as Sasuke remained interested in strength, Orochimaru would have countless ways to manipulate him. Poor Uchiha Sasuke, you can never escape the grasp of Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 12. The candidates are exhausted, but the examiners are even more so. It must be said that Sasuke possesses remarkable psychological resilience. After a brief moment of disappointment, he quickly regained his composure. If he could not surpass these long-standing genin, he would be unworthy of seeking vengeance against that man. He lifted his gaze towards Kabuto and inquired, "I wish to view the information on another individual, a shinobi from Sunagakure named Gaara." Upon hearing the name, Kabuto furrowed his brow and replied bluntly, "I'm afraid I do not have this person's information." This time, he spoke falsely. He did possess details about Gaara. However, as the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, the matters surrounding him were exceedingly complex. Without Lord Orochimaru's permission, he would not dare to disseminate Gaara's information, lest he cause unnecessary trouble for his superior. Sasuke felt a flicker of dissatisfaction at this response, to which Kabuto added, "I can primarily gather intelligence on the ninjas within Konoha. As for Gaara, being a shinobi from Sunagakure, I am unable to assist. Nevertheless, you need not concern yourselves overly with ninjas from outside Konoha. Apart from the great villages like Sunagakure and Konoha, the smaller shinobi villages merely serve as supporting actors. They rarely produce formidable warriors." This sweeping generalization ignited the ire of all the ninjas from the minor villages present. However, they maintained their composure, as they were within Konoha's territory. And Kabuto's mature demeanor contrasted sharply with the naivety of rookies like Naruto. They would not underestimate him simply because he had participated in the Chunin exams 7 times without attaining the rank of Chunin. Yet, exceptions abound. The Sound Village ninjas, Tosu, Sak, and Kodo, lacked such restraint. Tosu, leading the trio, glared menacingly and rolled up his right sleeve to reveal a peculiar device riddled with holes, bellowing, "How dare you belittle our Sound Village? You shall pay dearly." In a flash, he lunged towards Kabuto. Kabuto's reflexes were swift. He merely leaned back slightly, and Tosu's fist grazed the tip of his nose by a mere centimeter. The surrounding genin internally praised Kabuto. His reaction speed and calm demeanor in the face of attack indicated that he was indeed a formidable opponent in the forthcoming exam. However, to everyone's astonishment. After deftly evading Tosu's assault, Kabuto suddenly doubled over and began to retch on the ground, causing the onlookers to furrow their brows in confusion. Naruto, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. Kabuto had left a very favorable impression on him, and seeing someone dare to strike was intolerable. You guys dare to make a move? I will surely send you flying today. Tosu and his companions assumed battle stances, ready for confrontation. At that moment, a commanding voice interrupted their impending clash. Whoever dares to act will have their examination qualifications revoked. The crowd turned to see a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth, and as it dispersed, a group of fierce-looking Konoha ninjas appeared before them. This group was none other than the examiners for the first round of the Chunin exams, with the lead examiner, Marino Ibiki, issuing the command. Upon hearing the examiner's words, Tosu and the others immediately ceased their skirmish. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling a profound disappointment at not being able to thrash those ruffians. Seeing that silence had fallen over the crowd, Ibiki instructed, "Now that everyone is quiet, come forward to receive your seat numbers. After confirming your seats, I will distribute the test papers." Naruto blinked, then rubbed his ears and patted his head, clearing his mind to contemplate Ibiki's words. Test papers? Test papers. Wait, we have a written exam. This revelation struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue, causing his mind to short-circuit. He was so flustered that he didn't even notice how he arrived at his seat, akin to having had a few too many drinks. The written exam was the bane of his existence during ninja school. The sight of paper and pen made his head buzz, and he wished to bury his face in the desk. Due to the written exam, all team members were dispersed throughout the classroom to prevent any possibility of cheating. Sakura, seated towards the back, chuckled softly as she observed Naruto's nervous fidgeting. However, her amusement quickly faded when Ibiki outlined the rules of the exam. In brief, there were 10 questions on the test paper, with each candidate starting with 10 points. For each incorrect answer, 1 point would be deducted, while correct answers would not incur any penalties. Most crucially, if the proctor caught anyone cheating, 2 points would be deducted for each infraction. Should a candidate's score reach 0, that individual, along with their 2 teammates, would be disqualified. Sakura and Sasuke nearly choked at this revelation. They knew Naruto's capabilities better than anyone. The likelihood of Naruto answering a question correctly was lower than the chance of him being the son of the Sage of Six Paths. At that moment, Naruto felt immense pressure, sensing 2 murderous gazes fixed on his back, sending shivers down his spine. Just then, a gentle voice broke through beside him. Naruto-kun. What a coincidence. Naruto blinked in surprise. It was none other than Hinata, his classmate from the Ninja Academy. Her presence was so subtle that he had not even noticed until she spoke. "Oh, it's you, Hinata. I didn't expect to find you sitting next to me." Hinata's face flushed crimson as she shyly fidgeted with her fingers, softly encouraging him. "Naruto-kun, you must do your best. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right, you can count on me." But in reality, he felt like cursing. The proctor responsible for monitoring this row of candidates thought to himself in exasperation. They dare to ask questions during an exam? It's practically announcing their intent to cheat. The examiner was utterly fatigued. He had not anticipated being assigned to oversee this troublesome fox boy. Had he known, he would have swapped seats with a colleague. However, he then cast a stiff glance at the examiner beside him, who sat rigidly with a serious expression, appearing utterly earnest. Yet, all the examiners could see through the facade. This was not a real person, but rather a puppet. It was clear that the puppet had slipped in unnoticed, a typical ploy of the puppet master from Sunigakure. With this individual present, he could not even change seats with his colleague. He certainly could not entrust the responsibility of monitoring the troublesome fox boy to a puppet master from the Sand Village. The third Hokage had explicitly instructed them to give special consideration to candidates of unique backgrounds, ensuring that promising talents were not buried and granting young ninjas ample opportunities. The examiner monitoring Naruto and Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. One troublesome fox boy, coupled with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, made for a daunting workload. Chapter 13. Is it that Uzumaki Naruto again? The time for the first exam had reached its halfway point, and Naruto was anxiously scratching his head, staring blankly at the paper before him. At this moment, he was on the verge of despair, having failed to answer any of the first 9 questions. His mind a whirlwind of confusion. Just then, Hinata's gentle voice broke through his turmoil. "Naruto-kun, would you like me to show you my answers?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Hinata with disbelief. Hinata, why? Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. Since we are classmates, we should help each other during the exam. Naruto found her reasoning compelling. He truly had no alternative. Without her assistance, he would be utterly lost on these questions. Just as he was about to glance over to her paper, a sharp kunai suddenly flew past him, embedding itself in the exam paper of another candidate sitting nearby. He was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, too frightened to even breathe. The supervising proctor's voice rang out. You have cheated 5 times, and all your scores will be deducted. You and your teammates are disqualified. The unfortunate candidate lowered his head in despair, while his teammates reluctantly stood up, and together they exited the examination hall. The proctor exhaled a sigh of relief, cursing Naruto silently for the trouble he caused. If one must resort to cheating, it ought to be done with the finesse befitting a ninja. Look at how others are doing it, he thought. Some used insects, others sand, some even mirrors, while others had eyes glowing red or white. There were even those who merely listened attentively to the sound of pen strokes from nearby candidates. And then there was Naruto, craning his neck and blatantly staring at others' papers. If he were to cheat, he could at least employ some sophisticated techniques. Even a simple shadow clone to pass notes would have sufficed. Yet here he was, so brazenly peering over that he couldn't even pretend to be discreet. Terrified, Naruto declined Hinata's kind offer and dared not entertain any further mischievous thoughts. He could only place all his hopes on the final question, which would be revealed 45 minutes into the exam. As long as he could answer that question correctly, there was still a glimmer of hope. Before long, the timer reached the 45-minute mark. The lower-ranked ninjas had either copied answers or left the room, and the first round of the Chunin exam was now in its final phase. Marino Ibiki stood at the podium, ready to announce the rules for the last question. Before I disclose the rules for the final question, you must first make a choice. Will you attempt to answer it or not? If you choose not to answer, you will immediately lose your qualification for this exam, and you and your team will be eliminated, although you may reapply next year. However, if you choose to answer and fail, not only will you and your team be declared unsuccessful, but you will also be barred from ever participating in the Chunin exam again, which means you will remain a genin for life. After announcing the rules of the 10th question, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The prospect of never being able to participate in the Chunin exam again was indeed a harsh punishment. It was important to note that not all genin were willing to risk their lives for the Chunin exam, as it was known to be perilous. Those who ventured forth did so out of ambition, and being eternally stripped of the opportunity to advance was a fate worse than death for them. As time passed, the psychological pressure began to weigh heavily on the candidates, leading many to succumb to their fears and withdraw from the competition. Anxiety spread throughout the classroom, and increasingly more candidates opted to forfeit. Naruto clenched his fists until they turned white, trembling uncontrollably under the immense psychological burden. He feared being relegated to the status of a mere genin for life. After all, becoming Hokage was his dream, and remaining a genin would render that impossible. However, more than the thought of failing to become Hokage, he dreaded the idea of dragging Sakura and Sasuke down with him. If they too were condemned to a lifetime as genin, it would be a fate worse than death. Sasuke and Sakura observed Naruto's state closely. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, his expression icy and inscrutable. Though he said nothing, there was a glimmer of discontent in his eyes. Sakura, a top student, was acutely aware of the exam's difficulty. She knew that not just Naruto, but even Sasuke, would struggle to answer without resorting to cheating. Yet, knowing Naruto's personality, he would likely never concede defeat, even in the face of death. Thus, it fell upon her to consider forfeiting. Just as she was about to raise her hand, she was taken aback to see Naruto actually lifting his right hand. She froze, as did the other members of Team 12, astonished that Naruto would ever consider surrendering. As Marino Ibiki prepared to confirm Naruto's decision, the sky outside suddenly darkened. The candidates widened their eyes in shock, recognizing the ominous situation from a few days prior. The dark veil had returned. In an instant, dozens of black-clad, masked ANBU ninjas surrounded the examination hall. Clearly, they had been monitoring the situation from the shadows, now appearing to ensure the safety of the candidates and to prevent any potential misconduct. Naruto nearly stumbled at the sudden appearance of the dark veil, his carefully cultivated resolve dissipating in an instant. No, he had to voice his determination, otherwise he would feel suffocated. As the dark veil descended, the entire village of Konoha went on high alert, with civilians being directed to shelters and ninjas stationed at key locations, ready for confrontation. Just as before, The chat interface appeared before the video began to play. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, fixed his grave gaze upon the sky, ready to speak first to stabilize the situation and reassure the villagers. However, before he could type his message, Naruto's words appeared on the screen, capturing the attention of the entire ninja world. I, Uzumaki Naruto, vow that I will conquer the final question and become a Chunin. Hiruzen nearly choked on his pipe, almost coughing up his lungs. The chat erupted into chaos, with everyone who saw Naruto's name erupting in outrage. Damn it! Why is it always this Uzumaki Naruto who speaks first? Hey, Konoha, explain this. Is this Dark Veil some trick of yours? What is going on with this Uzumaki Naruto? Chunin exam? Is this Uzumaki Naruto really just a Chunin? Chapter 14. Are there such tiny planets? At this moment, Naruto became the center of attention in the examination hall. Both the candidates and the examiners, even the shadowy ninjas present, stared at him in astonishment. They had encountered sociable individuals before, but none as remarkably extroverted as Naruto. They could hardly fathom that not only did Uzumaki Naruto wish to continue with the exam, but he also boldly proclaimed his intentions under the watchful eyes of the entire ninja world, leaving them utterly perplexed by his audacity. The chief examiner, Marino Ibiki, sighed and slapped his forehead in resignation, exclaiming, all right, I understand. Let us first see what the outer screen is displaying, and I shall announce the results thereafter. Among the candidates, some quick-witted individuals immediately grasped that Ibiki was not going to reveal the 10th question, but instead deliver the results of the examination, thus deducing what the content of the 10th question entailed. Only Naruto, blissfully oblivious, nodded in agreement and turned his gaze towards the window, eagerly awaiting the dark screen to illuminate. Beside him, Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration. How daring to declare his victory in front of the entire ninja realm. Truly, Naruto-kun was remarkable. Approximately 10 minutes later, an image appeared on the screen. Before everyone was a suspended track, resembling a serpentine shape, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, extending endlessly into the horizon. The sight of this track left the crowd in bewilderment, not merely due to its length, but because it floated in mid-air, entirely devoid of any visible support beneath. As the camera zoomed in, a figure emerged before their eyes. It was none other than Sun Wukong, sprinting desperately along the serpentine track, skillfully leaping over U-shaped bends to take shortcuts. Accompanying his frantic run was a voiceover narrating, since his demise in battle, Sun Wukong has been sent to the underworld by the celestial deities, who preserved his physical form for training and granted him the opportunity to traverse the snake path to meet the King of Worlds and receive his guidance. Through the narration, the audience in the ninja realm began to understand the context of the story. 6 months had passed since Raditz invaded planet Dragon Ball, during which Sun Wukong had been tirelessly running along the snake path. He had even fallen off the path once, only to restart his journey in pursuit of meeting the King of Worlds and obtaining his instruction. The ninja realm collectively gasped in awe. What incredible perseverance this man possessed. Simultaneously, they found themselves puzzled by how, despite only a few days having elapsed since their last viewing, a span of 6 months seemed to have passed in the video. Some began to analyze in the public chat. Is it possible that this video is merely a recording of events that occurred in the past? Indeed, that is a possibility. Even if the planets differ, our flow of time should remain consistent. Clearly, this video was pre-recorded and specifically presented to us, regardless of its nature. The video holds significant value. Frankly, I've never witnessed the world beyond death. I wonder if I would gain the qualification to traverse the snake path upon my arrival in the underworld. Did you not hear the narration? One must have great achievements in life to qualify for the snake path. Do you believe you possess such merit? That so-called underworld is evidently unique to the planet depicted in the video. I have only heard of a pure land in our world. While the Sage of the Six Paths must be akin to the celestial deities of our planet, correct? Stop rambling. The Sage of the Six Paths is merely a legend. Whether he truly exists is anyone's guess. As the chatter continued, Sun Wukong reached the end of the snake path, arriving at a terminus adorned in the shape of a serpent's tail, with nothing ahead but emptiness. After 6 months of relentless running, he finally stood at the end of the snake path, and all weariness vanished from his being as he eagerly scanned the surroundings for the King of Worlds. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up at the sky. A small planet floated above, distinctly a planet rather than an asteroid. Sun Wukong was momentarily astounded. He had never before seen such a diminutive planet. Its size was less than 1/10 that of the mountain he called home. leaving him to ponder how such a planet could have formed and why it hovered in the sky. Not just he, but the entire ninja realm was left utterly astonished by this peculiar world. Their perceptions had been utterly shattered by the bizarre realities of the Dragon Ball universe. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. He believed the King of Worlds must reside on that small planet, and landing there would surely lead him to his destination. With that thought, he crouched slightly, bent his knees, and propelled himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, for reasons unknown, Sun Wukong's leap veered off course, bypassing the small planet rather than heading directly toward it, leaving him uncertain of his trajectory. He smacked his forehead, realizing that his 6 months of running along the snake path had left him somewhat disoriented, even affecting his control over his own strength. Fortunately, he was skilled in the art of flight, and he could easily adjust his position and return. As he contemplated this, he suddenly felt an immense gravitational pull emanating from the small planet. The gravity of the King's planet was 10 times that of planet Dragon Ball, and even as he merely glided past, the powerful force was sufficient to draw him towards it. Thus, Sun Wukong found himself plummeting onto the King's planet, landing unceremoniously on the ground in a tangled heap. Though his current state was rather disheveled, his spirits remained high, for he had finally reached his intended destination. However, when he attempted to rise, he noticed something amiss. His body felt impossibly heavy, as if a colossal weight bore down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up with trembling hands, standing with great effort, each step requiring every ounce of strength he could muster. Surveying his surroundings, he found that while the King's planet was small, its environment was remarkably pleasant. The air was fresh, the grass was soft, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. Amidst this natural beauty stood a villa. Yes, a villa on this tiny, inconspicuous planet, complete with a convertible parked at the entrance. The Ninja Realm spectators were left speechless. It was one thing for someone to reside on this small planet, but to own a sports car seemed utterly pointless. One could circle the planet with a single press of the gas pedal. As Sun Wukong endeavored to acclimate to the planet's gravity, a black-furred monkey bounded out of the villa, curiously regarding him. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up instantly as he greeted the monkey. "Hello? Are you the King of Worlds? My name is Sun Wukong, and I have come to train with you." Chapter 15, Tenfold Gravity? Is that all? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Betrayal scratched his head. Although he could comprehend human language, he was unable to articulate his thoughts, leaving him perplexed and at a loss for words. However, he soon cast aside these troubles, for it had been ages since he had encountered any visitors on King Kai's planet, and the arrival of someone here to train brought him immense joy. He began to dance exuberantly, seemingly performing a welcoming ceremony to celebrate Sun Wukong's arrival. As he danced, he let out comical, guttural roars that appeared quite ridiculous. Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, unable to decipher Betrayal's actions, but then a thought struck him. Could this be the training method of Lord King Kai? He promptly mimicked Betrayal's movements, jumping along with him. Each step felt incredibly burdensome, as if immense weights were pressing down upon his shoulders and legs, making each movement laborious. Yet, the more challenging it became, the more exhilarated he felt. It seemed his initial assumption was correct. This was indeed a form of physical conditioning. If he continued to leap alongside Lord King Kai, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Thus, the unlikely duo danced an awkward jig on the tiny planet, eliciting a wave of embarrassment among the spectators from the ninja world. What on earth? Is Sun Wukong really that dim-witted? Lord King Kai, that title sounds formidable. How could it possibly belong to this unassuming monkey? It's hard to fathom that such a simpleton could become a powerful warrior, let alone the strongest on this planet. It's utterly unbelievable. With such a mindset, this fellow would have perished countless times in our ninja world. It seems Dragon Ball Star is indeed a haven of harmony. Enough already. After all, it's merely a small planet with a combat power of just over 400. There's no need to be so critical. Exactly. He is not a so-called ninja, but a warrior protecting Dragon Ball Star, without the need for underhanded schemes like yours. Let me guess, you're from the land of fire, right? Only someone from your nation would utter such Navi words. You scoundrel. You clearly hail from the land of lightning, a warmonger with no right to criticize me. Setting aside the warm and friendly exchanges on the public screen, let's return to Sun Wukong. He followed Betrayal in dancing, panting heavily, even after only a short while on this planet. He felt more exhausted than after completing an entire serpentine path. At that moment, the only building on King Kai's planet, a villa, suddenly opened its doors. Sun Wukong, maintaining his dancing posture, turned to look, and out came a short, rotund figure. A plump little creature with blue skin, clad in a black robe that enveloped his entire body. Resembling a long-legged barrel, sharp ears protruded from either side of his head, and several antennae extended from his visage, topped with two slender black appendages, giving him an appearance akin to a cockroach come to life. The viewers from the ninja world were taken aback by this bizarre appearance, questioning how individuals from the Dragon Ball universe could be so peculiar. However, Sun Wukong felt no sense of unease, having encountered even stranger beings on Dragon Ball Star. Including numerous panda-like creatures, he found nothing particularly odd about this one. King Kai observed Betrayal, then glanced at Sun Wukong, who was mimicking the same movements, and tilted his head in puzzlement, asking, "What are you two doing?" Even Sun Wukong, with his carefree nature, couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. He sheepishly scratched his head and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, sent here by the deity of Dragon Ball Star to train under Lord King Kai. I've already greeted him, and now I'm training alongside him." The spectators in the ninja world collectively cursed in their hearts. This Sun Wukong is truly a fool. It is glaringly obvious that the one speaking to you is the true King Kai, while that monkey is merely a side character. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's presence shattered the ordinary citizen's perception of what it meant to be a powerful warrior. In their minds, strong ninjas were always composed and strategic, embodying the wisdom of a master tactician. Yet, Sun Wukong's antics shattered their illusions, revealing that strength bore no correlation to intellect. Even the mightiest could possess a rather simple-minded demeanor. Only one individual stood with his mouth agape, staring incredulously at the screen. Naruto Uzumaki. He was astonished. He was truly astonished. Throughout his life, he had been derided as a fool and an idiot, growing accustomed to such insults. Yet today, what did he see? This young man before him appeared even more naive and endearing than he was, and Sun Wukong felt like a kindred spirit to him, evoking a sense of familiarity he had never experienced before. This feeling was, in fact, quite natural, considering that Sun Wukong served as a prototype for many spirited protagonists in subsequent manga. It was only normal for Naruto to reflect some of Sun Wukong's traits. In truth, one could argue that Sun Wukong resembled Naruto's true father more than Minato Namake's did. Naruto's intense emotions were detected by the Sky Screen system, which underwent a subtle transformation, unnoticed by anyone in the ninja world. The image of King Kai on screen smirked slightly before introducing himself and clarifying that Betrayal was merely his pet. Feeling quite awkward, he scratched his head sheepishly and proceeded with his own introduction. King Kai smiled and said, "I see, since you are from Dragon Ball Star, that makes sense. You should know that the gravity here is 10 times that of Dragon Ball Star, meaning you must endure the weight equivalent to tenfold your own. This will be quite a strain on your body. Of course, you are welcome to train under me, as King Enma's approval for your serpentine path indicates his faith in your character. However, there is a small test you must pass before I can officially begin your training." Sun Wukong clenched his fists and resolutely replied, "Please, present the challenge." King Kai, upon hearing this, revealed a mischievous grin. "You must tell me a joke that makes me laugh before I can begin your formal instruction." "What?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a request from King Kai. He crossed his arms and earnestly pondered the jokes he had heard in the past, while simultaneously, the viewers from the ninja world engaged in discussion. 10 times the gravity? So my weight would increase tenfold? An adult ninja, after training, typically weighs around 130 pounds. Multiplied by 10, that would be 300 pounds. And 2,000 pounds equals a ton, which means Sun Wukong's burden is still less than a ton. This is just too pathetic. Chapter 16. Since you are unwilling to submit, let us team up to challenge Raditz. A weight of 1 ton is sufficient to crush an ordinary person. However, for ninjas, it poses little challenge. These ninjas can shatter rock with a single punch through their physical prowess, their bodies as resilient as steel. Those endowed with extraordinary strength can even support the weight of a wall with one hand. Consequently, they find it difficult to comprehend why merely increasing their own gravitational weight tenfold would render them as incapacitated as Sun Wukong. In the venue of the Chunin exams, the announcement of the conclusion was made by Shina Ibiki. Nevertheless, the celestial video continued, necessitating their presence for a while longer. At this juncture, Tintin approached Shaoli, gently nudging his arm with her elbow as she whispered, "Shaoli, if I recall correctly, Teacher Guy instructed you to bear a significant weight, did he not?" Xiaoli nodded in affirmation. Tintin continued her inquiry. Approximately how heavy is that weight? Is it around 1 ton? Xiaoli scratched his head, admitting that he had not measured the weight precisely. Thus, he could only provide an estimate. It should be around 1 ton for one leg. But I am confident that this is by no means my limit. I shall continuously surpass myself to prove to you all that even without ninjutsu. Tintin quickly turned her head away, no longer wishing to entertain Xiaoli's declarations of self-validation. His incessant need to prove himself had already begun to weary her. At that moment, Niji approached, quietly remarking, "It seems I am not the only one who feels this way. The man named Sun Wukong appears rather weak, does he not? A mere 1 ton of weight is somewhat burdensome for a lower-ranked ninja, but this individual possesses a combat power exceeding 400, comparable to that of A.J. Nin. Moreover, he specializes in taijutsu. Why then does his physical strength and power seem so feeble?" Tintin responded with a smile. Perhaps this fellow's combat power has been overestimated. Or maybe, the battle powers of our worlds do not align. Niji and Tintin shared this realization, and the more they contemplated it, the more logical it seemed. As taijutsu practitioners, they were keenly observant of the celestial video, having studied the techniques displayed by those individuals. Their analysis revealed that while the taijutsu exhibited was indeed sophisticated, the combat power did not correspond to the numbers detected. Take their leader, Teacher Guy, as an example. Might Guy's combat power reached 600 points. However, based on performance, even Raditz, who possessed over 1,000 points, did not surpass Might Guy in strength. Thus, it appeared that the efficiency with which they utilized power in their ninja world was extraordinarily high, even by cosmic standards. The same 100 points of combat power yielded far greater potential for ninjas than for warriors from other planets, which constituted their greatest advantage. The notions they conceived were shared on the public screen, swiftly garnering unanimous agreement. Some even took to mocking the situation directly on the screen. This Sun Wukong fellow is truly laughable. Possessing 400 points of combat power, he should at least be at the J-Nin level. Yet he struggles to walk under a ton of weight. What a disgrace to J-Nin. A mere 1 ton? Our J-Nin from the Cloud Village trained under weights exceeding 5 tons. This Sun Wukong is clearly a fraud. How could he possibly compare to our J-Nin? Our ninjas are the strongest in the ninja world. No, the strongest in the universe. As Sun Wukong commenced his training, the narrative of the video entered a mundane phase, leading the audience to engage in spirited discussions regarding the absurdity of his training methods, catching monkeys, capturing locusts. Was this truly training? It seemed more like child's play. The viewers began to feel boredom creeping in, even contemplating switching to other programs. Yet they found themselves unable to do so as the celestial remote control was beyond their grasp. Just as the audience languished in ennui, the celestial video suddenly displayed a line of text. Ding! Detection of the ninja world's strong skepticism regarding the combat power in the Dragon Ball universe. The Dragon Ball Boss Challenge is officially underway. The rules of the challenge are as follows. 1. The ninja world will be the challengers, selecting a team of 10 to confront the bosses from the Dragon Ball universe that have previously appeared in the video. The member list will be determined by the denizens of the ninja world themselves. 2. All bosses challenged will be mere replicas, regardless of the outcome. They will be obliterated post-match. 3. The battlefield for both parties will be chosen from a random planet, ensuring it is a habitable environment for both sides, avoiding inhospitable locations like the Sun or Jupiter. 4. If the boss is vanquished, the Ninja World's challenge team will be declared victorious. Conversely, if all 10 members of the ninja team are eliminated, they will be deemed defeated. 5. The match will be time-limited to 12 hours. If the challengers fail to defeat the boss within this time frame, they will be judged as defeated. 6. The rules of this challenge were numerous, yet the ninjas patiently absorbed every detail. To be frank, their enthusiasm for such a contest was lukewarm, as ninjas typically engaged in missions for monetary rewards. Without such incentives, their motivation to fight dwindled. However, upon glimpsing the rewards for victory, their eyes widened in astonishment, unable to divert their gaze. Victory rewards: 100 senzu beans, 10 volumes of martial arts techniques from the Dragon Ball universe, 1 opportunity to fulfill any wish. The rewards will be distributed among the 10 members post-victory. The instant this reward was unveiled, the entire ninja world erupted in excitement. While they were unfamiliar with senzu beans and had little interest in the martial arts techniques, the chance to fulfill any wish was a tantalizing prospect. If the celestial proclamation held true, this was an opportunity to realize any desire, truly extraordinary. Far from being limited to the ordinary ninjas struggling to make ends meet, even the daime and the kage of the 5 great nations found themselves restless. The 4th Raikage, boldly declared on the public screen, "I am the 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village, and I now represent the entire Cloud Village in addressing the ninja world. The slots for this boss challenge will be claimed entirely by my Cloud Village. No other individuals or factions shall interfere, or else my village shall not show mercy." Upon utterance of these words, the ninja world erupted in uproar. While it was common knowledge that the Cloud Village was formidable, such audacity was unprecedented. To proclaim dominance over all challenge slots was tantamount to denying others even a taste of the opportunity. The 3rd Kazakage, Anoki, you truly underestimate us of the Rock Village. Do not think that your strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. Do not forget that your father, the 3rd Raikage, was defeated by us. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Raikage, your demands are somewhat excessive. If you retract your statement, Konoha will overlook this incident. The 4th Kazakage, Raza, when Konoha was under the protection of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, they distributed tailed beasts among the villages. I did not expect the Cloud Village to be even more domineering than the Konoha of yore. It remains to be seen whether you can withstand the ire of our 4 great nations. Acting Mizukage, Terumi Mei, just checking in to berate you for a moment. The ninja world responded with a collective murmur of disbelief. Chapter 17. The 5 great nations share benefits. Kagami Mei, the newly appointed acting Mizukage, would have likely remained in obscurity for years had it not been for the emergence of the Heavenly Curtain. Since the demise of the 4th Mizukage, the Village of Mist has been under the dominion of Elder Yuan. Without the necessity for someone to speak in the name of the Mizukage due to the Heavenly Curtain's appearance, Yuan would not have hastily appointed the young Kagami Mei to this position. Thus, Kagami Mei exhibited a palpable disinterest in making statements during this Heavenly Curtain event. Her mere presence was intended to signal to other villages that Mist also possessed a leader. As long as she was not disregarded, her mission was deemed accomplished. However, such a lackluster attitude irked Elder Yuan, who reprimanded her sternly within the confines of the Mizukage office. Ultimately, following Yuan's directives, she reluctantly published some formulaic remarks criticizing the Cloud Village on the public screen, thereby placating the obstinate elder. This minor episode involving Kagami Mei did not significantly alter the overarching dynamics of the ninja world, as the collective focus remained on the vehement denunciation of the 4th Raikage. Meanwhile, the 4th Raikage, appeared almost oblivious to the uproar surrounding him. Regardless of the external criticisms hurled in his direction, he chose to remain silent, seemingly impervious to the discourse. It was only after the clamor began to diminish that he finally rose to address the assembly. 4th Raikage, given the circumstances, let us forego the notion of Cloud Village monopolizing all the slots and instead advocate for an equitable division of all slots among the 5 great nations. This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Initially, many believed that the Cloud Village's arrogance had provoked such a response from the Raikage. However, upon revealing his true intentions, the smaller nation's ninjas gasped in disbelief. The Raikage of the Cloud Village was indeed cunning to the core. Had he proposed a coalition among the 5 great nations from the outset, lingering mistrust would have likely hindered any such alliance. Conversely, the smaller nations were more inclined to band together, potentially forming a 6th faction to vie for a share of the spoils. Yet, with the 4th Raikage's maneuvering, the 4 major nations that had previously condemned him were swiftly drawn into his camp. If the 5 great nations united to suppress the smaller nations, the latter would stand no chance of resistance. Furthermore, this newly formed alliance would naturally gravitate towards the Cloud Village, as it was the 4th Raikage's proposal, and the Land of Lightning held considerable strength among the 5. What had once been a perception of the 4th Raikage as a mere brute skilled in combat now transformed into a recognition of his astute intellect. Seated at his desk, the 4th Raikage clapped his hands and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Sukadai, your strategy is indeed remarkably effective." The one-eyed ninja, Sukadai, smiled and bowed, acknowledging the Raikage's praise. "Your Excellency, I merely exploited the herd mentality." "Enough of that," the 4th Raikage said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Summon B, we shall depart shortly for this challenge." At this, Sukadai interjected, "That is out of the question. Your Excellency, your esteemed status is the spiritual pillar of our Cloud Village, and I cannot permit you to take such risks." Though the rewards displayed on the heavenly curtain were indeed enticing, the origins of such a phenomenon were shrouded in mystery, and it would be unwise for a village leader to recklessly engage in perilous endeavors. He implored the Raikage to prioritize the greater good and to refrain from acting impulsively. While the fourth Raikage was indeed impulsive, he was also capable of heeding wise counsel, though he was confident in his own abilities. The unknown nature of the heavenly curtain warranted caution. After deliberation, he concluded, "In that case, we shall not participate either. Let Darui take a powerful elite Chunin in my stead." The Cloud Village boasted numerous elite-level ninjas, including the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujido. However, the same rationale applied. Regardless of his status as a leader or Jinchuriki, venturing into the unknown posed risks, and he did not perceive defeating a being like Raditz as a formidable challenge. Given that there were 10 slots, it was likely that the other ninja villages would dispatch elite Chunin akin to Darui, with such a plethora of skilled ninjas participating. Overcoming this boss would be relatively straightforward. The crucial factor was whether the Cloud Village could secure the opportunity to make a wish after the battle. Other ninja villages shared similar sentiments, desiring the rewards of the heavenly curtain while fearing it to be a trap. Thus, they opted to send only their strongest elite Chunin instead of their top-tier ninjas. In the Land of Rain, within the central tower, Konan stood by the window, gazing intently at the heavenly curtain. She then turned to Nagato and inquired, "Should we send someone to contend for these slots?" The fourth Raikage Gambit had indeed outmaneuvered the ninjas from the 5 great nations. Smaller nations found themselves too intimidated to make a move, merely watching as the 10 slots were snatched up by the major powers. However, the Akatsuki was different. If they truly wished to contend, they could potentially oust one of the 5 great nations and take their place. Nagato, seated within a colossal wooden barrel, appeared gaunt and frail, connected to numerous tubes that extended into the pitch-black underground cavern. He did not rush to respond, instead closing his eyes in contemplation. The central tower fell into silence, with only the sound of rain and thunder echoing around them. After a considerable time, Nagato opened his eyes and shook his head. "There is no need. Let the 5 great nations vie amongst themselves." Konan, expressionless, nodded in agreement. She too favored a watchful approach. The notion of fulfilling any wish was far too fantastical. Even with the Rinnegan, Nagato could not grant anyone's desires. In his view, the heavenly curtain was more likely a trap set by someone, thus allowing the 5 great nations to first test the waters and ascertain the veracity of these so-called rewards. Moreover, the Akatsuki was still in its formative stages. Prematurely exposing themselves to the scrutiny of the ninja world could spell trouble. With Nagato's thoughts affirmed, Konan wasted no time, employing the body flicker technique to summon all Akatsuki members. As the ethereal figures illuminated upon the fingers of the Outer Path statue, an enthusiastic voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Haydn exclaimed, "I've been calling you for ages. Finally some response. Hurry, give the order. I want to sacrifice that Raditz fellow to Lord Jashin." Haydn had longed to confront the so-called Scion since the heavenly curtain's initial appearance. The allure of an extraterrestrial being fascinated him. Presenting such a being as a sacrifice would surely delight Lord Jashin. However, to his dismay, Conan's words doused his excitement with a cold reality. The leader had already decreed that all organization members were forbidden from participating in this challenge and must not divulge any information regarding the organization. Otherwise, severe punishments would ensue. Chapter 18. Undercurrents. Before the match, Phaeton's eyes widened like bronze bells, his phantom flickering with intense emotional turbulence. He glared at Konan and said with a harsh tone, "Why can't we go? We could just participate not under the Akatsuki's name, right? And where's the leader? Why haven't I seen him?" In response to Phaeton's inquiries, Konan remained utterly impassive, her voice cold as she stated, "I am merely conveying the leader's orders. There is no need for Pain to appear personally." With a hint of mockery, she added, "If you insist on seeing him, I can relay your message." Phaeton, who had initially been brimming with indignation, fell silent upon hearing her words. It would be absurd to disturb the leader over such trivial matters. He would undoubtedly face punishment. Though he possessed an immortal body, it did not mean he was immune to pain. Being struck would still hurt and serve no purpose. If it were for the sake of offering a sacrifice to the evil god, he could endure some pain, but suffering for no reason was another matter. He preferred to conserve his energy for the evil god. With Phaeton subdued, the others refrained from voicing further dissent, and the challenge match faded into obscurity. Each person harbored their own thoughts, dispelling their illusions as the dark space housing the outer path golem returned to tranquility. In the land of Rice, within a dim underground cavern, two men with grim expressions faced each other in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. One was cloaked in black, his visage concealed beneath a mask, while the other appeared sickly pale, his long, soft hair cascading over his shoulders. Adorned in a long robe with a purple cord around his waist, none other than the legendary Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninjas. After a brief moment, Orochimaru broke the silence, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not disclose the events of today. It holds no benefit for me." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure hesitated before removing his hood, revealing himself to be Raza, the fourth kazakage of Sunigakure. He tucked his mask into his robe, crossing his arms with evident disdain in his eyes. "Orochimaru, do you truly comprehend how unique my identity is? Why must you summon me here?" Raza's contempt for Orochimaru was palpable. He looked down upon him with utter revulsion. If it weren't for the impending conflict with Konoha, he would never stoop to engaging with such a despicable rogue ninja. As a village leader, he represented the pinnacle of power within the shinobi world, and merely locking eyes with Orochimaru felt like an affront to his dignity. The disdain on Raza's face was unmistakable, but Orochimaru, ever composed, simply smiled. Some matters are too sensitive to relay through others. They must be discussed face to face. "Speak quickly. I have no time to waste on you," Raza retorted. Orochimaru then shifted directly to the point. "Regarding the slots for the upcoming boss battle, can Sunigakure spare one for me?" Raza's brows furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a request. "You express interest in such matters? Are you not concerned about exposing your information in the arena, risking pursuit from Konoha and other offended factions?" Orochimaru's smile turned sinister as he replied, as if any of the five Kage would dare step into the arena themselves. "If I am not mistaken, none of the Kage will personally participate in this challenge, and even the strongest ninjas from their villages will remain behind, sending only elite jonin who can afford to be sacrificed." Raza frowned, realizing the truth in Orochimaru's words. Prior to this meeting, he had already discussed with the other Kage in the independent chatroom of the arena, confirming that none were willing to personally engage. All would send their elite ninjas in their stead. Not wishing to linger on this topic, he redirected the conversation. "If Sunigakure were to relinquish a slot, what price would you be willing to pay?" Orochimaru smiled, then produced a massive sealing scroll, thick as a barrel and towering over a person, oozing a viscous, repulsive liquid. He tossed it to the ground before Raza. Inside the scroll are 1,000 C and D-rank ninjutsu, along with 200 million Ryo and various military supplies. Raza's eyes lit up at the offer, yet he did not reach for the scroll, repulsed by its slimy exterior. Instead, a multitude of sand gold emerged from his robe, taking the form of hands to open the scroll, which he examined carefully. After a moment, he looked up, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. "Deal. However, I must remind you that this slot is being sold to the land of Rice, not to Orochimaru." "Understood," Orochimaru replied dismissively. With the negotiations concluded, Raza departed hastily, as if escaping from a foul-smelling restroom. Once he left, Kabuto Yakushi emerged from the shadows, a faint smile adorning his face. "Lord Orochimaru, you were prepared to eliminate that man, so why did you suddenly abandon the plan and let him go?" Before Raza's arrival at the base, Orochimaru had indeed instructed Kabuto to prepare for the assassination of the fourth Kazakage. However, Orochimaru had unexpectedly changed his mind, rendering Kabuto's preparations futile, prompting his inquiry. Orochimaru licked his lips and explained, "The arena is currently active. Killing him could easily attract the attention of others. Besides, he is of little importance, merely a pawn. His absence will not disrupt our plans." Kabuto nodded in understanding, then inquired, "So, who shall we send to participate in the boss battle? Shall it be Kimimaro?" Orochimaru shook his head, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "You will find out in due time." Due to the interference of the arena, the second round of the Chunin exams was postponed, but such trivial matters no longer held significance in the shinobi world. All eyes turned toward the impending boss battle. In truth, the vast majority of shinobi had never witnessed a battle between ninjas. Nobles often hired ninjas but rarely risked their lives, while commoners were treated as expendable. When they finally witnessed two ninjas clashing in their village, it often meant their own demise was imminent. Thus, opportunities to collectively observe a ninja battle were exceedingly rare, especially when the combatants were of the elite jonin level. Therefore, on the day the boss match commenced, The entire shinobi world, be they nobles or commoners, set aside their affairs to gaze upon the impending clash. Meanwhile, on the arena screen, Sun Wukong continued his training under the guidance of the King of Worlds. While on the other side of the blank space, the participating shinobi had been transported to a peculiar realm. Chapter 19. The unexpected competitor. The boss battle officially commences as participants from the 5 great nations enter the arena. This so-called arena is a planet comparable in size to the ninja world, featuring a diverse array of terrains, including mountains, rivers, and even snow-capped peaks, all meticulously crafted to replicate the landscape of the ninja realm. The first to enter the arena are the representatives from the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. These two are regarded as the most formidable middle-generation ninjas in Konoha, though they have yet to reach the legendary status of the Sannin, which does not fully represent the village's heritage. Nevertheless, their combat prowess is significant, allowing them to hold their own against shadow-level adversaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen had contemplated inviting either Jiraiya or Tsunade to participate, as this event greatly concerns the honor of the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he himself may seem timid, he harbors a desire for the ninjas of Konoha to excel, thereby enhancing his standing before the other leaders. However, this proposal was met with staunch opposition from Mito Kazuma, Tika, and Shimura Danzo. The united dissent from his 3 companions took him by surprise, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly send Kakashi and Guy to represent Konoha. Upon their arrival, the duo remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Gradually, 8 additional participants appeared before them, their sudden emergence sparking intrigue. Kakashi scrutinized the competitors from other villages. He recognized one from the Hidden Cloud Village, a ninja named Durui, who is rumored to be the right-hand man of the 4th Raikage. Another, whose name eludes him, emanated a palpable aura of threat, suggesting he too was a capable elite J-nin. From the Hidden Stone Village, 2 renowned figures emerged, Akatsuchi, the bodyguard of the 3rd Tsuchikage, and Kuratsuchi, the leader of the Explosive Release Unit. Akatsuchi's prowess is notable, ranking among the elite J-nin, which explains his esteemed position as the Tsuchikage's protector. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, famed for her explosive ninjutsu, indicates the strength of the middle-generation ninjas from the Stone Village. Upon spotting the representatives from the Hidden Mist Village, Kakashi's pupils constricted. There stood Ao, an elite J-nin of the Mist, accompanied by a less-known J-nin whose presence lacked considerable strength. The two appeared significantly weaker compared to the earlier competitors, both in chakra and overall imposing presence. Kakashi's reaction stemmed from the sight of the sealing runes etched onto the eye patch worn by the J-nin. Underneath, it concealed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, a member of the Hyuga main family fell into an ambush set by the Mist, destroying one Byakugan before perishing, while the other was captured. Kakashi's gaze turned to Ao, whose expression remained unfazed, meeting Kakashi's stare with unyielding resolve. Might Guy blinked, first glancing at Kakashi, then at Ao, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Maki from the Hidden Sand approached, standing between the 2 factions to mediate. Let us all remain calm. I understand that there have been past conflicts between the Leaf and Mist, but we are here for a different purpose. Internal strife before our mission is ill-advised. Kakashi, a pragmatic individual, averted his gaze from Ao. However, the atmosphere remained suffocatingly tense. This was the restraint of elite J-nin. Had the assembly comprised lower-ranked ninjas, there might have been banter or even combat, but the ambience would not have been as stifling. The J-nin present, esteemed figures in their respective villages, represented their clans. And under the scrutiny of the entire ninja world, they dared not tarnish their village's reputation. The most prudent course of action was silence, rendering this assembly of 10 elite ninjas distinctly awkward from the outset. Just as the silence lingered, an unexpected alarm shattered the stillness, startling everyone. Kakashi and Guy immediately adopted a defensive stance, while the others brandished their weapons, alert and prepared for any eventuality. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from the sky. Detection indicates that one of the participants is under external control. Immediate measures will be taken to sever the control and restore their physical state to peak condition. Confusion washed over Kakashi and his comrades. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before them. The 2 contestants from the Hidden Sand Village included Maki, who had previously escorted Gaara during the CH-nin exams, and another figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe, obscuring their face entirely. The figure emanated a blinding white light that pierced through the seams of the robe, rendering it difficult for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. With a piercing scream, the cloaked figure's garment was torn to shreds, and amidst the blinding radiance, a middle-aged man gasped for breath. He sported tousled blue hair, donned a white kazakage robe, and exuded an air of confident strength. Upon recognizing the man's face, Kakashi and his companions were momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of bewilderment, ultimately culminating in their collective exclamation, "The third kazakage?" Indeed, the other contestant from the hidden sand village was none other than the third kazakage, or more accurately, his reanimated form through the Edo Tensei technique. This was Orochimaru's intention, to utilize the Edo Tensei to probe the capabilities of the celestial space, which is why he had requested a spot from the fourth kazakage, Raza. Orochimaru had initially planned to oversee the battle from the ninja realm while manipulating the third kazakage, eager to ascertain whether the celestial space could detect his influence. However, he was caught off guard when the third kazakage entered the arena and was discovered before he could make a move. Had it been merely the reanimation of the third kazakage, it would not have been a significant loss. Such powerful souls were plentiful, and he would not lament the absence of one. However, what astonished him was that the celestial space did not discard the reanimated kazakage back to the ninja realm or obliterate him, but rather employed an unknown method to restore him to life. At this moment, Orochimaru, disguised as a Sound Village Chunin, stood on the streets of Konoha, gazing skyward at the celestial space. Observing the revitalized third kazakage, radiating vitality without a trace of decay, Orochimaru's excitement manifested as he licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with golden light. This was not merely the lifting of the Edo Tensei, but a genuine resurrection. The third kazakage, Sandaime Kazakage, was now truly alive. The celestial space possessed the capacity to resurrect the deceased, thus rendering the possibility of fulfilling any wish a reality. If the dead could be revived so effortlessly, then the notion of realizing any desire might indeed hold truth. At that moment, a sense of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have personally sought to seize this opportunity. Missing out on the chance to fulfill a wish was truly lamentable. Chapter 20. The Resurrection of the Third Kazakage and the Emergence of the Boss. The third Kazakage stood still, gasping for breath, while Kakashi and the others remained frozen in silence. This planet, specifically crafted for competition, was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness. The onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention towards Maki. Feeling the weight of their stares, Maki, though uncomfortable, sighed and steeled himself to approach the third Kazakage. After all, he was the leader of his own village, and there was no escaping his gaze. With a stiff smile, he greeted the Kazakage. "Are you the esteemed third Kazakage? We have met before. I received the Outstanding Student Award from you just before the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War." Before Maki could finish his sentence, the third Kazakage abruptly lifted his gaze skyward, his eyes blazing with fury as he exclaimed, "Cursed Orochimaru! Damn Sasori! I shall not let you escape my wrath." With his roar, an overwhelming chakra surged forth from his being, exerting a terrifying pressure that nearly toppled Maki. Kakashi and the others felt this tremendous chakra as well. Struggling to breathe, their hearts gripped by fear. Although they were elite Chunin of their village, this was their first encounter with the oppressive aura of a Kaga-level powerhouse. During the Third Shinobi World War, they had merely been fledgling ninjas, never having the opportunity to confront such formidable foes. After years of relative peace in the ninja world, opportunities to witness Kaga-level strength had become exceedingly rare. As they felt the terrifying presence of the third Kazakage, the onlookers trembled, too fearful to move, lest they provoke the enraged leader. After approximately 10 minutes, the Kazakage gradually quelled his inner turmoil, his intellect returning to its usual sharpness. He turned his attention to the now sweaty Maki, and, taking a deep breath, said, "I remember you, the gifted lad from the Ninja Academy." Maki immediately straightened, bowing deeply at a perfect 90 degrees. "Thank you, esteemed third Kazakage, for remembering me. However, I am curious about your current state." With a resigned sigh, the Kazakage recounted his summoning by Orochimaru through the Edo Tensei technique, sharing the tale with everyone present in the ninja world. As he explained, the audience gained clarity. It turned out that his mysterious disappearance was orchestrated by the genius puppet master from Sunagakure, Sasori, who had betrayed him with poison. After his demise, his body had been transformed into a puppet, a fate most dire. This was not the end. After his death, his soul was resurrected and controlled by Orochimaru, rendering him a puppet in both body and spirit. Meanwhile, in her backyard fishing, Granny Chio dropped her fishing rod with a thud, yet remained oblivious. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, her expression frozen in disbelief at the revelations the third kazakage was disclosing. Observing his sister's state, the elder fishing nearby, Ebizo, sighed in resignation. Perhaps, for her, the betrayal of her grandson was more unbearable than the death of the third kazakage. In the land of rivers, amidst a wilderness, Sasori and Deidara were slowly traversing a path. Deidara glanced up at the sky, then smiled at Sasori. Brother Sasori, it seems your affairs have been exposed. Sunagakure will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly now. Unfazed, Sasori coldly replied, merely a swarm of ants. This is advantageous. I can use these Sunagakure ninjas to replenish my lost puppets. Brother Sasori, your confidence is impressive. Let us not waste time. We must complete our current mission first. The two continued toward their objective. Back at the arena, while the crowd felt profound sympathy for the third kazakage's plight, now was not the time for such discussions. Kakashi and the others had not forgotten their purpose for being there. Aware of the situation, the kazakage waved his hand and declared, "You need not concern yourselves with this battle. I shall handle that fellow named Raditz." The group had no objections, for they were in the presence of the most powerful kazakage, and his involvement meant their elite J-mean skills were unnecessary. However, they could not leave without contributing. Kakashi stepped forward, addressing the kazakage, esteemed third kazakage. Since we are here, it would be prudent to gather intelligence about this space, which is crucial for all 5 great nations. The kazakage nodded in agreement, and in an instant, Kakashi and the others vanished, dispersing in all directions to investigate the terrain and uncover the nature of this strange expanse. As they explored, they were increasingly astonished. This space had mountains, rivers, flora, and even storms. Essentially, it resembled a different version of the ninja world, albeit with distinct geographical features. Just as the previous sky had suggested, this was a randomly generated world, designed to ensure both combatants could unleash their full potential rather than a mere replica of the ninja realm. While Kakashi and his team continued their investigations, a meteor streaked across the sky, its descent creating a fiery trail as it plummeted to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the meteor struck, prompting Kakashi and the others to rush toward the site. Upon arrival, they found a massive crater from which a spherical spacecraft had opened, revealing Raditz, a long-haired figure emerging from within. The third kazakage, standing at the edge of the crater, squinted and inquired of Maki, "Is this our adversary?" Maki nodded and added, "His physical prowess is formidable. Please exercise caution to avoid his close combat. Additionally, he wields a long-range jutsu akin to the tailed beast bomb, which possesses great power." Understood. The kazakage replied, stepping onto a cloud of black sand and iron, ascending slowly into the sky. Raditz, upon exiting his ship and noticing the throng surrounding him, initially hesitated before smirking and murmuring to himself, "So these are the natives of this planet? Kakarot is truly a fool to have left so many alive." Instinctively, he pressed against his temple, attempting to gauge the battle prowess of those present, only to realize that the combat power detector he usually wore was missing. Glancing back at the spacecraft, he found no trace of it. Had he forgotten it somewhere before departure? No matter. They are merely primitives from Dragon Ball. After I eliminate them, I can capture a few survivors and inquire about that fool Kakarot. Chapter 21. The mighty third wind Shadow Raditz could employ energy in his attacks. Yet he had not undergone systematic training like the martial artists of Dragon Ball, rendering him incapable of sensing the auras of others. With his power detector unexpectedly lost, he was left with no choice but to observe his surroundings with the naked eye. Around the deep pit where he had landed, several individuals were intently watching him, their expressions grave and devoid of any fear, which piqued his curiosity. Typically, the indigenous inhabitants of the planets he encountered would either flee in terror or gaze at him with curiosity. He surmised that these individuals had likely observed him from outer space, deliberately lying in ambush for him. Most conspicuous among them was a man clad in a white robe, arms crossed, standing atop a black cloud, his gaze coldly fixed on Raditz. This piercing gaze unsettled Raditz, reminding him of a certain Saiyan, the prodigious warrior and prince, Vegeta, who often regarded him in a similar manner. It appeared that this man was the leader of the group, and if that was the case, a confrontation was inevitable. Contemplating this, Raditz gradually ascended into the air, ultimately hovering a short distance before the third wind Shadow, confronting him in the skies. After scrutinizing Raditz closely, the third wind Shadow exhibited a hint of surprise, which quickly faded into composure. He noted that Raditz emitted no chakra fluctuations. Nor did he exude any semblance of murderous intent. He appeared merely as an ordinary individual. This was the peculiar nature of the Dragon Ball universe. Those untrained in energy could not perceive the strength of others' auras. Unlike the realms of Naruto or One Piece, where a mere glare from a powerful foe could instill a sense of dread in ordinary humans. In the eyes of Din, Cell might seem far more formidable than Majin Buu, given Cell's imposing and serious demeanor, whereas Majin Buu resembled a child wielding a toy gun. Bulma could not grasp the extent of Frieza's power. To her, Frieza and Krillin appeared as mere bald men, their strengths seemingly comparable. Presently, the Third Wind Shadow and Kakashi faced a similar dilemma. They sensed no imminent danger from Raditz, perceiving him as merely an ordinary individual capable of flight. Yet, they were not fools. His ability to fly indicated that he was anything but ordinary, suggesting a completely different training system. They would not underestimate him. After a brief standoff, the Third Wind Shadow spoke first. You chose not to strike immediately. It seems that, despite being a mere copy, you possess independent consciousness. A copy? Raditz furrowed his brow, perplexed by the man's words. The Third Wind Shadow had no intention of elaborating, coolly commanding, reveal everything you know, including any details of your memories and how you arrived here. If you can articulate this clearly, I may grant you a swift end. He sought intelligence regarding the Celestial. After all, Raditz had been created by the Celestial and appeared to harbor no loyalty towards it, potentially providing valuable information. Raditz erupted into raucous laughter, his expression brimming with disdain. I've never been threatened in such a manner before, and you dare call me a copy? How amusing. I've decided to indulge you for a while before I end your life. Unperturbed by Raditz's mockery, the Third Wind Shadow raised his right hand, pointing an index finger at him. In an instant, an abundance of iron sand surged from the earth, propelled into the sky. The sandstorm had discreetly located nearby iron veins, shattering countless ores into fine iron particles, transforming them into his weapon. The iron sand stirred a massive current of air, coalescing into a black wave that charged relentlessly towards Raditz. Magnet release, iron sand tsunami. This technique wielded immense power and an extensive range. The towering iron sand wave obscured the sun, rendering humans beneath it as feeble as a leaf adrift on a stormy sea. The spectators from the ninja world gasped in unison. Even the formidable five Kages appeared gravely concerned. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions simultaneously harbored a singular thought. Truly, the Third Wind Shadow, known as the strongest of all time, possessed a jutsu capable of altering the course of battle. Faced with such a terrifying assault, Raditz remained utterly motionless, merely regarding the Third Wind Shadow with a provocative glare. The Third Wind Shadow, fixated on Raditz, had devised multiple battle strategies in his mind. Regardless of how Raditz attempted to evade his attack, he would inevitably fall into one of the traps he had set. However, he did not anticipate that Raditz would remain completely still. He recalled Maki mentioning that Raditz was a master of physical combat. Typically, in battles with such formidable opponents, he would keep his distance and employ ranged tactics while the foe would attempt to close the gap for a decisive strike. He had never encountered a physical combatant who would not evade his assault. Even the so-called strongest shield, the Third Raikage, would not dare to withstand his attack head-on. No matter, I initially intended to capture him alive for questioning, but since he seeks his demise, I shall oblige. The iron sand tsunami swiftly engulfed Raditz, momentarily shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. The terrain was obliterated instantaneously. Rivers were rerouted, mountains crumbled, and the scene resembled an apocalyptic disaster. At that moment, the Celestial erupted with exclamations of disbelief. My heavens, is this truly a jutsu wielded by humans? This is utterly terrifying. To single-handedly alter the surrounding landscape. Even a mountain hundreds of meters high has been leveled. Is the Third Wind Shadow truly this powerful? It is said that the Third Wind Shadow is the strongest among all predecessors. Seeing this, he could contend as the mightiest among all five Kages in history. Do not speak nonsense. The strongest Kage is undoubtedly our third Hokage. Indeed, our third Hokage is an invincible warrior with a combat power of 4,800. He can easily vanquish Raditz, who has a combat power of 1,200. The Third Wind Shadow's might is indeed formidable, but I believe our third Hokage, with his 4,800 combat power, could achieve the same. He is the strongest Kage of all time. Nonsense. The strongest Kage is clearly our fourth Raikage. The chat on the Celestial's public screen erupted into chaos, while Kakashi and his companions in the arena were equally astonished. Kakashi, eyes widened with his Sharingan activated, exclaimed in admiration to Might Guy, "This chakra is extraordinary. It's my first time witnessing such a powerful jutsu. Indeed, this is the essence of burning youth." Might Guy said, his fists clenched in excitement, flames igniting in his eyes. Witnessing such formidable jutsu invigorated him immensely. However, Kakashi's experience was different. This was his second encounter with such potent chakra. The first was his father, Might Dewey, who had opened the 8 gates years ago to save him, and he dared assert that his father's chakra was at least equal to the third wind shadow's current might. Chapter 22. Unyielding. What an impressive ninjutsu. The third kazakage truly lives up to the title of the strongest, echoed Maki's voice, a unique form of wind release technique that transmitted his words clearly over great distances. In response to Maki's flattery, the third kazakage displayed no sign of delight, his heart remaining as still as the surface of a tranquil lake. After all, he had heard countless praises and gasps throughout his life, rendering him numb to the adulation of others. He raised his gaze to the heavens and shouted, "The battle has concluded. Why are we not yet teleported out? Do you intend to keep us imprisoned indefinitely?" The sky offered no reply, but the ground responded with a derisive chuckle. "You are quite presumptuous to declare the battle over without even verifying my demise." "What?" The third kazakage's pupils constricted, and he immediately looked down. There, amidst an endless sea of iron sand, a fissure opened, revealing Raditz encased in a transparent spherical barrier, lifting him skyward. From a distance, Maki gasped, "How is this possible? That guy is still alive. And he appears unscathed. This Raditz is indeed formidable." Daru, who had been observing for some time, lazily remarked, "Our village excels in taijutsu, and even someone like me, who specializes in ninjutsu, possesses physical prowess far superior to that of ordinary ninjas. I can confidently assert that even the fourth Raikage would not have emerged unscathed from the third Kazakage's attack." The onlookers no longer underestimated Raditz. He was far stronger than what had been portrayed in the broadcast. Although they could not fathom the reasons, they sensed that this confrontation would not be an easy one. Raditz dusted off the particles around his barrier and mockingly addressed the third Kazakage. "You nearly sullied my attire with such a lackluster attack. Is this all you have to offer, mere grains of sand?" At these words, the third Kazakage's fury ignited. This time, he resolved to hold nothing back. He spread his arms wide, palms facing the sky, as if lifting something monumental. With his gesture, the iron sand from the ground was once again drawn skyward. The scale of this technique surpassed the previous one, as if the nearby underground iron mines had been shattered into fine particles, enveloping the world in a shroud of iron sand, resembling a hellish landscape. Kakashi and the others, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily fled the scene. They had never encountered ninjutsu of such magnitude, and remaining there posed a grave risk to their lives. Sensing that his adversaries had distanced themselves from his attack range, the third Kazakage hesitated no longer. He clapped his hands together and bellowed, "Magnet release. Iron sand hell." Dozens of massive iron sand spikes encircled Raditz, and in the next instant, they unleashed a simultaneous assault. In an instant, Raditz was engulfed by a torrent of iron sand, which transformed into countless sharp blades, slicing mercilessly from within. But that was not the end. Over 100 more iron sand spikes joined the fray, conjuring a colossal whirlwind that violently tore apart everything in its path. Trees, rocks, water, clouds. All within a radius of several dozen miles, everything was obliterated by the merciless iron. Not only organic beings like humans, but even inorganic substances like rocks were ground to dust, becoming mere particles swirling in the air. The iron sand hell persisted for a full 30 minutes, until the endless iron sand lay flat upon the ground. The world fell silent, as if the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded had never occurred. The third Kazakage hovered in the sky, panting heavily. Sweat drenched his hair, and his complexion appeared ghastly pale. His chakra was nearly depleted, with only enough remaining to barely sustain the iron sand beneath him. Yet, he remained vigilant, for no message of success had yet reached him. He sat cross-legged upon the mound of iron sand, lost in contemplation. He had long since realized that Raditz possessed no chakra, rendering him unable to confirm his opponent's status through sensory ninjutsu. However, he firmly believed that Raditz could not have survived such an onslaught unscathed. Though his own chakra was exhausted, he was not without allies. Maki and the others were still present. The pressing concern was to have Maki and the others locate Raditz swiftly, allowing either himself or Maki to deliver the final blow. He was uncertain of the criteria by which rewards were distributed within this system. If they were based on the damage inflicted upon the enemy, then he would likely secure the ultimate wish opportunity. However, if they relied on the final kill, it would pose a dilemma, as his depleted chakra made it difficult for Maki to contend with the other 8 ninjas. Next, he needed to discreetly contact Maki and stealthily find Raditz to deliver the finishing blow, all while concealing the fact that his chakra had been exhausted. He could not afford to reveal this, for no one could predict how the other ninja nations would react. Just as he resolved to take action, an unsettling sensation surged in his heart, a feeling all too familiar. It was reminiscent of a time when he, as a mere genin, faced the relentless pursuit of a genin. The helplessness of a weakling confronted by overwhelming strength remained etched in his memory. Why? Why was this feeling of powerlessness suddenly resurfacing? With his current strength, who could instill such despair within him? A resonant hum filled the air, and a white energy wave cleaved through the sky, landing squarely upon the iron sand cloud where the third kazakage sat. Boom! A blinding white flash erupted from the heavens. The explosion's flames barely extending a few dozen meters, lacking the grandeur of the previous iron sand onslaught. Yet, the power of this strike was exceptionally subdued, appearing unremarkable on the surface, while its destructive force eclipsed that of the iron sand hell by several magnitudes. This spectacle was witnessed by the audience of the ninja world, who stared in disbelief. Did I just see that correctly? The third kazakage is dead? You did not misinterpret. That Raditz fellow is indeed alive and seemingly unscathed. A monster. That being is an absolute abomination. How can we possibly defeat such a creature when even the third kazakage's might could not fell him? Is it even a question? We must employ the magical light cannon. I'll use your... Panic erupted among the civilians and ninjas of the 5 great nations. In their minds, the title of Kage represented invincibility. Even when tales of Kage sacrificing themselves on the battlefield circulated, they were always met with awe. Never had they witnessed such a scene where the mightiest kazakage was utterly overwhelmed by an opponent, unable to inflict even a scratch upon the enemy throughout the entire encounter. What made matters worse was that their adversary was not even a denizen of the ninja world, but an extraterrestrial being, further exacerbating the public's terror. Chapter 23. The Purpose of the Canopy and the Deception of the 5 Shadows in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, devoid of any inclination to smoke, pacing anxiously with brows furrowed deeply. Having served as Hokage for several decades, his political acumen remained acute, and he immediately sensed the unsettling atmosphere enveloping Konoha. The recent events during the boss battle had instilled a profound sense of dread among the ninjas of Konoha. To be candid, even he had not anticipated the third Kazakage's devastating defeat. A flicker of fear regarding that scion lingered in his heart, let alone among the ninjas of Konoha, whose prowess paled in comparison. Mito Gate and TZ Korin shared equally grim expressions, their agitation escalating as they observed Hiruzen's restless pacing. Hiruzen, please stop. Danzo has already gone to suppress the rebellious elements taking advantage of the chaos. You are the backbone of Konoha. We need your guidance on this matter, Korin implored. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen halted his steps, casting a grave glance at the canopy before turning his attention to his 2 friends. We must consult with the other Kage. This is not the time for internal strife among the villages. The individual responsible for the canopy is clearly employing this tactic to undermine the morale of our ninjas. Their intentions extend beyond Konoha. They aim to challenge all of the ninja world. I must confer with the other Kage. Please wait here. With that, he returned to his seat, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. En and Korin exchanged glances, ultimately resigning themselves to their own seats. Hiruzen, utilizing the functionalities of the canopy, endeavored to reach out to the other 4 Kage. He had begun to fathom the objectives of the entity behind the canopy. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely the so-called Saiyans or a mysterious organization masquerading as them. This organization lurked in the depths of the ninja world, their ambitions targeting not just Konoha or any single village, but all ninjas. They were systematically eroding the confidence of the ninja ranks. And once they had thoroughly dismantled the morale of the 5 great nations, they would reveal themselves as Saiyans, leading to the capitulation of all ninjas and the eventual destruction of the ninja world. In his view, the 5 great shinobi villages were the very pillars of this world. Their absence would plunge it into a veritable hell, equating to the annihilation of existence itself. He established a chat group and promptly sent invitations to the other 4 Kage. Before long, the other four Kage joined the conversation. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak, Noki interjected, "We cannot allow this to continue. We must restore the confidence of our ninjas. Otherwise, our morale will crumble before the enemy even arrives." It was evident that the other four shared Hiruzen's sentiments, believing the canopy was a deliberate pre-battle propaganda tactic. The fourth Raikage, slammed his hand on the desk, albeit metaphorically, as the chat format only allowed for text. "You all make it sound simple, but how exactly do we proceed? If you had a solution, you would have implemented it already without needing this meeting to seek our opinions." While the ninjas possessed immense strength and combat intelligence, their political savvy was woefully lacking. The five of them pondered for a considerable time without arriving at a viable solution, until Mei Terumi, the acting Mizukage, voiced her uncertainty. "Could we perhaps apply our internal village strategies to the ninja world?" Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a light flickered in Hiruzen's mind. Mei's suggestion was indeed insightful. Although he might not excel in combating extraterrestrial foes, he was adept at orchestrating propaganda within the village. Now, it was merely a matter of extending the tactics used to sway the villagers of Konoha to encompass the entire ninja world. Shifting the role of the deceiver from himself to the five Kage, this seemed feasible. He articulated his thoughts and proposed a plan that would require the cooperation of the other Kage to be executed successfully. As he laid out his ideas, the other four Kage erupted in applause, acknowledging him as the master of internal conflicts within the ninja world, truly a genius at maneuvering against one's own. Shortly thereafter, the strategic discussions concluded, and the five exited the chat group. After the fourth Raikage left, he directed his Umbu to replace his shattered desk and then turned his gaze to the public chat window in the sky. As before, the chat was rife with fears regarding the Saiyans, even fostering notions of their invincibility. A moment later, the fourth Raikage began typing. "Fourth Raikage that Saiyan is truly insidious. He managed to defeat the third kazakage using such underhanded tactics. What a despicable individual." Upon posting, the speed of the chat's scrolling slowed significantly. After all, this was a message from the Raikage, instantly capturing the attention of all online viewers, who began to wonder about its implications. What did the Raikage mean? Wasn't he that Saiyan victorious in a direct confrontation with the third kazakage? The third kazakage had failed to breach the Saiyans' defenses. Why was he labeled as a despicable character? Before anyone could inquire further, someone was quick to respond to the Raikage's statement. "Third Tsuchikage Noki. Naturally, it is not only us ninjas who employ strategic methods in battle. Even beings from other worlds would not adhere to the principles of martial ethics." The spectators were captivated by the exchange, sensing an intriguing twist. Was there more to the third kazakage's defeat than met the eye? They had witnessed the battle in its entirety, yet could not discern any extraordinary tactics employed by the Saiyan named Raditz. Their curiosity was piqued, leaving them restless. A Nin from the Cloud Village could no longer contain himself and typed inquiringly. Nin 638, Raikage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. This sparked a wave of inquiries, with many ninjas echoing his curiosity, eager to uncover the specifics behind the third kazakage's downfall. Fourth Raikage, you lot are truly foolish. You cannot even comprehend such simple tactics? All your training has been to build muscle without any thought. You, who spoke first, must be from the Cloud Village, right? Go to the Thunder Cloud Cave and undergo the Lightning Release Body Refinement for 24 hours. Do not emerge until you are utterly exhausted. The Nin who had initially spoken shivered, resembling a wilted plant, as he trudged toward the Thundercloud Cave. Despite the punishment, the curiosity of the others remained unquenched as they lingered in the chat room, waiting for someone to illuminate the situation. Chapter 24, The Saiyans Conspiracy and the Shinobi Alliance at last. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the audience, another prominent figure began to speak. Fourth Kazakage Raza. The third Kazakage was my esteemed mentor, the one who imparted his skills to me. I never anticipated that he would fall victim to the machinations of that Saiyan and be defeated. I shall learn from this experience and ensure I do not err in the same manner again. And with that, he concluded. Indeed, that was all. The spectators of the ninja world were left waiting for clarity, only to discover that he was yet another riddle maker. The audience felt utterly exasperated, as each participant spoke only in half-truths, leaving them in confusion. Had they not been outmatched, they would have surely expressed their disdain. As the saying goes, digging a pit without filling it, leaving the bones to rot in the muck. Feeling the collective attention of the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen, The Hokage smirked, knowing it was finally his turn to take the stage. Instead of typing on the public screen, he chose to summon the remaining Konoha ninjas still in the village to gather before the Hokage building for an official address. The mobilization power of the ninja was formidable. With the Hokage's command, the entire village sprang into action. The crowd assembled on the street in front of the Hokage building, creating a blockade that left no room for passage. Sarutobi stood atop the Hokage building, using a microphone to address all the Konoha ninjas. One could only imagine their curiosity about how the third kazakage had met his downfall. The Konoha ninjas nodded in unison, eager to learn the truth behind the third kazakage's defeat. Sarutobi began his explanation. This battle was inherently unfair from the outset. The Suna ninja was ensnared by that individual known as Raditz, or rather, by the puppet master behind the celestial curtain. The crowd remained perplexed. They had witnessed the entire battle and found it hard to believe there was any underhandedness at play. How had the one behind the celestial curtain manipulated the events? Have you noticed that the iron sand controlled by Suna originated from nearby mines? Sarutobi continued. The iron ore there had been tampered with. It is a uniquely special mineral. Under ordinary circumstances, it appears as mere iron ore, but when manipulated by magnetic techniques, it transforms into a substance of extraordinary magnetism. The crowd exchanged baffled glances. While some ninjas possessed extensive knowledge of physics, the majority were mere practitioners, wielding kunai rather than engaging in theoretical discourse. Sarutobi's revelations touched upon their areas of ignorance. At that moment, a Jonin stepped forward, aligning with Sarutobi's assertions. Indeed, Lord Hokage, I have heard of such minerals. They are indeed peculiar. Upon recognizing the speaker as a Jonin, the crowd's skepticism dissipated, and they accepted the existence of this unusual mineral. However, this Jonin feigned hesitation, asking Sarutobi, but even if the opponent had laid a trap with this mineral, how does that relate to the third kazakage's defeat? Sarutobi mentally applauded this actor and resolved to reward him later. Have you considered that the Saiyan named Raditz never strayed far from his spacecraft? He retorted. The crowd pondered, realizing the truth in his words. Regardless of the scale of the third kazakage's jutsu, Raditz remained within the confines of his spacecraft, enduring the assault with sheer physical might. The issue lies within that spacecraft, Sarutobi elucidated. That vessel was also constructed from this highly magnetic iron sand. The moment the third kazakage attempted a magnetic assault, Raditz would retreat into the spacecraft, shielding himself from harm. Everyone understood the principle of like poles repelling each other. Thus, no matter how powerful the third kazakage's techniques, as long as he manipulated the unique iron sand, he could never injure Raditz. With this explanation, clarity dawned upon the crowd, and a wave of indignation surged within them. They were not merely aggrieved on behalf of the third kazakage, but rather incensed at themselves for having been intimidated by such tactics, nearly losing their fighting spirit. That puppet master behind the celestial curtain was truly despicable. They vowed never to let that individual fall into their hands. If they did, they would ensure he experienced the full extent of a ninja's torment. In truth, I find little fault in this, as the nature of ninja combat often involves employing every conceivable tactic. The crux of the matter is not the victory achieved, but rather the intent of the puppet master to undermine our confidence. Indeed, I am convinced that the puppet master harbored nefarious motives, seeking to destabilize our resolve and conceal his own insidious secrets. In an instant, the ninjas of Konoha united in a fervent alliance against the celestial curtain, calling for its destruction. Some even attempted to form hand seals to unleash jutsu upon the sky, but were promptly restrained by their comrades. Such recklessness within Konoha could lead to catastrophic consequences should a fire break out. Amidst the crowd, the members of Team 7 displayed a range of emotions in response to the charged atmosphere. Sakura gazed anxiously at the celestial curtain, worried for Kakashi-sensei, who was still engaged in the challenge. If, as the others suggested, the puppet master was indeed an enemy of Konoha, Kakashi's situation could be perilous. She glanced at Sasuke, noticing him fixated on the screen. He appeared ready to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. It seemed he too was deeply concerned for Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's gaze was indeed locked onto the celestial screen, but his focus was not on Kakashi. Rather, it was on Raditz. He held firm in his conviction that the third kazakage's magnetic techniques had not been tampered with. Despite possessing only one fully developed Sharingan, he was confident in his ability to assess the effectiveness of jutsu. Raditz had truly defeated the third kazakage through sheer strength. and Sasuke recognized the Kazakage as one of the premier powerhouses in the ninja world. The effortless manner in which Raditz had bested such a formidable opponent filled him with a sense of foreboding. The planet known as Dragon Ball and the so-called Saiyans were certainly not ordinary. He recalled that the individuals in the video referred to their abilities as ki, if he could learn to harness such powers. As this thought crystallized, his gaze intensified with fervor as he contemplated the means by which he might master their martial arts system. While Sasuke and Sakura were engrossed in their own thoughts, they remained oblivious to Naruto's transformation. He too was concerned for Kakashi, who was still participating in the challenge. However, his attention was drawn to something else entirely. Ding. Would you like to participate in the training program for the planet Adrat? Yes, no? Chapter 25. Do not reveal your cards. Similar occurrences to that of Konoha transpired in the other four major nations. The assertions made by the fourth Raikage and his companions were akin to those of Sarutobi Hiruzen, as they had conspired in advance to align their testimonies. When recounting the reasons for the third Kazakage's defeat, they did not request confidentiality, as they intended for the information to circulate widely. The more individuals who were aware, the better. Before long, news of the incident was disseminated on the public screen of the Celestial Dome, sparking considerable agreement among the populace. In a fleeting moment, the reputation of the Saiyans within the ninja realm underwent a drastic transformation. Those who once regarded the Saiyans as fearsome adversaries, unmatched in strength, swiftly began to deride them as cowards, shameless weaklings, and despicable individuals. Observing the swift dissolution of the ninja realm's fear of the Saiyans, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking that this arduous trial had finally been surmounted. However, within his own ranks, they understood that the claims of the five Kage were fabricated. He cast his gaze once more toward the celestial dome above, pondering the nature of this enigmatic phenomenon. If the dome truly possessed the power to resurrect the dead and fulfill any desire, why then exert such effort to propagate the Saiyans' might and instill terror within the ninja realm? Surely, the Saiyan warriors could not be as formidable as portrayed by the celestial dome? He shook his head, dismissing such notions. He had witnessed the Saiyans' battles in their entirety. While their techniques were undeniably potent, they were merely that, potent. Their speed was not extraordinary, and their taijutsu skills left much to be desired. The so-called energy waves were comparably equivalent to the strength of tailed beast bombs. He found it incomprehensible how the third Kazakage had fallen. It seemed he would have to wait for Kakashi and the others to return before he could glean the truth. In the boss battle arena, the challenger team fled desperately in one direction, employing shadow clones to obscure their adversary's line of sight. At this juncture, only 5 members remained: Kakashi, Might Guy, Aoi from the Mist Village, Akatsuchi from the Rock Village, and Darui from the Cloud Village. The remaining 4 had been overtaken and slain by Raditz during their frantic escape, leaving the survivors with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Following the death of the third Kazakage, they were initially stunned. However, their elite Jonin qualities enabled them to quickly regain composure and form a counterattack team. Yet, Raditz's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. In a mere encounter, the Sand Village's Maki and the Rock Village's Shu were dispatched. Had Raditz not deliberately restrained himself, it was likely that all of them would have perished in that single confrontation. Realizing the dire situation, they immediately resorted to the use of clone techniques and other strategies to flee. It appeared that Raditz was unfamiliar with such tactics, and in a moment of oversight, they managed to escape. Subsequently, they faced a relentless pursuit, and after sacrificing the lives of 2 comrades, they finally found temporary respite from danger. This was, in part, due to Raditz's lack of a combat power detector. Otherwise, they would have been unable to endure even 10 minutes in his presence. However, their continuous flight was futile. It was only a matter of time before they would be caught and slain. Even if they miraculously evaded death, the time limit for this challenge was 12 hours. And once that time elapsed, they would undoubtedly be deemed failures. The group arrived at a dimly lit valley, where they calmed themselves and began to deliberate their next course of action. Darui, shedding his earlier nonchalance, spoke gravely. "We have no hope of victory in this match. The disparity in strength is too great. Our chances of defeating that Saiyan are less than 1 in 10,000. No one contested his assertion, and upon seeing their agreement, Darui continued, "In that case, rather than dragging this out until time runs out, we might as well confront him directly. Perhaps we can extract more intelligence." Aoi suddenly interjected, recalling something. "Do you remember that Son Goku once subdued Raditz? If we can grasp his tail, we might render the Saiyan powerless." This revelation instantly ignited hope among the group. Might Guy clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Indeed. If we can seize his tail, we can surely defeat him." Kakashi sighed, his tone laced with resignation. "Your optimism is misplaced. Just because Son Goku succeeded does not mean we can replicate his feat, have you not realized? The strength of both Son Goku and Piccolo as depicted in the prior footage far exceeds our expectations. I estimate that Raditz is likely on par with the legendary god of ninja and the Shura of the ninja realm." Darui shrugged in acknowledgement. "We are certainly aware of that, but aside from seizing his tail, I cannot conceive of any other means to overcome him." The group fell silent, ultimately resigning themselves to a last-ditch effort. As Elite J-Nin, they rapidly devised a suitable battle plan and set it into motion. Aoi and Akatsuchi ventured toward a nearby coastline, while Darui dispatched a shadow clone to lure Raditz. Meanwhile, Kakashi sought a secluded area to bring Might Guy. "What is the matter, Kakashi?" Might Guy inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Kakashi scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before lifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, casting a Jinjutsu on Might Guy. Startled, Might Guy instinctively averted his gaze, but Kakashi's voice reached his ears. "Do not dispel the Jinjutsu. I have something important to discuss with you." Trusting Kakashi, Might Guy acquiesced. In an instant, the world spun around them, and they found themselves in a bamboo grove, a realm conjured by Kakashi's Jinjutsu. Although Might Guy appeared somewhat frivolous, he was remarkably reliable in critical moments. He asked gravely, "What is it? Just tell me directly." Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "For this operation, you will serve as the frontline meat shield. You need not defeat the enemy. You only need to stall for time. However, knowing you, you are likely to employ the 8 gates technique and may even be tempted to go all out, correct?" Might Guy nodded emphatically. Raditz was the strongest taijutsu user he had ever encountered, and he resolved to give his all, even considering opening the 8th gate to match him. Yet, Kakashi solemnly cautioned, "You may open the 8 gates, but you must not surpass the 6th gate. The 7th gate and the 8th gate are strictly off limits." Might Guy looked perplexed, prompting Kakashi to explain, "Our battle is being broadcasted live across the ninja realm. Everyone is concealing their trump cards. This includes Maki and the others who were slain earlier. They did not reveal their true abilities." Upon hearing this, Might Guy comprehended Kakashi's intent. The essence of ninja combat lay in information warfare. Revealing one's trump card was tantamount to stepping into the abyss. He nodded earnestly, promising, "Rest assured, Kakashi, I will not disclose the true power of the 8 gates." Chapter 26. Six Doors Kai vs. Raditz. With a thunderous roar, the towering peaks were instantaneously reduced to rubble as Raditz soared through the skies, his voice echoing with fury. "Damn rodents. Show yourselves at once." His rage was palpable. Without the combat power detector, he was utterly unable to pinpoint the location of those elusive pests. He had intended to disregard them in his search for Kakarot, only to discover this desolate planet was void of life. The Challenger team seemingly the only other beings besides himself. In a fit of anger, he obliterated peak after peak, wreaking havoc in his wake, hoping to force these insufferable insects to reveal themselves. These detestable creatures were lamentably weak, yet their ability to flee was astonishing, their chaotic clones driving him to the brink of madness. As he continued his rampage, an explosion suddenly resonated from afar. He was certain the blast did not originate from him, and a smirk crept across his lips as he pursued the sound. Within mere moments, he had located his target, the Druid's shadow clone, which had just triggered an explosive rune and was yet to escape. Grasping the clone by the throat, he seethed. "You pesky little flea, did you think you could evade me like this? Speak up and lead me to Kakarot, or I shall unleash indiscriminate slaughter upon this planet until that fool shows himself." Upon finishing his threat, he loosened his grip slightly, granting the Druid clone the opportunity to speak. The clone, realizing it could now articulate, donned a nonchalant expression and replied, "We're just over there in the valley. If you dare, come and catch us." With a bang, he transformed into smoke and vanished, exhibiting no concern for Raditz's approach. Through their recent encounters, he had gleaned some understanding of Raditz, or rather, the Saiyan race. They were a species that eschewed strategy and tactics, opting instead for brute force. A simple taunt was sufficient to provoke them into a frenzied assault, though such encounters could prove disastrous for them. As anticipated, Raditz charged straight into the valley without a second thought. No trap, however elaborate, could intimidate him. He considered the schemes of mere ants to be utterly inconsequential. The valley was exceedingly narrow and dimly lit, the towering cliffs casting a thick shadow. Flying within such confines risked collision. And although Raditz's physical prowess could withstand a wall's impact, he preferred not to soil his attire. Thus, he descended to the ground, walking into the valley. To his surprise, he did not have to search long before he encountered Might Guy. Upon seeing his opponent, Raditz smiled. In his memory, the individual had never employed any form of shadow technique, suggesting he lacked such skills. This was fortuitous, as Raditz favored adversaries who did not rely on tricks. He had no intention of killing him. Rather, he sought to capture him alive to lead him to the other troublesome pests and, ideally, to Kakarot himself. Therefore, he refrained from immediate violence, instead saying with a grin, "Finally, you've stopped running. You are quite fortunate, my proud friend. I offer you a chance. Lead me to those other nuisances, and should you perform well, I might let you live." In response, Might Guy remained silent, crossing his arms in a martial stance, his aura steadily escalating until green steam erupted forth. 8th Gate of Death, 6th Gate. Open. A torrent of raw energy reverberated through the valley, propelling Might Guy's blood into a fervent rush. His complexion flushed as if he were a high-pressure steam engine at full throttle. Observing this, Raditz could not help but scoff. Each of these fighters had a flair for theatrics, yet their power was pitifully insufficient to even scratch him. He raised one hand, the other tucked behind his back, signaling clearly that he intended to engage Might Guy with one hand. Might Guy, undeterred by the mockery, unleashed a flurry of fists, each enveloped in violent flames akin to cannonballs. Morning Peacock. A unique technique of Might Guy's, he poured his mastery of martial arts into a relentless barrage, capable of igniting flames through sheer force. Countless fiery fists hurtled toward Raditz, yet he stood his ground, his right hand moving with blinding speed to swat away each attack as if shooing away flies. By the time the last Morning Peacock fizzled out, Raditz bore not a single scratch. Might Guy was left in utter disbelief. To think, even unleashed in the 6th Gate, he could contend with shadow-level fighters. Yet here stood an opponent who effortlessly deflected his ultimate technique with merely one hand. The disparity in their martial prowess was staggering. Rather than feeling disheartened, Might Guy's excitement surged. This was the essence of youth. This was the ultimate martial art he had long sought. A profound yearning welled within him to unlock the 7th and even the 8th gates, to engage in a fierce battle that would showcase his pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet reason prevailed. Kakashi had warned him against revealing too much of his capabilities. Even the 7th gate was off limits, let alone the 8th, which demanded the sacrifice of his very life force. Though disappointment lingered, he pressed on, retreating while utilizing long-range attacks to lure Raditz deeper into the valley. However, Raditz had grown weary of the game. After once more shattering a Morning Peacock, he swiftly evaded Might Guy's assault and appeared directly before him. Without hesitation, he reached for Might Guy's throat, intending to subdue him first before extracting information about the others. Might Guy, taken aback, instinctively braced for defense, yet Raditz's speed was overwhelming. Even in the 6th gate, he could not match Raditz's rapidity. A fleeting moment of doubt crossed his mind, but he chose to halt his opening of the 7th gate, allowing Raditz to seize him by the throat. "Hey, you brow jester. Reveal the locations of your companions, and perhaps you will suffer less pain." Might Guy felt Raditz's grip loosen slightly, yet he refrained from speaking, instead tightening his own grip on Raditz's arm. With a thunderous crash, the valley above erupted in chaos as the cliffs crumbled, burying both Might Guy and Raditz beneath a cascade of rubble. Chapter 27, Victory, Part 1. The valley crumbled as colossal boulders plummeted, and Might Guy clung tenaciously to Raditz's arms, clearly intent on perishing alongside his adversary. This was a premeditated strategy devised by the challenger team. His sole objective was to restrain Raditz's movements. As long as Raditz remained within the valley, Guy would consider his mission accomplished, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Guy appeared resolute. However, to Raditz, the opponent's actions were utterly ludicrous. While this individual possessed considerable power compared to ordinary life forms in the universe, he was merely a feeble insect attempting to halt a juggernaut in the face of the universe's mightiest race, the Saiyans. With a slight exertion, Raditz effortlessly freed his left arm from Guy's grasp, then clenched his fist and delivered a blow to Guy's abdomen. He tempered his strength, for he desired to capture his foe alive. He had no intention of killing him outright before continuing his game of hide and seek with Kakashi and the others. Yet, despite his restraint, Raditz's power far exceeded Guy's expectations. Even in the 6th gate state, Guy was struck by an overwhelming force that erupted from his abdomen, sending pain surging through his mind until he lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. In the blink of an eye, the earlier events unfolded in a flash. The debris above had yet to touch the ground when Raditz lifted Guy effortlessly in his grasp. He raised his right hand toward the sky. Previously, he had easily withstood the might of the third Kazakage's sand-iron technique, and this was no different. A Kamehameha wave erupted from his hand, instantly creating a gaping hole in the pile of rubble above. Seizing the moment, he leaped toward the opening. As he was about to escape the collapsing valley, he glanced upwards and beheld torrents of seawater cascading down upon him. Above the valley, Ao and Akatsuchi gasped for breath. One excelled in water techniques, while the other specialized in earth techniques. They were perfectly suited for this engineering endeavor, hence Darui had assigned the task to them. They had exerted considerable effort to redirect the nearby seawater, and their mission was now complete. The next phase relied on Darui and Kakashi's prowess. Standing at the source of the waterfall, Darui and Kakashi simultaneously formed hand seals, their bodies radiating with the fierce light of lightning techniques. This was a technique of Kumogakure's lightning nature, employing water techniques to wet the opponent before infusing it with lightning, thereby amplifying the electrical damage. Moreover, this ninjutsu had an additional benefit. Through prolonged use, a ninja could have a slight chance of awakening the wind release, much like Darui, who was present. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, scrutinized Darui intently, aware of the latter's potential to wield wind release. Now that they had the opportunity to collaborate as allies, he hoped to glean insights into the technique from Darui. However, Darui was no fool. Despite teaming up with the renowned copy ninja, he had never regarded Kakashi as a true comrade, considering his only genuine ally to be the fallen companion from Kumogakure. Consequently, he remained wary of everyone else. Kakashi's Sharingan was well known for its ability to replicate ninjutsu, so Darui refrained from showcasing the special technique that completely merged lightning with water. Instead, he opted for the rudimentary method of drawing in seawater to demonstrate before Kakashi. Although both seawater and water techniques were fundamentally water, they differed significantly. One was a natural occurrence, while the other was chakra manipulated. The potency unleashed when infused with lightning diverged markedly. No matter how long Kakashi observed, he could never master the technique to awaken wind release. All efforts would be futile. Kakashi's expression turned somewhat resigned, realizing that no seasoned shinobi was without their complexities, and it was only reasonable that his intentions had been seen through. The two ceased their idle thoughts, and simultaneously, arcs of lightning flickered from their hands, surging through the valley. Lightning release, lightning strike wave, lightning release, twin lightning quake. The electric currents coursed along the seawater, illuminating the transparent liquid with a cerulean hue. The brilliance of the lightning pierced through the valley's crevices, casting a blue luminescence into the outside world. The valley shimmered with an ethereal glow until the lightning erupted in a violent explosion, causing the already crumbling valley to disintegrate completely, transforming into countless fragments engulfed by the sea. Kakashi, Darui, Akatsuchi, and Ao stood atop a higher rocky outcrop, vigilant as they scanned their surroundings for the ominous figure that instilled fear within them. After waiting for an extended period without sighting their foe, Darui turned to Ao, who possessed the Byakugan, and inquired, "Have you detected anything?" Ao shook his head, having scoured both underwater and among the rubble, yet finding no trace of Raditz. Akatsuchi scratched his head and speculated, could that guy have been killed by the earlier attack? The others exchanged exasperated glances, silently agreeing that if such a weak attack could truly defeat him, the third sealing technique would have sufficed. Just as Ao was about to speak, a swift apparition startled him, causing his pupils to widen in disbelief. Before him stood a specter-like figure with flowing hair, appearing as if materialized from thin air, moving with an unimaginable speed. As he opened his mouth to shout a warning to the others, Raditz seized him by the throat, stifling his words. Although no cry for help escaped Ao's lips, the commotion was undeniable. Kakashi and the others immediately sensed the disturbance and turned to see Raditz, with Guy dangling helplessly from his left hand. Guy was charred, his breath faint, on the verge of death. Alarmed, the group sprang back to create distance. Raditz, however, paid them no mind. With a slight exertion, a sickening crack echoed as he snapped Ao's neck, the head drooping lifelessly. After disposing of Ao's body, Raditz turned to the others and declared, "Your techniques are rather amusing, but your strength is woefully inadequate to serve as our Scion servants. I offer you one last chance. Tell me where the inhabitants of this planet have gone. Do you know the whereabouts of Kakarot? Answer honestly, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." Kakashi and the others exchanged glances, confirming that Raditz was indeed a clone. His memories fixated on locating the being known as Son Goku. When they feigned ignorance to his inquiries, Raditz's patience evaporated, and he resolved to eliminate them. Just as he was about to strike, the eyes of the unconscious Might Guy suddenly snapped open. Chapter 28, Victory, Part 2. The sudden emergence of Might Guy took Raditz completely by surprise. Had he been equipped with a battle power detector, he might have discerned that Might Guy was merely feigning unconsciousness. However, without such a device, Raditz, who heavily relied on these readings, found himself at a distinct disadvantage, lacking even the ability to assess whether someone was pretending to be incapacitated. Might Guy was acutely aware that his opportunity was singular. Thus, he resolutely grasped Raditz's hands with unwavering determination. With the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Ryaku opened to its utmost limit, his eyes reddened with intensity, exuding a ferocious aura that momentarily stunned Raditz. Yet, once he regained his composure, Raditz trembled with rage and humiliation, realizing that he had been intimidated by the presence of a supposed weakling, an utter disgrace. No longer concerned with capturing a live subject for questioning, he yearned only to obliterate the thick-browed nuisance before him. Just as he prepared to unleash his strength to break free from Might Guy's grasp, a sudden cloud of white smoke erupted from a stone behind him, and Kakashi leaped forth, aiming directly for Raditz's rear. Simultaneously, the Kakashi standing beside Darui dissipated into smoke. He had replaced his physical form with a shadow clone in anticipation of this moment, ready to strike when the opportunity arose. This was the strategy they had meticulously devised beforehand, for victory was unattainable without such tactics. Kakashi did not wield kunai or employ techniques like Raikiri. Instead, he extended his hands toward Raditz's tail. Having engaged in combat with the foe multiple times, Kakashi understood that conventional offensive jutsu would be futile against such a robust adversary. The tail, however, presented a glaring weakness. As Kakashi's hand neared the reddish-brown appendage, he felt a surge of hope. If he could seize it, salvation would be assured for all. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Raditz's lips curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. The tail, coiled around his waist, transformed into a blur, striking Kakashi's neck with the swiftness of an iron whip. The speed was so astonishing that Kakashi's Sharingan failed to register the attack. By the time he comprehended the situation, he felt the world spin as his vertebrae shattered, plunging him into darkness. This shocking scene left everyone speechless. Might Guy's eyes widened in rage and despair at the loss of his dear friend, pushing him toward a reckless confrontation. Yet it was too late. Raditz denied him any chance to retaliate, effortlessly breaking free from Might Guy's grip before delivering a devastating blow to his chest. With a sickening sound, Might Guy expelled blood and was sent flying, his heart and lungs obliterated upon impact. Before he even hit the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death. Having dealt with these two, Raditz turned his gaze toward Darui and Akatsuchi. It became abundantly clear to him that these individuals were nothing but frail souls with no intention of surrendering. Rather than squander time on them, he resolved to seek out Kakaroto alone, believing it would yield swifter results. Darui and Akatsuchi were taken aback by the unfolding events. They had never anticipated that Kakashi and Might Guy would falter under a single serious attack, prompting them to turn and flee in haste. The so-called elite J-Nin should possess the strength to stand against even the true shadows of the great ninja nations. Yet, such formidable warriors appeared as helpless children before Raditz. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the most resilient minds would lose their composure. Although they had previously agreed to fight to the death, the instinct of a ninja compelled them to escape. However, Raditz would not allow their retreat. He swiftly appeared before them and, without a word, struck each of their heads, reducing them to lifeless husks. With their skulls shattered and brains obliterated, their lives were extinguished in an instant, leaving 2 corpses sprawled upon the ground. Thus concluded the boss challenge. The 10 valiant warriors painstakingly selected to confront the boss from the ninja world all perished at the hands of Raditz, the novice village boss from the Dragon Ball realm. Having dispatched these bothersome insects, Raditz ascended into the sky. The preceding entertainment had brought him a modicum of joy, alleviating the tedium of his prolonged cosmic journey. However, it was time to turn his focus back to the search for Kakaroto. Just as he prepared to soar into the heavens, his body suddenly froze, immobilized in place. In a moment of terror, He witnessed his form shatter into countless snowflakes, dissipating into the air. Until the very end, he remained oblivious to the nature of this attack or the identity of his assailant. Upon his demise, the planet designated for the contest gradually vanished from the cosmos. All land, oceans, deserts, forests, mountains, and valleys evaporated, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. If one were to witness this astonishing spectacle, they would undoubtedly stare in shock. However, the spectators of the ninja realm remained oblivious, as the celestial screen only captured the moment Akatsuchi was obliterated by Raditz's punch. Beep. The Dragon Ball boss challenge has officially concluded. Due to the total annihilation of the challengers by the boss, this challenge is declared a failure. We encourage all participants to train diligently and prepare for the next challenge. Thank you. As the announcement faded, the 10 participants in the challenge were transported back to the ninja realm. In the Konoha, at the base of the Celestial Division, 2 beams of white light erupted in the training center's courtyard, transforming into Kakashi and Might Guy. The two slowly opened their eyes, confirming their surroundings before exhaling in relief. Clearly, the celestial screen had not lied. Regardless of the outcome, they would be resurrected and returned. Kakashi scratched his head, his body slumping as his eyes drooped like those of a dead fish. This mission had proven perilously dangerous. He hoped to never endure such an experience again. Might Guy, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his spirits dampened, clearly feeling discontent for not having fought Raditz with his full strength. Observing his usually boisterous friend in such a despondent state, Kakashi sighed inwardly, realizing that Guy had been deeply affected by the ordeal. It was understandable, considering Guy had devoted his life to the study of taijutsu, only to be overwhelmed in his area of expertise. He patted Might Guy on the shoulder, ready to offer words of encouragement when suddenly, Might Guy let out a primal roar and enveloped him in a tight embrace, weeping openly. My youth has not been in vain. The pursuit of taijutsu is indeed a boundless journey. From this moment forward, I shall strive to grow stronger and challenge that foe once more. Kakashi, you will accompany me, won't you? Kakashi replied, I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 29. Danza's faith in the Sharingan. Kakashi felt quite foolish, truly. He had naively believed that Guy would be disheartened, yet this man possessed even more vitality than Naruto. In fact, Naruto himself never succumbed to despair. How could he have doubted Guy's resilience? His intellect seemed utterly wasted in that moment. The harrowing battle they had recently endured left Kakashi tense, but now, suddenly relaxed. He felt as though he had shed a burden of immense weight. The two soon located members of the Tenmaku and sent word of their return to the third Hokage. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned them to the Hokage's office for a detailed discussion. When they arrived, they found not only Sarutobi, but also 3 other high-ranking officials from Konoha present. Everyone was eager to glean information about the Tenmaku from Kakashi and Might Guy. Exchanging glances, Kakashi stepped forward to begin his report, for his clear mind and eloquence allowed him to convey the details more objectively. He addressed the Hokage and the 3 advisors, explaining that they had been transported by a blinding light to the Land of Grass, specifically to an underground base belonging to Orochimaru. A massive iron sand pyramid pierced the ground from below, disintegrating into countless particles of iron sand that spread outward. The earth revealed a gaping hole, and from within it, a figure slowly floated upward. It was the 3rd Kazakage, Sandame. He had been taken from this very underground base by Tenmaku, and upon his return, he naturally found himself back in the same location. His face was ashen, and his expression was one of deep gloom, though there seemed to be a flicker of satisfaction within. Previously defeated by someone named Raditz, he had faced despair before his demise. However, upon his revival, he was astonished to find his state was one of life rather than the reincarnation of the impure. He had expected to be manipulated by Orochimaru in that state. But now, having resurrected and regained his freedom, he felt immense joy. Though the ninja world held a fundamental belief that one should not disturb the peace of the deceased, the instinct to live outweighed any desire for death. Thus, rather than harboring resentment towards Tenmaku, who had caused his defeat and embarrassment in front of the ninja world, he felt gratitude. Without them, resurrection would have been impossible. However, he set aside thoughts of Tenmaku for the moment. His immediate priority was to settle accounts with Orochimaru, as he was determined to personally eliminate him to avenge his previous humiliation. Yet, Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this, as the underground base had long since been relocated, leaving only a shadow clone waiting for him. In his fury, he destroyed the clone along with the remnants of the base, allowing his anger to dissipate slightly. Standing atop the iron sand and gazing down at the dense forest below, the third kazakage ultimately resolved to return to Sunagakure. After all, as the third kazakage, he needed to return to the village first, regardless of his future plans. He would seek revenge against the likes of Sasori and Orochimaru once he had devised a proper strategy. With that thought, he directed the iron sand towards Sunagakure at great speed. Meanwhile, Kakashi had completed his report to the higher-ups of Konoha. The Hokage's office fell into a heavy silence. With no one speaking, only the third Hokage puffing on his pipe. After a long pause, Sarutobi sighed and turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "Since you have faced the Saiyans, surely you have considered how to defeat them?" Kakashi, with no intention of concealing the truth, nodded and replied, "When we were devising our battle strategy, we found it quite troublesome. The Saiyan named Raditz was immensely powerful. Jinjutsu had no effect on him whatsoever, and Taijutsu was his area of expertise. Engaging him in close combat would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall. His defenses were formidable, and despite exhausting all manner of ninjutsu, we could not inflict even a scratch upon him. Ultimately, we considered using the grab-the-tail tactic, but as you saw, even when he utilized his tail, he could easily kill me." The expressions of the Konoha leaders darkened considerably. Though they had publicly downplayed the Saiyans' capabilities, they were acutely aware of the terror they truly posed. Just then, Kakashi shifted the tone and surprised everyone. "Actually, we have another strategy in mind, but since no one among the participating ninjas was adept in that particular ninjutsu, we had no choice but to resort to the riskier grab-the-tail approach." Shimura Dans, irritated by half-spoken words, coldly urged Kakashi, "Stop holding back. What is your strategy?" Sighing in resignation, Kakashi revealed the final answer. "We identified the Saiyans' weakness, sealing techniques." "Sealing techniques?" Dans echoed, intrigued. "Indeed. It is well known that sealing techniques lose efficacy when used on human targets. Even the most skilled seal masters cannot seal away an opponent of comparable strength in good condition, let alone a stronger adversary. Therefore, sealing techniques are predominantly applied to non-human entities, such as ninja tools, lifeless corpses, and tailed beasts." Kakashi paused briefly, as the term tailed beast held significant meaning for him. After the assembled audience processed his words, he continued, "We discovered that while the Saiyans bear a similar appearance to us, they do not fundamentally belong to the same species. Originally, sealing techniques would seem ineffective against such powerful beings. However, since they do not strictly qualify as humans, sealing techniques have considerable impact on them. One might liken the Saiyans to miniature, humanoid-tailed beasts, with the nine tails being the most formidable among them." Dan's eyes brightened, and he immediately inquired, "Does this mean the Sharingan is also effective against the Saiyans?" Kakashi could not suppress a laugh, prompting an immediate and furious reaction from Dans. Kakashi, realizing he had overstepped, quickly stifled his laughter and earnestly replied, "I once tested the Sharingan, and it proved utterly ineffective. The Jinjutsu had no impact on them, not even the ability to cause them to hesitate for a moment." At this, Dans leaned back in his chair, his back against the sofa, falling silent, seemingly incensed by Kakashi's demeanor. In truth, he was formulating other schemes in his mind. Just because Kakashi's three-tomo Sharingan was ineffective did not mean the Manjiki Sharingan would yield the same results. After all, he possessed Uchiha Shirsui's Sharingan, known for the powerful Jinjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. If those eyes were used against the Saiyans, lost in thought, he envisioned controlling the Saiyans to defeat the other four great nations and then forcing Sarutobi to abdicate, allowing him to ascend as Hokage. Chapter 30. What? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki has disappeared. Kakashi's words greatly encouraged everyone. Originally, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others held little hope of defeating the Saiyans, but after Kakashi's statement, they realized that the Saiyans were not invincible. They could be defeated using sealing techniques. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. There were no unbeatable ninjutsu or invincible individuals in the ninja world. As long as one is human, there are weaknesses, and with weaknesses, they can be overcome by ninja. With a slight sigh of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a light tone, assigning the task of developing specialized sealing techniques against the Saiyans to the Umbu. If anyone required sealing techniques or sealing ninjas, they could directly voice their needs, and he would ensure their requests were promptly addressed. As for funding, that could be easily arranged. The head of the Umbu could approach him for direct discussions, and he, in his capacity as Hokage, guaranteed that the Umbu's budget would not be slighted. Upon hearing this, the crowd internally scoffed. Asking the head of the to discuss with you was akin to your son coming home to inform you of something. The pretense of grandiosity was merely a matter of shuffling funds, and who knows how much of the budget would ultimately flow to the Sarutobi clan. However, everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they were adults and relied on this veneer of hypocrisy to coexist. Thus, the meeting concluded satisfactorily. Kakashi prepared to return to the to make arrangements, and then enjoy a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, he planned to check on Team 7 to see if those three had been diligently training. Just as he opened the door and was about to step out, a figure suddenly kicked open the Hokage's office window, shouting in panic, "Hokage-sama, something terrible has happened." Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and turned around, ready to reprimand the intruder, only to see the ninja's eyes widen behind his mask. If memory served correctly, this named Kaze, was assigned to protect Uzumaki Naruto. Could it be? The ninja, disregarding formalities, leaped through the window and knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen, declaring, "Hokage-sama, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has suddenly vanished." Before he could finish, a shadow swiftly appeared before him, seizing his collar with a powerful grip. Feeling the immense force on his collar, Kaze turned pale with fear, cold sweat dripping beneath his mask. Upon seeing the assailant's face, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Kakashi-senpai." The assailant was, of course, Kakashi, whose eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was twisted in distress. What had he just heard? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had vanished? Naruto was his student and the biological son of his mentor, Minato. How could such a significant event occur in less than a day of his absence? Seeing Kakashi's menacing demeanor, Might Guy quickly stepped forward to advise, "Kakashi, remain calm. We must not panic at this moment. Let him finish explaining. And then I'll accompany you in searching for him." Kakashi released his grip, but his expression remained grim. He cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Danzo, who felt uneasy under Kakashi's scrutiny. "Why do you look at me like that, Kakashi? Do you suspect I have kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Danzo leaned on his cane, his tone severe. By now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had regained some composure and stepped forward, addressing the group. "Let Kaze finish his report first, and then we will investigate who has taken Naruto." Kakashi withdrew his gaze but continued to fixate on Kaze. Though Kaze's strength was inferior to Danzo's, he was not to be underestimated. If it were indeed Kaze's doing, he would not let him off lightly. Kaze took a deep breath and began recounting the events leading up to the incident. 2 hours prior, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were unable to undertake a lower-ranked ninja team mission due to the absence of a leading Chunin. Nonetheless, they convened at their usual meeting spot, exchanged brief greetings, and then returned home. For some reason, Uzumaki Naruto appeared unusually burdened today. Haruno Sakura noticed something was off, but chose to focus on Uchiha Sasuke instead. Sasuke, too, had sensed Naruto's unusual demeanor. However, unlike Sakura, who disregarded it, he concocted a reason to shake off the bothersome Sakura and discreetly followed Naruto to uncover the cause of his distress. As Kaze recounted this, his tone turned reflective. He had previously executed a mission to covertly protect Naruto under Kakashi's leadership. However, their tracking team had been disbanded recently as Kakashi had officially become Naruto's supervising jonin, negating the need for covert protection. They had only resumed their old duties temporarily due to Kakashi's sudden participation in a challenge match. Thus, Kaze was quite familiar with Naruto's character and rarely witnessed him in such a troubled state, which piqued his curiosity while tracking him. Naruto's actions were straightforward. He went to eat a bowl of Ichiraku ramen and then returned home, closing the door behind him. However, at that moment, something peculiar occurred. After returning home, Naruto did not review ninjutsu or lie down to sleep. Instead, he stood in his living room, seemingly entranced and staring blankly ahead. The crowd's expressions turned grave. This situation resembled being ensnared in a jinjutsu. Sasuke, who was tracking Naruto from outside, and Kaze, perched on a nearby tree, were both taken aback when an astonishing event unfolded. Suddenly, a white light enveloped the dazed Naruto in the living room. The light, though not blinding, was exceptionally dense, completely surrounding him. When the glow faded, he had vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke and Kaze rushed into the living room. Yet, the space was empty. They scoured the area but found no signs of an intruder. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kaze instructed his teammate to restrain Sasuke and hurriedly rushed to report to the third Hokage. Once his account was complete, a heavy silence fell over the Hokage's office. The members of the Konoha F4 exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to Kakashi and Might Guy. They were somewhat familiar with such teleportation techniques. After all, they had witnessed Kakashi and Guy being teleported not long ago. The method of Naruto's disappearance bore striking resemblance to that event, if not identical. Shimura Danzo slammed his cane against the ground and exclaimed, "Damn it, we've been deceived." Their objective is not only to undermine the confidence of Konoha's ninjas, but also to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 31. Adrelat Star Hiruzen Sarutobi. Known as the Third Hokage, roared at Danzo Shimura, "I have long advised you to hand over the Nine-Tails to me, yet you insisted on keeping it, leading us to this predicament. Now that the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has gone missing, you bear the primary responsibility." Sarutobi was not one to be easily intimidated. He retorted, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to control the Nine-Tails for your own nefarious purposes. I will never allow you to achieve your goals." The two men began to bicker, while Mito Kazahana and Sabaki K-Rin chose not to intervene. They had grown accustomed to these two squabbling for decades. At that moment, Kakashi's thunderous voice interrupted their quarrel. "Enough. Naruto has been kidnapped, and our utmost priority is to locate him. Everything else can wait." Kakashi, usually a paragon of calmness, was ignited by a fire of anger. This incident dredged up painful memories, a life filled with instances where those dear to him faced peril while he stood powerless. His father, teacher, and closest friends had all been lost. Could it be that his student would meet a similar fate? Hiruzen shot a glare at Danzo, who, though reluctant, fell silent. All eyes turned expectantly towards Hiruzen, awaiting his command. Taking a deep breath, he ordered, "Relay my instructions. All ninjas from the Umbu and Root divisions without missions are to mobilize and search the ninja world for any traces of Naruto Uzumaki. If the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is found, do not act independently. Bring back intelligence at all costs." Having analyzed the situation, Hiruzen harbored suspicions regarding the enigmatic figure behind the abduction. This individual was likely a master of spatial ninjutsu. Having discovered a secluded realm similar to the sacred lands of Mayaboku Mountain, Richi Cave, and Shikatsurin, places that exist outside the ninja world and can only be accessed through unique spatial techniques. During the operation, a request would be sent to the intended target, and upon acceptance, they would be transported to that isolated space, much like the incident where Kakashi and Might Guy had been whisked away. If the assailant possessed the ability to pull someone directly into their realm, they would not need to extend an invitation, suggesting that Naruto had received such an offer before being taken. However, Konoha remained largely ignorant of these specialized spaces inhabited by summoning beasts, indicating the necessity of recalling Jiraiya and Tsunade. With this thought, Hiruzen commanded, "Inform Jiraiya and Tsunade that Konoha is at a critical juncture. If they still consider themselves as ninjas of Konoha, they must return immediately." The Umbu ninja assigned to convey the message tensed upon hearing the third's unusually grave tone directed at the legendary Sannin, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Kakashi, though anxious, understood that he could not interject at this moment. Nevertheless, he sought Hiruzen's consent to join the rescue team as soon as Naruto's whereabouts were discovered, to which Hiruzen acquiesced. Thus, Konoha sprang into action, leaving the rest of the ninja world puzzled. Traditionally, the four great nations initiated conflict while Konoha responded, yet now, Konoha acted first, even before the others were prepared. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to another dimension. On the vast expanse of the desert on Adrelat Star, Naruto Uzumaki stood, mouth agape, gazing at the swirling sands, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How did I end up here? Is this truly Adrelat Star?" When Kakashi had been selected to participate in the boss tournament, Naruto had received an invitation to the Adrelat Star training program, which startled him. However, he maintained his composure and chose not to disclose this information, intending to share it with Sakura, who showed little interest. During Kakashi's absence, which he often spent gathering intelligence for the organization known as the Tenku, Naruto struggled to find a direction for his training. With the second round of the Chunin exams postponed due to the emergence of the Tenku, he sought to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the Adrelat Star training program. Surely, this Adrelat Star was a planet beyond the ninja world? He swallowed nervously, turning his stiff neck to survey his surroundings. Was he truly beyond the ninja realm? How would he return? Would he need to find a spherical spacecraft capable of traversing the cosmos? But with sand all around, where could he possibly locate such a vessel? He lacked the skills to conjure one through ninjutsu. What was he to do? With no other options, he resolved to take each step as it came, beginning to search for a way out of the desert, hoping to find any signs of life. He set off, trudging toward the sun, unaware that his education at the Ninja Academy had not prepared him to navigate the desert. Even if he had learned the methods, they would only apply within the ninja world. The sun on Adralat star may not rise in the east. As he anxiously pressed forward, the sands ahead began to undulate, as if something was moving rapidly beneath the surface. Although Naruto often lagged behind, he was still a seasoned ninja, and the movement ahead signaled danger. Drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch, he gripped it tightly, readying himself for combat. Suddenly, the creature beneath the sand lunged forth, revealing itself, a colossal, blood-red insect with no eyes or ears, only a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The sight of it sent a chill through Naruto, his legs trembling at the monstrous presence. He was powerless as the creature devoured him whole, sand and all. The gigantic bug relished its meal, but soon realized it had consumed nothing but sand. A puff of white smoke escaped its mouth as it tilted its head in confusion. Meanwhile, from beneath the sand, a figure emerged, wielding a kunai. Naruto Uzumaki himself. How dare you ambush me? Watch as I deal with you. Chapter 32 Ding. Naruto's kunai struck the sandworm's formidable scales, sparks flying from the friction of the blade, yet it failed to pierce the creature's tough hide. The sandworm, reacting swiftly to the attack, turned and lunged at Naruto with its jaws bared. Though Naruto had only recently become a ninja, he had faced death and battled powerful foes like Zabuza, and he harbored no thoughts of retreat even when confronted by such a colossal beast. Utilizing shadow clones, he continuously maneuvered around, attempting to scale the creature's back using his tree-climbing skills, yet his efforts proved futile. The sandworm's agility surpassed Naruto's expectations. No matter from which angle he attacked, it would instinctively twist and retaliate. Ultimately, he was overpowered by the sandworm, swallowed whole along with the surrounding sand. Inside the creature's throat, Naruto relentlessly attacked the esophagus with his kunai, hoping to carve an escape route. However, despair washed over him as his efforts yielded no damage. Even his kunai shattered under the strain. He soon found himself within the pitch-black confines of the sandworm's stomach. Upon landing, he gasped in pain but gritted his teeth to rise. In utter darkness, he recalled that his ninja tool pouch contained some temporary ignition materials. He reached inside, retrieved the materials, and ignited them to illuminate his surroundings. The chamber was roughly a dozen square meters, filled with sand that had been ingested alongside him. He pulled out another kunai from his pouch and thrust it against the stomach wall, but once again, disappointment struck. The kunai could not harm the creature's resilient stomach lining. Naruto felt utterly powerless in this predicament. Suddenly, as if sensing a new source of nourishment, a layer of viscous gastric acid began to rise beneath him. The acid quickly engulfed his shoes, causing him to recoil in shock. In a panic, he retrieved a sealed demon-sealing shuriken from his pouch, broke the seal, and planted it upright, standing on the handle to buy himself some time. Yet, he knew this was merely a stopgap measure. If he did not devise a plan, he might very well perish here. At that moment, the world around him shifted unexpectedly, and he found himself in a vast underground sewer, completely disoriented. Naruto's mind struggled to comprehend the rapid changes. One moment he was swallowed by the worm, and the next, he was here, looking down at his feet. He was astonished to find his shoes unscathed despite the corrosive acid. Before he could gather his thoughts, something in the dark passageway ahead seemed to beckon him, as if an unseen force was drawing him in. Reluctantly, he moved in that direction, soon arriving before a massive cell. The iron bars were thicker than the load-bearing beams of the Hokage building, and he could not discern where the ceiling began, the height beyond his sight. "Come closer, little brat," a cold voice echoed from within the cell. Naruto squinted through the darkness and spotted a gigantic beast's eye fixated on him. Instinctively compelled by the voice, he approached, but as he neared the bars, sharp claws suddenly shot out, startling him into a backward somersault. This ambush jolted him back to reality, and he stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at the enormous creature within the cage, exclaiming, "You vile fiend! What are you, and where is this place?" The Ninetales scoffed derisively. "You are far inferior to the previous hosts. I never expected my current vessel to be such a pathetic little brat." Fuming at the creature's contempt, Naruto was ready to retort when the Ninetales interrupted him. "I am sealed within your body. If you perish, I perish with you. I shall lend you my chakra. Eliminate that wretched worm. Its stomach is utterly revolting. As soon as the words left its mouth, red chakra from the nine tails surged forth, enveloping Naruto in an instant. Startled, he opened his eyes to find himself still facing the sandworm's stomach wall, yet the acidic fluid was now threatening to engulf his wind-release shuriken. Clenching his fists, he felt his chakra amplified exponentially as power surged through him. The nine tails had indeed kept its promise. Was this the infamous nine tails the villagers spoke of? Was this the reason for their disdain towards him? He shook his head, dismissing these irrelevant thoughts. The priority now was to escape this wretched place and survive. With determination, he formed a cross seal with his hands and shouted, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Bang! A multitude of clones materialized instantly, filling the narrow confines of the sandworm's stomach, some even beginning to push toward the esophagus. The sandworm suddenly halted, writhing in discomfort as if it had consumed something foul. Meanwhile, Naruto inside the creature felt the pressure as his face was pressed against the stomach wall, hardly able to move. This was the only offensive technique he had mastered. Even with the nine tails chakra, he could only rely on the human wave tactic of his shadow clones to alter the situation. In that moment of desperation, he yearned for a more potent offensive jutsu. If only he possessed a technique like Kakashi's Raikiri, he could have easily blasted a hole and escaped, avoiding this torment altogether. Now it was a test of endurance. If the sandworm could not withstand the pressure, it would expel him. Conversely, if it endured the rising gastric acid, he would be consumed. Both Naruto and the sandworm were locked in a battle of stamina. Just as Naruto was overwhelmed by frustration and sweat, a radiant beam of light pierced through the stomach wall nearby. The brilliant golden glow was blinding, penetrating the robust wall as though it were mere tofu. The light continued unabated, shattering a large number of Naruto's clones as it traversed to the other side of the wall. Glistening with cold sweat, Naruto stared at the gaping hole created by the attack, realizing that the golden light had only narrowly missed him. Someone from outside had penetrated the sandworm's belly, and now the creature lay dead on the ground. Swallowing hard, Naruto tentatively leaned toward the opening. He beheld a peculiar figure hovering in the air, an oddly coiffed man clad in a martial arts uniform, his muscular form exuding a foolish expression. Upon seeing this person, Naruto's pupils constricted, and he blurted out, "You're that silly grinning uncle from the sky." Chapter 33. Naruto's windy mouth in the realm of anime. There exists a quintessential protagonist endowed with extraordinary powers, capable of annihilating worlds with but a mere flick of his wrist. Few across the vast cosmos can rival his might. He hails from a distant planet and was sent to Earth by his parents at a tender age. Raised with impeccable morals, he possesses a resolute and courageous spirit. Unlike the typical handsome yet frail male leads, he embodies a robust masculinity, boasting an enviable physique adorned with perfect muscles. Regardless of how formidable the foe or how dire the circumstances, his mere presence instills hope in all, ultimately guiding everyone towards victory. This individual requires no further introduction. You have undoubtedly discerned his identity. Let us proclaim his name with fervor. He is none other than Superman, Clark Kent. Wait. This is a bit chaotic. Allow me to clarify. He possesses prodigious strength. He is an extraterrestrial. He is valiant and benevolent. He is muscular. He is Goku Kakarot. Let's give him a round of applause. Who penned this speech? Can't even distinguish between Goku and Superman. Returning to the matter at hand. Upon hearing Naruto call him a silly uncle, Goku scratched his head, revealing an awkward smile. I do tend to smile a lot, but I can't recall participating in any television shows. Could you be mistaking me for someone else? I am certain I have not made a mistake. You are the uncle in the heavens, the one who perished alongside that long-haired fellow. Naruto's rambling left Goku bewildered, as they seemed to be communicating in entirely different channels. After an extensive exchange, neither could comprehend the other's intent. Ultimately, Goku broke into a hearty laugh and said to Naruto, "Speaking from within this creature's belly must be rather inconvenient. Why don't you come to my temporary abode first? I would like to introduce you to a friend I have recently met on this planet." Without hesitation, Naruto emerged from the creature's belly and eagerly nodded at Goku. He had heard whispers from those around him that this uncle possessed elite ninja-level abilities, akin to his teacher Kakashi. Moreover, he had mastered a form of ninjutsu that enabled flight, a technique that appeared exceedingly powerful. If he could learn this ninjutsu, he could undoubtedly best Sasuke and earn Sakura's admiration. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Goku flew Naruto back to his temporary residence on Adelrat, and Naruto experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. They arrived in a densely populated city characterized by its circular architectural style. The towering structures bore no sharp edges, all featuring rounded contours, and the overall hue was a distinctive yellow rather than the customary white. This unique aesthetic was crafted from a special type of earth found on Adelrat. Despite its earthen composition, its durability rivaled that of reinforced concrete. And one might even find these buildings more visually appealing than their rectangular counterparts. As Goku entered the city, the inhabitants of Adelrat displayed no astonishment. Seemingly accustomed to the presence of an extraterrestrial like him, Goku introduced Naruto to a rather peculiar adoration, whose appearance was bizarre in Naruto's eyes. As all Adelrat inhabitants appeared strange to him, this individual had red skin, a face lined with wrinkles, and a bald head, with creases adorning his visage aside from his features. Rather than being known as adorations, they might as well be dubbed the Wrinkle People. Goku introduced them, stating, "This is the chief of the Medum tribe, named Hirith. This is my friend from the same planet, and his name is—" "Oh dear, I haven't asked your name yet." Naruto, gazing at the oddly shaped alien, broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "I am Naruto Uzumaki, destined to become the Hokage." His self-introduction left both Goku and Hirith momentarily stunned. Goku pondered the meaning of Hokage. Could it be a type of ham? Hirith's lips twitched. It was evident that Goku's home planet, Dragon Ball, was populated by peculiar humans. Yet, as a gracious host, Hirith, viewing Naruto as Goku's friend, ordered preparations for a grand feast to welcome Naruto. Though she held the title of chief, the Medum tribe had grown to the size of a city. Each tribe on Adelrat functioned as an independent nation, thus making Hirith akin to a queen. Following Hirith's command, the Medum tribe organized a magnificent banquet in honor of Naruto, leaving him somewhat flabbergasted. He had never before been greeted with such warmth, and even felt bashful when others offered their salutations. Once the festivities concluded and everyone dispersed, only Goku, Naruto, and Hirith remained. Naruto took a deep breath and turned to Goku, requesting, "During my stay here, I wish to train with you." Initially taken aback, Goku soon responded with a hearty laugh, "Of course, but my training is quite rigorous. Can you endure it?" Hearing Goku's enthusiastic agreement, Naruto shouted with excitement, "I'm absolutely up for the challenge." He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but Goku's straightforward acceptance left him momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, Hirith redirected the conversation, inquiring about Naruto's presence and his desire to train alongside Goku. Naruto recounted his backstory in detail, sharing his experiences of exclusion during his youth, his time at the Ninja Academy, the formation of Team 7, his comrades Sasuke and Sakura, and the trials he faced during the Chunin exam. He narrated extensively, nearly divulging the color of his underwear. Goku listened with rapt attention, and upon Naruto's conclusion, he raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. From being shunned by so many to now having a multitude of friends, and possessing the courage to confront foes far stronger than yourself. What an incredible journey." Naruto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was the first time he had received such heartfelt praise. Meanwhile, Hirith remained speechless, her mouth agape, contemplating whether these two had fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 34. Malevolence. She promptly interrupted, "You two, wait a moment." Sun Wukong and Naruto turned around, puzzled, only to hear heroes shout excitedly, "Have you two grasped the gravity of the situation?" If what little Naruto says is true, it indicates he hails from a realm entirely distinct from ours, perhaps even from a completely different dimension. Naruto blinked, then responded with a confused "eh?" appearing rather dim-witted. Sun Wukong scratched his head, equally bewildered, prompting heroes to let out a sigh of exasperation. "I truly am at my wit's end with you. Little Naruto's ninja world is evidently not in the same time-space as ours. He must have traversed from another dimension. The figure behind that celestial curtain has broadcast information about you, Wukong, to the ninja realm, clearly aiming to incite conflict between us and use you as a pawn to achieve his own nefarious ends." Sun Wukong chuckled dismissively. "It shouldn't matter much. I certainly won't arbitrarily become an enemy of Naruto's village. Besides, they exist in another dimension. Even if they harbor animosity, they can't possibly cross dimensions to confront me, can they? You may not wish to be their foe, but they are eager to oppose you. Haven't you heard little Naruto mention that his village has already begun calling for your demise?" Heroes admonished, her frustration palpable. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits plummeted. as if a fierce internal struggle was taking place in his mind. Finally, he lifted his head, resolutely stating, "Uncle Wukong is a good person. I believe the Saiyans must also be good people. There must be some misunderstanding." This caused Sun Wukong's demeanor to shift to seriousness as he interjected, "There is no misunderstanding. The Saiyans are, without a doubt, villains, wreaking havoc upon others' planets and committing atrocities. Their annihilation is well-deserved." Naruto was taken aback, unable to fathom that Sun Wukong would respond in such a manner. He tilted his head in confusion, "But Uncle Wukong is also a Saiyan." Sun Wukong smiled broadly. "Me? I grew up on planet Dragon Ball, you know. If you have time, I'll take you to visit. It's a delightful place with many friends I can introduce you to." "Really? Is that the bald monk and the blue-haired lady? Or perhaps that green-faced uncle?" Naruto inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Observing the engaging conversation between Sun Wukong and Naruto, Hiro sighed and allowed a genuine smile to grace her face. After centuries of life, she had never witnessed such sincerity between two individuals, which was why she had chosen to befriend Sun Wukong. It was not due to his immense power, nor a desire to cling to his strength, but rather because he was genuinely earnest and straightforward. Interacting with him required no cunning, just authenticity. As Sun Wukong and Naruto grew increasingly animated in their conversation, Naruto pondered aloud, "Uncle Wukong, do you know how to return to Konoha?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, realizing that he had yet to learn the technique of instantaneous movement. To return to planet Dragon Ball, he would need to wait for heroes to repair the Ginyu Force's spaceship. How could he possibly know how to send Naruto back? Heroes interjected with a smile. "I recall you mentioning, Naruto, that you possess an invisible panel, correct?" Naruto nodded yes. "As soon as I think about it, the panel appears, filled with all sorts of chaotic information that nearly overwhelms me." Heroes inquired, "Does the panel feature something akin to a progress bar, a long strip with a differently colored section gradually extending to the right?" Naruto immersed himself in thought, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, there is one, and it appears to have some sort of scale. If I am not mistaken, once that progress bar reaches its endpoint, you will be transported back to Konoha. Therefore, you need not worry about how to return. Just focus on training diligently with Sun Wukong here." Relieved, Naruto felt a weight lifted from his heart, allowing him to concentrate on his training with Uncle Wukong. However, Heroes also cautioned him not to divulge anything about the panel or his experiences here upon returning to Konoha, as it could lead to endless troubles. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, and thus their enlightening discourse concluded. The following day, after a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, Naruto accompanied Sun Wukong to a desolate plain on planet Yardrat. Sun Wukong announced, "From today onward, I shall formally impart to you the Turtle School martial arts. You must cast aside all distractions and study diligently. You are not permitted to use the techniques I teach you for nefarious purposes. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely." With Naruto's assurance, their training commenced. The foundation of Turtle School martial arts begins with physical conditioning. Only with sufficient bodily strength can one sense and harness their internal energy. However, Naruto could bypass this step, having undergone basic training at the Konoha Ninja Academy since childhood. Though he had been at the bottom of his class, he was at least adequately prepared for this phase. Sun Wukong instructed Naruto to sit cross-legged upon a large rock, then closed his eyes to focus on feeling the flow of energy within him, aiming to locate and control it. Chi is a fundamental energy within the human body. Drawing it forth and utilizing it can significantly enhance a martial artist's foundational combat abilities, enabling them to perform miraculous feats such as flight and energy blasts. Yet, after considerable time, Naruto felt no progress. His chakras stirred restlessly within him. But it was not the chi Sun Wukong had described. Observing Naruto's frustration, Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave. He awakened the oblivious Naruto and asked, "Do you not sense something amiss with your current state?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion, feeling no discrepancy. To him, aside from the restless chakra, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, Sun Wukong's perspective was entirely different. He sensed a trace of malevolence within Naruto, though faint. It was perplexing that such a presence could exist in him. In the Dragon Ball universe, Chi embodies a manifestation of one's spirit and will, encompassing vitality, courage, and righteousness, all of which can ultimately be transformed into combat power. Yet, as with all things, there exists a duality. Not only can virtuous individuals convert their courage and righteousness into strength, but those with malevolent intentions can similarly transform their malevolence and hostility into combat prowess. In essence, in the Dragon Ball realm, only the most virtuous or the most wicked can attain unparalleled strength. Justice, when pursued to an extreme, can yield power. Likewise, evil can do the same when taken to its limit. Only those who waver in their convictions, caught in indecision, will find their strength stagnating due to a lack of resolve. While relying on malevolence can indeed empower a warrior, Sun Wukong did not wish for Naruto to be led astray by this flicker of darkness. He was determined to guide Naruto back onto the righteous path. Chapter 35. Encountering the Nine-Tails, Sun Wukong approached Naruto and placed his hand atop Naruto's head, saying, "In a moment, I shall channel my energy into your body. Do not resist with that chakra of yours." He was not concerned that Naruto's chakra would repel his energy. At this juncture, he could already transform into a Super Saiyan, possessing several million in combat power even in his base form. Naruto's feeble chakra could not possibly deflect his energy. Rather, he feared that the collision of their energies might inadvertently harm Naruto. Recently, Sun Wukong's combat prowess had surged dramatically, and while his strength had increased, his precise control over that power had diminished. Engaging in such a delicate task as channeling energy into another body had become more troublesome than when he was weaker. Naruto felt a warm current seeping from Sun Wukong's palm into his head, and suddenly, the world around him spun and transformed. He found himself once again in the water prison he had visited before, but this time, beside him stood the goofy Sun Wukong, who had come to assist him in his training. Confused, Naruto exclaimed, "Why am I here? And why did you come along, silly uncle?" Sun Wukong glanced around and, with astonishment, remarked, "Naruto, is this your inner world?" Typically, a person's inner world reflects their subconscious, and given the harsh environment of Naruto's inner realm, Sun Wukong sensed the gravity of the situation. Naruto was not as cheerful and optimistic as he appeared. It seemed that his childhood experiences had left significant psychological scars. He recalled his grandfather, Son Gohan. Had he not encountered his optimistic and kind grandfather, he might have descended into a malevolent creature, wreaking havoc as a solitary Saiyan. Without concealing anything from Naruto, Sun Wukong explained his purpose for this visit and elucidated the nature of this space. "I have come to help you untangle your mental knots. If left unresolved, these knots could lead you astray in your martial arts training. If I am not mistaken, your mental knot lies at the end of this path. Let us venture forth together." As he spoke, he began to walk deeper into the dungeon, but at that moment, Naruto grasped his hand. Curious, Sun Wukong turned back to see Naruto's head bowed, his demeanor deeply despondent. "Perhaps we should not go," Naruto said, forcing a smile as he lifted his gaze. He genuinely wished to keep his connection with Sun Wukong from the truth of the Nine Tails. When he had previously introduced himself, he had only mentioned that the villagers called him a monster, never revealing the existence of the Nine Tails. He was terrified that Sun Wukong would react like the villagers, shunning and despising him upon learning the truth. Though Naruto's strength was but a feeble resistance against Sun Wukong, he did not struggle violently. Instead, he turned, crouched down, and leveled his gaze with Sun Wukong's. "Since this is a part of your innermost being, you must ultimately confront it with courage. The cultivation of Qi encompasses courage, forming the very foundation of all martial training and serving as the bedrock for becoming a competent martial artist. Even if you do not wish to pursue martial arts, you should bravely face the hidden aspects within yourself, for some matters cannot be evaded. Therefore, when faced with challenges, one must confront and resolve them. Problems will not simply vanish through avoidance." Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks as he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve, looking up with determination. "I understand. I will take you there." Sun Wukong's face broke into a smile at this display of resolve, finding joy in the steadfastness reflected in Naruto's eyes. Such unwavering determination is the essence of a true martial artist. Following Naruto's lead, Sun Wukong continued onward, the water pooling increasingly around them, with the atmosphere becoming more oppressive and harsh. Eventually, they reached the abyss's end, revealing a massive cage, within which a colossal fox with 9 tails opened its eyes. Upon seeing them, the fox's expression morphed into one of profound disdain, particularly upon spotting Sun Wukong. It slowly rose from the ground, its towering form casting a shadow over the two. With its mouth agape, a thunderous voice erupted, "You wretched little brat! You dare bring an outsider here? Do you think I fear to end you?" Startled, Naruto instinctively covered his ears and retreated a few steps, his eyes wide with terror. Yet, this fear was swiftly replaced by anger as he pointed at the 9 tails and shouted, "You vile fox! residing within me, yet acting so arrogantly. Today, I have come to collect rent. Hand it over, or I shall not let you off easily. Sun Wukong observed the enormous fox inside the cage with intrigue, stroking his chin in amusement. Clearly, the malevolent aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this creature. It was the source of Naruto's inner turmoil. However, the fox's aura felt distinctly different from Naruto's, which piqued his curiosity. Although Sun Wukong was not a master of martial theory, he had absorbed considerable knowledge from Master Roshi, and through years of practice had developed an understanding of chi that rivaled that of some theorists. In fact, with his prowess, he could easily establish his own school of martial arts. It was merely his seemingly foolish demeanor that deterred others from seeking him as a mentor. He keenly discerned that this fox was not born of Naruto's emotions, but had been sealed within him from without. The talisman and cage before him were the seals confining the fox. Who could possibly have sealed such a creature within Naruto's body? Did this person harbor deep-seated enmity towards Naruto? Stepping forward to interrupt the confrontation between Naruto and the Nine Tails, he directly inquired, "You do not appear to have originated from Naruto's being. How did you come to reside here? Would you be willing to share your origins?" The Nine Tails ceased its furious tirade against Naruto and scrutinized Sun Wukong. Sensing the absence of chakra within him, the fox was not surprised. It had observed Sun Wukong through Naruto's perspective for days and had seen the footage previously. With a dismissive snort, it retorted, "Do you think I am obligated to share my story with you?" With that, it lay back down, closing its eyes, evidently uninterested in engaging with either Sun Wukong or Naruto. Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat exasperated, turned to Naruto and asked, "If I am not mistaken, this fox must have been sealed within you. Do you have any idea who did this?" Scratching his head in contemplation, Naruto replied uncertainly, "It should be the fourth Hokage. There has always been a tale in the village that the fourth Hokage defeated the Nine Tails, so it must have been he who sealed it." Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails scoffed, its tone tinged with indignation. "Humph, how could I possibly lose to that little brat, Minato? I was ensnared by the schemes of others. It was their trickery that led to my sealing by that child. In a fair fight, that child would never stand a chance against me." Chapter 36. The one called Minato, so it turns out that the one referred to as Minato sealed you for a reason? Sun Wukong continued to inquire. Following the thread of the conversation, the Nine Tails, seemingly unaccustomed to conversing with anyone for quite some time, momentarily succumbed to the urge to respond. "Of course, it is due to envy of my power. I am the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts. Countless individuals covet my strength, which is why that brat Minato sealed me within his son's body." "Wait a moment," Sun Wukong exclaimed, interrupting the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, irritated by the interruption, retorted, "What is it? You just mentioned that this Minato sealed you within his son, and you currently reside in Naruto's body, which means that Minato is Naruto's father?" Sun Wukong was genuinely taken aback. He initially assumed that a foe had sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, but it turned out to be Naruto's biological father. What kind of enmity could a father have with his son to seal such a formidable fox within him? He had once captured a large dinosaur and placed it in Gohan's body, but that was after slicing it into pieces and cooking it. How could a child possibly digest a whole fox? Could it be that this Minato is an exceptionally gluttonous person, believing that if he could consume a great fox, his son could as well? Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Sun Wukong was oblivious to Naruto's widened eyes beside him. It was the first time Naruto had heard anything about his father, and he promptly asked the Nine Tails, "Have you seen my father? Who is he? And why did he seal you within me?" Seeing Naruto's interest in the topic, the Nine Tails' eyes glinted with a cunning idea. He sneered and said, "Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It appears that those hypocritical individuals in Konoha have failed to reveal the truth to you. You are not a monster, but rather the son of a hero who saved Konoha. Without the sacrifices made by you and your parents, those villagers Wu and Ti have enjoyed such prolonged peace. Yet they scorn you and vilify you. The higher-ups in Konoha deliberately made you a target, and the suffering and discrimination you've endured over the years are all they're doing." The Nine Tails was not wrong about the Konoha higher-ups. The notion of Naruto being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was indeed propagated by Danzo Shimura. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the elite of Konoha, perhaps a few Umbu present at the time, knew about Naruto's status. These individuals, as elite ninjas, understood the importance of safeguarding the village's secrets. If it weren't for the intentional dissemination of this information, the ignorant villagers of Konoha would never have associated Uzumaki Naruto with the Nine Tails. The two concepts were as unrelated as the concepts of a princess and basketball. The Nine-Tails words struck Naruto deeply. Although he often appeared carefree, he was, in reality, quite sensitive and vulnerable. Even a slight provocation could plunge him into despair. His head hung low, eyes vacant, staring at the ground as he murmured, "How could this be? It shouldn't be like this." The third Hokage and the others. Seeing Naruto in such a state, the Nine-Tails' eyes brightened with opportunity. A deep crimson chakra, reminiscent of blood, seeped from the confines of its prison, silently enveloping Naruto. This chakra was infused with countless grievances and rage, ensnaring Naruto in a web of negative emotions, completely overshadowing his own will. The Nine-Tails manipulated the now unconscious Naruto towards the seal, intent on using his body to tear it apart and reclaim its freedom. However, just as the Nine-Tails was on the verge of success, a figure suddenly appeared beside Naruto, gently patting his shoulder and shattering the Nine-Tails chakra that enveloped him. With a resounding crash, a massive amount of red chakra burst into countless bubbles, dissipating into the air. The Nine-Tails, eyes wide with fury, glared at Sun Wukong and shouted, "You insufferable meddler! If it weren't for you, I would have broken free." Sun Wukong ignored the Nine-Tails and crouched before Naruto, assessing his condition. Though freed from the Nine-Tails chakra's influence, Naruto still appeared hollow, as if his very soul had been drained. Observing this, Sun Wukong sighed, realizing that Naruto needed to cultivate his mental fortitude. In such situations, no amount of persuasion would suffice. Naruto had to find his own strength to rise again. Moreover, Sun Wukong sensed that the influence over Naruto's emotions extended beyond the fox. There seemed to be something more insidious at play, perhaps difficult to detect with chakra. These influences could not evade Sun Wukong's perception. He sensed a hidden force affecting Naruto's soul, indicating that he would need to delve deeper into Naruto's essence. Resolute in his decision, he turned to the Nine-Tails. Though the malevolent aura surrounding the fox was palpable, Sun Wukong was uncertain of its past misdeeds. It would be unwise to simply extinguish its life. Determined, he addressed the Nine-Tails, "If you truly wish to be freed, I can release you. But you must promise not to torment Naruto any longer." The Nine-Tails, prepared to continue its tirade, froze in disbelief at Sun Wukong's words, suspecting he had misheard. "What did you say? You intend to release me? Indeed, I can grant you your freedom, but you must assure me that outside, you will not wreak havoc or harm the innocent. Should you do otherwise, I will find you and end you myself," Sun Wukong declared, his gaze unwavering. Having just defeated the cosmic tyrant Frieza, it was no exaggeration to call him the strongest known being within the Dragon Ball universe. Unaware of the true weight of Sun Wukong's threat, the Nine-Tails, filled with excitement, replied, "I have no interest in slaying those dull weaklings. I merely wish to enjoy my peaceful existence in my territory, free from the incessant disturbances caused by greedy and ignorant ninjas. If they would cease their intrusions, I would have no reason to act against them." Though it spoke in such a manner, the Nine-Tails secretly thought, "The moment I am freed, my first order of business will be to eliminate that insufferable brat, and you too." Unaware of the Nine-Tails' true intentions, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. He ascended into the air, heading directly towards the seal. Within moments, he stood before the colossal ceiling symbol, which towered over him. As he reached out to peel it away, a dormant will deep within the seal abruptly awakened. Chapter 37. Minato Namikaze. As Sun Wukong's hand grazed the edge of the seal, a golden light materialized beside him, transforming into a figure. Startled by this sudden apparition, he scarcely had time to inquire before the figure lunged, attempting to grasp his wrist, seemingly intent on subduing him. Yet, to Sun Wukong, the movement appeared remarkably sluggish. He deftly withdrew his hand, evading the grasp, and countered by seizing the assailant's hand instead. Minato Namikaze's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld his wrist ensnared by the other. This was the first instance where he had been caught off guard, even while launching a preemptive strike. For a ninja, their hands are of paramount importance, especially for someone as agile as he. It was common knowledge that even if one's head were captured, one could evade capture of their hands. This instinct was ingrained in a ninja's very DNA. Yet today, he found himself ensnared, leaving him in a state of disarray. In a moment of desperation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight, determined to engage in dialogue with this scion named Sun Wukong. However, as his feet touched down, he was confronted once more by Sun Wukong, who had seemingly appeared out of thin air. A cold sweat broke out on Minato's brow. He had utilized a space-time technique to arrive here. Yet his opponent had pursued him solely through sheer physical speed. What manner of creature was this? Sun Wukong made no move to attack, Instead, he inquired, "Who are you? And why have you entered Naruto's inner world?" With no hostile intentions apparent, Minato exhaled in relief and offered a warm smile. "Greetings, Mr. Sun Wukong. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and I am also Naruto Uzumaki's father. I am truly grateful for your guidance during this time." Sun Wukong was taken aback, and upon glancing at Minato, he noted a striking resemblance to Naruto. More astonished than Sun Wukong was Naruto himself, who stared incredulously in their direction. "What is this guy saying? He claims to be my father?" Seeing Naruto's stunned expression, Minato chose not to use the Flying Thunder God technique again, but instead walked slowly towards Naruto. He gently placed a hand on Naruto's head, stroking his golden hair. Speaking softly, "I am your father, and the fourth Hokage of Konoha. You have endured so much over the years." Minato understood that Naruto was not yet prepared to process such monumental information. Thus, he resolved to allow Naruto's emotions to stabilize before further discourse. His immediate priority was to persuade Sun Wukong not to unseal the Nine Tails. However, just as he turned to address Sun Wukong, Naruto's expression shifted to one of fierce anger. His right fist swung, landing squarely in Minato's abdomen. The punch, fueled by rage and unanticipated, struck Minato with considerable force, causing him to double over in pain. Disbelief etched across his face. Naruto's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Why did you seal the Nine Tails within me? Why must I bear this burden? Why did you let everyone isolate and despise me? Now you come forth pretending to be a decent father. What right do you have to appear before me?" As Naruto's emotions surged, tears of injustice streamed from his reddened eyes. Uninfluenced by the Nine Tails chakra, his anger stemmed solely from his heart. For so long, he had been ostracized, labeled as a monster by those around him, and he had accepted this fate as a norm. Yet today, he discovered that the architect of his suffering was none other than his biological father, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Despite being the son of the Hokage, he had been subjected to relentless scorn and humiliation. In that moment, he longed to strike down this unworthy father. Minato remained silent, his gaze lowered in contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and said to Naruto, "We will speak privately later. Right now, I have more pressing matters to discuss with Mr. Sun Wukong." The complexities surrounding the Nine Tails incident would require careful explanation, but at present, Sun Wukong's concerns took precedence. Naruto turned away in silence, refusing to meet Minato's gaze. With a sigh, Minato directed his attention back to Sun Wukong. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance with Naruto's training, but the seal on the Nine Tails must not be undone." "Why?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Because if the tailed beast is extracted from its Jinchuriki, the host will perish instantly," Minato explained. "What is a Jinchuriki?" Sun Wukong tilted his head curiously. Minato sighed, realizing the difficulty of explaining to someone from another world. After gathering his thoughts, he articulated, "A Jinchuriki is a vessel specifically created to contain a tailed beast. The beast is sealed within a human through a sealing technique, merging its life force with that of the host. This means that Naruto and the Nine Tails share a life force. Removing the beast would deplete Naruto's vitality. While such a loss might be inconsequential to the tailed beast, a human body cannot withstand such a drain, leading to the inevitable death of the Jinchuriki. Moreover, the Nine Tails is a vital asset to Konoha. As the fourth Hokage, I cannot permit the Nine Tails to be released from our control." Minato's resolve was unwavering. He was not only a father, but also the fourth Hokage. His love for his wife and son was profound, yet if forced to choose between them and Konoha, his past decisions spoke volumes. He would rather allow his son to be reviled as a monster than let the Nine Tails fall into the wrong hands. Preserving a trump card for Konoha. Nearby, the Nine Tails erupted in outrage. "Minato, you speak nonsense. In my prime, Konoha's founders were but children. How dare you shamelessly claim I am your weapon? Release me, and I shall lend you my power to achieve any goal you desire. With my strength, there is nothing you cannot accomplish." Sun Wukong scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, he approached Naruto and leaned down to ask, "Naruto, what do you think? Should we continue to seal this great fox, or should we set him free?" Chapter 38. Is reinforcing the seal effective? "I refuse to continue as a monster," Naruto replied resolutely. Upon receiving Naruto's response, Sun Wukong understood the course of action he needed to take. He turned to Minato Namikaze and stated, "Since Naruto has made his decision, I shall assist him in extracting the fox from within him. However, rest assured, I have devised a method to preserve Naruto's life." There will be no scenario in which extracting the tailed beast results in his demise. Minato's expression grew serious. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Nine Tails. If the creature were to be freed, it would be exceedingly difficult for Konoha to recapture it. Moreover, he harbored doubts regarding Sun Wukong's ability to ensure Naruto's survival. Even the esteemed Tsunade would find it impossible to protect a Jinchuriki's life while extracting a tailed beast. He could not gamble his son's life against the village's most potent weapon on the efficacy of Sun Wukong's method. With no other recourse, Minato resorted to special measures. In an instant, he appeared on the ceiling talisman, biting his finger to inscribe certain symbols upon it. Sun Wukong did not intervene, but observed with curiosity. After a few breaths, Minato withdrew his hand, having added incomprehensible runes to the seal. Suddenly, a loud clanging echoed through the air, followed by a thick stone wall descending from the interior of the cell. The Nine Tails widened its eyes and struggled desperately, yet the wall remained unmoved, ultimately sealing the cell completely. The sounds of the Nine Tails were no longer audible. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, praised, "Remarkable. To achieve such a feat within the inner world speaks volumes of your sealing technique." Minato gasped for breath, his form growing increasingly ethereal, his gaze dimming as he spoke. "Initially, my plan was to design a seal that would gradually allow the Nine Tails chakra to leak out, enabling Naruto to adapt and ultimately master its power. But now, there is no alternative. I must completely seal the Nine Tails chakra within. Only the possessor of the sealing key may unlock it again. As for the key's whereabouts, I shall not disclose that to you." With a heavy heart, he turned to Naruto, forcing a faint smile. "Naruto, please trust me. Both your father and mother love you dearly. I hope you can rise above the village's prejudices. Your parents will always support you." With that, his figure faded, leaving Naruto in a state of confusion. The sealing space fell into profound silence, devoid of Minato and the Nine Tails, leaving only Sun Wukong and the silent Naruto, who was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Naruto lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. "Uncle, now that the Nine Tails chakra no longer affects our training, please continue to guide me." Sun Wukong perceived a change in Naruto. If his previous courage had stemmed from bravado, now it radiated a steadfast conviction. He smiled and replied, "Do not be hasty. We still need to separate the Nine Tails from you before continuing our training." Naruto paused, then pointed at the wall ahead. "But Dad had already sealed the Nine Tails completely before he disappeared. How will you unseal him?" Sun Wukong burst into laughter, then confidently addressed Naruto. "Naruto, this will be your first lesson, regardless of how formidable the magical sealing techniques or the enemy may be. As long as you possess the courage and conviction to confront them, no obstacle is insurmountable." He raised his left hand, palm directed at the wall, and, to Naruto's astonishment, unleashed a powerful energy wave toward the reinforced seal. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the sealing space, obliterating both the thick wall and the cage containing the Nine Tails. The explosive energy surged outward, blinding Naruto with its brilliance. They stood perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion. Had Sun Wukong not shielded him, he would likely have been torn to shreds by the shockwave. Though this transpired within a realm of consciousness, injuries could still inflict significant psychological trauma. After some time, the light gradually faded, and the explosion subsided, leaving the sealing space in disarray. Dust filled the air, making even a single breath suffocating. A massive pit lay before them, its depths unfathomable. At the edge of the crater lay the Nine Tails, gasping for breath, its eyes vacant as it stared at the sky, filled with confusion about its uncertain future. What had transpired? Why had the world transformed so abruptly? Initially, Minato's reinforcement of the seal filled the Nine Tails with despair. He had hoped to extend a portion of his chakra to observe the outside world and influence Naruto. Yet now, even this small semblance of freedom had been stripped away. He would only have a sliver of a chance to glimpse the outside world again upon the Jinchuriki's death. Just as he prepared to surrender to despair, the wall before him erupted, and even the cage sealing him was blown apart. Elation surged within him, mistaking it for Minato's sealing error that had caused the collapse of the entire space. At last, he saw a glimmer of hope for escape. However, what he did not anticipate was that the explosion would not only destroy the walls and cage, but would also propel him skyward. Fortunately, the blast's energy was not directed at him. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate, becoming the first tailed beast to perish within a sealing space. Sun Wukong hastily brought Naruto before the Nine Tails, relieved to find it still alive. He scratched his head sheepishly, admitting that was quite a close call. I may have overdone it a bit and nearly obliterated that fox. But given the current state, it should be manageable. At least it won't cause us trouble when we release it. A bead of cold sweat formed on Naruto's forehead as he forced a smile, casting a sympathetic glance at the nine tails, which lay as if lifeless on the ground. Sometimes, he wondered how Sun Wukon's mind operated. Did he truly not realize the extent of his own strength? A dignified nine tails, a creature feared by all in the village, had nearly met its end due to his inadvertent actions. Would his friends Sakura and Sasuke think him mad if he shared this story with them? Unaware of the emotion swirling in Naruto and the Nine Tails, Sun Wukong continued his explanation. Extracting this great fox will sap your vitality. Therefore, we can continuously provide you with healing to replenish your life force. That healer, Heroes, possesses healing techniques. Once we extract the fox from your body, she can assist you in restoring your vitality, ensuring you remain unharmed. Naruto nodded numbly, pondering what had Uncle just said. Chapter 39, Naruto's child is sent flying. When it comes to combat prowess, the Yatarat aliens possess only limited superiority over humans. Even those with a combat power exceeding 1,000 are a rare occurrence. However, in terms of auxiliary abilities, the Yatarat aliens rank among the best not only in the Dragon Ball universe, but across countless realms. Techniques such as instantaneous teleportation and time manipulation for mundane tasks are commonplace, and their proficiency in healing arts is inscribed in the very DNA of each Yatarat alien. Their mastery of healing surpasses the literacy rate of 21st century humans, not to mention that the medical capabilities in the Dragon Ball world far exceed those in the ninja world, making it trivial to compensate for the life force deficit of a Jinchuriki. Take Tsunade, the most skilled medical ninja in the ninja world. When she encountered Kato Dan on the battlefield, he was still alive, able to speak his last words, and even had the strength to return a necklace to her. Yet, despite being a vibrant figure, he ultimately succumbed to her treatment. With such medical standards, it is time for her to retire from the field. In stark contrast, in the Dragon Ball universe, as long as there remains a breath of life, even if one's neck is broken, as long as brain death has not occurred, one can be restored. Meanwhile, as Goku's consciousness returned to the real world, he headed straight for the Medum tribe. 3 minutes later, he arrived and immediately sought out Heroes. Explaining the current predicament, without hesitation, Heroes agreed, as healing arts were trivial for her. With sufficient offerings, she could even employ resurrection techniques. However, Goku's explanation was vague, merely stating that a special life force needed to be extracted from Naruto, leading her to speculate wildly. Could it be that little Naruto is about to give birth? This misunderstanding isn't entirely unfounded, as both male and female Yatarat aliens have the capacity to reproduce, making the notion of Naruto giving birth seem plausible to her. The two quickly returned to the training ground where they had previously practiced. At that moment, Naruto's condition was alarming. He sat cross-legged upon a massive rock, eyes closed, with crimson chakra oozing from his body like molten lava. This was not a deliberate act of the Nine Tails to cause chaos, but rather a consequence of the overwhelming chakra that had surged forth following the destruction of the seal by Goku. If it were Naruto from several years in the future, he could easily control such chakra. However, in his current state, he lacked the ability to manage this vast amount, teetering on the brink of losing consciousness and going berserk. Goku and Heroes could not afford to delay any longer and commenced the extraction of the tailed beast. Goku tightly grasped the core of the Nine Tails within Naruto, cautiously pulling it out, wary of using too much force and harming Naruto in the process. Meanwhile, Heroes continuously administered healing to Naruto. Naruto's complexion fluctuated between a healthy hue and pallor, his life force ebbing and flowing, as his internal organs were repeatedly shattered and mended by the Nine Tails chakra. Had he been conscious, he would likely have cried out in agony. Half an hour later, one of the Nine Tails claws was fully extracted from Naruto's back. But this was merely the beginning. 3 hours later, half of the Nine Tails body and head emerged. He could now speak, but refrained from interrupting Goku and Heroes, fearing that any disruption would force him back into the small body. A full 10 hours elapsed before the last of the Nine Tails tails was successfully extracted from Naruto. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. Such meticulous work was ill-suited for a rough-and-tumble fighter like him, who preferred brawls where brute strength reigned. Heroes, on the other hand, was exhausted, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Enduring 10 hours of healing arts was taxing even for her. Nevertheless, the fox had successfully given birth, and both mother and child were safe, an occasion worthy of celebration. Remarkably, this was her first experience in assisting another's childbirth, having never given birth herself, and unexpectedly found herself playing the role of midwife. However, the appearance of little Naruto's child was peculiar. He bore no resemblance to Naruto and was significantly larger. Could it be a case of genetic inheritance? The Ninetales ignored Hiro's bewildered gaze and stood, stretching his neck and tail before unleashing a deafening roar. After enduring 10 long hours and waiting a full 60 years, the Ninetales had finally emerged from his seal. He turned to gaze at the still unconscious Naruto, then at the alien woman with a face full of wrinkles who had treated the Jinchuriki, ultimately locking his gaze onto Goku. With a thunderous roar that echoed for miles, the Ninetales bellowed at Goku, "You despicable fiend! You have truly released me. I should be grateful to you. Yet I have not forgotten what you did to me while I was sealed." He raised his sharp claw, aiming a powerful strike at Goku. "You vile wretch! How dare you inflict such devastation upon me? You shall pay with your life." Hiro's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to activate her protective shield to counter the impending blow. However, Goku halted her, glancing at the descending claw with exasperation. He struggled to comprehend the Ninetales' mindset. How could he not recognize the vast disparity in their strengths, even if he could not sense Goku's ki? Surely he had witnessed the energy waves Goku unleashed while sealed? It was perplexing, truly perplexing. Goku clenched his right fist and gently waved it at the colossal claw poised above him. Bang! The Ninetales' expression shifted instantly. The tremendous force from Goku's strike reverberated through his claw, sending it hurtling back uncontrollably, propelling him higher into the sky. Despite his attempts to resist, he was powerless against the force, soaring away like a projectile. "Ah, what have you done to me?" As his form receded into the distance, his voice grew faint, ultimately transforming into a shooting star that vanished from sight. Hiro's blinked in astonishment. She was aware of Goku's strength and knew he had defeated the legendary Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Yet, having never encountered Frieza, she had no understanding of his true power. Since Goku's arrival, he had not showcased much of his strength, making this her first opportunity to witness his combat prowess against an adversary. Goku's might indeed astonished her, but there was a more pressing matter she needed to clarify. Turning stiffly, she looked at Goku and asked, "You just sent little Naruto's child flying. How will you explain this to him when he wakes up?" Chapter 40. The Ninetales. For an entire month, I soared through the skies. Today, I have experienced a multitude of events, and for Naruto, the stimulation has been rather overwhelming. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Wukong escorted him back to the Medum tribe, where he spent the following days recuperating. After a brief period of rest, Naruto regained his vitality and resumed his efforts to comprehend the energy within him. Unlike the previous attempt, he now effortlessly sensed a subtle force coursing through his being. It appeared to be a blend of both spiritual and physical energy. Naruto could not discern its nature, but recognized it as the chi spoken of by Sun Wukong. With the discovery of this energy, their training finally fell into a proper rhythm. Initially, Naruto engaged in simple physical training, learning the martial techniques and power application of the Chunin style. Before long, he had mastered these concepts, astonishing even Sun Wukong. Although Naruto's intellect may not shine brightly, his talent for cultivation was commendable. His control over chi and his proficiency in the Chunin martial arts were notably impressive. Subsequently, Sun Wukong designed specialized weighted gear for him, including a weighted vest, wristbands, and anklets. These devices, crafted with the assistance of Shiluo, increased his physical burden without hindering his movements due to their cumbersome appearance. Early one morning, as dawn broke, Naruto consumed a light breakfast before donning the large turtle shell and commencing his running exercises around the Medum tribe. The morning was dedicated to physical conditioning, followed by a brief lunch and an hour of rest, after which he focused on his exclusive chi training in the afternoon. Under Sun Wukong's meticulous guidance, Naruto made rapid progress, mastering techniques such as the Void Dance and the Kamehameha within just a few months. He even learned to utilize the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, though he had yet to refine these abilities fully. What astonished Sun Wukong the most was that Naruto had managed to grasp the instant transmission technique before he himself could master it. Despite his diligent studies with Shiluo on this very skill, he still struggled with it. Yet, Naruto, a newcomer, had surpassed him in this regard. Sun Wukong felt a genuine joy for Naruto's achievement, even seeking his counsel on the technique's application. However, Naruto's teaching abilities were rather lacking, rendering Sun Wukong's inquiries somewhat futile. In the realm of ninjas, Two figures stood out for their remarkable prowess, Jiraiya and Konohamaru. It was indeed a miracle that Jiraiya could teach Naruto to wield the Rasengan. And even more astonishing that Konohamaru managed to learn it from Naruto. A feat as challenging as mastering advanced algebra in a psychiatric hospital, an indication of the exceptional abilities of both teacher and student. At this point, Naruto's appearance had undergone a transformative change. He was taller than when he first arrived on Adrat, and his once frail physique had filled out with muscle. Most significantly, there was a shift in his demeanor. Whereas he previously exuded a boisterous and loud energy, he had now become much more composed. He learned to observe, contemplate, and act thoughtfully rather than rashly charging into situations. This transformation was largely due to Sun Wukong's teachings, but it was also related to the removal of the Ashura chakra from within Naruto. Indeed, Sun Wukong had successfully extracted this chakra, having identified it as a potential hazard within Naruto. After some searching, he finally drew out a peculiar soul from Naruto's being, a man clad in a white robe with a red belt, adorned with a pattern resembling a kama on his collar. When Sun Wukong extracted this soul, it appeared devoid of self-awareness, lying there with its eyes closed in slumber. He inquired if Naruto recognized the individual before him. Having previously extracted a fox and Naruto's father from within him, perhaps this was a relative. However, Naruto shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge of this person. And there were no records of such an individual in Konoha. Though unaware of the soul's identity, its presence continually impacted Naruto. Consequently, Sun Wukong entrusted this soul to Shillua, instructing him to find a means of sealing it away, allowing Naruto to retrieve it in the future should he wish to uncover the truth. Thus, the soul of Otsutsuki Ashura was sealed within a lunchbox and stored in Shillua's villa's storage room, awaiting a fortunate individual to unlock it. Without the influence of Ashura's soul, Naruto seemed to awaken to a new understanding, no longer fixated on his identity as Hokage. Now, he yearned to delve deeply into martial arts, aspiring to strengthen himself further. Sun Wukong felt immense satisfaction, hopeful that one day Naruto would surpass him, evolving into both a friend and rival on the path of martial arts. Let us rewind time to 1 month after the Nine Tails was sent flying. On a vast continent in the southern hemisphere of Adrat, a thunderous sound echoed as a meteorite struck the ground, creating a massive crater from which a gigantic, crimson fox emerged, covered in dust and debris. The Nine Tails, filled with rage and fury, gazed around, his eyes burning with indignation. Those despicable Saiyans! How dare they hurl me into the sky for an entire month? Only for me to crash back down. It's utterly infuriating. For a whole month, he had soared through the air, attempting various means to return to the ground. He even released tailed beast bombs in an effort to hasten his descent, but to no avail. He was left to fall awkwardly once the force of Sun Wukong's punch dissipated. He, the mightiest of tailed beasts, revered by the sage of 6 paths and feared by the god of ninjas, had been sent flying for a month by a single punch, an affront to his dignity. Should the other tailed beasts learn of this, he would be the subject of their ridicule for eternity, unable to hold his head high among them. However, as he calmed down, he recognized an even more pressing concern. He had no knowledge of how to return to the ninja world. He had been brought to this dimension by Naruto, who was no longer the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should Naruto return to the ninja world, he would not be able to take him along. The thought of never returning to the ninja world ignited a profound exhilaration within him. How splendid! The wretched ninja world was rife with individuals coveting his power, with ninjas attempting to capture him every few days. In recent decades, he had even been sealed within a Jinchuriki by the Leaf Village, spending decades in confinement. Rather than return to that loathsome ninja world, he would rather settle down on this Adrat planet. As for safety concerns, he had never given them a moment's thought. With his immense power, he doubted that the diminutive beings of this world could pose any threat to him. If necessary, he could simply find a secluded mountain forest and lie low for the rest of his days. Furthermore, he discovered the planet's natural energy to be remarkably rich, making it an ideal sanctuary for his retirement. Just as he contemplated finding a tranquil place to live out his days, a child's voice suddenly broke through the stillness. Wow, what a beautiful fox. Can I be your friend? Chapter 41. My name is QB. QB turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a child from the planet Adrat. Judging by the age of Shinobi, the child appeared to be around 10 years old. Unlike the older inhabitants of Adrat, whose faces were lined with wrinkles, this young one bore no such marks. Resembling a human child with pink skin, What astonished QB was the fact that this child was flying in the air. Was it possible that even children could soar in this world? At that moment, the child regarded him with curious eyes, but QB had no intention of engaging. He turned away, dismissing the child entirely, and strode into the depths of the mountains ahead. He assumed that his indifference would deter the child, yet to his surprise, the little one pursued him, persistently inquiring, "Wow, great fox, you are so impressive. What do you eat to grow so large? You have so many tails. Wait, let me count them. 1, 2, 3. You actually have 9 tails. Hey, great fox, what is your name? Mine is Simon. Could you tell me yours?" QB spun around, glaring fiercely at Simon, causing the child to flinch and cover his mouth in shock. "Get lost, you annoying brat. If you bother me again, I swear I'll devour you." His roar startled the birds away from the trees, and ripples danced across the surface of the lake. Simon chuckled awkwardly, quickly turning away and vanishing in a flash. After successfully fending off the bothersome child, QB felt somewhat relieved and climbed a nearby towering mountain. In his days in the shinobi world, he had resided on an island for hundreds of years, where a vast, flat mountain stood at its center. He would often lie atop it, leisurely fishing whenever he felt like it, leading a rather comfortable existence. Now, upon arriving at Adrat, he sought out a similar flat peak and settled down, drifting into a light slumber. Days passed in tranquil solitude, until Simon returned once more, even from a distance. QB sensed the child's presence and cursed under his breath, "This brat is truly bothersome. I must frighten him this time to ensure he doesn't return." However, to his astonishment, Simon approached, dragging along a massive piece of thigh meat. This piece of meat was so large that QB estimated he could comfortably lie on it. He was genuinely surprised. Such enormous creatures existed on this planet, likely towering half the height of Hashirama's 1,000 hands. Yet, size alone did not equate to strength. QB was a being of pure chakra, possessing boundless energy, and no mere creature could rival him based solely on size. Nevertheless, the sight of such a sizable piece of meat was undeniably appetizing. It had been over 100 years since he last tasted food. His last meal had been an ill-fated attempt to consume kin and jin, only to be tormented by their antics within his belly, a memory he preferred to forget. Simon approached QB with a smile, greeting him warmly. "Long time no see, great fox. This is lizard meat I secretly saved during our tribe's feast." The lizard was enormous, even larger than you. It lacked intelligence, so it couldn't understand me. "By the way, do you prefer it raw or cooked?" QB scoffed, turning his head away. "I have no interest in such things. Take it away, it's an eyesore. But I brought it especially for you." "If you want to eat it, I'll have to eat it myself," Simon replied, feigning disappointment as he set up a barbecue. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned brilliant sparks that cleaved through dozens of trees in the forest below, stacking them as fuel for the fire. Flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the wood, and he placed the lizard leg over the fire to roast. The simple act of roasting yielded no flavor. So he retrieved some seasonings from a pouch at his waist and recited incantations while tossing them onto the meat. Miraculously, the small amount of seasoning multiplied in the wind, transforming into a vast cloud that evenly coated the lizard leg. As the fire seared the meat, the aromatic oils mingled with the spices, sending a tantalizing scent wafting through the air, reaching QB's nostrils. QB feigned indifference, pretending not to notice the delectable aroma. However, when Simon turned his back, QB's eyes fixated on the lizard leg, yearning to pounce upon it. Simon turned back, asking, "Great fox, would you like to try some?" QB quickly averted his gaze, muttering, "Boring." Before long, the lizard meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within. Simon tore off the outer layer and chewed, exclaiming, "This is so delicious." He then pulled off a piece of meat about his height and offered the remaining portion to QB. "Great fox, you must try this." This time, QB could no longer resist temptation. Seizing the moment while Simon was distracted, he turned sharply, snatching the enormous lizard leg in his jaws, and, with his back turned to Simon, began to relish the meat. With one bite, the juices burst forth, and the flavor exploded in his mouth, causing QB to squint in bliss, as if his entire fox existence had reached fulfillment. The meat contained immense energy. With just one bite, QB felt his chakra significantly invigorated. After a few more bites, he believed he could elevate his strength to a new level. It had been over a millennium since he had last experienced such a feeling. For thousands of years, he had assumed his power would never increase again after his initial growth period. The thought that a mere piece of lizard meat could yield such a substantial boost in strength exhilarated him. If only he could indulge in this delicacy every day. Overcome with excitement, he turned to Simon and inquired, "Brat, can you procure more of this meat?" Simon, still savoring the lizard meat, nodded eagerly after swallowing. "Of course. Our tribe raises many of these lizards. If you want more, I can secretly bring you some." QB was elated but restrained his excitement, addressing Simon seriously, "From now on, do not call me Great Fox. I have a name. My name is QB. Chapter 42. The training is coming to an end, preparing to return to the ninja world thus. The Ninetales and Simon forged a friendship. Simon frequently pilfered meat from his tribe to feed the Ninetales, who no longer resisted the lively little boy before him. In fact, he began to contemplate that if Simon had been his original Jinchuriki, perhaps they would have truly connected on a profound level. However, Simon's actions eventually drew the attention of his tribe, and a group of Adralitarians confronted both the Ninetales and Simon. The Ninetales initially believed that Simon's tribe might covet his power and would thus pose a threat. To his surprise, the tribe members were not hostile. Rather, they were delighted that Simon had made a friend like him. This left the Ninetales utterly bewildered. The inhabitants of this planet were indeed different from those in the ninja world, exhibiting a kindness devoid of malice. Had it been the ninjas from the ninja world, they would have unsheathed their weapons without a second thought. As a result, a profound friendship blossomed between the Ninetales and Simon's tribe, who invited him to join them as their guardian spirit beast. The Ninetales, impressed by their warmth, readily accepted their offer and chose to remain. After spending considerable time among them, he found himself questioning the nature of existence. He discovered that the strength of the people in this world was astonishingly formidable. Take Simon. For instance, he had always assumed that Simon was merely an ordinary child with the ability to fly and some magical skills, capable of support yet limited in combat prowess. However, upon engaging in battle, he realized the truth was far from this assumption. The child's power was commensurate with that of a high-ranking ninja in the ninja world, and when factoring in his strange array of spells, even a high-ranking ninja might not stand a chance against him. If Simon's abilities were exceptional, it was even more astounding to learn that every child in the tribe possessed similar strength, with Simon himself ranking among the less powerful. The adults of the tribe were even more terrifying. Even those who were not combat specialists exhibited power on par with the shadows of the ninja world. Those proficient in battle, in his estimation, surpassed the likes of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The sheer number of such combatants was staggering. There were thousands, constituting roughly 1% of the tribe's total population. What manner of monstrous planet was this? What kind of extraordinary race did Simon belong to? After enduring this shocking revelation, the Ninetales found solace in the fact that he was not inclined towards conflict. The inhabitants of this planet cherished peace, which suited him perfectly. As he had formed a harmonious bond with the tribe, he need not fret about the day they might attempt to capture him, proclaiming that he was too powerful and must be sealed away. Time passed swiftly, and it had been 10 months since Naruto's arrival on Adralat. By a waterfall, Naruto Uzumaki, clad in the garb of the Turtle Sage's martial arts, sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. In the next moment, two unexpected figures materialized beside him, Naruto's true self and Sun Wukong, while the one floating in the void was merely a shadow clone. Upon the appearance of his true self, Naruto exhaled a long breath, intending to greet his shadow clone, only to find it awkwardly pointing behind him. Alarmed, Naruto spun around to discover Sun Wukong in the midst of a game of instant transmission hide-and-seek, a training method devised by heroes to enhance their proficiency in instant transmission. Notably, instant transmission on Adralat required a coordinate of energy, meaning it could not be performed in unpopulated areas. This challenge was no obstacle for Naruto, whose numerous and agile shadow clones served as perfect coordinates for both himself and Sun Wukong. Thus, they engaged in this unique game of hide-and-seek. When he saw Sun Wukong waving behind him, Naruto's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively activated instant transmission to another location. Upon landing, he immediately summoned hundreds of shadow clones to scatter in all directions, attempting to confuse Sun Wukong's senses. However, he was left dumbfounded as a multitude of Sun Wukongs suddenly appeared before him, filling the mountains and skies with their presence. Naruto's lips twitched. The number must have been in the hundreds of thousands, as the sheer amount of chakra possessed by the jovial figure was astonishing. He pointed at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth and venting. "Hey, are you playing fair? Using shadow clones to bully me seems a bit excessive." Sun Wukong chuckled, rubbing his nose apologetically. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away. But honestly, Your technique is quite effective. I must show it to Gohan when I return. The outcome of this game was inevitable. Naruto was easily caught by Sun Wukong, who claimed the largest rib for dinner. After a satisfying meal, the two lay on the grass, gazing at the starry sky and savoring the gentle breeze brushing their cheeks. Just as Sun Wukong was about to doze off, Naruto suddenly spoke with a hint of melancholy. Hey, I can feel my progress bar in my mind nearing its end. Sun Wukong sat up, scratching his head. So? You're saying you're about to return to that leaf village? Naruto nodded, his emotions seemingly heavy. If only I could stay a little longer. Once I return, I don't know if I'll ever come back. He forced a smile. Sun Wukong patted his shoulder in consolation. There's no need to feel down about this. I have many friends I haven't seen in ages. They have their own lives now, and even if we don't meet again, I'll always cherish the memories of them. Return to your home. You have many good friends there as well. Naruto nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks as he stood and locked eyes with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong also stood, smiling back at him, and moments later, they embraced. Even if this master and disciple would never meet again, the bond they shared under this starry sky would forever be etched in their hearts. The following day, Naruto bid farewell to Heroes, who wept profusely. Only calming down after Naruto offered him ample comfort. After saying goodbye to Sun Wukong and Heroes, Naruto soared towards the direction of the Ninetales energy. He had been aware of the Ninetales' whereabouts during the past 6 months, so locating him did not take long. Upon finding him, the Ninetales was napping atop a mountain. When he noticed Naruto's arrival, he merely opened one eye to glance, then closed it again, feigning ignorance. Naruto floated before the Ninetales, smiling as he said, Hey, Ninetales. Today marks the day I return to the ninja world. I brought you here initially. Would you like to come back with me? The Ninetales snorted dismissively. Return to that leaf village only to be sealed within another Jinchuriki? You can go back on your own. I'm quite content here. Chapter 43. Return to the ninja world. Captured on the spot, the Ninetales refused to return to the ninja world, and Naruto understood its sentiments. Frankly speaking, if given the choice, he would prefer to remain in this world indefinitely. However, he had many dear friends in the ninja world, and if he chose not to return, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi would undoubtedly worry about him. Not to mention Irika-sensei, the ramen shop owner, and his sister Sh. Buu. Furthermore, he was uncertain of how to stay in the Dragon Ball world permanently. The progress bar before him was merely passive, and once the time elapsed, it would inevitably transport him back, leaving him helpless. Just as Naruto was about to turn and leave, Simon suddenly flew over to play with the Ninetales. He produced a large bag of snacks and an enormous chessboard, exclaiming, Hubie, I've come to play with you. Last time, you said you loved these snacks, so I brought you a whole bag, plenty for you to enjoy. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It was unexpected that the fearsome Ninetales, regarded as a monster by the villagers of Konoha, would delight in such childish treats. The Ninetales felt its pride tarnished, but chose not to lash out at its friend. Instead, it turned to Naruto and growled, You punk, are you done talking? If you are, then scram. Naruto laughed heartily, and then soared away, soon vanishing from the Ninetales' sight. The Ninetales watched Naruto's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto its face, pondering the trouble this young rascal would stir upon returning to the ninja world. Yet, it mattered little. Any ensuing chaos would be a headache for those ignorant ninjas in the ninja world while it enjoyed a peaceful retirement on this planet. Approximately half an hour later, Naruto's chakra abruptly vanished from the planet Adralat, leaving no trace even in the vast Dragon Ball universe. Sensing Naruto's absence, Goku smiled up at the clear sky and then turned to Zyros, saying, My spaceship should be fixed by now, right? Zyros understood immediately, her expression dimming as she replied, It's been repaired for a while. I suppose it's time for me to return to Dragon Ball. I wonder how Krillin and the others are doing. Has Gohan grown taller? Zyros appeared somewhat melancholic. Two good friends were departing, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. She urged, Haven't you learned to teleport over long distances? You must come visit when you have the chance. Goku nodded in agreement. In Konoha, Naruto's humble abode, he materialized in his room amidst a flash of white light. The dim illumination made it difficult for him to see at first, but as his eyes adjusted to the drastic change in light, he began surveying his surroundings. Breathing out a sigh of relief, he noted that after 10 months away, everything remained just as he remembered, even the very spot where he had been transported from. Returning to the same place he had left, the world remained unchanged. As Naruto observed the fading illusionary panel before him, it became evident that the so-called training plan on Adralat had come to an end. This signified that he could no longer return to Adralat, nor would he have the opportunity to meet Goku again. However, as Goku had mentioned, everyone has their own life. If they could not meet, so be it. Just as he was about to move and explore the streets, several figures suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Naruto had sensed their presence long before, so their emergence did not surprise him. They were all dressed as Umbu, their faces concealed behind animal masks. The leading Umbu ninja's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing Naruto. Who are you? Could it be Uzumaki Naruto? It was no wonder he failed to recognize him. The difference between Naruto now and when he had departed was monumental. After his time training, Naruto had grown significantly taller. The whisker-like markings on his face had vanished, and his eyes radiated confidence and determination. Most notably, his physique had transformed. He was no longer the slender boy he once was, but rather broad-shouldered and muscular, resembling a martial artist from the land of lightning. At this point, Naruto was aware of his unique identity. When Goku had extracted the tailed beast from him, he had also met his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who had elucidated many aspects of being a Jinchuriki. Thus, he was not taken aback by the Umbu's presence at his home. He smiled at the leading Umbu and inquired, "What brings you here?" The head Umbu scrutinized him for a moment before responding coldly, "Follow me. The Hokage wishes to see you." After stating this, he opened the door, gesturing for Naruto to enter. The other Umbu nudged him forward, subtly implying he should comply. Naruto did not resist, but chose to accompany them, feeling it necessary to clarify a few matters with the third Hokage. Although Zyros had cautioned him against disclosing his experiences in the Dragon Ball world to others, he felt he had nothing to hide. The dimensions they inhabited were different. Even if they shared their stories, it would not impact either world. They leaped onto the rooftops and swiftly made their way to the Hokage building. Shortly after, they arrived, and upon entering, they were met by a flustered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who rushed out. Upon seeing Naruto, his expression momentarily froze in disbelief. How could Naruto have grown so tall in just 3 days? Was this truly Naruto? Or was he a spy from another village in disguise? While appearances could be mimicked, chakra signatures were much harder to replicate. Despite Naruto's changed appearance, the essence of his chakra had remained relatively unchanged, allowing for a preliminary confirmation that he was indeed Uzumaki Naruto. Nonetheless, Hiruzen felt it prudent to investigate further. As he contemplated how to approach the situation without alarming Naruto, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Hiruzen, I heard the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been retrieved. Is the Nine-Tails seal intact? Was there any tampering?" Shimura Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, his face clouded with concern. Chapter 44. The Nine-Tails no longer resides within me. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a piercing glance at Danzo, who merely huffed in disdain. At such a critical juncture, Hiruzen found it absurd that Danzo still feigned composure. Securing the Jinchuriki seal was of utmost importance, and all other trivial matters could be addressed later. The return of Naruto Uzumaki indicated that the Nine-Tails had not been extracted from him, for a Jinchuriki would perish if their tailed beast were removed. Yet, this situation posed its own complications, as they were unsure whether the Nine-Tails seal had been compromised. If it had, the ramifications could be dire. The Nine-Tails could break free at any moment, leading to a catastrophic rampage by the Jinchuriki, and even if they managed to reseal it, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer immense losses. Contemplating this, Danzo felt an urge to ascertain the situation through chakra, but Hiruzen's stern gaze halted him. Gritting his teeth, he met Hiruzen's eyes, ultimately taking a deep breath and retracting his hand. With the scheming elder subdued, Hiruzen sighed and addressed Naruto. "Let us discuss this in my office." Naruto nodded in response, and together they made their way to the Hokage's office. Throughout the journey, Danzo scrutinized Naruto with a piercing gaze, which Naruto met with indifference. The elderly man, his body wrapped in bandages, emanated an aura of malevolence that Naruto found repugnant. He could not fathom how such a person had ascended to Konoha's upper echelons. Hiruzen, too, bore a dark aura, albeit less intense, more a sense of decay and resignation, which also unsettled Naruto. Upon entering the Hokage's office, they found 2 other high-ranking officials already present, Mito Kazahana and Nara Shikaku. Upon seeing Naruto arrive, Shikaku immediately inquired, "What transpired during your absence? Who took you, and where did you go? Please recount everything in detail." Shikaku's tone was rather brusque, causing Naruto to furrow his brow. He realized that the upper echelon of Konoha was not quite as he had envisioned. Naruto was now aware that he had spent 10 months on the planet Adralat, While only 3 days had passed in the ninja world, it seemed that the flow of time differed between these two realms. If a year had passed here, the foolish uncle would surely have aged considerably. Feeling the intense scrutiny of Konoha's elite, Naruto replied, "Before I left, I received an invitation from the Celestial Sphere and went to a location for training." "Where exactly? What kind of training?" Shikaku pressed further. "It was on that King Kai's planet shown in the video. The training involved capturing that monkey first, followed by that locust." The video from the Celestial Sphere had aired the previous afternoon, showcasing nothing of substance, merely scenes of Sun Wukong capturing monkeys and locusts, devoid of any practical training value. Nevertheless, Danzo's interest was piqued as he asked, "So, did you also learn that King Kai fist technique?" Among the various techniques showcased, the King Kai fist had certainly captured attention. While there were techniques that could temporarily enhance a ninja's power, they were all classified as forbidden arts, meticulously guarded by the villages for critical moments. Naruto had no intention of divulging the King Kai fist. He had become a disciple of the Turtle Hermit and would only share his skills with those of pure heart, not with Konoha. Thus, he responded, "I did not reach the stage of training in that technique. I merely managed to capture Babulus, and the training for the locust has yet to commence before I was teleported back." Danzo frowned, retreating into his seat, his eyes wandering as if concocting some devious scheme. Hiruzen and the others posed a few more questions, to which Naruto deftly replied as per his premeditated narrative, maintaining flawless logic throughout. However, the expressions of Konoha's elite grew increasingly grave. The absence of issues was, in fact, their greatest concern. They had isolated Naruto during his training, yet they were well aware of his character. With his intellect, it was implausible for him to present such a coherent account. Even in genuine circumstances, he would often misspeak, let alone in this instance where he spoke so fluently. Exchanging glances, Danzo finally declared, "Naruto Uzumaki's account is not to be trusted. He may have been ensnared by some form of illusion or technique that even he has forgotten, rendering his memory untrustworthy." Naruto frowned at this, realizing that these old coots were indeed not easily deceived. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, turning to Danzo, "What do you propose we do?" "We must have a member of the Yamanaka clan delve into the Jinchuriki's memories. To mitigate unnecessary risks, the clan leader need not be involved. I recommend that Yamanaka F handle the investigation of the Jinchuriki's memories." "Do you take us for fools?" Hiruzen retorted with a cold scoff. "F is one of your root ninjas. Any sensitive intelligence he uncovers will surely be concealed from the village and handed over to you. F is undoubtedly a trustworthy leaf ninja. He would never conceal anything from the village. That simply won't do. I suggest we have Yamanaka you conduct the search. His Yamanaka techniques are highly refined. Isn't he one of your Umbu members?" "What of it? Let us not forget that I am the Hokage. I must be privy to such sensitive information firsthand." As Hiruzen and Danzo debated the means of probing into Naruto's memories, Naruto's expression soured. To them, he seemed more like an object than a person, devoid of any rights to his own memories. Ultimately, Danzo and Hiruzen reached an accord. Hiruzen declared, "In that case, we need not examine Naruto's memories. I shall simply inspect the seal of the Nine Tails." Danzo let out a scoff and rose, warning Hiruzen, "You will regret this." Before making to leave, Hiruzen stood to approach Naruto, raising his hand to grasp the boy's wrist. At that moment, Naruto raised his hand to halt him, stating, "You need not check. The Nine Tails is no longer within me." Hiruzen initially did not comprehend, instinctively responding, "Naruto, do not resist. We only wish to conduct a chakra examination. It will not harm your body." His words faltered, lodged in his throat, as a phony smile froze on his face, quickly crumbling to disbelief as his mouth hung open, unable to close. Danzo's hand froze on the doorknob. After several breaths, he turned his neck stiffly, his remaining eye wide with incredulity. The other two high-ranking officials of Konoha stood in shock, as Naruto's revelation left them utterly bewildered, their minds buzzing with the implications. The Nine Tails, was no longer within him? Chapter 45. When a villain is incompetent. Naruto Uzumaki. Do you comprehend the gravity of your recent utterance? Mito Gates N and Tsuki Koharu abruptly rose from their seats, their fingers trembling as they confronted Naruto. What precisely do your words imply? You claim the Nine Tails is no longer within you. Then where has it gone? And what is the nature of your current condition? Their voices quivered with trepidation, as the mere existence of the Nine Tails had cast a profound psychological shadow over them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, yet he managed to maintain his composure, his gaze fixed sternly upon Naruto, awaiting a response. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm as he replied, "It is exactly as I stated. The Nine Tails is no longer within my body. It hindered my training. So I extracted it. I inquired whether it wished to return to the shinobi world with me, but it declined, opting to remain there. I felt it necessary to respect its choice, hence I did not forcibly bring it back." With a thunderous crash, the wooden door of the Hokage's office splintered under the force of a punch. Shimura Danzo, enraged, withdrew his fist and brandished his cane, pointing it at Naruto as he berated, "Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. Based on your recent statements, I have every reason to suspect your betrayal of Konoha. To extract the Nine Tails for such a ludicrous reason as training is utterly unworthy of someone in your position. No, as a Konoha ninja, you are entirely disqualified. Your assertion that you did not forcibly bring it back implies you possess the means to do so. Yet, you chose to leave the Nine Tails outside. Does your behavior befit a Konoha ninja? You returned unscathed while the Nine Tails is gone. I suspect you colluded with external forces to send the beast away for personal gain. Have all the Umbu perished? Seize this rogue ninja at once." As his words fell, 8 Umbu shinobi materialized in the Hokage's office, surrounding Naruto from all angles. However, they hesitated to strike, casting glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was the Hokage. Without his order, they could not act recklessly within his office. All eyes turned to the third Hokage, whose expression oscillated between shadow and light, head bowed in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, his tone resigned. "Apprehend him." With the command given, the leading Umbu shinobi seemed emboldened. He swiftly appeared behind Naruto, reaching to seize his wrist, intending to restrain him. Yet, unexpectedly, Naruto's right hand evaded his grasp like a specter, swiftly capturing the Umbu's wrist in return. Gripping it with iron-like strength, Naruto deftly tapped the shinobi's ankle with his toe, causing the Umbu to lose balance and topple to the ground. With a forceful fling, Naruto sent the Umbu hurtling against the office wall, producing a dull thud. The shinobi emitted a muffled groan as his mask fell away, yet he remained pressed against the wall, evidently still reeling from the impact. After several agonizing seconds, he finally slid to the floor, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing their comrade's assault, the remaining Umbu drew their weapons. Some unsheathed long swords from their backs, while others retrieved shuriken and kunai from their pouches. The third Hokage's directive had merely been to detain Naruto, not to execute him. However, Naruto's resistance had almost solidified the notion of his rogue status. Should they engage further, they would not hold back, employing lethal measures reserved for traitors. Unfazed by the gleaming weapons aimed at him, Naruto scoffed, "My mother was right. Not a single one of you old geezers is worth a damn." At his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Trembling, he pointed at Naruto. "You have met your mother?" Indeed, Naruto had encountered Kushina Uzumaki, albeit in the form of her residual chakra consciousness during Goku's extraction of the tailed beast. Initially, Kushina believed Naruto sought to harness the Nine Tails' power and had offered her assistance in controlling it. However, upon Naruto's explanation, she comprehended that he intended to extract the Nine Tails entirely. Observing Naruto's vitality replenish post-extraction, Kushina finally felt reassured. Kushina bore no ill feelings towards her son's loss of the Nine Tails chakra. Rather, she felt a sense of relief. While Minato, as Hokage, might have sacrificed his son to retain the Nine Tails in Konoha, Kushina resolutely opposed her son becoming a Jinchuriki. Her singular desire was for Naruto to live joyfully, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him, and to avoid becoming a target like herself. Upon awakening, her chakra connected with Naruto's, revealing the trials he had endured over the years. The actions of the Konoha higher-ups repulsed her to the core. Having been a Jinchuriki herself and a mentally sound adult, she could easily deduce the orchestrators of Naruto's suffering. These old men had deliberately allowed the villagers to ostracize Naruto, providing an outlet for their resentment towards the Nine Tails while presenting themselves as saviors in Naruto's dark childhood. Such despicable tactics highlighted a profound moral decay in the third Hokage. Consequently, she earnestly cautioned Naruto to remain vigilant against the upper echelons upon his return to Konoha, even towards the third Hokage, whom he had always regarded as a grandfather figure. At that time, Naruto was still influenced by Ashura's chakra, only partially grasping Kushina's warnings. However, he had since come to understand the reality of his past, including the true nature of the Konoha authorities and the tragic childhood inflicted upon him by his identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Fixating on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he expressed his disdain. Not only my mother, but I have also encountered my father. Their chakra consciousness remains within the seal of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze dimmed, his head lowering as he spoke in a somber tone. I have wronged them. To any observer, his demeanor would evoke a sense of pity, yet in Naruto's eyes, it only incited revulsion. Throughout his training with Goku, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, benevolent, malevolent, avaricious, and cunning. Even the so-called villains displayed a clarity of malice that was absent in Sarutobi Hiruzen's conflicted visage. It was disheartening to witness someone feigning helplessness while knowingly perpetuating wrongdoing, all the while offering apologies. Such hypocrisy was distasteful, and Naruto felt no inclination to endure Hiruzen's repugnant countenance any longer. He turned and strode resolutely towards the door. Chapter 46. Kakashi, it's good that it's gone, very good. As Naruto prepared to leave, the Umbu ninjas rushed forward to stop him. However, the third Hokage waved his hand and said, let him go. Perhaps it was an illusion. But the Umbu ninjas felt that the Hokage suddenly appeared exceedingly aged after uttering those words. Hiruzen, why let that boy go? Uzumaki Naruto has clearly betrayed Konoha. Why not capture him and delve into his memories? Is it merely because he is Minato's son that we must shield this traitor? This time, not only Danzo but even Mito Minion and Tika Shinji began to voice their grievances against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto is just a genin. It is our responsibility that we failed to protect him, leading to the loss of the tailed beast. The fact that he has returned alive is already fortunate. There is no need for further punishment. The priority now is to swiftly locate the Nine Tails and capture it. It is precisely because of the need to retrieve the Nine Tails that we must access that boy's memories. Only within his mind lie the relevant clues to the Nine Tails. I disagree. A new round of argument erupted in the Hokage's office, clearly revolving around how to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto remained blissfully unaware of these discussions. Even if he were to learn of them, it would matter little to him. Since joining the Turtle Hermit School, he discovered a newfound openness in his mindset. Previously, he cared greatly about others' opinions and sought their approval. Now, however, such concerns had dissipated. He had already earned the recognition of the kind-hearted uncle and now sought the acknowledgement of Sasuke, Sakura, and his teacher Kakashi. As for the villagers of Konoha and the third Hokage, they were merely bystanders in his eyes. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, passers-by curiously glanced in his direction, but after a fleeting moment, they diverted their gazes. The villagers still held a vivid memory of the mischievous fox child. Although Naruto's appearance had changed considerably, his facial features remained recognizable, making it entirely normal for them to feel a sense of familiarity. While wandering, he was suddenly approached by a figure. With just a single glance, he recognized his teammate, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, having spotted Naruto, hesitated to acknowledge him. For Naruto's current appearance was far too different from the one he remembered. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought to himself that it was merely a delusion. How could he mistake anyone for that fool? That idiot's visage truly had a captivating effect. Just as he contemplated sidestepping past Naruto, the latter reached out to halt him. Grinning foolishly, long time no see, Sasuke. Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Have you forgotten my face? Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, is it really you? He took a step back, scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe, before asking in shock, what on earth happened? Why have you suddenly grown so tall and changed so much? Naruto scratched his head and explained, it's a long story, to put it simply. I trained for a while, and then just grew taller. Are you kidding me? Do you take me for a fool? You left for only 3 days. How could you possibly grow that much in such a short time? Naruto was at a loss for how to explain, eventually sighing. I'll tell you all about it later. How are Sakura and Kakashi-sensei? By the way, does Team 7 have any missions right now? If not, let us call them out. I haven't greeted them since I returned. Sasuke nodded and led Naruto to Team 7's assembly point. Along the way, he observed Naruto closely, attempting to dispel any illusions, and upon confirming that he was not under any jinjutsu, his confusion only deepened. How could someone change so drastically in just 3 days? Moreover, the current Naruto exuded an air of mystery and confidence, making it difficult for Sasuke to reconcile this version of Naruto with the one he knew just days prior. Curiosity began to brew within him. What kind of training had Naruto undergone to achieve such transformation? Upon reaching the assembly point, Sasuke used a radio to contact the other 2 members of Team 7. Within 10 minutes, Sakura hurried to the meeting spot. completely ignoring Naruto as she gazed dreamily at Sasuke. "Sasuke-kun, why did you suddenly radio me? Are you asking me out on a date?" she exclaimed. "Honestly, Sasuke-kun, you're so annoying. If it's a date, you should have told me beforehand so I could prepare and dress nicely." Sasuke turned his head away, uninterested in her antics, while Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the lively atmosphere of Team 7. With his changed mindset, he no longer felt so fixated on Sakura. Rather, he found himself more focused on martial arts. No longer would he squander time on futile attempts to win her favor. At that moment, Sakura finally caught sight of Naruto, her expression shifting as she noticed the striking resemblance to that annoying boy. However, she politely inquired, "Excuse me, I apologize for not noticing you earlier. Are you the new teammate that Kakashi-sensei mentioned?" "New teammate? What do you mean?" Just as Naruto was pondering this, Kakashi appeared before them in a flash. Addressing Sakura with a smile, "He is not the new member I sought for Team 7. He is Naruto." "What? How is that possible?" Sakura gasped in disbelief. "Are you saying this towering muscle-bound figure is Naruto?" "Kakashi-sensei, have you lost your mind? Or have I?" Yet Kakashi nodded with a smile, causing Sakura's complexion to pale, her mouth twitching as she plunged into existential doubt. He was already aware of the events unfolding in the Hokage's office. His purpose for this visit, aside from reuniting with his once-lost student, was to confirm another matter. This was a task entrusted to him by the third Hokage, one he personally wished to verify. Kakashi approached Naruto with a grave expression, asking, "Is it truly gone?" "It is gone. May I take a look?" "You may." Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, channeling his chakra to confirm the status of the seal. Having once protected Uzumaki Naruto as an Umbu ninja, he was intimately familiar with the 8-trigram seal. However, this time his chakra returned empty. The spot where the seal once resided was devoid of any presence. There was neither seal nor nine tails. It was as if nothing had ever existed there. After confirming Naruto's condition, Kakashi withdrew his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. Indeed, the nine tails was no longer within Naruto. It was not merely a case of the seal being undone while the tailed beast remained, but a genuine disappearance. The absence of the tailed beast was undoubtedly detrimental to Konoha, yet Kakashi felt a clandestine joy. The nine tails could be sought anew, and Naruto was no longer the Jinchuriki of the nine tails. This was a monumental blessing. It meant that Naruto would no longer be under the village's stringent surveillance. He was no longer a host, but a liberated ninja of Konoha. No longer would anyone act against him due to his former identity. This, indeed, was a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 47. Did you not say you were going to train? Come practice with me. After pondering for a moment, Kakashi seemed to recall something and turned to Naruto with a smile, saying, "Your return is quite timely." The second round of the Chunin exam was postponed due to the sudden appearance of the Sky Curtain, and tomorrow marks the commencement of that round. I had intended to find an experienced genin to team up with Sasuke and Sakura, but since you are back, there is no need to seek anyone else. With this reminder, Naruto recalled that the Chunin exam had not concluded before his departure, which explained why Sakura had mistakenly regarded him as another genin vying to join Team 7. Naturally, Naruto had no objections to participating in the Chunin exam. He had reached a temporary bottleneck in his training. His subsequent training could not be solely achieved through physical conditioning. He needed to broaden his horizons and refine his mindset to make further breakthroughs. Upon reaching a consensus, Kakashi suggested they go to Ichiraku Ramen to welcome Naruto back. Once at Ichiraku, Naruto opened his mouth wide, shoving bowl after bowl of ramen into his mouth, leaving Kakashi in a cold sweat. Fortunately, as a jounin with no penchant for extravagant spending, he could afford this meal, which would be quite a financial burden for an average person. After finishing their meal, the group parted ways outside Ichiraku Ramen. Kakashi reminded everyone to report to the Forest of Death the following day before vanishing in an instant. He needed to relay Naruto's information to the village. If they did not confirm Naruto's condition, the third Hokage and others would likely find it difficult to sleep. Once Kakashi departed, the 3 members of Team 7 went their separate ways. Instead of heading home, Naruto took a series of turns and arrived at a secluded training ground. Standing in the center of the training area, he turned and called out, "Come out." Sasuke emerged from behind a tree, his eyes brimming with fierce fighting spirit. A presence Naruto could sense instinctively without needing to rely on chakra. With a mocking smile, Naruto said, "You really have nothing better to do than to follow me around?" Sasuke cracked his neck and replied excitedly, "Did you not claim you were going to train? I want to see if you've actually improved." He had long sought an opportunity to test Naruto's skills, and from the moment he laid eyes on him, He had a premonition. Naruto had indeed become significantly stronger. Anticipating this, Naruto nodded and said, "I can spar with you, but I want to be using my full strength. Otherwise, the fight would end in an instant, offering you no opportunity to gain experience." Sasuke, infuriated at the thought of someone he considered inferior believing they could surpass him after some special training, felt a surge of frustration. These past few days had been particularly vexing for him, as he had been taken to the Umbu for a while due to Naruto's sudden disappearance. He intended to settle the score with Naruto. Sasuke leaped back to create distance and formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire release technique. He was no fool. He recognized that Naruto's physical prowess had evidently improved significantly in just 3 days, making it unwise to engage him in a physical contest. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball over 2 meters in diameter erupted from his mouth, rolling toward Naruto. To Sasuke's astonishment, Naruto did not flinch or evade. Instead, he extended his right hand, seemingly intending to catch the fireball. Sasuke couldn't help but sneer, thinking Naruto was hopelessly naive. Although the great fireball technique was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu due to its slow speed making it hard to hit, its destructive power surpassed that of many B-rank techniques. Did Naruto truly believe he could catch it with his bare hands? As Sasuke began to complete his hand seals to dispel the technique, after all, this was merely a sparring session, and he did not wish to injure Naruto before the exams. Naruto waved his palm at the incoming fireball, and in an instant, the massive fireball was extinguished by the gust of wind generated by his hand. The fireball burst into countless sparks, scattering across the ground. But the wind generated by Naruto's palm did not cease. Sasuke felt something zip past his shoulder, turning to see a deep chasm extending from Naruto, stretching far into the distance, its depths unfathomable. He stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide as cold sweat drenched his back. The power of this ninjutsu was astonishing, and Naruto had executed it without any hand seals. Such instantaneous wind-release ninjutsu was nearly impossible to defend against. Naruto's voice then reached him. "I suggest you rely on taijutsu. Your chakra 1T sustained continuous use of fire release." In truth, there was another reason Naruto refrained from mentioning. He wanted to provide Sasuke with guidance and opportunities to practice through taijutsu. After all, he himself was not well versed in ninjutsu. What he had just performed was merely a gust of wind created by his palm, not a true wind release technique. Sasuke furrowed his brow, and after a moment of silence, he let out a cold laugh and slowly closed his eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki, I admit you have indeed grown stronger, but in my eyes, you remain an insect." Suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, one adorned with a single tomo and the other with 2. Upon witnessing Sasuke's dramatic display, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Although he quickly stifled his laughter, Sasuke's Sharingan caught the hint of amusement. "You insolent brat. You'll soon find it hard to laugh." This time, Sasuke did not employ fire release. Instead, he drew a kunai and launched a taijutsu assault on Naruto. The Uchiha clan's taijutsu was formidable, especially when paired with the Sharingan, making their movements appear almost like an elegant dance, beautiful yet efficient. Observing Sasuke's taijutsu, Naruto nodded in approval. The movements were indeed captivating, yet the striking technique lacked finesse, making it somewhat difficult to evaluate. In the realm of shinobi combat, such taijutsu was powerful. A close range with a kunai or ninja blade could easily result in victory. However, in the Dragon Ball world, such tactics were virtually non-existent, as few weapons could breach the defenses of ki. Thus, combatants in the Dragon Ball universe primarily relied on hand-to-hand combat, with weapons being a rarity. Even if Naruto stood still, allowing Sasuke to strike at him, Sasuke would not be able to breach his defenses, no matter how long he tried. Nevertheless, Naruto's purpose in this spar was to assist Sasuke in honing his taijutsu, so he had no intention of employing underhanded tactics to annoy him. He also moved in tandem with Sasuke's strikes, often choosing not to evade attacks, allowing himself to absorb blows when possible, showing consideration for Sasuke's pride. Moreover, he intentionally slowed his speed. If he utilized his true velocity, Sasuke's asymmetrical Sharingan would leave him unable to perceive his own movements. Thus, the two engaged in a series of over 70 exchanges of taijutsu. Chapter 48. The breath must not be disordered. Naruto effortlessly dodged Sasuke's kunai, then delivered a light punch to Sasuke's chest, sending him flying. Sasuke crashed against a tree, gasping for breath. his mind clouded with disbelief that he had been bested by someone he deemed inferior. During their previous encounter, he had sensed that Naruto had held back. Yet this revelation struck a severe blow to his pride. It should not have been this way, even if that underachiever had grown stronger. There was no justification for his defeat. His thoughts drifted back to his recent battle with Rock Lee, where he had been similarly overwhelmed without a fight. The scene was tragically repeating itself. Overcome with resentment and fury at being easily defeated by his peers, Sasuke felt the burning desire to surpass that man and eliminate him. At his age, that man had already attained the strength of a Jonin, while he struggled against mere classmates. As his anger swelled, an inexplicable chakra surged within him, flowing into his left eye. The single tomo in his left Sharingan suddenly split into two, spinning wildly as both of his eyes transformed into the double tomo Sharingan, granting him a significant boost in power. This upgrade was not merely an enhancement of vision, it signified a qualitative improvement in the chakra of the Uchiha clan. His physical abilities, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and overall qualities were now vastly elevated. Feeling this newfound strength, Sasuke let out a manic laugh, retrieving a spool of wire and several explosive tags from his ninja tools pouch. Naruto, I acknowledge your strength. However, this ends now. I have awakened a higher level of Sharingan, and with the power contained in my eyes, you stand no chance against me. He hurled the wire, which coiled around nearby trees like a serpent, forming a net that ensnared Naruto. The wire was laced with explosive tags that would detonate at the slightest touch. Yet, given their camaraderie, Sasuke was prepared to spare Naruto if he conceded. Just as he was about to offer a truce, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared before him. Without allowing Sasuke to react, Naruto's fist struck his abdomen. The force of the punch caused Sasuke to regurgitate the ramen he had eaten earlier, much to Naruto's dismay. It was a shame to see such good ramen wasted. However, pride prevented him from simply collapsing to the ground and consuming the mess. He resolved to deal with Sasuke first. After regaining his composure, Sasuke leaned against a tree, pale and breathless. Naruto wore a displeased expression, irritated that Sasuke had resorted to explosives in what was meant to be a friendly spar. This punch was a necessary lesson, a reminder that he should not bring life-threatening tactics into their training. Sasuke, having recovered, stood up with a pale face, gripping the tree for support. Why have you become so strong? Is it due to that peculiar training shown on the Sky videos? He inquired, referring to the training involving Goku on King Kai's planet. Naruto shook his head. The training method of that silly smiling uncle is not the same as yours. His approach is undoubtedly effective, but it would yield no results for you. Undeterred, Sasuke pressed on. But you said you participated in that training too. If you refer to that man as silly smiling uncle, then you must have met him and have a good relationship. Surely you know their training methods. Teach me, and I will pay any price to gain strength. Sasuke's enthusiasm grew, his eyes alight with a fervent desire for power, as if mastering the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world would guarantee him vengeance. Naruto smirked at Sasuke's eagerness and, meeting his hopeful gaze, shook his head. No. Sasuke nearly choked on his indignation, glaring fiercely at Naruto. Why not? Do you think my talent is insufficient? Or are you afraid that I will surpass you once I learn that training? Are you afraid of the power of the Uchiha? Naruto shrugged, offering a parting remark as he turned to leave. Think whatever you like. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. See you in the Forest of Death tomorrow. As Naruto's figure faded from view, Sasuke clenched his fists and struck the tree, creating a deep dent in the bark. Yet his anger remained unquenched. Naruto's refusal to teach him martial arts stemmed not from fear of being outdone, but from a promise made to Goku not to impart such knowledge to those with malevolent intentions. The energy of the Dragon Ball world is a double-edged sword, capable of nurturing both good and evil. A virtuous heart can cultivate immense strength, while a wicked one can just as easily become powerful. Regardless of one's moral alignment, courage can lead to great power. Thus, the legacy of martial arts must be bestowed judiciously. Those with corrupt intentions could wield it to catastrophic ends. Indeed, this was precisely the case with Sasuke. His malevolent aura was palpable, and Naruto doubted that he could harness righteous energy to grow stronger. More likely, he would channel the darkness within, ultimately transforming into the kind of ruthless killer that Goku had warned against. If that were to happen, Naruto would not be aiding Sasuke, but rather dooming him. A night passed without further incident. The following morning, Team 7 arrived at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Sasuke stood before Naruto, his expression stormy, his eyes fixed on him with an intensity that suggested he might devour him whole. Pale and sleepless, dark circles framed his eyes, betraying a night of restless turmoil. Sakura glared at Naruto, unable to contain her frustration. Naruto, what on earth did you do to Sasuke? Naruto tilted his head, perplexed. He had done nothing beyond delivering a light beating to Sasuke, nothing that warranted such animosity. Sasuke's resilience meant he would recover quickly, and he doubted the injury was severe enough to require medical attention. Disinterested in further discussion, he surveyed the bustling crowd at the forest's entrance. A diverse array of individuals filled the area, and he found himself intrigued by a certain figure with dark circles beneath their eyes, recalling his earlier desire to confront them. Then he spotted Lee, with whom he had previously sparred and lost. He resolved to seek a rematch and reclaim his honor. However, his gaze was abruptly drawn to a group of individuals clad in conical hats, their aura exuding an unmistakable malevolence. Chapter 49. Are we soft persimmons, attracting so many eyes? The group of individuals adorned with wide-brimmed hats hailed from the hidden grass village, with their leader being a peculiar man clad in a gray robe and possessing long, sleek, ebony hair. Naruto sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from this man, placing him among the most sinister of ninjas he had ever encountered. In Naruto's experience, every ninja bore some degree of darkness. After all, who among them had not committed acts of murder or arson? To have never taken a life or set fire to something would indicate a profound inadequacy as a ninja. Yet, the malevolent energy surrounding this long-haired figure was particularly intense, surpassing even that of the bandaged man named Danzo he had previously encountered. Noticing Naruto's gaze, the long-haired man met his eyes, and a strange exchange of expressions ensued. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with a sly amusement as he flicked his tongue across his lips. Determined not to be outdone, Naruto mirrored the gesture, smirking as he extended his own tongue to lick his lips. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then grinned even more wickedly, elongating his tongue to caress his chin. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. That tongue was excessively long, and he felt a pang of competitiveness rising within him. He forced himself to remain composed, thrusting his tongue out in an exaggerated manner, barely managing to touch the edge of his chin with the tip. Orochimaru's grin widened, and he let his tongue unfurl, giving himself a rather peculiar facial wash. Naruto, realizing the absurdity of the situation, turned away, feigning ignorance. He thought to himself that this man was utterly devoid of martial decorum. There was no point in engaging in such a frivolous contest. Meanwhile, Sakura observed with an expression of disbelief, noting that the Naruto who had returned seemed uncharacteristically different. Previously, Naruto had been foolish, but now his foolishness appeared to have taken on a new, more innocent form, so innocent that she found herself devoid of any inclination to scold him. She sighed, relieved that Sasuke was still part of their team. She wondered if he could manage to rein in this fool. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and leaned in closer to Naruto, whispering, "Is there something amiss with that person?" Naruto nodded, replying, "We should avoid provoking him." He refrained from elaborating, yet Sasuke grasped the underlying implication. It seemed that this grass village ninja was not to be underestimated. The rules for the second round of the Chunin exams were straightforward. Contestants would receive a scroll designated for their team from the examiners. There were two types of scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Each team would randomly receive one of the two and had 5 days to collect the opposing scroll, ultimately making their way to the central tower within the Forest of Death to pass the exam. This meant that at least half of the participants would be eliminated. Furthermore, with the potential for scrolls to be destroyed or hoarded during the exam, the number of teams that could successfully complete it would dwindle even further. Before the exam commenced, each team signed a waiver, essentially a declaration of responsibility, which stated that any mishaps occurring within the Forest of Death would not implicate Konoha. In truth, there was no need for such guarantees among ninjas. Even if accidents befell shinobi from other villages in Konoha, it would hardly provoke outrage, as all had participated in the Chunin exams before. This document was merely a psychological mechanism for the participants, intended to convey the grim reality that killing was permissible within the Forest of Death, and that they must be prepared for both taking lives and losing their own. Some of the lower-ranked ninjas grasped the examiner's intentions, while others, undeterred, chose not to withdraw from the exam. After the waivers were signed, the next phase involved a drawing to determine which entrance each team would use to enter the Forest of Death. Teams could not enter through the same entrance, otherwise, chaos would ensue. If all teams converged upon a single entrance, it would negate the purpose of the scrolls, rendering the competition a mere free-for-all. Team 7, represented by Sasuke, drew their lot, and were subsequently led to entrance 12 of the Forest of Death. Here, they were issued a scroll marked with the character for heaven, signifying it was indeed the heaven scroll. As time ticked away, the noon bell rang, signaling the examiners to open the gates. The competition officially begins, they announced. As Team 7 stepped into the Forest of Death, the gate closed behind them, sealing their fates in this perilous jungle where survival hinged on life and death. Upon entering, Naruto scratched his head, his expression shifting to one of unease, as if sensing something awry. Sasuke, ever observant, immediately inquired, "Is something wrong?" Naruto had been attuned to the positions of all contestants. His sensory prowess was remarkable, and given that ninjas seldom concealed their chakra, he was aware of every movement around him. "Several teams are heading straight for us," he lamented. "Have we offended them in some way?" Sasuke's expression darkened, while Sakura turned pale, both momentarily overlooking Naruto's use of sensory ninjutsu. "How many teams are there? Can you identify them?" Sasuke pressed. Naruto pointed to the left, indicating, "There's a team at 10 o'clock to our left, and another at 1 o'clock to our right. I believe they are from the Sound and Grass villages, respectively. There's also a team approaching from 3 o'clock on the right. They're the Rain village, and they're getting closer." Sasuke gradually regained his composure. He feared not the number of enemies, but their unpredictability. With their origins and locations identified, they could anticipate their movements and set traps accordingly. He regarded Naruto with a complex expression, realizing that the latter's sensory abilities were formidable, further highlighting the growing chasm between their skills. How infuriating it was that Naruto possessed such techniques while he had not been taught. It was truly exasperating. After a few minutes, 3 individuals clad in white bodysuits and sporting goggles approached Team 7's position, adorned with the headbands of the Rain village and equipped with respirators. They were unmistakably ninjas from that village. They had fixated on Team 7 from the outset. Not only them, but numerous teams in this Chunin exam had set their sights on Team 7, primarily drawn by the illustrious reputation of Sasuke Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha clan's past renown was too significant. Many sought to elevate themselves by stepping on the Uchiha legacy. However, these 3 were not specifically targeting Sasuke, rather. They perceived Team 7 as novices, believing they would be easier to bully and that their chances of seizing the scroll would be higher. Yet, upon arriving at their designated location, they found themselves bewildered, while their sensory abilities had confirmed the presence of Team 7. The trio of young ninjas was nowhere to be seen. Just then, several nearly invisible threads began to silently draw near from the branches above. Chapter 50. Such arrogance. The steel wire tightened abruptly, causing the faces of the 3 Rain shinobi to change dramatically. By the time they sought to struggle, it was already too late. The 3 were ensnared tightly against a large tree, the wire exceptionally sharp, slicing through their skin with a gentle glide. A peculiar occurrence ensued. Instead of blood, a copious amount of water flowed forth from their severed skin, ultimately transforming their bodies into mere puddles upon the ground. Observing this from his hiding place in the branches, Uchiha Sasuke felt a surge of dread. These adversaries were indeed cautious. They had sent water clones. But where was their true form? Suddenly, a figure burst through the leaves beside Sasuke, brandishing a kunai aimed swiftly at his neck. This individual was the leader of the Rain team. His face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin, reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. However, Sasuke's surprise was fleeting as he reacted instinctively. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the attack, and in an instant, his pupils glowed crimson as he activated his Sharingan. The Rain shinobi, realizing his strike had missed, prepared to retract his move, yet to Sasuke, the actions unfolded as if in slow motion. Sasuke produced a kunai of his own, gripping it firmly as he thrust it into the adversary's arm. This time, the opponent's body did not burst like water, but instead bled profusely, clearly indicating it was indeed the true body. A cry of agony escaped the Rain shinobi as he contemplated retreat, but Sasuke would not allow him the luxury of escape. With a swift kick to the adversary's knee, the shinobi lost his balance and fell from the branch. Sasuke leapt after him, delivering a flurry of taijutsu strikes in midair, a series he had devised after emulating Rock Lee's techniques, known as the Lion's Barrage. Thud! The Rain shinobi crashed heavily to the ground, bouncing slightly before finally coming to rest. At that moment, his goggles shattered, his breathing apparatus fell away, and blood pooled at the corner of his mouth as his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Standing beside him, Sasuke clenched his fists, a surge of confidence flooding back into his being. The setbacks he had faced previously had left him somewhat doubtful. Yet he now realized he remained the prodigy he always was. With the activation of his Sharingan, he had indeed grown stronger. Once he mastered this newfound power, he would undoubtedly challenge Naruto once more. At that moment, Naruto emerged from the underbrush, dragging two unconscious Rain shinobi behind him. He cast them to the ground and addressed Sasuke, stating, "I've searched these too. They don't have the scrolls. It must be on the one at your feet." Sasuke's moment of joy dissipated instantly. He snorted coldly and bent down to search. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, wondering what had gotten into Sasuke. As predicted, Sasuke soon uncovered the scroll from the fallen Rain shinobi, precisely the Earth scroll they had been missing. Just then, Sakura joined them. Looking somewhat awkward at the sight of Sasuke and Naruto already having claimed their spoils. They had previously agreed that each would handle one enemy, and she had intended merely to delay hers until Sasuke could assist her. However, she had inadvertently allowed her opponent to escape. Fortunately, Naruto had managed to capture the enemies. Sakura apologized to Sasuke. "I'm sorry, Sasuke-kun. I couldn't stop the enemy." "Enough of that. Naruto, didn't you mention there were two other teams? Where are they now?" Naruto's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he replied, "The team from the Sound Village is still quite far away. They won't arrive for several hours. As for the team from the Grass Village, their distance fluctuates, and they seem to be meandering rather than heading directly for us." Sasuke exhaled slightly, relieved. He secured the Earth Scroll within his ninja tool pouch and commanded the duo, "In that case, let us hasten to the central tower. Once we enter, we shall not be disturbed." The three members of Team 7 proceeded towards the central tower. Along the way, they encountered wild boars and bears. Yet these beasts posed little trouble. Naruto, however, lamented the waste of a delectable meal left by the roadside. After advancing a short distance, Naruto abruptly raised a hand, signaling for them to halt. Sasuke and Sakura instantly understood, drawing their kunai and focusing their gaze in the direction Naruto indicated. The area appeared tranquil, devoid of any threats. Sasuke hurled a kunai into the distance, but there was no response. Sakura, lowering her guard, expressed her frustration. "Naruto, you fool. You misread the situation and startled both me and Sasuke-kun." Naruto remained silent, instead conjuring a whip of chakra that swept forcefully at Sakura's ankle, sending her sprawling onto the ground in a disheveled heap, especially her large forehead, which smacked the earth, leaving a red mark. Dazed, Sakura questioned what had transpired. She had seen nothing, only to be tripped by an unknown force. Could it have been an enemy's attack? Naruto, fixated on the empty expanse, sighed in resignation. "I admit my tongue may be shorter than yours, but must you come seeking trouble?" Just as he finished speaking, a fierce wind began to swirl from the previously empty direction. Initially faint, it rapidly intensified, crashing down like a violent tide mere moments later. Trees along the path were crushed to splinters, debris spiraling towards Team 7. Wind release, great breakthrough. Sasuke and the still recovering Sakura stared in shock, their minds blank as they beheld the impending tempest. The most formidable ninjutsu they had previously witnessed was the water release technique employed by their teacher, Kakashi, during his battle with the rogue ninja Zabuza. Although they had seen Kakashi utilize the lightning cutter, they had been enveloped in mist and could not witness its full power. The jutsu demonstrated by the third kazakage was entirely out of their grasp, as they stood helplessly, unable to comprehend the true magnitude of its might. Consequently, the wind-based technique before them was undoubtedly the most powerful ninjutsu they had ever encountered. The power of this technique surpassed their wildest imaginations, leaving them paralyzed, forgetting even to flee. Observing their disarray, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. With his abilities, he could easily evade the onslaught. Yet doing so would surely spell doom for his companions. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled gently towards the approaching storm. Simply a light breath. Yet it matched the ferocity of the gale rushing towards them. The two winds collided, creating a tremendous whirlwind at their intersection. Chapter 51. The instinct born from swatting mosquitoes, the fierce gale gradually subsided, leaving a landscape strewn with the remnants of trees. The ground flattened as if pressed by a heavy roller. Sakura and Sasuke stood in a daze, while Naruto focused intently ahead. Emerging from the chaos was a long-haired man wearing a straw hat, Orochimaru, disguised as a hidden grass ninja. The recent wind-style jutsu had been his doing, a mere show of force meant to intimidate the lower-ranked ninjas. To his surprise, the opposing side possessed a wind adept who thwarted his formidable technique. However, there was something peculiar about the wind ninjutsu employed by the local ninja. Removing his hat, Orochimaru cast a chilling smile at Naruto and inquired, "You were quite intriguing. What was that wind technique just now? I sensed no chakra within the jutsu." Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the inquiry. It was no jutsu at all, merely a breath exhaled by him. His power had reached an extraordinary level, where even the force of his breath could rival that of a ninja-esque technique. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on such matters. Instead, he shifted the conversation, advising, "I suggest you leave at once." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto's suggestion. Naruto continued, "You cannot take our scroll. With your strength, obtaining a scroll from others would be trivial. There's no need to waste time with us." In response, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle and produced a scroll of earth from his robe, igniting it in front of everyone until nothing remained. "Scrolls mean little to me. I am not here for such trivial pursuits." Naruto sighed deeply, realizing that Orochimaru's intentions were far more troubling than merely seeking scrolls. He addressed Orochimaru. "If you're not here for the scrolls, then there's no need for further discourse. You may strike first, should I attack. I would end you in a single blow, which would be rather dull." Orochimaru's expression darkened at Naruto's words, his demeanor shifting to one of cold amusement as he placed his hand against his face. Through the gaps of his fingers, his right eye emerged, bloodshot and brimming with a frenzied, bloodthirsty aura. "You truly are arrogant, little brat. Let me show you the harshness of the ninja world." As his words fell, a terrifying chakra surged forth like a wave, rapidly enveloping the area and sweeping over the members of Team 7. Sasuke and Sakura were engulfed by a vision of carnage. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood filled their minds, the stench of death suffocating as the screams of the dying echoed in their ears. The horrific scene threatened to shatter their spirits. Although they had survived a life-or-death mission before, they had never encountered such a bleak and terrifying landscape. Suddenly, two kunai pierced their foreheads, snapping them from their nightmarish reverie. However, they found themselves weakened, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, realized it was futile. Even the double Tomo Sharingan could not withstand the overwhelming illusion cast by Orochimaru. His resolve teetered on the brink of collapse. Why, despite possessing the Sharingan, was he still ensnared by an illusion? Why was he unable to move, even when aware it was an illusion? What could possibly be the reason? At that moment, Naruto sensed something was amiss with his companions. He had felt a slight breeze pass by him, accompanied by an almost imperceptible chakra, an attempt to invade his body. Yet, the energy was so faint that it dissipated upon contact, leaving him unaware it was an illusion, nor did he anticipate that Sasuke and Sakura would fall victim to it. Orochimaru widened his eyes, then chuckled in admiration. "You possess some skill. To break my illusion in an instant is quite impressive for a mere lower-ranked ninja." Ignoring Orochimaru, Naruto turned to place his hands on Sakura and Sasuke's shoulders, intending to dispel the illusion. Just as he did, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with malice. His neck elongated rapidly, his head lunging toward Naruto like a cannonball. With jaws agape, a sinister chakra coalesced around his fangs. A single bite would allow him to plant his cursed seal. In his eyes, Naruto had already become worthy of his curse mark, though he still needed to observe him further. Not everyone was deserving of being Orochimaru's subordinate. He intended to mark him and leave him unconscious by the roadside. As Orochimaru's head neared Naruto within a meter, Naruto instinctively turned around, slapping his hand down upon Orochimaru's head. He vowed it was purely instinctive, honed by countless encounters with the relentless mosquitoes of the planet Adralat, which were both swift and painful, delivering surprise attacks that left him irritated. He recalled the words of a certain silly uncle, who once mentioned that before he trained on the King's planet, he struggled to defeat the mosquitoes of this world. It took Naruto considerable effort to reach a level where he could fend off the mosquitoes of Adralat. Eventually, through his training, he developed a defensive aura that eliminated the need to swat mosquitoes. Nonetheless, his instinct to swat remained intact. Whenever something attempted to ambush him, his hand would reflexively strike out, and Orochimaru was no exception. With a resounding crack, akin to a watermelon bursting, the scene before Sasuke and Sakura shifted once more, their faces paling at the sight. They dropped to the ground, retching at the gruesome sight. Orochimaru's head was obliterated, splattering a grotesque mixture of colors across the ground. White brain matter, black hair, red blood, an amalgamation of colors and stench that overwhelmed their senses. Naruto, too, realized he had exerted more force than intended. Although this long-haired man exuded an ominous aura, Naruto, unfamiliar with him, questioned the morality of such a lethal act. He gazed at the remnants of Orochimaru's head, reduced to a heap of debris, with only a long neck limply resting on the ground. Sincerely, he offered an apology. "I'm sorry. I truly am. It was purely instinctive. I didn't mean to kill you. Besides, this is partly your fault. Why didn't you announce your ambush beforehand? If you had, I could have held back my strength." Orochimaru's dismembered remains responded with a sinister chuckle. "Ha ha ha. I must admit, I underestimated you." Chapter 52. Orochimaru's demise. At the sight of Orochimaru's lifeless body, a gaping fissure suddenly appeared along his back. Sasuke and Sakura gazed in horror as a brand new Orochimaru emerged from the corpse, his form dripping with a repulsive slime. This grotesque scene not only unnerved the two of them, but even caused Naruto discomfort. How could a ninja's techniques be so revolting? Upon his resurrection, Orochimaru's eyes lost their previous disdain and were now fixated with a grave intensity on Naruto, scrutinizing him closely. It quickly became apparent to him that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Minato. If there were any lingering grievances for Orochimaru, it would undoubtedly be his failure to secure the position of the fourth Hokage. From any perspective, he, one of the legendary Sannin, was the most suitable candidate for the role. With unrivaled personal strength, commanding abilities, leadership skills, and an astute understanding of ninjutsu, he was undeniably the best choice at that time. Yet, his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, chose the less experienced and less illustrious Minato Namikaze, causing Orochimaru to miss out on the prestigious title. Though he did not place great importance on the Hokage title itself, what truly infuriated him was the realization that he had been deceived. Promises made to him were broken. The individual who had usurped his coveted position was none other than Minato, leaving a profound impression on Orochimaru. Now, as he beheld Naruto's face, so similar to Minato's, Orochimaru seemed to deduce the boy's identity. Recently, Kabuto had reported that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha had gone missing, prompting a massive search operation by the ANBU. It seemed they had indeed found the boy, yet there was no trace of the Nine Tails chakra on him. In fact, his chakra presence was exceedingly faint. Did he possess a technique to conceal his chakra? A deep-seated wariness crossed Orochimaru's visage. His purpose here was not to pursue the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Rather, he sought out Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, and had no intention of entangling with the Jinchuriki. With this thought, he bit his fingertip, formed a series of hand seals, and forcefully slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a massive gray serpent, towering several meters high, materialized before Team 7. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, its cold gaze fixated on Naruto and his companions as if they were a delectable feast. This serpent, named Girai, was the most potent among the giant serpents, second only to Manda and Kin. However, it lacked the ability to communicate and could only obey Orochimaru's commands. Orochimaru ordered Girai, "Entangle that blonde brat. Do not allow him to interfere with my plans." Girai nodded and lunged towards Naruto with ferocious intent, while Orochimaru formed another series of hand seals, unleashing a torrent of snakes from his sleeves. The serpent wave technique. A wave of venomous snakes surged forward, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to grasp Naruto and attempt to flee. However, Naruto shook his head, signaling them to escape while he prepared to unleash a formidable technique, one he feared might harm them. Trusting in Naruto's strength, Sasuke and Sakura hastily retreated deeper into the forest. Naruto surveyed the writhing sea of serpents, bringing his hands together to initiate the Kamehameha. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he withdrew his hands. The technique's overwhelming power could obliterate not only the serpents, but potentially the entire Death Forest and its inhabitants. Extending his right index finger, he concentrated on minimizing his chakra output, preparing to release the weakest Kamehameha he had ever attempted since his training began. With a swift motion, a beam of white light shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the serpentine horde. This diminutive energy wave vanished into the mass of snakes, unnoticed by all, as no one would expect it to disrupt the multitude. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted at the heart of the snake swarm. Blinding light engulfed the serpents, and any that brushed against its edges vaporized instantaneously. The explosion sent a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire Death Forest, its roar causing even the examiners outside to cover their ears. Mitsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the distant mushroom cloud. Were these candidates truly monsters? Was this level of ninjutsu not a tad excessive? Within the forest, after the cataclysmic blast, the serpents were utterly annihilated, yet Orochimaru had vanished. Naruto had long since pinpointed Orochimaru's chakra signature and realized that, amidst the chaos of the serpent attack, the villain had pursued Sasuke and Sakura. As he turned to follow, the ground trembled, and Giri-eye erupted from beneath, lunging at him with its gaping maw. The sight of the serpent's massive jaws reminded Naruto of the colossal sandworm he had encountered on Adralat. He was immensely relieved that the sandworm had been in its juvenile stage. Had it been an adult, he likely would not have survived long enough for his uncle to rescue him. Back then, he had been unable to breach the sandworm's defenses. But now the situation had changed. He clenched his fists and adopted a strong stance, delivering a powerful punch into Giri-eye's cavernous mouth just as it was about to strike. The force of his blow unleashed a tremendous gale, sending shockwaves through the air and into Giri-eye's throat. The violent tearing force instantly shredded the serpent into countless pieces, blood and flesh splattering across the ground as the crimson liquid sprayed outward like a fan. The sheer might of his strike proved overwhelming. Giri-eye's summoning was unable to be dispelled in time, leaving it utterly obliterated. With the serpent dispatched, Naruto teleported directly behind Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru had just caught up with Sasuke and was preparing to act when Naruto's fist penetrated through his chest cavity, reducing his form to a crumpled mass. Sasuke and Sakura, still reeling from the display, were left with an indelible impression of Naruto's terrifying strength, as if no enemy could withstand his blows. Orochimaru's limbs outstretched. A new form of him emerged from his sleeve, quickly retreating from Naruto, gasping for breath. Having utilized his snake substitution technique twice in succession, summoned Giri-eye, and unleashed the serpent wave, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He no longer wished to squander time with Naruto. Planting the cursed seal on Sasuke could be done at any moment, and now he needed to contemplate his escape. With a swift thought, he formed hand seals, causing two coffins to rise slowly from the earth, one marked with 1 and the other with 2. Originally intended for his mentor, he had no choice but to utilize them prematurely. Yet, before the coffins could fully break the surface, a beam of white light descended upon Orochimaru. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "How? How is this possible? Your power? It cannot be." Boom. Orochimaru's body erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 53. How powerful is Naruto now? Naruto unleashed a fierce and swift energy wave, leaving Orochimaru utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his body was obliterated into countless fragments, along with the monstrous serpent, Yamada no Orochi, that resided within him. The secret to Orochimaru's immortality lay in this very beast. He had transformed his body into a peculiar entity where flesh and spirit coalesced, enabling him to continuously seize the bodies of others and prolong his own existence. However, in the face of Naruto's overwhelming might, such tricks were mere embellishments. No matter how crafty Orochimaru was, he stood no chance against Naruto's formidable strength. Thus, the once great warlord, Orochimaru, was dispatched in a moment of ignorance, utterly unaware of how he had met his end. With his demise, the two summoned coffins dissipated into smoke, leaving Naruto contemplating with a sigh. He regretted not having delayed the demise of this hidden grass ninja a little longer, for he was genuinely curious about the contents of the coffins. Surely, they must contain corpses, but whose bodies were they, and what was the purpose of summoning them? Yet, such musings faded alongside Orochimaru's death, and soon Naruto turned his attention to Sasuke and Sakura, who were still in a state of shock. It was only upon Naruto's call that they regained their senses. What happened? I said the enemy has been dealt with. We can proceed to the central tower. Oh, all right. Sasuke and Sakura found themselves at a loss for words, prompting Naruto to exhale in exasperation. He had initially hoped to savor the journey leisurely, but their current state clearly indicated that such indulgence was no longer feasible. Approaching them, he placed his hands on their shoulders, and in an instant, the three vanished from their location. Instantaneous movement. Whoosh, the trio appeared at the central tower, startling the ninja present. Upon recognizing them, the ninja's astonishment grew, and he exclaimed, "Naruto? How did you?" Standing before Team 7 was Irika, wearing the standard Chunin vest of Konoha, his face a canvas of surprise as he gazed at Naruto. The examination rules dictated that candidates who acquired the Heaven and Earth Scrolls would arrive at the central tower to summon their supervising Jonin. However, Kakashi, being exceptionally busy with myriad responsibilities, had entrusted Irika to oversee the task for a few days. Irika was more than willing to help, but he had not anticipated Naruto's appearance in such a manner. They had encountered each other the previous day, and Irika had been taken aback by Naruto's transformation. Even now, standing face-to-face with him felt surreal. He cautiously inquired, "Is this a space-time ninjutsu?" Naruto scratched his cheek, responding vaguely, "I suppose so." At that moment, Sasuke finally regained his composure and produced the Heaven and Earth scroll from his ninja pouch, waving it at Irika as he asked, "We've gathered the scrolls. Does this mean we've passed?" Irika nodded. The original plan involved candidates opening the scrolls at the central tower and employing the reverse summoning technique to call forth their supervising Jonin to announce their passage. Although the procedure had been disrupted, the outcome remained unchanged. Irika composed himself and declared solemnly to Team 7, "I hereby announce that Konoha Gaku's Chunin, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno have passed the second round of the Chunin exam." Sasuke and Sakura sighed in relief. The exam had been perilous for them, and they were finally able to catch their breath. Naruto, feeling at ease, exchanged casual banter with Irika before being directed to a designated room for rest. The examination period spanned 5 days, and they had completed their task in less than 3 hours, leaving them to patiently await the other candidates' progress. Simultaneously, the head examiner of the second round, Mitarashi Anko, entered the Forest of Death alone, arriving at the site where Naruto had battled Orochimaru. The air was thick with the acrid scent of snake blood, and the ground was littered with remnants of serpent flesh and scales, yet Orochimaru's presence had vanished. As a fellow user of snake techniques, Anko could ascertain that this was undoubtedly the aftermath of Orochimaru's battle. It was clear that a confrontation had occurred here. But both parties had long since departed. What had transpired in this place? A sharp pain shot through her shoulder. Instinctively, Anko placed her hand on her shoulder, revealing a black curse mark shaped like 3 tomo. This was the Heaven-esque curse mark left by Orochimaru, which would inflict excruciating pain upon sensing Orochimaru's chakra fluctuations. After a brief moment, the pain subsided slightly. She struck her fist against a nearby tree, creating deep fissures that radiated outward. "Damn you, Orochimaru. Where on earth are you? Why hadn't he taken her with him when he left Konoha? What was his purpose in returning?" Orochimaru was under scrutiny from the entire ninja world, especially from Tsunagakure. During the previous boss challenge held by the Hidden Sand, the third Kazakage had revealed that Orochimaru possessed the ability to manipulate corpses in battle. Such individuals were detested by the 5 great nations, leading to unprecedented efforts to capture Orochimaru, with a fervent desire to eliminate him. "I must inform Lord Hokage of this matter without delay." With that thought, Anko vanished from her location. Little did she know that the fearsome Orochimaru she sought had already been reduced to ashes, the remnants of which lay beneath her feet. The 5 days stretched endlessly, and Team 7, having passed, was confined to a designated area. Bored, Naruto sat cross-legged in their private chamber, engaging in meditation. He realized that he had reached the limits of his current form, and to continue his growth, he needed to seek adversaries of comparable strength to enhance his skills through combat. However, such opponents were scarce in this examination. Even the serpent user he had encountered earlier had not compelled him to unleash even a fraction of his potential. As a result, his meditation felt futile, merely a habit cultivated during his training with Sun Wukong. While he was ostensibly meditating, his mind drifted into a light slumber when Sakura's voice suddenly interrupted him. Naruto, may I ask you something?" Naruto opened his eyes, nearly yawning by instinct, but he managed to suppress it. After adjusting himself, he responded, "What is it?" "Well, I'm just a bit curious. What is your current combat strength?" Chapter 54, Is Naruto Stronger Than the Hokage? The second exam has concluded. Naruto, resting his chin on his hand, fell into deep contemplation. He realized it had been quite some time since he last trained his chakra. While his physical prowess had significantly improved, leading to a natural increase in chakra, this growth was merely passive. Chakra, a force that requires active cultivation, does not grow spontaneously. Rather, it can gradually diminish without practice. Many civilians in Konoha, who had previously trained in chakra, were eliminated during the graduation exams, just like Naruto's former classmates. Although they possessed foundational knowledge, without practical application, their chakra would quickly regress, ultimately rendering them as nothing more than slightly stronger ordinary individuals. At this moment, Naruto found it challenging to assess his own combat strength. If measured in terms of chakra in the ninja world, he might estimate around 10 to 20 million. However, he was acutely aware that this estimation was far from accurate, having previously consulted Goku regarding the concept of combat power, a notion originating from the Dragon Ball universe. Goku, with his commendable mathematical skills, estimated Naruto's power based on his energy, providing him with a specific figure. After careful consideration, Naruto conveyed to Sakura, it's approximately 7,700 points. This estimation was also Goku's rough calculation, as the Frieza force had been obliterated, leaving no combat power measuring devices behind. Thus, it was merely a rough assessment. Nevertheless, this was not Naruto's limit. He had yet to fully master the Kaioken technique. Although his application of it was not particularly adept, activating Kaioken would not double his strength directly. However, in moments of extreme exertion, he could reach combat power levels exceeding 13,000. Based on this estimate, he believed this level of strength would suffice for self-preservation in the ninja world. After all, he had previously been just an ordinary genin, with his most formidable opponent being Zabuza Momochi, making it difficult to gauge the true strength of the ninja elite. Upon hearing this, Sakura gasped, and Sasuke, who had been feigning practice while quietly listening, widened his eyes in astonishment. It had been he who urged Sakura to ask Naruto, never expecting such an astonishing response. A combat power of 7,700 points? The Hokage's power was merely 4,800 points. How could Naruto's strength surpass that of the Hokage? Although this figure was merely a superficial measurement, many factors influence actual combat situations. Nonetheless, it was evident that Naruto was on par with the Hokage in terms of strength. Clenching his fist, Sasuke unwittingly activated his Sharingan, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. The negativity within Sasuke intensified, his anger nearly boiling over, wishing to shatter the ceiling above him. However, his rage was futile. Power was the undeniable truth, and no amount of anger could bridge the vast chasm of strength between them. As Naruto resumed his training, Sakura couldn't help but reflect on how much he had matured compared to just a few days prior. He no longer clung to her incessantly, nor was he as bothersome as before. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart, as though she had lost something significant. 5 days swiftly passed. A knock echoed at the door of the dormitory where Team 7 resided. As a Chunin examiner arrived to inform them that the time for the exam had come, and all qualified candidates were to assemble at the central tower. The 3 members of Team 7 followed the examiner to a spacious training ground, already populated with many participants. Following the instructions, Naruto lined up with the other successful candidates, while the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the forefront, preparing to address the crowd. Before speaking, Hiruzen casually glanced at Naruto, then proceeded to address everyone. First, congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam. However, the number of participants is still rather large. The upcoming third round will showcase the talents of ninjas before the dignitaries of the Land of Fire. Therefore, we cannot accommodate too many individuals, as it would detract from the viewing experience. We will now conduct a preliminary round, where you will draw lots to determine your opponents. The victors will advance to the third round, while the losers will be eliminated. At that moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand. Hiruzen turned to the candidate and calmly inquired, I believe you are Kabuto Yakushi, correct? What is it you wish to say? I wish to forfeit. I sustained some minor injuries during the first exam, and my condition worsened in the forest of death. I am now unable to participate in further battles. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing a profoundly despondent expression beneath. Hiruzen nodded in understanding and signaled for him to leave. While Hiruzen continued his speech, Kabuto hurriedly exited the central tower of the Forest of Death. Once out of sight, his demeanor shifted to one of deep gloom. He no longer concealed his speed, utilizing the body flicker technique to dash toward the southwestern direction of Konoha with all his might. In recent days, he had felt an overwhelming weight on his shoulders, struggling to contact Lord Orochimaru through any means. What began as minor issues to report had escalated into a desperate search for his whereabouts. Even employing summoning techniques to reach the snakes in the dragon cave yielded no results. It was then he sensed something amiss. A profound sense of foreboding gripped Kabuto's heart, compelling him to return to the base swiftly, for he needed to confirm something of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions were under Naruto's keen perception. As battles amongst the lower ninjas commenced within the tower, Naruto stood motionless, his expression blank, seemingly lost in thought, his attention far removed from the arena. His surveillance of Kabuto was merely incidental. In truth, His consciousness had transcended to survey the entirety of the ninja world. Is this what the ninjas of the Land of Lightning are like? He mused. Their formidable presence and impressive physiques were evident. The men were muscular warriors, while the women were strikingly beautiful with long legs, resembling a real-life interpretation of Beauty and the Beast. Is that the fourth Raikage? He pondered, noting his imposing demeanor. Though he hardly appeared to be the brightest. Why is that such a kid from the land of Earth, an elderly man? He seems rather diminutive. Back in my Ninja Academy days, I could have easily looked down upon him. What is the wind shadow from Sunagakure doing sifting sand in the desert? Wait, why are there two wind shadows? One was the third kazakage, who had previously appeared in the sky, yet he should have been deceased. How had he reemerged? The one sifting sand bore a striking resemblance to the one with the gourd on his back. Could they be father and son? This is chaotic in Kirigakure. Naruto observed as two ninjas openly fought in the streets of the village, while the flamboyant acting Mizukage attempted to intervene. However, upon her arrival, neither combatant ceased their brawl. Instead, they boldly attacked her. She swiftly subdued them, reducing their bodies to ashes, which were then collected by ENBU operatives with shovels. Naruto blinked in bewilderment, questioning the sanity of the villagers. Hey, the laggard. He snapped back to reality, noticing Sasuke standing beside him. It's your turn to compete. Stop daydreaming. Only then did Naruto realize that it was indeed his turn to enter the fray. Not far away, Kiba Inuzuka exclaimed excitedly, Awesome. I get to fight Naruto. This will be like beating him with my eyes closed. Haha. Chapter 55. Orochimaru in a realm of purity. Inuzuka Kiba exuberantly exclaimed, believing that Naruto was the most easily defeated among all present. Despite some changes in Naruto's appearance, he remained the same Naruto, as long as he displayed his prowess. He could effortlessly overpower Kiba. With a joyful leap into the arena, Kiba arrogantly declared to the opposing Uzumaki Naruto that there was no need for Akamaru to intervene, as he was sufficient on his own. Naruto, however, remained silent, his thoughts elsewhere, which irked Kiba, who resolved to deliver a thorough beating once the match commenced. As the referee signaled the start of the match, Kiba prepared to strike, only to be met with a colossal fist that filled his entire field of vision. Bang! Kiba was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall before slowly sliding to the ground. The battle concluded too swiftly for anyone to react. Kiba had been knocked out before they could comprehend what had transpired. The referee regained his composure and announced Naruto's victory, while Naruto returned to the spectator area. Lost in thought, to him, the competition held little significance. He found more interest in scanning for powerful ninjas across the ninja world. In a secluded forest in the southwest of the Land of Fire, Kabuto approached a great tree, pressing a hand against it, causing a large door to spring forth from the bark. Beyond the door lay a dark staircase, which he descended to reach a damp and chilly underground base. This was one of Orochimaru's strongholds within the Land of Fire, long abandoned and only recently reactivated. Kabuto looked up to see a young man with long white hair approaching. Dressed in a white robe and bound with a purple sash, he bore red eye makeup beneath his eyes and two crimson dots on his forehead. This individual was Kimimaro, a former member of the Kagaya clan from the Hidden Mist village. After the clan's demise, he had been saved by Orochimaru and became one of his most loyal subordinates. Kimimaro's face betrayed no emotion, yet his tone was tinged with urgency as he inquired of Kabuto, "Have you not yet located Lord Orochimaru?" Kabuto shook his head and replied, "The sage in the Dragon Cave has already tried. Even the reverse summoning technique cannot bring Lord Orochimaru back." Hearing this, Kimimaro furrowed his brows, deep in thought, yet unable to conceive a solution. At that moment, Kabuto hesitated before suggesting, "There is but one method left, to utilize the Ito Tensei technique to test whether Lord Orochimaru." Before he could finish, a sharp bone blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. Kimimaro gripped the hilt of the blade tightly, glaring at Kabuto, and seethed. "What do you mean? Are you implying that Lord Orochimaru could be dead?" Orochimaru was Kimimaro's utmost idol. For him, he would willingly face death. The mere thought of Kabuto doubting Orochimaru's fate was enough to incite his fury. If not for Kabuto's status as Orochimaru's assistant, he would have already severed his head. Just then, a tear fell onto the blade. Kimimaro stared blankly, his expression one of shock as he watched two streams of tears roll down Kabuto's cheeks, dripping onto the blade and sliding off Kimimaro's fingers to the ground. With a choked voice, Kabuto said, "I too wish to avoid such a conclusion, which is why I must confirm it." Regarding Orochimaru's disappearance, Kabuto had two hypotheses. The first suggested that Orochimaru had perished in battle within the Forest of Death, as the evidence leaned heavily in that direction. However, he could hardly accept this notion, as Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, a formidable force in the ninja world. Even if he were to face defeat, he possessed countless means of escape. How could he possibly succumb to another? The alternative hypothesis speculated that Orochimaru had been taken by the previously encountered celestial phenomenon. This prompted Kabuto's desire to employ Edo Tensei for verification. If Orochimaru had indeed been taken by the celestial force, the technique would fail, as his soul would remain intact, making summoning impossible. Conversely, if Orochimaru's soul could be summoned, it would indicate his demise. Kimimaro retracted the bone blade and, with a downcast gaze, asked, "What can I do?" "Fetch a few test subjects, ensuring they possess ample chakra." Kabuto instructed without hesitation. Kimimaro promptly made his way to the dungeon, while Kabuto opened his notes to review the Edo Tensei technique once more. He had only witnessed Orochimaru perform it and was now attempting it for the first time himself. Before long, the test subjects were brought in, and Kabuto wasted no time in initiating the Edo Tensei. The unconscious subjects suddenly awoke, screaming in agony as the necrotic soil began to envelop them. The earth twisted and contorted, and both Kabuto and Kimimaro's hearts raced with trepidation. They fervently prayed for the technique to fail, pleading for it not to succeed. Yet, fate was unkind. Before their astonished and disbelieving eyes, the test subjects transformed entirely into Orochimaru. Cracks marred Orochimaru's face and body, a hallmark of the Edo Tensei technique. Kimimaro felt a rush of blood to his throat, covering his mouth with his hand as crimson seeped through his fingers, his body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. The physical pain paled in comparison to the devastation within his heart. Kabuto fared little better. Retreating a few steps to sit on the ground, muttering in disbelief, "How can this be? Lord Orochimaru, how is this possible?" As Orochimaru's consciousness gradually returned, he surveyed his surroundings before widening his eyes at Kabuto and Kimimaro. Why am I? Kabuto summoned his resolve, rising from the ground and forcing a smile towards Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, this is merely an accident. I believe in your capabilities to resurrect yourself." Before he could finish, Orochimaru exclaimed, "Kabuto, Kimimaro, you must immediately find Mitarashi Anko and Jugo. Anko bears the curse mark I left her. With Jugo's sage chakra infused into it, I can be revived. Remember, you must hurry. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru, we will set off at once. You need only wait patiently here. I cannot linger here. In the realm of purity, there is." Before Orochimaru could complete his sentence, the Edo Tensei body disintegrated, the technique automatically dispelling, leaving the sacrificial offerings lifeless on the ground. Kabuto appeared bewildered. The Edo Tensei had been undone? Was it due to his inexperience with the technique? Moreover, what did Lord Orochimaru's final words imply? What lay within the realm of purity? Chapter 56. The uprising of the subjects. Yoshida made another attempt at the impure world reincarnation, yet it proved futile. Junmaru, however, had no patience for further endeavors. He halted Yoshida's attempts and declared, "Cease your efforts. Our foremost priority is to resurrect Lord Orochimaru." Upon hearing this, Yoshida acquiesced. Nodding in preparation to depart with him, they resolved to locate Jugo first, as Mitarashi Anko was a Jonin of Konoha. Capturing her would draw too much attention, and having her as a burden would complicate their evasion of Konoha's pursuit. Yoshida, unlike the formidable Orochimaru he would become years later, and Junmaru, had yet to attain the strength of a Kage, leaving them lacking in confidence against Konoha's Anbu. Just as the two set out, their path was abruptly obstructed by a throng of individuals. Yoshida furrowed his brow and turned to look back. A large crowd had gathered behind them, completely encircling him and Junmaru. Yoshida recognized many of these individuals as the subjects marked by Orochimaru's cursed seals. From within the crowd emerged four figures, the Sound Four, Orochimaru's most adept practitioners of sealing techniques. He glanced at Junmaru, who had once been the leader of these very individuals. Junmaru, now visibly irritated, coldly addressed the Sound Four. "Clear the way. Do you wish to perish?" One of them, Zaku, chuckled sinisterly, taunting, "You've become accustomed to being a dog, haven't you? We overheard your earlier conversation. Orochimaru is dead, isn't he?" The surrounding subjects erupted in laughter, having suffered long enough as Orochimaru's slaves with his demise. They felt liberated. Junmaru shot a glance at Kadamaru, realizing this information had been eavesdropped by him. Zaka raised his hand to silence the crowd and continued, with Orochimaru dead. We are free. Yet you, Yao Shidu, still wish to resurrect him? If he returns, he will undoubtedly reclaim us as his subjects. We have endured enough of this existence. Kadamaru, with his mouth agape, fashioned a bow from yellow clay and spun an arrow from his mouth, aiming it at Junmaru. This is your final chance. Kill your companion and abandon the idea of resurrecting Orochimaru. If you do, we will not only welcome you back, but also allow you to lead us. The Sound Four and the entire Sound Village could be under your command. Kadamaru was not mistaken. Taiyuya echoed his sentiments, urging, your strength makes you more than capable of being the leader of this village. As its leader, we could step into the light and become a legitimate organization of the Land of Rice. No one knows Orochimaru founded this village, as long as we remain silent. No one will uncover our past as rogue ninjas. Instead of continuing in the shadows, why not bask in the sunlight? Why pursue the resurrection of that man? Among the four, the most simple-minded, Jirobo, stood resolutely by his companions, unwavering in his stance. Kadamaru tightened his grip, his gaze icy as he pressed for an answer. The time has come for your decision, Junmaru. Speak your answer. As his words hung in the air, the cursed seal subjects activated their cursed state collectively. Black runes swiftly engulfed their bodies, while natural energy surged violently into the underground base. Kadamaru and the others had even entered their second state, fully aware of Junmaru's terrifying power, leaving no room for carelessness. In addition to the four, over 20 others activated their second state, transforming into grotesque figures with demonic faces and horns. Yao Shidu, unfazed by the threats, turned to Junmaru and inquired, do you require my assistance? Junmaru's expression, typically devoid of emotion, now radiated a chilling fury. No need. I can handle this alone. Yoshida leaped to the edge of the battlefield, entrusting the conflict to Junmaru. The black, cursed seal spread from the mark on Junmaru's chest, rapidly enveloping him entirely. The seals thickened and coalesced, transforming his very structure. He morphed into a new form, with robust bone spines protruding from his back, his skin taking on a brown hue adorned with strange runes. Most notably, a thick dinosaur-like tail emerged, rendering him a miniature version of a dinosaur. He grasped the protruding spine from his back, wielding it like a whip, now resembling a spiked bone flail. The sight of Junmaru's transformation sent a chill through the Sound Four and all the cursed seal subjects. The aura emanating from him was terrifying, freezing them in place. Yet retreat was no longer an option. The four launched their attack as the cursed seal subjects charged forward with their weapons drawn. Betrayers of Lord Orochimaru, you shall perish. Junmaru roared, swinging his bone whip with ferocity. The Sound Four evaded the strike, fully aware of its devastating power. However, one subject, undeterred, wielded a meteor hammer and charged headlong into the fray. With a resounding crack, the meteor hammer shattered into fragments, and the bone whip struck the assailant with lethal force, cleaving him in two. Junmaru, akin to a demon from the netherworld, unleashed his wrath, one hand wielding the bone whip while the other bore a spiral drill fashioned from bone, mercilessly reaping the lives of all before him. The subjects, driven to desperation, unleashed their ultimate techniques, some even resorting to drugs to enhance their power at the cost of their lifespans. An hour later, the midday sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the ground. Yao Shidu pushed open the massive door of the underground base, now concealed by a towering tree. A foul stench wafted from the corridor behind him, the scent of blood permeating the air as numerous carrion birds circled overhead, eager for a feast. Yao Shidu inhaled the fresh air deeply, then glanced back at Junmaru. At that moment, Junmaru's clothing lay tattered, his white hair stained with blood, his entire form drenched in crimson, as though he had just crawled from the depths of hell. Yao Shidu expressed concern. Your complexion is rather poor. Perhaps you should rest elsewhere. I can handle the next task alone. Junmaru resolutely refused, his gaze unwavering. Lord Orochimaru is everything to me. I must witness his resurrection with my own eyes. Otherwise, I would rather die. Chapter 57. Jiraiya Yao Shido and Junma Lu embarked on their plan to resurrect Orochimaru. Their mission comprised two objectives: to locate Ju Wu and to capture Yuji Hongdo. The first objective was easily accomplished. They ventured to a secret base in the southern part of the ninja world and effortlessly found Ju Wu. The second objective, however, proved more challenging. Yuji Hongdo was A.J. Nin, not the type to take on students, and even among the task force, she would be accompanied by other J-nin. Consequently, Yao Shirdo and Junma Lu resolved to devise a meticulous plan. While their scheme for Orochimaru's resurrection unfolded, Naruto finally concluded the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam. The list of successful participants bore little deviation from the original narrative, save for the altered battle between Hinata and Neji. Contrary to his usual encouragement, Naruto advised Hinata to surrender promptly. Having trained with Sun Wukong for some time, Naruto was far from the inflexible character depicted in the original storyline. Ultimately, it was merely a competition, and given Neji's superior strength, persistently fighting would only lead to further injury without altering the outcome. Heeding her beloved's counsel, Hinata employed all her techniques, but, upon realizing she was no match for Neji and sustaining minor injuries, decisively surrendered, concluding their duel. With the preliminaries behind them, the group departed the Forest of Death, each harboring their own thoughts. It was only then that they discovered the central tower of the forest had direct underground passages leading outside, and not merely one. No wonder the forest teemed with venomous creatures. The central tower had numerous ordinary workers who seemed to be traversing safe routes all along. After Naruto and his companions exited the forest, Kakashi arrived belatedly. He had indeed been preoccupied with various matters, thus his tardiness was met with understanding. To celebrate Naruto and Sasuke's advancement to the public portion of the Chunin exam, Kakashi decided to treat Team 7 to a sumptuous feast. This time, they would not be heading to Ichiraku Ramen, but rather to the priciest, most upscale barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Kakashi had prepared a considerable sum, fully aware of Naruto's hearty appetite. This feast was so lavish that it could have financed the purchase of an entire cow for consumption. Naruto relished the meal, although he lamented that the meat did not rival the delectable offerings from Yadarat Star. If only that exquisite meat could grace the ninja world, processed by its chefs, it would be perfection. After their fill, Kakashi addressed the group. I have decided to take Sasuke outside the village for training, while I have arranged for another formidable teacher to guide you, Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto interjected, for the next month. I'm quite capable of training on my own. There's no need for a teacher. Kakashi contemplated saying more, but hesitated. Recently, the higher-ups in Konoha had sought his counsel, hoping he could leverage his position to extract intelligence from Naruto, even seeking to uncover the unique training methods Naruto had developed. However, he had continually deferred this request, finding it distasteful and unwilling to allow the village's hierarchy to exploit his student. Thus, he used his role as deputy chief of the Anbu to shield Naruto from numerous troubles. Nevertheless, he understood this was merely a temporary solution, as the higher-ups, particularly Shimura Danzo, would not relent easily. Ultimately, he looked solemnly at Naruto and cautioned, be careful during this time. Naruto nodded in understanding. Team 7 disbanded, with Kakashi promptly departing with Sasuke for external training, while Sakura bid farewell and returned home. Noticing that the evening was still young, Naruto decided to wander the streets of Konoha in search of intriguing sights. As he passed a hot spring, he caught sight of a burly figure squatting outside. The individual was notably muscular, with broad shoulders and clad in a red robe, revealing his status as a ninja skilled in physical combat. His silver hair and painted face, coupled with wooden clogs, exuded a rather unsavory aura. Strangely, Naruto sensed a unique essence emanating from this person, an essence reminiscent of nature itself, a blend of animal, plant, and floral elements. It was the first time he had encountered such a harmonious fusion with nature, sparking his curiosity. However, the man's actions, peering into the women's bath, were utterly disgraceful. Naruto stealthily approached Jiraiya from behind, delivering a swift kick to his back. Unprepared, Jiraiya collided with the bamboo wall, causing it to topple, and his head became ensnared within the bamboo. The hot spring erupted in gasps, followed by an assortment of bathing paraphernalia flying towards Jiraiya's face. Though he attempted to evade, his head remained stuck, and he was soon pelted with various objects. After delivering the kick, Naruto promptly fled the scene, content to remain anonymous, reveling in the satisfaction of his clandestine good deed. However, to his surprise, the injured Jiraiya cut him off on a shortcut, blocking his path. You little brat, you were the one who kicked me, weren't you? Jiraiya seethed. Having spent decades in this profession, he had only suffered such indignity at the hands of Tsunade. No one else had ever bested him so thoroughly. Naruto, exasperated, noted the audacity of a voyeur caught in the act now demanding retribution. I have no time to waste with you. Scram, or I'll summon a ninja to apprehend you. Summon a ninja to capture me? Do you even know who I am? I am Jiraiya of Mount Mayaboku, the Toad Sage. Countless maidens weep for me, and throngs of youths are infatuated with my presence. You should consider yourself fortunate to even lay eyes on me. Whether or not Naruto cared about his ancestors' graves was irrelevant. He genuinely wished for this man to see stars. The two, finding no common ground in conversation, decided to settle their grievances through combat. They ventured to a clearing outside Konoha, where Jiraiya waved his hand, declaring, "All right, kid. I won't bully you. You go first." Though he maintained an air of superiority, internally, he smirked, thinking, "You've walked right into my trap." His true intention was to engage Naruto in a duel, having deliberately lured him in with his voyeuristic antics. Indeed, his ulterior motive was never to spy, but rather to entice Naruto into a confrontation, thus securing a reason to draw closer to him. He mentally congratulated himself, pleased to have added another source of inspiration for his future works. Chapter 58. The Chunin Exam Finals. Jiraiya, arms crossed and chin held high, spoke with an air of arrogance. "Kid, I won't bully you. You can make the first move. If I strike first, the battle will conclude in an instant." Naruto's expression shifted to one of uncertainty as he clenched his fists and asked, "Are you sure?" Jiraiya felt a twinge of doubt, but dismissed it. After all, how could a mere genin pose a threat to him? Even when Minato was of similar age, he was no match for Jiraiya. Could this boy possibly surpass Minato as prodigious talent? With the challenge laid before him, Naruto complied. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jiraiya and unleashed a punch the size of a sandbag squarely upon Jiraiya's face. Before Jiraiya could comprehend the unfolding event, he was struck down, his vision fading to white as he collapsed, unconscious. Observing Jiraiya frothing at the mouth as he lay unconscious, Naruto dusted off his hands and strode away with an air of indifference. Initially, he had expected something extraordinary from this man, but it turned out he was merely a weakling, unable to withstand a single blow, yet daring to provoke him. The unique aura surrounding Jiraiya had intrigued Naruto, but it was merely a fleeting curiosity. He preferred to spend his time in meditation and training rather than waste it on the likes of Jiraiya. Their encounter was but a minor interlude. During this period, life continued in an orderly fashion for everyone. Naruto made little progress in his meditation and found no worthy adversaries to hone his skills against. Was it possible that no one in the ninja world surpassed him? Doubt began to cloud his thoughts. Before he knew it, the day of the Chunin exam arrived. Naruto arrived early at the venue, which resembled an arena, with spectators seated atop towering stands akin to city walls, while the center was designated for ninja battles. He waited patiently in the contestants' holding area as the feudal lords and nobles of the Land of Fire and surrounding small countries took their seats in the VIP section. This public event was not merely a contest for Chunin positions, it was also a showcase for the new generation of Konoha ninjas, designed to instill confidence in the elite regarding the future of Konoha and attract more missions. At the very top of the venue, two distinct seats stood apart from the VIP section, indicating the extraordinary status of those occupying them. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, two figures clad in white robes approached these seats from opposite directions and sat down. Shortly after, several ENBU ninjas followed. Though their forehead protectors differed, some bore the symbol of Konoha, while others displayed the emblem of Sunagakure. The two individuals were none other than the kazakage of the Wind Country and the Hokage of the Fire Country. The kazakage, wearing a straw hat and a white mask, revealed only his eyes, concealing his face entirely. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the kazakage and remarked with a teasing smile, "Kazakage, your attire seems rather heavy. Have you caught a chill?" His words carried a hint of sharpness, for ninjas rarely fell ill due to the chakra within them. Sarutobi's intention was merely to gauge the kazakage, whom he had encountered before, though not intimately. The figure before him, in both stature and gaze, seemed strikingly different from the kazakage he had met years prior. Due to the kazakage's status, the ANBU tasked with verifying his identity did not dare to forcefully reveal his face, prompting Sarutobi to inquire instead. The kazakage, known as Raza, merely chuckled coldly, slowly removing his mask and mockingly saying, "It has been a long time. Third Hokage, I did not expect your reflexes to be so dull now." Upon seeing the kazakage's face, Sarutobi stood up in shock, exclaiming, "Raza? How could it be you? I thought you were dead." Indeed, the one masquerading as Raza was none other than the third kazakage, Tsunowai. He regarded the vigilant Sarutobi with a hint of disdain. Once confident and assured, Sarutobi now appeared considerably aged and less composed than in his youth. If it were the Sarutobi of yore, he would have remained unfazed even if Uchiha Madara had appeared before him. Tsunowai straightened himself and said, "We can discuss the particulars later. Let us announce the commencement of the matches." Realizing his lapse in composure, Sarutobi returned to his seat, heavy-hearted, and declared the matches to begin. The sequence of battles in this public contest differed slightly from the original story. While the opponents remained unchanged, the first match was now between Nara Shikamaru and Temari. With Orochimaru deceased, the plan to bring Konoha to ruin had been thwarted. The participant TS, who would have forfeited before this match, had not been eliminated early by Gaara. Thus, the battle between Temari and Shikamaru was scheduled first, with the victor facing TS after a 3-match intermission. However, this was of little consequence now, as Tsunowai had already briefed Sarutobi on the situation. To be honest, Sarutobi was taken aback. During the boss challenge, he had thought the arena where the third kazakage fought was some sort of illusionary realm. He believed that due to the nature of this realm, the mastermind could resurrect the third kazakage, who would revert to being dead once the challenge ended. Yet, he had not anticipated that the kazakage would be genuinely revived. Could it be that the one behind the curtain truly possessed the ability to resurrect the dead? Meanwhile, many spectators began to recognize the third kazakage's face. Most reacted with indifference, as they had never seen the fourth kazakage, and those who had witnessed the boss challenge merely viewed it as entertainment. Lacking any real familiarity with the third kazakage, those who recognized him were astonished and began discussing amongst themselves, momentarily diverting their attention from the battles unfolding. Tsunowai paid little heed to the opinions around him. His appearance was a bold declaration of his return. He was not a petty figure to fear being observed. He proclaimed, "During my absence, I have been dispatching agents to investigate the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Sasori." Sarutobi's expression remained unchanged, though internally he sensed dread. Could it be that Tsunowai sought to hold Konoha accountable for Orochimaru's actions? Orochimaru had vanished without a trace, and rumors circulated that he had met a gruesome end. Sarutobi's demeanor remained impassive. He had heard such rumors, yet he did not take them seriously. He was well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. Defeating him was one thing, but killing him was another matter entirely. Thus, to those familiar with Orochimaru, such rumors were little more than jest. Nevertheless, no one could have anticipated that these rumors were, in fact, the truth. Chapter 59. The third viewing. No one understands Orochimaru better than I do. He is not so easily defeated, Sarutobi Hiruzen asserted with conviction. The kazakage slightly nodded in agreement, sharing a similar belief that Orochimaru would not fall as easily as the rumors suggested. He continued, "Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from your Konoha. Does the third Hokage have nothing to say about this?" Sarutobi fell silent for a moment before he reluctantly replied, "Indeed, Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha, and I will ensure that Tsunagakure and you receive adequate compensation." The kazakage nodded, refraining from further comment, as he held confidence in Konoha's integrity regarding war reparations. They had never shirked their responsibilities in this matter, making them a formidable opponent in his eyes. Having discussed Orochimaru, the conversation inevitably shifted to another person the kazakage despised, the rogue ninja, Sasori of the Red Sand. "I have discovered that Sasori has joined a rogue ninja organization, comprised entirely of S-ranked rogue ninjas who pose extreme danger. Both Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha from your Konoha have been affiliated with this organization, and Itachi remains a core member." The kazakage inquired with an air of commanding pressure. "Do not tell me you are completely unaware of these developments?" Sarutobi let out a deep sigh upon hearing this. He had indeed been aware of the Akatsuki organization for quite some time. However, the more he learned about it, the more hesitant he became to act. In terms of overall strength, Konoha was not frightened by this rogue organization. Yet, it must be noted that its members were all S-ranked rogue ninjas, and if they were to disperse and launch covert assaults, even Konoha would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Moreover, he had no intelligence obtained from Itachi regarding the Akatsuki. Itachi had promised to infiltrate the organization, yet after all these years, not a shred of useful information had been relayed back. It was evident that he had fully integrated into the rogue organization, and considering Itachi possessed considerable sensitive information about Konoha, any fallout could have significant repercussions. Thus, Sarutobi's stance toward the Akatsuki was to delay action as long as possible, hoping that the organization might eventually implode from internal discord. Sarutobi admitted to knowing about the Akatsuki, but his understanding was superficial, He merely shared trivial information with the kazakage. Upon receiving this unfruitful intelligence, the kazakage was not surprised. In fact, if the Konoha leader had provided useful intelligence, he would have suspected Konoha's ulterior motives. This was an exceedingly dangerous rogue organization, and harboring them was detrimental to both Sunagakure and Konoha. Rather than allowing them to grow stronger, it would be prudent to take decisive action now. I propose that we form a coalition comprising Sunagakure, Konoha, and Iwagakure to hunt down and eradicate the Akatsuki. Upon hearing the kazakage's suggestion, Sarutobi felt inclined to refuse outright. However, out of respect for the kazakage, he hesitated to voice his rejection. After all, Konoha's rogue ninja had previously offended him, placing Sarutobi in a position of moral disadvantage. Therefore, he could only divert the conversation, attempting to shift the third kazakage's focus towards the ongoing Chunin exam. The kazakage turned away from serious matters, casting a disdainful glance at Sarutobi. This man had grown increasingly timid with age, embodying a weak and complacent character. Despite Konoha's substantial resources, he was now too fearful to take the initiative against a rogue ninja organization. In the kazakage's eyes, this man was utterly ineffectual. Were it not for Konoha's formidable foundation, he would never ally himself with such a feeble individual. At this moment, the first match concluded. As expected, Temari emerged victorious. Narashikamaru, having ensnared his opponent with shadow imitation technique, declared his surrender. Following this couple's playful exchange, the focus shifted to the intense confrontation between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Standing opposed to one another, Hyuga Neji boldly stated, "Uzumaki Naruto, I admit your strength has indeed improved since our first encounter. However, your growth pales in comparison to mine. As fellow taijutsu practitioners, you will never surpass the gentle fist. Since we are both Konoha ninjas, there is no need for us to fight to the death. You should surrender while you still can." Neji continued his plea. Yet, Naruto merely glanced at the sky, disregarding Neji entirely. Neji's forehead throbbed with anger. If Naruto refused to yield, then he would demonstrate the disparity between genius and the underdog. As the referee, Moonlight Kazakage, announced the start of the match, Neji advanced slowly toward Naruto, only to find Naruto pointing a finger skyward. Neji scoffed, incredulous that Naruto would attempt such a trivial diversion. How could he be so foolish as to presume others shared his ignorance? Just then, gasps erupted from the audience. "Look, the sky curtain is back. Are those detestable Saiyans making a reappearance? What nonsense will they be feeding us this time?" The cacophony of discussions captured Neji's attention, and he looked up in astonishment. A massive black sky curtain loomed overhead, indeed making its return. Curiosity piqued regarding what this curtain would unveil. Neji was suddenly struck with excruciating pain in his abdomen, sending him flying backward to crash against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Naruto retracted his fist, chuckling foolishly. "You think you're a genius? Such a trivial trick is all it took to fool you. Off to the infirmary with you." Naruto laughed heartily, but at that moment, no one was paying him any mind. Whether commoners or nobles, all had gathered to witness the Chunin exam for entertainment. Now, with the Sky Curtains video offering an even grander spectacle, who would be concerned with the petty skirmishes of lowly ninjas? However, this time the Sky Curtain was different from the previous two. Its content extended beyond the ninja world and into the realm of the afterlife. The chatroom feature of the Sky Curtain was activated once more, but this time Naruto refrained from being the first to speak. It was not that he was unable to claim the spotlight. Rather, he wished to observe quietly this time, eschewing the loud antics of the prior events. "The Sky Curtain has opened again. Where did we leave off last time? Wasn't it that Saiyan named Sun Wukong learning some kind of King S fist? What new nonsense will he attempt to learn this time? Can this curtain not fast forward? Those Saiyans took a year to reach Dragon Ball Star. Does it really need to take a year to play this footage?" As the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, the screen illuminated, officially commencing the video. The scene revealed an expansive cosmic starry sky, with two spherical spaceships streaking through the night like shooting stars, approaching a stunning blue planet. As the spectators beheld this sight, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. These two Saiyans had flown for a year and were finally nearing that elusive Dragon Ball Star. Chapter 60. The terrifying greeting of Nappa on the vibrant planet of Dragon Ball. Two spherical spaceships descended into the heart of a bustling city, the thunderous explosion capturing the attention of all around. "Look, a meteor has fallen," exclaimed one onlooker. "I've never witnessed a meteorite in my life, let alone two at once. How fortunate." That doesn't look like a meteorite to me. It appears to be made of metal, another interjected. Fool, who told you that all meteorites are merely stone? Metallic meteorites do exist in the universe. Let us head downstairs and see what the commotion is about. It's just around the corner. As people gravitated toward the center of the street, they soon realized that what they had thought were meteorites were, in fact, two spherical objects resembling spaceships. The hatches opened, revealing two figures, one tall and imposing, the other shorter, yet equally striking. The taller one, with a bald head and a physique towering over 2.5 meters, bore a fierce countenance, while the shorter one sported an extravagant hairstyle and piercing eyes that exuded an air of arrogance. Both donned identical combat uniforms, and notably, each had a tail wrapped around their waists. They were the Saiyans invading Dragon Ball, Vegeta, and Nappa. Upon seeing the true forms of these two, the crowd was left in confusion, while onlookers from the ninja world began to speculate. These two seem rather unremarkable. They don't look particularly formidable. Why are there only these two? Where is the Saiyan army? There had been discussions during the last appearance of the sky that the term two Saiyans might not refer to just these individuals. Perhaps they were leaders, each commanding a sizable contingent of Saiyan warriors. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to annihilate an entire planet's population. This perspective gained wide acceptance, reflecting their understanding of the strength of the ninja world. Even the most powerful ninja, a shadow-level warrior, could not single-handedly eradicate an entire nation, let alone an entire planet. The notion that only two individuals would attempt such a feat seemed ludicrous. In the video feed, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, surveying the foolish indigenous humans, while Nappa activated his power scouter. How peculiar, he exclaimed. This planet boasts several individuals with exceptionally high battle powers. When Raditz came, there weren't so many strong ones. Vegeta, furrowing his brow while examining the readings, scoffed. Merely a few ants. Let us approach the one with the highest power. He should know where the so-called Dragon Balls are. Nappa nodded in agreement, but then, with a gleam in his eye, he asked Vegeta, since we've arrived on this planet, may I greet the humans? Vegeta chuckled dismissively. Go ahead, but do not dawdle. With Vegeta's permission, Nappa soared into the sky, eliciting gasps and pointing fingers from the onlookers below. In the air, Nappa raised two fingers. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless individuals across two worlds, a tremendous energy erupted from his being, comparable to the scale of a nuclear explosion, engulfing the entire city. The blinding light rendered the ninja world's spectators momentarily sightless, and when the brilliance dissipated, they were left agape, struggling to comprehend the devastation before them. The once thriving city, bustling with life, had transformed into a colossal chasm. All vehicles, structures, humans, and animals within had been vaporized, leaving not even a speck of debris behind. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, all life had perished, save for the two culprits, the gleeful Nappa and the sardonic Vegeta. Nappa erupted in laughter, akin to a child reveling in mischief, akin to tossing firecrackers into a cesspool. Vegeta interrupted his mirth, commanding, enough of this nonsense. We have business to attend to. With that, he flew toward their destination, and Nappa, his laughter quelled, followed suit. Silence enveloped the ninja world, as if everyone had been pressed on pause, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a sound. They were utterly stunned, truly shocked. The magnitude of the city was immense, surpassing any ninja village or town they had known, teeming with a populace that had, in an instant, been reduced to nothingness. The sheer scale of destruction was unfathomable. Someone, breaking the silence, ventured a comment on the public screen. Am I seeing this correctly? That city. It's just gone? As the moment of stillness faded, the ninja world erupted into chaos. In the venue of the Chunin exams, dignitaries in the VIP section gasped in disbelief. My word, such a massive display of destructive ninjutsu. Hiring that bald one must come at a hefty price. Have you noticed? That bald one seems to heed the commands of the shorter one. He is likely the captain of this Saiyan squad. Moreover, remember the previous mention of the Saiyan named Raditz, stating that only these two and Goku remained? I suspect this shorter one is not only the captain of the Saiyan squad, but also the leader of the entire Saiyan race. The Saiyan race is indeed formidable. I wonder how they compare to the Uchiha clan. In my opinion, the Uchiha clan might still hold superiority, having ended the age of warring states. The foolish remarks from the nobles of the Land of Fire left Naruto exasperated. He turned his focus away from the ignorant elite. concentrating instead on the power displayed by Nappa in the video. The footage could not convey the opponent's ki, but based on the scale of Nappa's recent attack, he could deduce some insights. He speculated that Nappa's strength was likely on par with his own. However, under normal circumstances, he felt confident in overcoming him with the Kaioken technique. As for the other individual, Vegeta, Naruto was less certain, rationally assessing that he might not be a match for him. Observing Vegeta's mocking expression in the sky, Naruto clenched his fists, filled with an intense desire for battle. He had longed for the opportunity to confront strong adversaries, and now, standing before two formidable opponents, how could he not feel exhilarated? In stark contrast to his fervent spirit, the two shadows seated at the highest positions were now beaded with sweat. Chapter 61, Are you an alien? I am an alien? We are all aliens. The third Hokage had not forgotten that Raditz had previously mentioned that the strength of the other two Saiyans surpassed his own. Having fought against Raditz, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between them, especially at the moment he was slain by Raditz, when he truly felt the overwhelming gulf that separated them. Judging by the current circumstances, that individual named Naba was evidently a formidable warrior, even stronger than Raditz. He could already envision how vulnerable he would feel facing such an opponent. Sarutobi's situation was slightly better than that of the third Hokage. Yet upon witnessing the sheer force of the opponent's techniques, he too broke into a cold sweat. The city depicted in the video was evidently larger than Konoha. An explosion of such magnitude in their village would yield catastrophic consequences. At this juncture, he could only hope that the footage was merely a fabrication intended to instill fear. However, if the individuals in the video were indeed real, suddenly, he recalled Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto had once openly admitted to encountering a being named Son Goku and had even learned to harness ki. At this thought, cold sweat soaked his brow. The video was likely genuine. The people appearing within it could very well be real. The implications of such individuals manifesting in Konoha were simply unimaginable. Previously, he had tasked Jiraiya with gathering intelligence from Naruto, but that endeavor had ended in failure. Konoha was currently in a state of extreme vulnerability. The Nine Tails had been lost. The footage was sowing discord among the populace. The older generation of ninjas had mostly perished, and the new generation had yet to mature. He could only hope that Konoha would strive to endure. As long as they could hold on until the next generation grew strong, there remained a glimmer of hope. In the land of rain, Conan's eyes were fixed intently on the screen. After a moment, she exhaled a heavy sigh and turned to Nagato, understanding her unspoken thoughts. Nagato furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is merely a matter of this level of destructive power. If I were to exert myself fully, I could achieve the same." Despite his words, a sense of urgency began to creep into his heart. He was uncertain whether the figures in the video were genuine, but if they were, his plans would face significant obstacles. After a brief contemplation, he instructed Conan, "Prepare to inform the other Akatsuki members. Our plan to capture the tailed beasts must be expedited." Before Conan could nod in acknowledgement, a spatial vortex suddenly materialized nearby. Both Nagato and Conan turned to look, their faces devoid of surprise, as if accustomed to such phenomena. In the next moment, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds emerged from the vortex. The newcomer wore an orange spiral mask, revealing only a singular eye. The mask appeared to possess a unique apparatus, rendering it impossible for either the Byakugan or Sharingan to discern anything from within. Nagato and Conan were unaware of the stranger's identity, only knowing that this masked man claimed to be Uchiha Bido, who had divulged the plan to collect the tailed beasts to form the 10 Tails. Upon his arrival, without any preliminaries, he inquired, "I hear you intend to hasten the tailed beast collection plan?" Nagato and Conan exchanged a silent scoff. They had just finished discussing the matter. And yet this individual had eagerly interrupted, suggesting he had been eavesdropping while feigning to have just arrived. Nagato replied coldly, clearly, "The mastermind behind the footage is not to be underestimated. The tailed beast collection plan cannot be delayed any further. Otherwise, we risk unforeseen complications." However, the tailed beasts were not all accounted for. The host of the Three Tails had recently perished, and with it, the Three Tails had also died and had yet to be revived. When the Three Tails host was mentioned, a slight shift in Obito's tone was detectable, though he quickly masked it. Nagato continued, "There is no need for concern." Previously, the footage featured a boss challenge, during which the third Hokage mentioned being resurrected and controlled by Orochimaru. You must be aware of that, right? Obito, the masked man, narrowed his eyes at this revelation. What precisely was Nagato implying? They could locate Orochimaru or someone capable of utilizing the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect the deceased host of the Three Tails, thereby obtaining its chakra. The other missing tailed beast's chakra could also be acquired in this manner. Although the resurrected Ten Tails would possess certain deficiencies in power, it would suffice to contend with the current ninjas in the world. Afterward, the remaining tailed beasts could gradually be restored. Our primary objective, for now, is to unify the ninja world. Obito pondered for a moment before looking back at Nagato and said, "This method is indeed feasible. However, we must first locate someone skilled in the Edo Tensei technique. Leave this to me. I will handle it and return with either the person or the technique so we can act immediately." With that, he vanished into the vortex, leaving Nagato to resume his gaze upon the screen. The strength of the Saiyans had profoundly impacted all factions within the ninja world, inciting a nearly universal response. Yet, the true architects of this turmoil, Vegeta and Naba, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, they had arrived in a desolate plain, where they encountered their target, the strongest individual on planet Dragon Ball, Piccolo. Accompanying Piccolo were two others, Gohan, who had been training alongside him, and Krillin, who had just arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the Saiyans' arrival, the trio regarded them as a grave threat. Vegeta and Naba, unconcerned, allowed their immense energy to radiate freely, which Piccolo and his companions detected with grave intensity. The strength of the two Saiyans felt like an abyss to them. Even the mightiest among them, Piccolo, turned pale, readying himself for battle in fear of an unprovoked attack. In contrast, Vegeta and Naba remained composed, with Naba even taking a moment to scrutinize Piccolo. After a brief pause, he brightened and remarked to Vegeta, "Isn't that individual a Namekian?" Vegeta recalled a prior encounter with the Frisia Force's records and confirmed that Piccolo's biological traits indeed aligned with those of the Namekians. Vegeta nodded in appreciation, commending Naba for his keen observation. "Your insight is quite sharp. This individual does indeed resemble a Namekian. It makes sense now. I have heard that Namekians are a formidable race, possessing numerous extraordinary abilities, all of which are made possible by the so-called Dragon Balls." Their conversation was utterly unguarded, leaving Piccolo astonished. At that moment, he grasped the truth of his origins. He was not a native of planet Dragon Ball, but rather a Namekian from the planet of the same name. It was no wonder that the biological diversity on planet Dragon Ball was so great. Who could have anticipated that beings such as Panda Men and Crocodile Men were natives, while someone who resembled a human more closely, like Piccolo, was an alien? Now Piccolo even questioned if humans were also extraterrestrial beings. However, such musings could wait. The immediate priority remained to defeat the two Saiyans before him. Chapter 62. The Pure Land unveils the celestial canopy. Naba utilized his combat power detector to assess each individual, sneering as he remarked, "Dealing with these few is so trivial that even I need not intervene. The vegetable men will suffice." As he spoke, he retrieved a small package from his pocket, extracting 6 seeds which he planted into the earth, followed by pouring some enigmatic green liquid over them. Piccolo and Krillin, uncertain of Naba's intentions and intimidated by the disparity in their strengths, refrained from intervening. Moments later, the ground began to crack, and 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the soil. Naba, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. "Let me elucidate. These beings are known as vegetable men, a type of mass-produced soldier. Quite a handy tool. Their combat power remains static at a standard 1,200 points each, making them ideal as expendable cannon fodder." Upon hearing this, Piccolo and Krillin gasped in shock, knowing that Raditz, who had previously visited the Dragon Ball Star, possessed only 1220 points of power. The spectators from the ninja realm erupted in disbelief. "What nonsense! You mean to tell me that beings of Raditz's caliber can be mass-produced? I can now assert that this so-called celestial canopy is a fabrication, a mere ruse to deceive us and disrupt the morale of our ninja forces. We must not be fooled. Indeed, this so-called canopy is likely just a special illusionary space, conjuring these alleged warriors to intimidate us and diminish our fighting spirit. The one behind this must be a coward lacking in true power. Otherwise, they would not resort to such underhanded tactics." As the crowd voiced their skepticism, a colorful message appeared before them, capturing everyone's attention. It was a rarity for messages of such hue to emanate from shadow-level warriors. "Hashirama Senju, could someone kindly explain to me what this so-called celestial canopy and the vegetable men are all about?" The ninja realm fell silent for a moment before a torrent of inquiries flooded the screen. "Am I mistaken? His name is Hashirama Senju?" "You are not mistaken. His name is indeed Hashirama Senju. Could he possibly be the legendary founder of Konoha, the god of shinobi? How can this be? Hashirama has been dead for decades. How could he possibly be speaking now? Surely it must be a case of mistaken identity. This celestial canopy can detect our true names, if this individual is named Senju. It could be a deliberate homage, but let us not forget, his surname is Senju. This cannot be a mere illusion. With so many participants, the chakra consumption for speaking in the chat room surged, causing a dramatic decline in messages. Hashirama Senju breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that his words would no longer be drowned out, he typed in a desperate explanation. I am indeed Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage who established Konoha. You are not mistaken. I should have perished long ago. Currently, I find myself in a dim, desolate place, floating alone. I presume this must be the Pure Land. Hashirama's explanation acted as a spark, igniting the presence of numerous renowned figures from the ninja realm who had long since passed. Tobarama Senju, brother, you are being too hasty. You ought to observe a bit longer before speaking. What if this is a trap, much like that boy who used the impure world reincarnation? Hashirama Senju, oh, Tobarama. You are here too? Please, enlighten me on the current circumstances. What exactly does this celestial canopy signify? Tobarama Senju, I too have been dead for quite some time. How would I know much? Please, do not rely on me for everything. Think for yourself. Hashirama found himself in a state of melancholy within the Pure Land. As long to see strong individuals began to surface in the chat. Being dead granted them boundless chakra, allowing them to speak without limitations. With this advantage, they engaged with fervor surpassing that of the living. The onlookers from the ninja realm were utterly astonished. The legendary Pure Land indeed existed, and this celestial canopy had truly summoned its denizens into the chat room. However, some voiced doubts regarding the authenticity of these individuals, speculating that the celestial canopy may have fabricated imposters, as none could visit the Pure Land to verify their identities. Yet, the deceased warriors conversed with such familiarity that it was hard to dismiss their authenticity. Naruto sat back in his chair, reclining with a sense of amusement. Suddenly, a message caught his eye, prompting him to leap to his feet. Kushina Uzumaki, is Naruto there? Naruto, are you okay? Reading that message, Naruto's throat tightened. And after a deep breath, he created a small chat group. Within it were 3 individuals, himself, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, his parents. Kushina Uzumaki, how wonderful. It's really you, Naruto. How have you been? Are you eating well? Have you found a girlfriend? And Kushina continued to chatter excitedly. And as Naruto read her messages, tears began to flow unbidden. Minato remained silent, his situation differing from Kushina's. Though both had left chakra within Naruto, one was sealed away while the other was free. Minato, observing Naruto's life from beyond, had witnessed all that transpired. He had once sacrificed his family for the sake of Konoha, but during his years in the afterlife, he had come to terms with it. He had fulfilled his duties as a Konoha ninja, repaying his village with his life. Now, he yearned to be forgiven by his son as a father. Not only Naruto, but many ninjas who had lost loved ones also endeavored to establish their own chat groups, inviting their relatives to converse. Kakashi attempted to create a separate chat as well, inviting his father, Tsukumo Hatake, and his 2 teammates, Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. Tsukumo and Rin successfully joined the chat, yet Obito remained unresponsive. Kakashi, puzzled, noted that the system had indeed detected Obito Uchiha, yet he received no reply. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could Obito be aware of events that transpired after his death and harbor resentment for not protecting Rin? Chapter 63. Yamcha's Lay. As the ninja world engaged in a reunion conference, a battle commenced in the Dragon Ball universe. 6 vegetable warriors simultaneously charged at Piccolo and Krillin, whose figures flickered as they unleashed their full energy, embroiled in a chaotic melee with their foes. 8 figures moved with such swiftness that the naked eye could scarcely perceive them, leaving only Gohan standing petrified in place, trembling. It was not that he lacked the capability to join the fray. Given his fighting prowess, he could easily contend with a single vegetable warrior. However, Gohan was merely a 5-year-old child. Despite his strength being sufficient to handle even dinosaurs without difficulty, beasts are inherently unpredictable. Now he faced 6 vegetable warriors, each possessing a battle power of 1,200, equivalent to 6 Raditz-level threats. It was entirely reasonable for a child of his age to remain frozen in fear. Had he boldly engaged, he would have undoubtedly been a mere figment of an overly imaginative otaku's fantasy. The battle remained fiercely contested. Although Piccolo and Krillin could swiftly dispatch the vegetable warriors with their full power, doing so would reveal their hidden abilities unnecessarily against such minor adversaries. Just as the stalemate continued, three figures arrived on the battlefield, causing both sides to halt their actions, turning to regard the newcomers. The trio comprised Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Familiar acquaintances, they exchanged nods with Krillin before preparing to confront the Saiyan side. Vegeta stroked his chin with intrigue, remarking, "Now this is interesting. There are 6 of you to match their 6. Why not engage in one-on-one duels? I could use some amusement after this prolonged confinement in my cramped spaceship." Having traveled for nearly a year, Vegeta was eager to relieve his pent-up agitation with some exhilarating combat. Exchanging glances, Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement. "Very well. But do not resort to trickery," Piccolo warned. Vegeta, with a scoff, retorted, "Against you, I need no trickery. If I wished to eliminate you, you wouldn't last a second." Piccolo believed Vegeta's words. The depths of his power were unfathomable, and stalling for even a moment was crucial. The strategy was to gradually weaken the enemy's forces while awaiting Goku's return to confront Vegeta collectively. After a brief discussion, Tien stepped forward. He discarded his outer garment, revealing his muscular physique, his 3 eyes fixated on the vegetable warriors. As their gazes locked, both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. True to his title as champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Tien remained composed amidst the onslaught of the vegetable warriors. After discerning their fighting style, he began to dominate the confrontation. The battle quickly yielded a victor as Tien unleashed a kikaho, obliterating the vegetable warrior before him. The Z fighters erupted in cheers for Tien's elegant victory. Vegeta spat in disdain. "What a waste. Who's next? Get up here quickly." One vegetable warrior, shivering at Vegeta's words, leaped into the arena, pointing provocatively at the Z fighters. Krillin exhaled deeply, preparing to step in, convinced his strength was only slightly inferior to Tien's, making him well-equipped to handle the vegetable warrior. However, Yamcha intervened, saying, "Allow me to take this one. My training has shown significant results, and I can handle this vegetable warrior without issue. You seem to have some powerful new technique. Save it for those 2 Saiyans." Krillin nodded, recognizing that his ki blade was a secret weapon specifically designed to surpass enemies far stronger than himself, a tactic better reserved for the Saiyans. Yamcha entered the fray amid the eager anticipation of his comrades, engaging the vegetable warrior. However, unlike Tien's earlier finesse, Yamcha's combat showcased a skill level comparable to that of his opponent, with only a slight edge. Drawing on years of combat experience on planet Namek, Yamcha keenly identified a minor opening in the vegetable warrior's attack. Exploiting this flaw, he delivered a swift elbow strike to the warrior's wrist joint. Seizing the moment of pain, Yamcha unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, sending the vegetable warrior crashing to the ground. Upon seeing his adversary down, Yamcha refrained from delivering a finishing blow. Adhering to a code of martial honor that respected the defeated, Yamcha's victory should have been a cause for celebration. However, a sense of foreboding settled within Krillin's heart. Just as Yamcha turned to return to the group, the supposedly incapacitated vegetable warrior erupted from the ground in a desperate act. No one anticipated this turn of events, least of all Yamcha, who was caught off guard as the warrior seized his arms. In an instant, the vegetable warrior's body radiated a blinding white light, followed by an explosion that engulfed Yamcha. "Yamcha!" Krillin shouted in horror, but no response came from the epicenter of the blast. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater emerged, revealing Yamcha's lifeless form within. This scene would forever be etched as a classic moment in anime history, as Yamcha became the first character to shatter the "no injury when smoke is present" trope. His existence was akin to that of the first individual to discover that using one's head to crack a walnut was more efficient than using one's fists. The group rushed to Yamcha's side, and upon confirming his demise, Krillin's fury erupted as he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a profound imprint. He had been meant to take the stage first, but out of a desire to conceal his ultimate technique, he had allowed Yamcha to go ahead. Yamcha's death weighed heavily on his conscience, igniting an uncontrollable rage within him, almost awakening the power of the Nika fruit as he contemplated recklessly confronting Vegeta. Krillin shares a voice with Luffy. At that moment, Piccolo interjected, urging, "Calm yourself. This is Yamcha's first death. He can still be revived with the Dragon Balls. The priority now is to maintain composure and defeat the enemy. Everything else can wait." Krillin slowly regained his composure, yet his inner fury remained unabated. Vegeta fanned the flames further, folding his arms with a mocking expression. Are you done whining? If so, hurry up and dispose of that fool's corpse. It's starting to stink. With a face contorted by rage, Krillin stepped forward, addressing the group. I will take the next battle. Tien quickly cautioned, Krillin, you must remain calm. Otherwise, I will step in. Take a moment to collect yourself first. With a steely gaze and a calm, yet menacing tone, Krillin replied, rest assured, I am calm and will not falter. Chapter 64. The Great Bald Head Competition. Krillin arrived at the center of the battlefield, where his opponent, the Vegetable Man, was already eager to engage. Upon seeing Krillin before him, the Vegetable Man wasted no time and lunged forward with outstretched hands. His sharp claws glimmered ominously, promising severe injury if they made contact. In response, Krillin leaped into the air, positioning his palms outward as golden energy began to coalesce in his hands. Within mere moments, this energy wave reached its peak and surged toward the Vegetable Man. Despite its formidable power, the energy wave traveled at an unusually slow pace, appearing to the Vegetable Man as if it were in slow motion, allowing him to easily evade it with a slight sidestep. The energy wave zipped past the Vegetable Man from a distance, eliciting a dismissive smirk as he prepared to continue his assault. However, Krillin's eyes gleamed with determination as he exerted force, causing the energy wave to explode in midair. Everyone was caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, as the wave splintered into several smaller energy blasts that zoomed toward 3 other Vegetable Men outside the arena. Krillin's initial intention was not to battle the one before him, but to seize this opportunity to ambush the 3 outside, thereby diminishing the enemy's numbers and weakening their overall strength. The 3 Vegetable Men, taken by surprise, were obliterated in an instant. Only the Vegetable Man engaged with Krillin remained vigilant due to the ongoing battle, thus escaping the brunt of this sneak attack. Upon witnessing his comrades fall, the Vegetable Man charged towards the weakest Z warrior, Son Gohan, determined to take down at least one opponent with him. However, this reckless act incited the ire of Piccolo. As the Vegetable Man approached, Piccolo swiftly seized his hand and hurled him skyward, unleashing an energy wave that shattered the Vegetable Man into pieces. With the combined efforts of Krillin and Piccolo, the remaining 4 Vegetable Men were eradicated, marking the abrupt end of this 6v6 fair fight, which had devolved due to their unscrupulous tactics. Vegeta erupted into laughter, seemingly unfazed by the demise of the Vegetable Men. Rather, he found their antics amusing. He turned to Nappa, signaling him with a glance. Nappa grinned widely and sauntered toward Piccolo and the others with a leisurely pace. Your methods are quite ruthless. It appears I must personally step in to deal with you now. But I advise you to brace yourselves. I am not like those mass-produced, pathetic vegetable beings. As he spoke, Nappa closed the distance to within 10 meters of Piccolo and the others, a proximity that, to skilled fighters, felt as intimate as face-to-face. Piccolo and his companions prepared for battle with a sense of calm, recognizing that this would be an intriguing confrontation. Given Son Gohan's earlier performance, Piccolo refrained from insisting that he join the fight, allowing the young warrior to serve as a substitute. The Z warriors prepared to face their opponent, with the roster consisting of the following: Piccolo, a bald-headed figure adorned with antennae; Tien, a 3-eyed bald man; Kaiatsu, a bald boy with a single strand of hair; and Krillin, the quintessential bald warrior. Most notably, their adversary, Nappa, was an exceedingly rare bald Saiyan. Thus, this battle not only determined the fate of the Dragon Ball world, but also sought to establish who among them would be the strongest bald individual. As 5 bald heads emerged from the crowd, each unwilling to yield to the others, a fierce clash became inevitable. Unbeknownst to them, the most powerful bald head in the universe was currently seated in a rocking chair, savoring fine wine while plotting the next steps of his real estate empire. The epic showdown commenced, with Nappa being the first to strike, targeting Piccolo, the strongest among them. Although Piccolo held the upper hand in strength, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage after exchanging only a few blows with Nappa. The latter moved with the agility of an elder teasing a child, his form evading even Piccolo's attempts to keep pace. In one fluid motion, Nappa delivered a powerful kick that sent Piccolo flying. Instead of pursuing him, Nappa shifted his focus to Tien, who stood nearby. Gathering an overwhelming amount of energy in his right fist, Nappa unleashed a ferocious blow aimed at Tien's chest. Tien, in turn, concentrated all his strength into his left arm, bracing for impact. However, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Upon contact, Tien let out a pained cry, blood gushing forth as he was overwhelmed by agony. Struggling to distance himself from Nappa, Tien's plight became evident to all. His left arm had been brutally shattered below the elbow, severed cleanly, leaving him in a state of shock. Even the ninja spectators observing from afar felt a chill at the sight, while they could endure injuries inflicted by sharp blades. The thought of having their limbs broken by sheer force was enough to send shivers down their spines. With an intact arm, Tien had struggled against Nappa. With his arm now compromised, he stood no chance. Nappa relentlessly pursued Tien, landing blow after blow, causing the latter to cough up blood as he neared the brink of collapse, just as Nappa prepared to deliver a final strike that could claim Tien's life. Kaiatsu seized the moment to wrap his arms around Nappa from behind, employing his psychic abilities to immobilize him. Initially dismissive, Nappa soon felt the immense strength of Kaiatsu's grip as he attempted to break free, realizing he was truly ensnared and unable to move. Kaiatsu's abilities were not based on ki. Rather, they stemmed from a unique power known as psychic energy. Techniques such as teleportation or healing were manifestations of this special ability, requiring no ki but rather a different form of energy from within. Having never encountered an opponent who wielded such power, Nappa found himself genuinely restrained. In a fit of rage, he soared into the air, repeatedly slamming his back against the rocks. Kaiatsu, bloodied and battered, refused to relent, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Despite his pain, Tien struggled to rise, yearning to assist Kaiatsu, but the latter's voice echoed in his ears. "Tien, goodbye." Realization dawned upon Tien, and he cried out in horror, "Kaiatsu, no." With a thunderous explosion, Kaiatsu transformed into a burst of pink energy, engulfing Nappa as both vanished from sight. Tears streamed down Tien's face, unable to contain his sorrow, as he pounded the ground in anguish, shouting, "Kaiu." His heart-wrenching cries resonated through the air, touching even the spectators from the ninja realm, who could feel the profound bond shared between the two warriors. All gazed upon Kaiatsu and Tien with admiration. Though from different worlds, their courage and camaraderie transcended boundaries. As Tien's spirit waned, a voice filled with disdain pierced his thoughts. That little explosion had some power. But it will take much more to eliminate me. As the dust settled, Nappa emerged, his body covered in dirt, though his clothing bore signs of damage. His formidable presence remained unshaken, as if Kaiatsu's sacrifice had no bearing on his strength. Chapter 65. The Hokage group. Upon witnessing that Nappa remained unscathed, the atmosphere on the battlefield descended into a profound silence. The explosive power of Gyoza's self-detonation was formidable, several times stronger than that of the vegetable man, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Such formidable physical resilience reminds me of the Third Raikage. Indeed, at such close proximity, enduring such a powerful explosion unscathed could only be achieved by the Third Raikage. However, I believe the Third Raikage would not stand a chance against this individual. For while he possesses great defensive strength, that fellow Nappa boasts monstrous offensive capabilities. Are you jesting? The Third Raikage's attack power is not to be underestimated. True, the Third Raikage lacks wide area, high-powered ninjutsu. However, in terms of single-target damage, his offensive prowess ranks among the top in the ninja world. Speculating further is futile. The warriors from Dragon Ball are doomed. Their adversary is at least one tier stronger, leaving them with no chance of victory. As articulated in the preceding comment, Piccolo and the others had come to a profound understanding of Nappa's overwhelming strength. They stood no chance in direct combat. Just as Piccolo was about to voice his thoughts, Tien shouted, startling him, "You vile scoundrel, die!" In that moment, Tien had transformed all his life force into energy, unleashing a desperate energy blast towards Nappa. Having grown up alongside Gyoza, they were the closest of brothers. Moreover, Gyoza had already been resurrected once with the Dragon Balls, making another resurrection impossible. With Gyoza gone, Tien had no intention of surviving alone. What was death to him? Did he think Tien was raised in fear? After unleashing the energy blast, Tien collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Despite the tremendous effort he had exerted, the disparity in strength between him and Nappa was insurmountable. The energy blast struck Nappa, but caused little more than a minor inconvenience. Brushing aside the surrounding dust, Nappa appeared entirely unaffected. As he prepared to dispatch the remaining warriors, Vegeta interjected, "Wait." Initially fierce, Nappa froze as if electrified, forcibly suppressing his menacing expression and managing a grimace that was more painful than a frown as he turned to Vegeta. "What is it, Vegeta?" Vegeta maintained his characteristic posture, arms crossed and a disdainful expression upon his face, tilting his head arrogantly. It was this fellow Piccolo who once claimed that Son Goku could be resurrected. And the one who just perished mentioned that Kakarot would return. If that is the case, we shall await Kakarot's return. Killing them outright would be far too mundane. It would be far more entertaining to let Kakarot join them, only to strike when their confidence is at its peak. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others were filled with fury, feeling as though their lives rested in the hands of another. Yet, given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to acquiesce. I can grant you 3 hours. If Son Goku returns within that time, you shall join forces to confront Naba. Should he fail to return by then, Naba will act to eliminate you. Of course, if you wish to seek death prematurely, that is your choice. This is merely a game, and the outcome matters not. Piccolo gritted his teeth and nodded, leading Krillin and Gohan to a remote corner, away from the Saiyans. Before Piccolo could speak, Krillin interjected. We cannot place all our hopes on Goku. We must prepare for the possibility that he may not arrive in time. The other two nodded in agreement, and the trio began strategizing on how to deal with Naba once the time elapsed. As they deliberated, the ninja world was also devising a plan. This Naba fellow is tough as nails, swift, and possesses immense strength. He appears almost invincible, with no discernible weaknesses. How can we confront such a monster? There are no flawless individuals or perfect jutsu in this world. With careful consideration, solutions can be found. To combat such an opponent, we should employ Earth-style techniques and sealing jutsu. Earth techniques can significantly restrict the enemy's movements, while successful sealing can decisively defeat them in one blow. The previous speaker has made a valid point. We will require at least 5 skilled upper ninjas in Earth techniques to restrain him, alongside another 5 proficient in ranged ninjutsu to deplete his stamina and health. Once he is fatigued, the sealing ninjas can step in to bind him. Given his level of strength, even when exhausted, at least 10 upper-level sealing ninjas will be necessary to successfully contain him. Theoretical knowledge has been well articulated. Thus, you will lead the next mission against Naba. Why am I being singled out? In the ether, within an unnamed chat group, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with 2 advisors, Mito Kazumi and Kohor Udatane, were present. Additionally, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, were also in attendance. Originally, Danzo Shimura had been invited, but he declined, citing confidential village tasks. Whether there was indeed a covert mission to attend to remained a mystery. Hashirama established this group to ascertain the true nature of the mysterious ether. Hiruzen patiently recounted the timeline of the ether's emergence, detailing the reactions of various nations and the content of each installment. He ultimately concluded, the unseen puppeteer aims to shatter the confidence of the ninjas. Yet we have yet to uncover any clues regarding the enemy, which is a disservice to the trust placed in us by the first and second Hokages. While Hashirama pondered, Tobarama interjected with ire, You fools. You are as foolish as inexperienced genin who have never seen battle. Hiruzen and the others felt discomfort by the reprimand. As they had been at the helm of Konoha for decades, accustomed to high positions, they were used to being treated with deference. The last time they had faced such scorn was decades ago. Of course, it was Tobarama who chastised them. He had no time to coddle their feelings. Continuing his tirade, clearly, the entity behind the ether is not a Saiyan. They are not allies and may even be adversarial. If they were indeed allies, their actions would be to obscure information rather than publicize it. You previously mentioned that they could transport individuals to that independent space. Thus they could also bring people from there. Under such circumstances, if they truly intended harm to the ninja world, their best strategy would be to assist the Saiyans in concealing information and invade the ninja world en masse, rather than broadcasting their intelligence. Tobarama was infuriated, questioning why his students were so foolish. Chapter 66, Awareness of the Small Family. Mito Minyin and TNK Haru feigned silence, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a heavy heart, stated, however, the release of the Celestial Dome by our adversary has indeed disrupted the developmental trajectory of Konoha. Their intentions are undoubtedly suspicious. Senju Tobarama's emotions began to stabilize, and he sensed an unusual demeanor in his 3 disciples today. This peculiarity did not stem from the passage of decades altering their personalities, but rather an impression that they were concealing something from him, fearing his knowledge of it. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a voice message to the group chat. Monkeys, Hiruzen, Haru, you must be hiding something from me, correct? Upon hearing the voice message, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Their secrets were not merely a few trivial matters, but rather a comprehensive concealment of their circumstances. I know you regard me as a mere specter, and I am aware that the Senju clan has disbanded. Even if I wished to intervene, I could not influence the current state of Konoha. However, I urge you to be truthful with me. For the Celestial Dome possesses the capability of resurrection, and I need not elaborate on the repercussions should I return. Seated at the highest point of the Chunin exam venue, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. At this juncture, he could only disclose limited information regarding Konoha's current situation. He sent another voice message, stating, "There is indeed something we have long felt remorseful about concerning our teacher, which is why we have hesitated to speak of it. This is my fault. Please forgive me, teacher." Humph. At least you are somewhat perceptive. Hasten to reveal the crux of the matter. In truth, someone from Konoha has ventured into the so-called Dragon Ball world, and even encountered an individual named Son Goku within the Celestial Dome. Senju Tobirama nodded, affirming that his judgment was correct. However, he pondered the significance of their concealment of this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The reason we kept this hidden is that the individual who visited another world has a rather unique identity. They are the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the biological son of the fourth Hokage, who succeeded my position. However, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, passed away long ago, and thus, I have been maintaining the position of Hokage all these years. Senju Tobirama, growing impatient, interjected with a scolding, "Stop dilly-dallying and get to the point. Is your reluctance to abdicate your position truly something to be proud of?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling helpless, replied, "Teacher, you jest." The Jinchuriki returned, having indeed acquired extraordinary powers from another world, but he hesitated momentarily yet pressed on. However, upon his return, the Nine Tails within him had vanished. Moreover, it is highly likely that he has been swayed by our enemies and displays a notably cold and distant demeanor towards us, which is a source of great concern for us. Upon finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that no one responded. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama remained silent, plunging the chat into an eerie stillness. Moments later, a video chat request from Senju Tobirama came through. As Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the call, Tobirama's thunderous voice reverberated in his ears. "You fool, you truly are hopeless. Have you resorted to your petty family tactics against the Jinchuriki again?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shrank back, refraining from retorting, while the third kazakage beside him looked on with curiosity. Hiruzen, now cowering, appeared pitiable, clutching his ears as though he wore invisible headphones. Senju Tobirama, seething with anger, realized that handing the mantle to Sarutobi Hiruzen was a grave error. These individuals exhibited a severe consciousness of their small clan. He could deduce, without any doubt, the schemes Hiruzen had employed over the years in dealing with the Jinchuriki. It was nothing more than spreading rumors to isolate him from the village, only to then present himself as a beacon of warmth to the vulnerable Jinchuriki, ultimately aiming to control him as he matured. This tactic was not exclusive to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. It had been employed since the Warring States period. Yet, such strategies were typically the purview of small clans, as they lacked the means to offer substantial benefits to attract strong individuals, resorting instead to lowly methods of manipulation. These smaller clans would ensnare promising newcomers, utilizing them for their own purposes. Such ruses might deceive the naive, but the instances of betrayal upon maturation were all too common. Thus, they would exploit their unsuspecting victims until the latter realized they had been duped, at which point they would concoct high-difficulty missions or employ other nefarious means to eliminate them, ensuring no future animosity arose. Simultaneously, they would rear the offspring of their targets within their clan, sometimes bestowing upon them their family name to ensure continued servitude to their lineage. Senju Tobirama surmised that the situation with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was not an isolated incident. Konoha likely harbored other formidable figures who had perished at the hands of these small-time schemers. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became. These individuals had ascended to positions of power within Konoha yet treated their fellow ninjas with the same contemptible tactics reserved for small clans. The Senju and Uchiha clans, as prominent ninja families, had never resorted to such methods, as they possessed the means to offer adequate rewards and respect to powerful individuals, even aiding them in establishing their own ninja clans in remote areas. Once these clans flourished, they would reciprocate by supporting the larger clans that had helped them rise. This was the virtuous cycle of growth. Observing the situation in Konoha over the years, Senju Tobirama could piece together the broader picture. He chuckled derisively. "The individual who summoned me and my brother using Ito Tensei was your student, wasn't he? Was he not also driven out of Konoha by you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head, unable to respond, while Mito Minyin and TNK Haru wished fervently to be rid of their sensory faculties. For if they could not hear their teacher's voice or see his words, they would not feel the embarrassment they currently endured. If only Danzo had been more cunning. Slipping away under the guise of busyness, they would have been spared this discomfort. Senju Tobarama declared, I shall seek out the former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for a conversation, and as for you, keep your distance from me. I do not wish to see you again. With that, he prepared to exit the chat group. Just then, Senju Hashirama's soft voice emerged. Tobarama. I have been unable to contact Madara. My friend requests go unanswered, and my invitations are declined. Is he still upset over our previous conflict? Senju Tobarama promptly exited the group chat, muttering to himself that Uchiha Madara was even more infuriating than Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts, and he had no desire to confront him. Chapter 67. The battle continues. Senju Tobarama exited the chat group and created a new one, intending to invite Uzumaki Naruto to join. After a few breaths, he received a notification that Naruto had declined his invitation. Furrowing his brow, he sent another invitation, only to be met with yet another refusal. Unperturbed, Senju Tobarama extended another invitation, but this time the response left him aghast. System notification, you have been added to Uzumaki Naruto's chat blacklist. His anger flared, nearly distorting his features. Here he was, the illustrious second Hokage and master of forbidden jutsu, being rejected by a mere child. What would the world think of him if this got out? Naruto, however, was indifferent to the so-called second Hokage. Although he remained in the chat group, his consciousness had returned to reality, his gaze fixated on the screen. Yamcha Kaiatsu, Tien Shinhan. Were these the illustrious friends that the foolish uncle had once mentioned? Indeed, they were formidable warriors, unflinching in the face of overwhelming foes. Yet they ultimately succumbed to that bald-headed foe named Nappa. At that moment, he noticed discordant voices echoing in the chat. What a bunch of useless fools. If you can't defeat the enemy, why engage them? Just hide the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, they are merely muscle-bound idiots, akin to those ninjas who only know how to fight. Naruto squinted at the ID of the speaker, which boldly read Fujiwara Akasaka, daimyo of the Land of Storms. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a different daimyo from another nation, both utilizing the chakra of their hired ninjas to voice their disdain on this public screen. To them, ninjas were merely tools at their disposal. They believed that whether it was asking for chakra or demanding their lives, they had no choice but to comply. The video displayed those slain by the Saiyans, likely at the hands of the nobility from that Dragon Ball star. A cycle of death and replacement seemed all too convenient for them. Naturally, their remarks incited considerable discontent, yet most chose silence upon recognizing the identities of the two daimyo. After all, if either held a grudge and retaliated by reducing their village's mission quotas, the blame would fall squarely on them. However, a few obstinate youths remained defiant. What nonsense are you spouting? Without our ninja's protection, you would have perished countless times. Fujiwara Akasaka, upon hearing a rebuttal, scoffed derisively. Fujiwara Akasaka, daimyo of the Land of Storms. You must be from Konoha, right? I was acquainted with your Hokage long before you were born. And now you dare speak to me like that? I demand you kneel and apologize immediately, posting a video of your apology here, or I will cease all cooperation with Konoha and transfer all mission quotas to the Hidden Cloud. The young ninja, undeterred, attempted to argue further, but at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's response left him dumbfounded. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, my sincerest apologies, esteemed daimyo. A young ninja from my village has acted thoughtlessly and offended you. I shall ensure he apologizes at once. Higashiyama Yamada, do not delay in apologizing to the daimyo of the Land of Storms. The young ninja named Higashiyama Yamada felt as though all strength had been drained from him. He could hardly believe that the third Hokage, whom he had idolized for years, would speak in favor of the daimyo. Ultimately, his spirit seemed to evaporate, his body slumping as he typed vacantly. Konoha Chunin Higashiyama Yamada, I apologize. Fujiwara Akasaka, daimyo of the Land of Storms. I did not merely request an apology, I demanded a video of you kneeling. Your words lack any sincerity. Yamada was ultimately forced to kneel and record a video, which finally appeased Fujiwara Akasaka. However, even as he relented, the daimyo's vitriol only intensified. Fujiwara Akasaka, daimyo of the Land of Storms. Those Saiyans wish to invade Dragon Ball Star solely for the Dragon Balls. Why not simply hide them? With a wish for eternal life, one could live freely forever. As for the civilians slain by the Saiyans, they are as inconsequential as weeds by the roadside. countless will sprout again regardless of how many perish. When the Saiyans tire of slaughter, they will leave. Why engage in a life-and-death struggle? Ultimately, it is the bald-headed fools who are foolish. They could have avoided the Saiyans, yet they chose to confront them. And now they have paid with their lives. Naruto could no longer endure the tirade. With 3 hours yet to pass, and Piccolo and the others anxiously awaiting the return of the foolish uncle, he resolved to deal with this vexatious individual. Closing his eyes, he sensed the direction of the land of storms. The energy there was abundant, yet chaotic. He could not discern which belonged to the daimyo. Thus, he executed a swift teleportation to the capital of the land of storms. Hovering in the sky, he beheld a grand palace. Surely, this was the residence of the daimyo. Finding a random individual, he employed the mind-reading technique he had learned from Planet Yardrat, and within minutes, located the drunken daimyo of the land of storms. At that moment, the daimyo was surrounded by women, all unclothed and awaiting his indulgence. Not far off, 3 female ninjas knelt with expressions of humiliation, ready to provide chakra at a moment's notice. Despite their resentment, they were compelled to submit to this loathsome man for the sake of money. Just then, Naruto burst in. Upon seeing the daimyo, he wasted no time, delivering a single punch that obliterated the man's skull. Blood erupted from the heap of women, sending them scrambling in terror. The scene descending into chaos. The 3 female ninjas gasped in shock. Just as they prepared to cast a jutsu against Naruto, he vanished as swiftly as he had arrived, as if he had never been there. Returning to the Chunin exam venue, he encountered the hurried approaches of Uchiha Sasuke and Hatake Kakashi. Naruto wished to express that their presence was futile. With the impending sky curtain, the exam was likely to conclude hastily, rendering their arrival meaningless. After waiting a while longer, the predetermined 3-hour limit on the sky curtain video was finally reached. Nappa stood, stretching his neck, and addressed Piccolo and the others. Time's up. Kakarot has yet to return. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan focused intently, readying themselves for battle. They had never placed all their hopes on Goku. Since the time had come, they would face their adversary head-on. Nappa sneered, inquiring, which of you will die first? Initially expecting the strongest among them, Piccolo, to step forward. He was surprised when Krillin did instead. With arms outstretched, a brilliant golden light radiated from his palms. He gathered the golden energy and, with a mighty shout, charged towards Nappa. Chapter 68. The failure of the tail-grabbing tactic in a fierce display of determination, Nappa charged at Krillin, clutching 2 bombs, seemingly prepared to embrace a mutual demise. Undeterred by the impending danger, Nappa relied on his formidable defensive capabilities, resolutely bracing for Krillin's attack with the intent to eliminate him. As Krillin closed the distance to within 5 meters, he abruptly halted and unleashed a tremendous surge of energy into the ground. The resulting explosion propelled him skyward, enveloping the area in a dense cloud of dust that obscured Nappa's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo swiftly maneuvered behind Nappa, undetected due to Nappa's inability to sense energy. By the time Nappa realized the danger, it was too late. Instead of launching an attack, Piccolo firmly grasped Nappa's tail. In that moment, the spectators in the ninja realm experienced an epiphany, recalling the Saiyans' vulnerability, their tails. Excellent. If we can seize that Saiyans' tail, he will be rendered powerless. Take advantage of his weakness. Finish him off quickly. With this golden opportunity at hand, Gohan sprinted toward Nappa, fists clenched in determination. Gone were his initial fears, replaced by unwavering courage and a resolute determination to defeat Nappa, even at the risk of injury. However, as he approached, an alarming scene unfolded before him. Nappa, seized by Piccolo, swiftly pivoted and delivered a crushing elbow strike to Piccolo's head. The sheer force of the blow, coupled with its proximity, left Piccolo defenseless, rendering him unconscious. The audience gasped in disbelief. What just happened? Wasn't it said that the Saiyan race is vulnerable to having their tails grabbed? I had hoped to catch a Saiyan off guard someday by seizing their tail, but it seems some Saiyans are impervious to such weaknesses. How are we to confront them? It appears that only sealing techniques might prove effective against them. Alas, the Uzumaki clan has been eradicated. Otherwise, they could have developed sealing techniques tailored for Saiyans. Though Piccolo had lost his combat capability, Nappa spared his life. He contemptuously tossed Piccolo aside, remarking, if this guy dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish, right? You cannot perish just yet. Krillin rushed to catch Piccolo and assess his injuries. With gritted teeth, Krillin raised his right hand high above his head, summoning a golden, disc-shaped energy wave in his palm. This was a unique technique he had independently devised, yet it had yet to be employed in battle. He was confident that if he struck true, he could vanquish the Saiyan before him. Nappa, oblivious to the impending danger, stood his ground, prepared to take the attack head-on. As Krillin unleashed his energy disc towards Nappa, the latter sneered and reached out to intercept it. Just then, Vegeta shouted from the sidelines, "You fool! Get out of the way!" Nappa, momentarily bewildered by Vegeta's warning yet instinctively obedient to his command, sidestepped and narrowly avoided the energy disc. As he believed Vegeta was overreacting, a sudden sharp pain on his cheek sent chills down his spine. He felt the deep wound, blood seeping onto his hand. A stark reminder of the peril he had narrowly escaped. Had he not instinctively moved, the attack could have been fatal. Fury surged through Nappa as he clenched his fists, roaring, "Damn it! I will kill you!" In that moment of rage, Krillin, Gohan, and the recently revived Piccolo sensed a familiar, yet powerful energy approaching from a distance. Their eyes brightened with realization. It was Goku's energy. Vegeta's power scouter confirmed the presence of Goku, and he widened his eyes at the readings. What? Goku's power level is only 5,000? That isn't nearly enough to contend with Nappa. 5,000 is still considerable. Nappa's power is just over 4,000, isn't it? Power levels fluctuate. Nappa's 4,000 is his standard when not engaging in battle. When fully exerted, he exceeds 7,000. Even if he does reach 7,000, we have Piccolo and Krillin on our side. A combined effort should suffice to defeat Nappa. Do you think the other Saiyan will remain idle? He will surely join the fray at a crucial moment, and then none will escape unscathed. Vegeta had no intention of intervening. He preferred to spectate, hoping Nappa would eliminate the three challengers without his assistance. He commanded Nappa, "Stop toying around and dispose of those three immediately." However, he added, "And don't forget about that Namekian. No need to worry about him. Eliminating him is irrelevant. We can simply go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls. There's no need to linger here." Nappa grinned at Vegeta's orders, feeling liberated to engage in the battle without restraint. He charged toward the severely injured Piccolo, intent on eliminating the strongest of the three to avoid prolonged complications. Witnessing Nappa's approach toward Uncle Piccolo, Goku's rage surged, amplifying his energy exponentially. With a powerful kick, Goku struck Nappa squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward, shattering a boulder and skidding across the ground. Rather than being deterred, this only ignited Nappa's ferocity. Rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with wrath, he unleashed an energy wave targeting Gohan. Gohan, recovering from his earlier outburst, found himself unprepared to counter Nappa's assault. If struck, it would mean certain doom not only for Gohan, but even for the fully capable Piccolo. As Gohan stared at the incoming energy wave, despair filled his heart. Just as he braced for the worst, a figure emerged, shielding him from the oncoming blast. Chapter 69. The arrival of the turning tide. The figure standing before Son Gohan was none other than Piccolo. The violent energy penetrated Piccolo's skin, wreaking havoc on his internal organs. In mere moments, his insides were utterly shattered, leaving only a few intact bones. As the brilliance faded and the energy was exhausted, Piccolo lay limply on the ground, breathing shallowly, with only a flicker of consciousness remaining. It was at this moment that Son Gohan finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, calling out to check on Piccolo's condition. However, no amount of his cries could alter the dire reality. Unless Piccolo consumed a senzu bean immediately, there was no hope for his survival. "Uncle Piccolo, please hold on. Dad will be here any moment." Piccolo managed a faint smile, fully aware that he would not live to see Goku's arrival. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he chuckled softly, saying, "I never imagined that I, Piccolo the Demon King, would die to protect this little brat." His heart was a tumult of emotions, unable to comprehend why he had recklessly rushed to the rescue. Rationality dictated that his own life was far more valuable than Gohan's. Yet in that moment, he cast aside all reason and acted purely on instinct. "How foolish I am." He peacefully closed his eyes, seemingly relinquishing all attachments. At that moment, Piccolo, the second-generation demon, had settled all scores for the first generation. He was no longer the heir to the title of Demon King, but an authentic Z-fighter from the Dragon Ball universe. Meanwhile, in the other world, the Supreme Kai witnessed the events unfolding below and sighed deeply. To his astonishment, in his final moments, Piccolo had transcended even him, embracing death with a sense of peace. Beside him, his attendant Bubbles was weeping inconsolably. The Supreme Kai offered a few words of comfort before becoming increasingly translucent and ultimately vanishing from sight. A wave of unprecedented fury surged through Son Gohan's mind. The death of Piccolo had struck a profound chord within him, igniting an uncontrollable rage. With an explosive display of power, he unleashed a magical flash towards Nappa. The force of this attack surpassed his usual strength by more than threefold, a manifestation of his fury that propelled him beyond his limits. Yet, even this powerful strike proved insufficient against Nappa, who effortlessly deflected the attack with a mere punch. Then instantaneously appeared before Son Gohan. Fearless and resolved, Son Gohan stood ready to face Nappa, prepared for death without a hint of retreat. Nappa, dismissive of the young warrior, raised his right foot and brought it crashing down. Should that foot connect, even with Son Gohan's augmented power, he would surely be crushed. However, as Nappa's foot landed heavily, there was no sound of blood or fractured bones beneath it. Looking down, Nappa found that the insufferable brat was no longer there. Due to the destruction of his power detector, Nappa momentarily failed to locate Son Gohan. His gaze shifted towards Vegeta, who was fixated on a spot diagonally above them. Following Vegeta's line of sight, Nappa beheld a figure clad in an orange and yellow martial arts gi, sporting an odd spiky hairstyle. The very boy who had just attacked him was now being gently lowered to the ground on a golden cloud. Goku hovered in the air, his icy gaze surveying the chaos below. Witnessing the brutal battlefield and the lifeless bodies of Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha, he struggled to contain his fury as he swiftly flew to Krillin's side, bringing Son Gohan with him. As Gohan regained some composure and recognized his father, he rushed into Goku's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Goku yearned to console his son, but the imminent threat demanded urgency. He retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and divided it, feeding half to Gohan and the other half to Krillin. Almost immediately, their injuries visibly healed, and within moments, they were vibrant and full of life once more. The audience from the ninja world sighed in relief, having witnessed the perilous state of the battlefield. Had Goku arrived any later, both his son and Krillin would have perished. Proxy Mizukage Terumi May. The peculiar-haired fellow has finally shown up. I feared that brat would be crushed under Nappa's foot. Third, Suchikage Inoki. His arrival is futile. Goku's power was measured at only 5,000. If that individual named Piccolo were still alive, perhaps they could have defeated Nappa together, but alone, he stands no chance. Third, Raikage A. Even if Piccolo were saved, he would likely be too injured to rejoin the fight. Second, Hokage Tobarama Senju. Have you all forgotten the miraculous medicine Goku produced? If it can restore those two so quickly, it should also revive Piccolo to his peak for battle once more. Third, Kazakage Gaara. It is too late to discuss this. Only Goku remains, and the outcome of this battle seems grim. The ninja leaders held a somewhat indifferent attitude toward the battle's outcome. However, they were highly intrigued by the miraculous medicine Goku had produced. If it could instantly heal all injuries, possessing such a remedy would grant them a substantial advantage in future conflicts. Alas, this remained a mere fantasy, even if they acquired the formula. The medicinal materials in their world were entirely different, making replication impossible. Krillin, having recovered, wore a somber expression as he sighed and spoke to Goku. Piccolo is dead, and the Supreme Kai has perished with him. The Dragon Balls are now inoperative, and Tien and the others cannot be revived. Upon hearing this, Goku did not lose hope. He approached Piccolo, checking for a pulse, before rising with a fierce determination in his eyes, locking his gaze on Vegeta and Nappa. A tremendous energy erupted from within him, causing Krillin and Son Gohan to nearly lose their footing in astonishment. Stand back. I will handle these two, Goku declared. Initially eager to assist, Krillin hesitated, but upon sensing Goku's overwhelming power, he swallowed hard and nodded in understanding. Nappa, unable to sense energy, turned to Vegeta, hoping for insight into Goku's current power level. Vegeta, eyes fixed on the power detector, gritted his teeth and ripped it from his wrist, crushing it in his hand and tossing the remnants aside. It has exceeded 8,000. He stated gravely. What? Over 8,000? How is that possible? Nappa exclaimed in shock. Chapter 70. Vegeta. Useless wretch. It's my turn to fight. Nappa gaped in disbelief. His utmost combat power was merely around 7,600, yet Kakarot possessed a staggering 8,000. This revelation meant that Kakarot had utterly surpassed him. The opponent was akin to Raditz, merely a low-class warrior. How could a low-class warrior eclipse him, a proud elite Saiyan? In a frenzied outburst, he roared. How could a low-class warrior be so strong? The power detector must be malfunctioning. While he was still in shock, Son Goku steadily approached him. Unhurried and without the need for any flashy moves, simply walking at a normal pace. Yet, even this mundane approach instilled immense pressure within Nappa. The audacity of Kakarot to treat him with such disregard ignited Nappa's fury, and he could no longer restrain himself. Launching a punch to prove the opponent's power was a lie. However, Goku effortlessly caught the blow, using his left hand to absorb the impact while appearing completely relaxed. As if he hadn't exerted himself at all. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that his enraged punch had been so easily thwarted. Goku, not granting him a moment to recover, countered with a swift and powerful strike to Nappa's face. The force of the blow left Nappa dazed, his vision blurring. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he realized Goku had vanished from sight. He frantically scanned his surroundings, shouting, "Damn it! Kakarot, where are you hiding? Show yourself!" Before he could locate Goku, he suddenly felt something settle on his bald head. Looking up, he saw Goku standing atop his head, poised and gazing ahead as if he were merely stepping on a rock. The humiliation of being trampled by a low-class warrior ignited Nappa's rage, and he swung his fists upward, desperate to grab Goku's feet and throw him down. Yet, as he reached for Goku, the latter's figure flickered and appeared before him, raising his right fist and delivering a blow to Nappa's abdomen. The impact caused Nappa to convulse, expelling bile from his mouth, staggering backward, unable to utter a single word. The air had been forcefully knocked out of him, rendering him voiceless. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his breath, but his reason had completely unraveled. He flailed his arms and legs wildly, even resorting to the crude tactics he had employed in childhood fights, launching a frenzied assault on Goku. However, such desperate attacks were futile against Goku, who welcomed the opportunity to exhaust Nappa's stamina. Goku was not one to mock others. His prior actions had been solely to deplete Nappa's energy and secure an easy victory. He understood that he was alone against two Saiyans, which placed immense pressure upon him. Thus, he aimed to conserve his strength for the stronger opponent, believing he could defeat Nappa with a single decisive blow after sufficiently wearing him down. Amidst Nappa's frenzied attacks, Vegeta's voice boomed, startling him. "You fool, calm down. If you fight with a clear mind, even an opponent with 8,000 power can be defeated." This admonition snapped Nappa back to reality. He realized that while Kakarot possessed 8,000 combat power, his own limit was 7,600. Though he was at a disadvantage, it was not an insurmountable gap. If he remained composed and unleashed his full strength, victory was within reach. Taking a deep breath, Nappa regained his composure. His energy stabilized, solidifying like a furnace ready to erupt with flames. Vegeta cursed under his breath, realizing that without his intervention, Nappa might have been overwhelmed by someone whose power was only 400 points greater. Now clear-headed, Nappa launched a punch at Goku, this time with significantly greater force. Goku had to exert considerable effort to counter this blow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each strike generating shockwaves that reverberated through the air, raising clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. The spectators from the ninja world cheered for Goku. Ever since the Saiyans had appeared, the Z fighters from Dragon Ball had been under relentless assault, facing despair and death. Now, finally, a warrior emerged who could stand toe-to-toe with the adversaries, even slightly gaining the upper hand. The audience, including Might Guy, clenched their fists in excitement, shouting, "This is youth." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt embarrassed, covering his face, wishing that Guy wouldn't embarrass himself so. Fortunately, the attention of the sand and rain had shifted to the spectacle above, sparing Guy further humiliation. Naruto, filled with excitement, clenched his fists, trembling with anticipation. Had that goofy uncle truly possessed such formidable strength at this time? The two combatants fought for a full half-hour. Goku's strength slightly exceeded Nappa's, and considering Nappa's previous injuries and exhaustion, Goku's superior fighting skills gave him an undeniable advantage. If he had fought with all his might, he could have quickly defeated Nappa without using the Kaioken technique. However, he had been conserving energy, leading to the prolonged duration of the battle. Impatience grew within Vegeta. With his keen eyes, he could discern that Kakarot was not fighting at full strength, likely saving his energy for his own confrontation. Indeed, the situation was as Vegeta had surmised. Even with Nappa's regained composure, he was no match for Kakarot, and defeat was merely a matter of time. He halted Nappa, who was eager to continue attacking, and commanded, "Get down, Nappa. You are no match for Kakarot. It's my turn now." But, Nappa began. But Vegeta cut him off with a scathing reprimand. "What but? You're utterly useless. Now I must take matters into my own hands to deal with Kakarot. Just wait until I finish him. You'll see how I handle you. Nappa gritted his teeth, feeling a profound sense of resentment. Chapter 71. Nappa's downfall. Though Nappa felt a pang of unwillingness, he could not defy Vegeta's command. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Krillin and Gohan in the distance. A cruel smile crept across his face as he thought, if I cannot vanquish Kakarot, how could I possibly fail to eliminate these two insignificant pests? With a swift motion, Nappa transformed into a blur and hurtled toward Krillin and Gohan. Fear gripped Krillin and Gohan, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies. But their speed was no match for Nappa's. They could only watch in despair as he drew closer. Goku, having noticed Nappa's movements, rushed toward them with utmost urgency. He cursed himself for having forgotten that all Saiyans were merciless killers and felt a surge of indignation for allowing this brute to exploit the situation. In the Pure Land, the observant shinobi, Tobirama, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though the warriors of this other realm may appear to possess simplistic combat techniques, their intellect and fighting spirit were anything but trivial. Each of them might have the physique of a brute, but to underestimate them would be a grave mistake, one that could lead to an untimely demise. Some perceptive ninjas in the shinobi world recognized this truth. While the Dragon Ball characters excelled in physical combat, their strategic acumen was on par, if not superior, to that of the shinobi, particularly in psychological warfare. As the crowd reflected on this, Nappa closed the distance to Krillin and Gohan, preparing to strike. Goku, gritting his teeth, resolved to no longer conceal his strength. If he did, his closest friends and son would perish. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped him, enhancing his speed and strength to extraordinary levels. In an instant, he became a streak of red light, appearing behind Nappa. Caught off guard, Nappa had no time to react before Goku landed a powerful punch on his back. Crack! A piercing scream escaped Nappa as the force of the blow shattered his spine, sending waves of agony throughout his body. Goku, having successfully landed the strike, arced gracefully around to face Nappa, effortlessly lifting the incapacitated giant above his head. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, Goku chose to throw Nappa before Vegeta, urging him to leave the planet swiftly. Goku refrained from killing him, hoping to persuade Vegeta, though he understood that the Saiyan prince would likely not heed his words. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to the fallen Nappa, instead fixating on Goku with keen interest, intrigued by the astonishing speed he had just displayed. Indeed, Kakarot has been concealing his true power. When that crimson glow enveloped him, his speed and strength nearly matched my own. Can a low-class warrior truly become this formidable? The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Many in the shinobi realm began to ponder as well. Previously, during an earlier viewing, it had been hinted that Goku had mastered the so-called Kaioken. Initially, they had considered it merely a humorous spectacle akin to catching monkeys or grasshoppers. They were astonished to discover the true might of this technique. While Nappa's strength was inferior to Goku's, the disparity was not sufficient for a single blow to annihilate him. The power Goku wielded with the Kaioken was terrifying, and before Nappa could comprehend what had transpired, he was thoroughly defeated, revealing the stark difference in their levels. Kakashi, seated in the audience, narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. It seems Goku employed the so-called Kaioken just once. Could it be akin to my Raikiri, a technique that instantaneously enhances physical capabilities to deliver a lethal strike? Beside him, Guy shook his head, asserting, no. The Kaioken resembles my 8 Gates, a martial art that comprehensively enhances one's physical attributes. Goku likely retracted it after a single use to conserve energy for confronting a more formidable Saiyan. At this point, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He had not anticipated that aside from the 8 Gates, there were other forms of martial arts that could enhance overall combat prowess. I yearned to engage in a full-force battle with him. He exclaimed, it seems our journey is far from over. Wouldn't you agree, Lee? Nearby, Lee sprang into action, executing a backflip and landing gracefully, giving Guy a thumbs up. You are right, Teacher Guy. This embodies our indomitable youth. Previously, during the Chunin exam preliminaries, Lee had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Gaara, nearly losing his chance to be a ninja. Fortunately, Naruto, having learned healing techniques from the Dragon Ball universe, had arrived at the hospital and, within mere minutes, had cured the injuries that had left Konoha's finest helpless. Now, Lee was in perfect health, even capable of performing a backflip. Lee, we have discovered a new goal. Let us unleash our youth toward the heavens. Indeed, Teacher Guy? They chorused Lee. Teacher Guy? Lee. Teacher Guy? Amidst their fervent cheers, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Nappa's cries interrupted Vegeta's thoughts as he lamented, Vegeta, save me. For a fleeting moment, the disdain on Vegeta's face softened, and he offered a gentle smile as he grasped Nappa's hand. Very well, I shall save you. Nappa felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. For years, he had believed Vegeta to be a cold-hearted individual, merely viewing him as a tool. He never expected that Vegeta would extend a hand to the defeated. Prince Vegeta, you truly are a Saiyan worth following, he thought. However, with a sudden glint of menace in his eyes, Vegeta seized Nappa and hurled him skyward. Nappa, in a state of panic, shouted, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Vegeta contemptuously declared, a Saiyan without combat ability is of no use to me. He conjured a terrifying sphere of white energy, launching it toward Nappa. The blast struck true, and Nappa's screams of despair mingled with the explosion's roar. Vegeta! Why? Why, Vegeta? The cries were abruptly silenced, and as the smoke cleared, Nappa's presence had vanished, leaving only charred remnants drifting down from the sky. Vegeta's ruthless actions astonished Goku and the others. They had anticipated that he would hesitate to harm a comrade, yet here he was, eliminating Nappa without remorse. Determined not to allow such a brutal individual to threaten Planet Dragon Ball, Goku stepped forward, addressing Vegeta directly. This is not a suitable place for our battle. Let us find another location. Very well, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Chapter 72, Uchiha Madara. I can defeat both of them myself. Sun Wukong soared into the distance with Vegeta. Engaging in battle nearby would easily desecrate the remains of Tien and the others. Although the Dragon Balls had lost their power to resurrect, preserving their bodies was crucial as they were longtime friends. The fate of Kaiatsu, reduced to countless fragments by self-detonation, was beyond saving. Thus, the priority was to safeguard those with intact remains. Krillin began to gather the bodies of Yamcha and the others, while Gohan anxiously gazed towards the direction in which Sun Wukong had departed, praying that his father would triumph over the formidable Saiyan. The audience from the ninja world watched as Sun Wukong prepared to face off against Vegeta, speculating on who would emerge victorious. I believe Sun Wukong will undoubtedly win. It is apparent to any discerning viewer that this video is biased, with the primary perspective favoring the Dragon Ball side. Several chapters clearly depict Sun Wukong as the protagonist. How could a hero possibly lose to a villain? This assertion garnered widespread agreement, yet dissenting opinions arose. One cannot be so absolute. The purpose of this video is to glorify the Saiyans. Sun Wukong merely serves as a tool to validate their strength. When everyone believes Sun Wukong will win, Vegeta might cruelly slay him, thus annihilating all on this planet as a means to instill fear. Some in the audience began to resonate with this perspective. Ultimately, regardless of who wins or loses, it is the Saiyans who claim victory, is it not? The spectators were momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in this statement. Vegeta was a destructive Saiyan, and while Sun Wukong was also a Saiyan, he merely preferred peace. It became evident that they had been subtly influenced by the video. Whether they supported Sun Wukong or Vegeta, they were, in essence, supporting the Saiyan race, aligning perfectly with the Saiyans' intentions. Upon this realization, the ninjas of the ninja world erupted in vehement outrage. What a malevolent race. They dare to manipulate our sentiments towards the Saiyans in this manner, almost ensnaring us in their web. The Saiyans should not be regarded merely as brutish marauders. They have obliterated countless planets and wreaked havoc across numerous worlds. They must never fall into our hands. Should they do so, we shall ensure the Saiyan race experiences the most excruciating tortures our rock-hidden village has to offer. One particularly audacious ninja scoffed, "You jest. Do you truly believe you can defeat a Saiyan?" The rock-hidden village ninjas were instantly incensed. We have thoroughly gathered intelligence on the Saiyans. They are simply a close combat race adept in physical techniques. Our ninjas excel in earth release, and no one can match us in attrition warfare. Once our forces mobilize, we can ensnare them with combined ninjutsu and capture them with sealing techniques. A mere Saiyan stands no chance against us. Even if we cannot contain them, we have several Kaga-level warriors among us. We fear no Saiyan in direct combat. His impassioned declaration stirred excitement among the rock-hidden village viewers. They acknowledged the Saiyan race had some merit, yet insisted it was merely a trivial matter. A single clan could never rival a ninja village. Such was the immutable law of the ninja world. The ninjas of the rock-hidden village displayed their fearless resolve. while others echoed similar sentiments. They proclaimed that should the Saiyans dare venture into the ninja world, they would shatter their skulls, break their limbs, and fracture their ribs. Surrendering captives would face lifelong imprisonment, while rebels would be executed and added to their specimen archives. As for human experimentation, it was an unspoken taboo. Everyone was aware, but no one dared to admit it openly. Amidst their spirited discussions, a discordant comment appeared on the screen. "You are grossly underestimating the Saiyans. They are far more formidable than you imagine." As the audience had been caught up in enthusiasm, this sudden remark doused their fervor with cold water, inciting immediate indignation. Who was this ninja from which village, advocating for the Saiyans at such a critical juncture? Was he attempting to betray his own kind? Upon glancing at the speaker's ID prefix, they fell silent, their taunt stifled. The speaker was none other than Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi. Few in the current generation of ninjas understood the extent of his terror. However, as the first Hokage of Konoha, respect was due. Hence, no one dared to contradict him. First Hokage Hashirama Senju. The strength of the Saiyans is indeed formidable. Take that Nappa, who was effortlessly defeated by Sun Wukong. Even if I joined forces with Madara, we might struggle to overcome him. His words struck the younger ninjas with indifference, while beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of the older generation. The god of shinobi just acknowledged that even together, he and Madara would find it challenging to defeat a Saiyan named Nappa. Figures like Inoki, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the elders of the mist-hidden village had grown up hearing tales of Hashirama and Madara, embodying the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world. Their might was insurmountable for any ninja faction. Now, with the god of shinobi's admission, the prospect of facing Saiyans loomed ominously over them. Just as these seasoned ninjas grappled with their apprehensions, a long-dormant voice finally broke the silence. "Uchiha Madara, I require no alliance. Even if those two Saiyans join forces, I shall personally eliminate them." The audience was momentarily stunned, before erupting into thunderous exclamations. "It's Uchiha Madara. He actually spoke in the sky. I thought he had perished, his essence entirely dissipated. How astonishing that he still exists. Speaking of which, Madara is surely the first and greatest traitor of Konoha. Yet why does it feel so reassuring to have him as an ally?" The previous speaker was utterly mistaken. Madara merely has differing ideals from the first Hokage. He has led the Uchiha clan to unprecedented glory, making him a figure worthy of utmost trust. Chapter 73, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta, Part 1. Upon receiving a message from an old friend, Senju Hashirama was filled with excitement. "Senju Hashirama, Madara, you finally decided to show yourself. I sent you so many friend requests before. Why did you ignore me? Are you still angry with me?" The onlookers from the ninja world were instantly intrigued. Sensing an undercurrent of intimacy between the two, Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully and replied, "Uchiha Madara, whether I add you as a friend is my concern, and it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, Hashirama, you seem to have become considerably more timid over the years. Just facing two Saiyans has you quaking in your boots. It appears that after your demise, you've lost your confidence as a strong warrior." Initially overjoyed at reconnecting with an old friend, Senju Hashirama's expression darkened upon hearing Madara's words, prompting him to respond earnestly. "Senju Hashirama, Madara, do not underestimate them. Those Saiyans are anything but ordinary. Uchiha Madara, ultimately, they are merely two brash brawlers who can only throw punches. If they dare step into the ninja world and cross paths with me, I, Uchiha Madara, shall ensure they witness the power of a god." With a sigh, Hashirama reflected on how little Madara had changed over the decades. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had arrived at their destination. It was an incredibly barren rocky terrain, devoid of any vegetation. Consequently, birds and animals were exceedingly sparse, making it an ideal battlefield for Sun Wukong. The two descended from the sky, landing on towering peaks. Their gazes locked, and the air thick with palpable combativeness. Vegeta crossed his arms mockingly and remarked, "I never would have thought that a lowly warrior like you could become so strong. For a worthless low-class warrior, you are indeed impressive. However, a low-class warrior remains just that, forever unable to transcend their limitations and reach a higher echelon. I am the strongest genius in the history of the Saiyans. You will never defeat me." Vegeta's contemptuous demeanor failed to affect Sun Wukong's confidence, who responded with unwavering assurance. "With enough effort, even a mediocre talent can surpass a genius. My years of diligent training have not been in vain. Since you refuse to relent, Let me show you the insurmountable chasm you can never cross. With that, both fighters assumed their stances. Sun Wukong launched the first attack, propelling himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball, landing a powerful punch aimed squarely at Vegeta's face. Although the punch was immensely strong, the broad motion allowed Vegeta to effortlessly sidestep it. Unfazed by the miss, Sun Wukong swiftly retracted his fist and unleashed a barrage of rapid strikes. His attacks were ferocious, a deluge of punches seemingly intent on overwhelming Vegeta. Raising his hands to block, Vegeta chose not to retaliate, but instead meticulously observed Sun Wukong's movements. Having discerned the trajectory of Sun Wukong's strikes, Vegeta smirked and retaliated with a punch to Sun Wukong's face. The impact caused Sun Wukong to tilt back slightly, though he quickly regained his footing. The initiative had now shifted to Vegeta. Now it was Vegeta's fist that rained down upon Sun Wukong. Despite Sun Wukong's best efforts to block, it was futile. Vegeta's speed and strength were overwhelming, forcing Sun Wukong to retreat repeatedly. Did Sun Wukong just fall that quickly? I expected a fierce battle. I can't believe Sun Wukong is struggling so soon. Is this fight about to end? Don't be hasty. Sun Wukong hasn't even unleashed his Kaioken yet. Perhaps he can turn the tide and defeat Vegeta. Even the onlookers in the ninja world recognized the stark disparity in strength between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong was acutely aware that without employing Kaioken, he stood little chance against Vegeta. Feigning a move, he leaped backward to create distance. Vegeta, perched atop a peak, looked down at Sun Wukong with disdain. Kakarot, hurry and unleash your full power. You were not this weak when you defeated that Babidi. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, adopting a horse stance with clenched fists. Suddenly, the energy within him transformed from white to a fierce red, surging outward like a geyser, resembling a fiery inferno. Vegeta had crushed his battle power detector, leaving him unaware of Sun Wukong's current strength. However, judging by the overwhelming aura, it was evident that Sun Wukong's power had significantly increased. Humph. Now this is more like it. You dare conserve your strength against me? You won't even know how to die. With a resounding punch, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta's face with astonishing speed, so swift that the cameras could barely keep up. Vegeta, momentarily stunned by the blow, took a while to regain his composure. It wasn't that he couldn't follow Sun Wukong's movements. Rather, he was caught off guard by the sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's power increase. It was akin to playfully sparring with a 5-year-old, only to be met with the strength of an adult. Who wouldn't be bewildered? The onlookers gasped in astonishment as the celestial screens helpfully displayed their respective battle power levels. Sun Wukong's power surged to an astounding 16,000 points, a substantial leap from his previous 8,000. The Kaioken had effectively doubled his battle power, a staggering increase that left the spectators agape. Is this Kaioken excessively powerful? To double one's battle power, what kind of strength is this? Doubling battle power is not merely a matter of strength. It's an all-encompassing enhancement of speed, power, and reflexes. This Kaioken is nothing short of divine. No need to extol the merits of Saiyan techniques. Our ninja techniques are equally formidable. Take the 8 gates of Konoha, which can reportedly amplify the user's power by several times. Surely that surpasses whatever Kaioken is. While that may hold some truth, Saiyans are undeniably strong, yet our ninja from the ninja world are no pushovers. Our hidden cloud village is invincible. Our hidden rock. With the Kaioken activated, Sun Wukong had completely subdued Vegeta. The celestial screens indicated that Vegeta's battle power now stood at 14,000. Sun Wukong had a distinct advantage of 2,000, coupled with the element of surprise, which seemed to seal the outcome of this encounter. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to press his advantage, Vegeta appeared to have finally regained his senses. In an instant, his figure vanished, only to reappear before Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. The celestial screens displayed Vegeta's new battle power, 18,000 points. Chapter 74, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta, Part 2. Vegeta fully unleashed his true power, boasting an astonishing battle strength of 18,000, leaving even the spectators from the ninja world in sheer astonishment. Initially, it was believed that Sun Wukong would maintain the upper hand and suppress his opponent after activating the Kaioken. But little did they know that Vegeta had been concealing his strength all along. The overwhelming might of Vegeta rendered Sun Wukong unable to keep pace with the rhythm of the battle, resulting in a one-sided confrontation. Considering their foundational battle powers, a difference of 2,000 in battle strength is, to be frank, not excessively significant. However, the impact of that 2000 difference varies depending on the opponent. Nappa, for instance, was a brute, lacking in technique and relying solely on his formidable power to crush his foes. Thus, during their encounters, Sun Wukong, despite only being marginally stronger, was able to consistently suppress Nappa and ultimately emerge victorious without injury. In stark contrast, Vegeta was not like Nappa. He was the prince of the Saiyan race, renowned as the most exceptional Saiyan warrior and a prodigy in combat techniques. Even if he and Sun Wukong were at the same level of battle power, Wukong would likely struggle against Vegeta, especially now that Vegeta's battle strength surpassed his own. While engaged in combat, Vegeta mocked and laughed, each of his strikes finding precise weaknesses in Sun Wukong's defenses. On the other hand, after activating the Kaioken, although Wukong's battle power surged dramatically in a short span, the toll on his body was immense. His current strength had significantly declined compared to his peak, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Seizing the moment, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast, and despite Wukong's desperate attempts to evade, he sustained a blow to his shoulder. Fortunately, he managed to defend himself in time, suffering only a charred mark on his shoulder while his bones and muscles remained largely unharmed. This was a perilous moment. Had his reflexes been any slower, the energy blast would have pierced through, leaving him severely weakened. Quickly, he leaped backward to create distance, warily confronting Vegeta, who stood on a nearby peak, disdainfully remarking, "You do possess some skill, but this is where it ends. Do you have any last words?" With a grave expression, Sun Wukong tore off his tattered shirt, revealing his muscular physique. At this juncture, he had no other recourse but to unleash the threefold Kaioken and fight with all his might. The Kaioken inflicted tremendous damage on the user's body, and he hoped to defeat Vegeta before his stamina waned. In that moment, a furious red energy erupted from him, creating a tempest around his form. The air crackled as it was compressed, and even Vegeta's eyes widened at the terrifying aura. Though he could not perceive the strength of others' ki, the visible transformation in Sun Wukong made it clear that he had grown considerably stronger, though the extent remained uncertain. The audience from the ninja world observed with clarity, exclaiming, "My goodness! Sun Wukong's battle power is still rising. He has surpassed Vegeta. It has exceeded 20,000. Is this Kaioken truly capable of such power?" Surpassing 20,000, Sun Wukong's battle strength did not plateau but continued to ascend. 20,100, 20,200, 20,300, until it finally stabilized at 24,000. Watching Sun Wukong's sudden surge, Vegeta clenched his teeth, reassuring himself that Kakarot was merely bluffing. After all, he was just a lower-class warrior. How could he possibly surpass the genius of the Saiyan race? However, in the next instant, Sun Wukong shattered all of Vegeta's illusions. He leapt forward, reaching Vegeta's side in the blink of an eye. With his right fist raised high, a powerful punch struck Vegeta squarely in the face. The force of the blow left Vegeta dazed, yet Sun Wukong had no intention of relenting. Like a torrential downpour, his fists rained down upon Vegeta, each strike imbued with devastating power, snapping Vegeta from his stupor. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to block the onslaught. But Wukong's speed was now beyond his visual capacity. Each time he tried to counterattack, Wukong evaded with precision, launching even more ferocious retaliatory blows that left Vegeta reeling. Under the relentless barrage, Vegeta clutched his wounded abdomen and staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. This was undoubtedly his most humiliating battle. Previously, even when faced with stronger adversaries, he would promptly evade upon detecting their power with his scouter. How could he have been so thoroughly defeated by a lower-class warrior today? The irony of being bested by one deemed inferior struck him deeply, igniting a furious rage that clouded his judgment. He leapt into the air, preparing to unleash his full power. "Kakarot, you bastard! A mere lower-class warrior dares to challenge me? If you wish to protect this wretched planet so fervently, then perish with it." Instantly, Sun Wukong discerned Vegeta's intent, his expression darkening. His physical condition was far from optimal. The strain of the threefold Kaioken weighed heavily upon him. Every inch of skin and muscle feeling as though pierced by needles, causing excruciating pain with each movement. Yet, he could not afford to hesitate. Witnessing Vegeta gather energy for a formidable attack, activating the threefold Kaioken once more, he clasped his hands together at his waist. The blue energy of the Kamehameha pulsed with brilliant light, while Vegeta's final flash illuminated the sky. Ultimately, Vegeta struck first. launching his energy blast towards Sun Wukong and the Dragon Ball planet beneath him. In near synchrony, Sun Wukong released his Kamehameha, and the two energy forces collided, instantly rending the sky asunder. The very fabric of reality trembled, the earth cracked, and the entire Dragon Ball planet quaked in response. Under the immense pressure of their combined powers, gravitational forces faltered, uprooting trees and sending debris swirling through the air, transforming the world into a hellish landscape. The two titanic attacks locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. As time passed, Sun Wukong felt his strength waning. The energy drain from the threefold Kaioken approached its limits, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly be the first to falter. With no alternatives left, he resolved to escalate the situation. If the Kaioken leads to exhaustion, then I shall invoke an even greater power, fourfold Kaioken. Chapter 75. The second boss challenged the ninjas. Still oblivious to the implications, witnessed a resounding explosion. The Kamehameha surged forth, its brilliance expanding exponentially, unleashing an unstoppable force. This colossal power bore down upon Vegeta's energy cannon, which was utterly consumed by the overwhelming might. Ultimately, Vegeta himself was engulfed and hurled into the sky by the Kamehameha. Left behind was Sun Wukong, panting and aching all over. The Dragon Ball world returned to its previous tranquility, with only the ravaged earth remaining as a testament to the brutal clash. The audience from the ninja realm was left in stunned silence, profoundly affected by the recent battle, although they remained wary of the celestial screen. The confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta had undeniably broadened their horizons, especially the climactic exchange of energy blasts, where Sun Wukong's sudden surge of power surpassed their wildest imaginations. Did he truly possess 32,000 points of battle power? Could this be the legendary Kaioken times 4? Does the multiplier preceding the Kaioken indeed signify a multiplication of battle power? If so, this technique is nothing short of extraordinary, practically granting limitless power. With such formidable techniques, one could almost attain invincibility in direct combat. It's truly remarkable. Previously, they had doubted the credibility of the Kaioken, but it now appeared they had been too hasty in their judgments. The Kaioken was indeed a divine technique for enhancing battle strength, amplifying one's power several times over, a dream come true for any martial artist. As for the purported side effects, they were entirely disregarded. In the ninja world, the side effects of forbidden techniques were often severe, sometimes even costing lives. In contrast, the aftermath of using the Kaioken merely resulted in some soreness, a negligible consequence. The celestial screen froze on the moment Sun Wukong sent Vegeta flying, then faded to black, signaling the conclusion of the video. The audience understood this marked the end of the celestial broadcast, and it appeared this battle had reached its climax. Although the duration of the broadcast was brief, the wealth of information it conveyed was monumental, surpassing the sum of the previous two events. The major ninja villages commenced their analysis of the insights revealed by the celestial screen, aiming to study the otherworldly realm and the combat characteristics of the Saiyans. However, just then, the screen, which should have been turned off, flickered back to life. Bold letters captured everyone's attention. Hostile intent detected within the ninja world towards the Saiyans. The second boss challenge is about to commence. What? The boss challenge is about to begin again? Many individuals felt a surge of excitement. They had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. During the last boss challenge, the challenger teams from the ninja realm had suffered total annihilation. Aside from Sunagakure resurrecting the third kazakage, other factions had gained nothing at all. This time, they resolved to send their strongest shadow-level warriors to compete, fully prepared to take down the boss and see if the celestial screen would fulfill its promised rewards. However, the situation diverged significantly from their expectations, as the rules for the second boss challenge had undergone substantial changes. The celestial screen displayed a series of dense texts elucidating the details. Challenge background story: the malevolent Saiyans have lost their way. Intending to reach Dragon Ball planet, they inadvertently stumbled into the ninja realm. Noble ninjas, eliminate the Saiyans to protect your beloved planet. Challenge details: this boss challenge is divided into 3 stages. The first stage boss is the lowly vegetable man, who will appear in the heart of the land of fire in 1 week. Defeating him will unlock the second stage. The second stage boss is Nappa, who will emerge 3 days after the vegetable man is defeated. Vanquishing him will unlock the final stage. The final stage boss is Vegeta, using any means necessary. Defeating him will secure victory for the ninja realm, along with the corresponding rewards for this challenge. Rewards for victory. An opportunity to fulfill any wish 3, awarded to the top 3 contributors in this challenge. The first stage boss will officially arrive in 1 week. Challengers from the ninja world, prepare yourselves. The celestial screen will broadcast the battlefield live, wishing everyone an enjoyable experience. Thank you. The crowd erupted in outrage, cursing vehemently. The celestial screen had indeed revealed its true intentions. Instead of transporting ninjas elsewhere, it was directly casting the Saiyans into the ninja realm. A fool could discern their intentions. Their true aim was an invasion of the ninja world, masquerading under the guise of a boss challenge. After outlining the challenge rules, the celestial screen faded to black and then vanished entirely. Once the celestial broadcast concluded, various factions in the ninja realm commenced their preparations. Regardless of whether the so-called challenge was an invasion or merely a contest, the ninja realm could not afford to remain passive without any preparations. Firstly, the 5 great nations united. Recognizing that this was an incursion from another world, it was only natural for them to form an alliance. The challenge posed no restrictions on the number of participants, meaning that any being from the ninja realm could join. Thus, assembling a coalition of ninja was entirely reasonable. The ninjas acted swiftly. By the second day following the celestial broadcast, the 5 Kage meeting had concluded, and by the third day, the ninja coalition had formed. Yet, before the boss battle could commence, disastrous news flooded in. The Jinchuriki from various nations were being attacked. The 4 tails and 5 tails from Awagakure, the 6 tails from Kirigakure, and the 2 tails from Kumogakure were all abducted by mysterious assailants. Some Jinchuriki were even captured within the core of their villages, forcibly taken by the enemy. Among the Jinchuriki targeted, only 2 managed to escape unscathed. One was the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee from Kumogakure, whose immense power allowed him to repel the attackers and await reinforcements, causing the adversaries to retreat. According to Killer Bee, 3 assailants had attacked him: the rogue ninja Itachi Uchiha from Konoha, the rogue ninja Kisame Hashigaki from Kirigakure, and a third figure who wore a mask and did not engage in combat. The only known detail was that this individual employed strange space-time ninjutsu, rendering his true identity unrecognizable to Killer Bee. The other Jinchuriki who evaded capture was Gaara, who was spared not through defeating his foes, but rather due to his presence in Konoha. Why was he safe within the village? The answer: because Konoha was home to the formidable Naruto Uzumaki. The individuals responsible for capturing the One Tail were Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara, with the task of transporting them to Konoha falling to Obito Uchiha. As soon as the trio landed and prepared to act, Naruto swiftly knocked down both Sasori and Deidara with a single punch. Had it not been for Obito's Kimui allowing him to escape swiftly, he would have been knocked out and joined the ranks of captives. Konoha successfully captured 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, extracting valuable information about the group from Deidara's mind. The Akatsuki had officially emerged from the shadows. Chapter 76. Cultivating Immortal Techniques. Time is of the essence. At the entrance of Miyaboka Mountain, 2 figures emerged from the rising white smoke: Naruto, Uzumaki, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya had visited Miyaboka Mountain numerous times and was thoroughly acquainted with the surroundings. In contrast, this was Naruto's inaugural visit, and he was instantly captivated by the enchanting environment. Here, he felt a unique power emanating from Jiraiya, one that seemed even more potent and vast than his mentor's. The locale was indeed splendid, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush trees, and the air was refreshingly crisp. However, the ubiquitous presence of colorful toads somewhat marred the scenery. Noticing Naruto's enthrallment, Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "So what do you think, kid? This place is quite remarkable, isn't it? Welcome to Miyaboka Mountain, one of the 3 great sanctuaries of the ninja world. As one of the legendary Sannin, I am the contract holder of this place. You are my apprentice. Otherwise, even if you found Miyaboka Mountain, you would not be permitted entry." Naruto, displeased, retorted, "I never expressed a desire to become your disciple. I am merely here to learn that sage technique or whatever it's called. Whether you teach me or not is a matter between Miyaboka Mountain and myself. I have never claimed to be your student. Same difference. As long as you are willing to learn the sage techniques here, it matters not whether you formally accept me as your master," Jiraiya replied. However, at this moment, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, shedding his previous joviality for an expression of grave seriousness. "I suppose you've already guessed my true intentions for approaching you. Therefore, I shall be forthright. I wish for you to share the training method for Chi with Konoha. Naruto's expression hardened, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes upon Jiraiya, seemingly poised to strike. Yet, Jiraiya remained steadfast, locking eyes with Naruto and stating, "This is not solely for Konoha's sake. It is for the entire ninja world. The Saiyans are approaching, and only through understanding ourselves and our adversaries can we hope to triumph over formidable foes. If we can cultivate a legion of powerful individuals capable of wielding Chi, we may uncover weaknesses and secure victory more easily. I implore you to consider this seriously." Jiraiya's sincerity was palpable. Had Naruto still possessed the fervent navet of his youth, he might have been moved to tears and readily agreed. Alas, the Naruto of today was far more rational. He calmly queried, "If I were to teach you Chi, can you guarantee it will not fall into the hands of those with malicious intent?" Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, he nodded. "Of course, I assure you, I will not impart this knowledge to those with ill intentions." Naruto acknowledged this with a nod, replying, "I feel the same way." With that, he turned and strode deeper into Mayaboko Mountain, leaving Jiraiya momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications of Naruto's words. What did he mean? Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss. Naruto had come to a clear understanding of Jiraiya's intellect. While he was undoubtedly not a bad person, he was certainly a fool. Naruto was confident that if the training method for Chi were entrusted to Jiraiya, it would be passed on to Konoha by the next day. Subsequently, Konoha would disseminate this technique extensively among its Umbu members to bolster its strength. Those who entered the Umbu were often morally ambiguous, and the consequences of them mastering Chi could be catastrophic. Instead of enhancing the power of the ninja world, it would bring about endless calamities. After all, even the third Hokage harbored a significant darkness within him. How much better could his Umbu be? Most crucially, even if these individuals learned Chi, it would bear no relevance to the upcoming battles against the Saiyans. What folly it would be to think they could simply learn a few techniques and take on the Saiyans. If it were that easy, the Saiyan race would not be waging wars everywhere. They would have been vanquished by some third-rate practitioner emerging from a remote village. Naruto was acutely aware of the strength of Vegeta. He understood better than anyone in the ninja world the insurmountable challenge he posed. Only he had the potential to conquer the boss challenge. For everyone else, no amount of effort would yield any hope. Thus, his focus must remain on utilizing sage techniques to enhance his own power. This was the only path he could envision. In the entire ninja world, the only means to augment his abilities seemed to lie in sage techniques. He recognized the high ceiling of this energy, which even had the potential to elevate someone of his caliber. Concurrently, he needed to continue refining his Kinkai fist, striving for at least a threefold increase if he hoped to stand a chance against Vegeta. As for the lesser threats posed by the Saiyans, he would have to sacrifice some of his fellow ninjas, allowing them to buy him time for his training. This was an unfortunate necessity. Only by prolonging their time could he secure more opportunities for improvement. If he could defeat Vegeta, he would have the chance to wish back those who had perished in the ninja world. If he fell to Vegeta, then the fate of those individuals would be sealed. It would be wiser to perish early and claim a spot in the afterlife, rather than risk being crowded out when the time came for the mass of souls to ascend. Lost in thought, he looked up to see two old toads approaching, one male and one female. The male, with his white hair and long white beard, donned a cloak that gave him an air of wisdom. The female, her hair curled in a domestic style, sported thick lips and also wore a cloak. Jiraiya's eyes lit up upon seeing the two toads. "Fukasaku Shima, it has been far too long. How have you both been? Are you still searching for the prophesied child?" As Fukasaku spoke, his gaze subtly lingered on Naruto, seemingly assessing whether he could be the one foretold in the prophecy. Rather than answer, Jiraiya introduced Naruto, stating, "This is the Uzumaki Naruto that the great sage Toad mentioned wanting to meet. He wishes to learn sage techniques here at Mayaboko Mountain. And since the great sage Toad expressed interest in meeting him, I brought him along." Fukasaku's eyes brightened at the mention, pondering whether Naruto could indeed be the prophesied child. Shima interjected, "Regardless, why don't you both come to my home for a meal first? I have prepared a sumptuous feast that both young Jiraiya and young Naruto are sure to enjoy." Jiraiya shivered at the thought of the insect banquet Shima had likely prepared. However, Naruto, unfazed, stated, "I am pressed for time. A simple provision of dried food will suffice. Let us meet the great sage Toad and commence sage training without delay." Shima's expression soured at this, but Fukasaku stepped in to mediate. The great sage has indeed been waiting for quite some time. Since young Naruto is in a hurry, Let us proceed together. Chapter 77. The absence of Ashura chakra within him. Additional update. The sage of the deep woods led the group to a place resembling a temple. Upon entering, instead of encountering sacred statues, they were greeted by a colossal orange toad. This toad, notable for its impressive size, wore a hat resembling a doctoral cap, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. Adorning its neck was a string of transparent beads, with the foremost bead larger than the rest, inscribed with the character for oil, suggesting a rather greasy disposition. As Naruto and his companions arrived, the toad had its eyes tightly shut, drooling slightly, accompanied by faint snoring sounds. The sage of the wild, hands on hips, voiced her irritation. The great sage is asleep again. Who knows when he will awaken? The sage of the deep woods sighed in resignation, acknowledging the inevitability of age. Naruto found himself entranced by the grand toad sage, sensing that its consciousness had seemingly departed its body, leaving it to sleep in a state of instinctual repose. Impatient, the sage of the wild leaped closer to the toad and called out, "Great sage, awaken! The young Naruto you wish to meet has arrived." The sage of the deep woods slapped his forehead in exasperation at her impetuosity. The shout proved effective. The toad sage's eyelids fluttered, and slowly, it opened its eyes. After a lengthy yawn, it lethargically inquired, "Is that you, Shima? Is it time for a meal?" "No. It's Naruto, the one from the Uzumaki clan." The toad sage seemed to recall something, turning to Jiraiya with a smile. "I've been waiting for you. I called you here to share a prophecy concerning you." Jiraiya awkwardly tugged at his lips and nudged Naruto forward, stating, "Great toad sage, you must be mistaken. He is the Naruto you seek." The toad sage slapped its forehead, a look of shame crossing its face as it apologized. "My apologies. Age has dulled my memory and vision. Thank you for the reminder, young Minato." After a series of chaotic introductions, the toad sage finally appeared somewhat alert, focusing on the troubled Naruto. "The reason I wish to meet you is that I dreamt of something concerning you. Consider this a prophecy." Naruto interjected hastily. "I couldn't care less about prophecies. I came to Mount Myaboku to learn sage techniques. If we waste any more time, everyone in the ninja world is doomed." The implication of Naruto's words was clear to all present. A Saiyan invasion was imminent in just a few days. The celestial screen's broadcast extended beyond the ninja realm, even reaching Mount Myaboku, where a portion of the screen projected the impending threat. The three great sage lands traditionally had little interest in the conflicts of the ninja world. However, this situation was indeed different, as the celestial screen had directly brought the impending crisis to their doorstep, indicating that even those hidden within the sanctuaries were not exempt from peril. Noting the gravity etched on the faces of Shima and the others, Jiraiya cleared his throat and spoke seriously. "Naruto, you are overly anxious. The 5 great nations of the ninja world have united, with many smaller nations joining the resistance against the Saiyans. The ninjas have formed an unprecedented coalition and devised detailed battle strategies. Through our recent observations, we have thoroughly grasped the Saiyans' combat style. With proper preparation and execution, we are confident we can defeat any foe. With us here, we can certainly vanquish that so-called Saiyan prince, Vegeta." Shima and the sage of the deep woods nodded in agreement. Even they were somewhat taken aback by the scale of this ninja coalition. It was not merely a union of the 5 great nations. Even the smaller nations had dispatched ninja forces to participate in the Celestial Screen's boss challenge. They had not come merely to compete. Everyone was prepared for war. This was a resistance against the Saiyan invasion. As Jiraiya spoke with fervor, Naruto shook his head, his expression unyielding. "You ninjas of the coalition cannot defeat Vegeta. Don't even mention him. The first phase of those vegetable beings is already a question mark for you. However, do not despair. As long as you buy me time to complete my training, if I manage to defeat Vegeta, I will surely resurrect all of you with the rewards of victory." Jiraiya, the sage of the deep woods, and Shima felt a pang of discomfort. They recognized Naruto's current strength, but being dismissed as mere pawns to delay time was irksome. Especially for Jiraiya, whose prowess ranked among the strongest in the ninja world. Being reduced to a mere time-buying expendable was infuriating. In this battle against the Saiyans, he resolved to exert his full strength and become one of the 3 most contributive ninjas of the victorious side. He was determined to demonstrate to Naruto the true might of the great Toad Sage. The Toad Sage observed Naruto below, his eyes narrowing gradually. However, he quickly composed himself and smiled at Naruto. "What a spirited young man you are. In that case, remain here temporarily to learn sage techniques." Shima, Deep Woods. You shall personally instruct young Naruto, and any resources he needs shall be prioritized for you." The two bowed in acknowledgement, and then departed with Naruto and Jiraiya. Once they left, the Toad Sage closed his eyes once more, slipping back into a semblance of slumber. Though his body remained in Mount Mayaboku, his consciousness soared deep into the Pure Land. In the depths of the Pure Land floated a spectral figure clad in white robes, the legendary Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Upon the arrival of the Toad Sage, Kaguya slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the Toad Sage, her first question was, "Well, is it within him?" The Toad Sage, also known as Gamamaru, shook his head. "No, there is not a trace of Ashura's chakra within him. His temperament is entirely unlike that of the Ashura lineage." Kaguya's expression darkened at this revelation. The disappearance of Ashura's chakra, along with the complete vanishing of the Ninetales' presence in the ninja world, was a significant blow. Both were critical pieces in her grand design, with Ashura's chakra being even more vital than that of the Ninetales. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, he looked at Gamamaru and asked, "Do you think this Uzumaki Naruto shows any signs of being controlled?" "None. His mental state shows no signs of manipulation, and he seems to harbor no fondness for those Saiyans on the celestial screen, unlike someone who betrayed the ninja world." However, Kaguya narrowed her eyes, pressing for more. "It appears he scoffs at the power of ninjas, doubting their ability to defeat the Saiyans." Kaguya exhibited no visible reaction to this information. Her thoughts aligned closely with Naruto's. To her, the coalition of ninjas was child's play, and relying on them to fend off the formidable Saiyans was implausible. It seemed necessary to secretly bolster the strength of the ninjas. Let them serve as fodder to eliminate the vegetable beings in that ba. While she would intervene at a critical moment to vanquish Vegeta and see if the celestial screen would grant the so-called rewards. Chapter 78. The second boss challenge tournament is about to commence. Time swiftly passed, and before one knew it, the eve of the boss challenge tournament had arrived. In the heart of the Land of Fire lies Maple Leaf City, a town renowned for its economic prosperity and vibrant life. However, today, this once bustling city stood eerily deserted. Days prior, its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants had been relocated to safer havens, for this area was set to become the battleground for the boss challenge. The common folk, aware of the imminent danger posed by the impending conflict, were hastily driven away by the shinobi to other towns within the Land of Fire. On the vast expanse of land 10 kilometers outside Maple Leaf City, an atmosphere of tension hung heavily in the air. Countless ranks of ninja armies were arrayed with precision. A formidable sight to behold, an estimated force of no less than 150,000. This gathering represented the largest coalition of shinobi since the inception of the ninja profession. More significantly, the caliber of this allied force was exceptionally high. Each major ninja village contributed its elite fighters, with the ranks dominated by seasoned J-nin and CH-nin. While even the few lower-ranked ninjas present possessed skills that far surpassed their rank, having simply not yet ascended due to various circumstances. In addition to the 5 great nations, smaller ninja villages from across the ninja world dispatched their own forces. Though these contingents might not rival the might of the great nations in individual strength, their sheer numbers were indeed impressive. A substantial portion of the coalition, nearly half, comprised ninjas from these smaller villages. This formidable assembly underscored the gravity with which the ninja world regarded the Saiyan invasion. Despite the bravado proclaimed by many that the Saiyans were no threat, the arrival of these humanoid-tailed beasts instilled a palpable fear that no shinobi dared to underestimate. Standing at the forefront of the ninja coalition, Jiraiya gazed intently at a luminous beam descending from the heavens. An hour prior, this radiant column had appeared, heralding the anticipated emergence of the boss. He glanced around at the formidable figures standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Renowned ninjas from across the realm, including the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the Cloud Village, the Tsuchikage from the Stone Village, and the 4th Kazakage from the Sand Village. Yet, his attention was drawn most to the leader of the medical unit, his ally Tsunade. It was unfortunate that her phobia remained unresolved. Thus, even as a medical ninja, she could only guide others from a distance, unable to engage directly in healing. Jiraiya had initially hoped to bring Naruto along, but Naruto insisted that his training had reached a critical juncture and chose to remain behind. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, he focused on coordinating the deployment and management of his forces. In the Coalition Command Center, the 4th Raikage slammed his fist onto the table, creating a sizable dent. Those despicable Akatsuki scoundrels. They refuse to return our tailed beasts and have not sent anyone to join the coalition against the external threat. They truly seek their demise. Through Deidara's memories, the 5 great nations had already discerned that the Akatsuki were targeting the tailed beasts, and they were aware that the organization's headquarters lay within the land of rain. However, they had yet to uncover the true identity of the Akatsuki leader. In the face of this imminent threat, they were uninterested in eliminating the Akatsuki. Their primary focus was on the Saiyans. They had previously invited the Akatsuki to join the fight against the Saiyans, but thus far, not a single soul from their ranks had appeared. It seemed that the new leader from the land of rain was far less capable than Hanzo the Salamander. The third kazakage, Gaara, disapproved of the Raikage's boisterous demeanor and interjected, "Raikage, let us remain calm. Our primary concern is to defeat the Saiyan invaders. The Akatsuki are but a mere nuisance. Once we have dealt with the Saiyans, we can swiftly turn our attention to eliminating both the land of rain and the Akatsuki." The fourth Raikage bristled at this remark, his eyes widening in indignation. "You speak so lightly. The tailed beast of the Sand Village has not been taken. It remains safe under the protection of the Leaf Village's 9 tails Jinchuriki. My village's 2 tails Jinchuriki was captured, and we know not if he lives or dies. The land of lightning shall not let this transgression go unpunished." The third kazakage seemed somewhat detached from the gravity of the situation. The 1 tails Jinchuriki, Gaara, was safely guarded by the coalition, while one of his enemies, the Scorpion, had been captured alive but spared execution, sealed instead in the hopes of eternal confinement, thanks to Chiyo's intervention. As for Orochimaru, they had received accurate intelligence from Deidara confirming that he was indeed deceased and his faction was crumbling. Thus, he felt some sense of vindication. The disappearance of Mitarashi Anko was a trivial matter that hardly warranted attention. No one would connect her fate with Orochimaru's demise. Observing the irate fourth Raikage, Gaara smirked condescendingly. "If that is the case, Raikage, your men can seek retribution against the Akatsuki right now. After all, the Cloud Village's forces are already poised to engage. Whether battling the Saiyans or the Rain Village, it makes little difference to you." "Little difference?" The fourth Raikage retorted vehemently. He was acutely aware of the current dynamics within the ninja world. Should any faction abstain from participating in the battle against the Saiyans, they would surely become targets of collective ire, potentially branded as traitors. He may have been brash, but he was not foolish. It was imperative that he stay aligned with the coalition. To act impulsively and withdraw could lead to dire consequences. He fell silent and sensing the rising tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly intervened to defuse the situation. The Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts cannot be swiftly mobilized. According to Deidara's recollections, they still require sealing. They captured a substantial number of tailed beasts, and it is likely that they have yet to seal even half of them. We have ample time and need not rush against the Akatsuki. With this reprieve, the fourth Raikage conceded, and the focus shifted from the Akatsuki to the anticipation of the boss challenge tournament. As the hour drew closer to midnight, the air thickened with tension, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a storm. At last, the clock struck midnight. The obsidian sky was once again shrouded in a dark veil. The voice announcing the commencement of the tournament resonated in the ears of every ninja in the realm. The second boss challenge tournament officially begins. Chapter 79. To prevent you from making excuses in case of defeat, we shall provide you with treatment before the match begins. The ninja allied forces rallied their spirits. Invaders from another realm, behold the might of the ninja world. The announcement echoing from the sky did not waver in the slightest due to the heightened emotions of the ninja allied forces, continuing instead with fervent enthusiasm. The second boss challenge has officially commenced. It has been detected that participants from the ninja world are suffering from complex hidden injuries, which could significantly impact the fairness of this competition. We are now initiating a group healing mode to restore all contestants to their peak physical condition. The allied forces were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of the announcement. They were seasoned warriors, yet they had never encountered a scenario where opponents were restored to their prime before a battle, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, a radiant green light enveloped their ranks. Initially, the ninjas attempted to evade the light, but those illuminated by it showed no signs of harm. Rather, their physical forms transformed at a visibly rapid pace. The observers clearly witnessed scars fading from their comrades' bodies, and even those with disabilities or relying on prosthetics found new limbs sprouting forth. Eyes and ears that had been lost were restored in an instant, and the newly grown organs functioned even more effectively than the originals. This was only to be expected. Newly formed limbs were inherently superior to those worn for decades. Some ninjas even contemplated self-mutilation, convinced that their new appendages would be far more efficient. Tsunade, with her head bowed, stared in disbelief at the blood on her fingertips. Once afflicted with hemophobia, she would have trembled in fear at the sight of a single drop, collapsing in weakness. Yet now, her terror had evaporated. It was evident that her phobia had been entirely cured. But how could this be? As one of the most skilled medical ninjas in the ninja world, she understood that hemophobia was a psychological disorder, not a physiological one. As long as her mental affliction remained untreated, her fear would persist. Why, then, had a mere touch of the light rendered her completely healed? She was not alone in her confusion. Konoha's Jonin, Marino Ibiki, gazed at his reflection, bemused. Having once been captured and tortured by enemies, his body bore the scars of interrogation, a testament to his suffering. Yet now, his scalp appeared unblemished, and the hidden injuries on his chest and arms had vanished. Although his face still bore a fierce countenance, the scars that once spoke of his brutality were gone, leaving him with an almost foolish charm. He slapped his forehead in exasperation, pondering how he would intimidate suspects with this new appearance. His lack of fearsome presence would only incite laughter among those he interrogated. As the ninja allied forces reveled in their newfound health, at the rear of the group, two figures cloaked in black robes and conical hats quietly slipped away from the ranks. Judging by their stature, one was male and the other female, and their attire was clearly not that of the allied forces. Yet, the surrounding ninjas remained oblivious to their presence. Once they had distanced themselves, the female figure turned to her companion and inquired, "Nagato, what do you think?" Nagato did not respond verbally. Instead, he lifted his robe to reveal his perfectly restored ankle to Konan. Upon seeing his unblemished ankle, Konan's eyes sparkled, but concern creased her brow. "Are there any side effects? Could someone have tampered with it?" Nagato, using the chakra of his Rinnegan to scan his body, shook his head. "There has been no interference. No jutsu can conceal itself from my eyes." He then turned to gaze at the source of the light, his tone tinged with slight admiration. A bold individual indeed, though such naivety will only lead to their downfall. As he spoke, several individuals from the ninja allied forces stealthily departed the scene. Clearly, these infiltrators had their own motives, likely to gather intelligence. However, lacking the strength of Nagato and Konan, they disguised themselves as members of the allied forces, with few daring to don the conspicuous black robes and hats. Nevertheless, exceptions existed. From the crowd emerged two figures clad in black with red clouds, unmistakably members of the Akatsuki. Their hats obscured their faces, yet their attire was so striking that anyone with a keen eye should have noticed them. Yet, the surrounding ninjas paid them no mind. One even brushed past, completely unaware of their presence. A smirk crept onto Nagato's lips as he remarked, "Itachi and Kasame have decided to join the fray. I don't recall giving them the order to be here. Should I send them away? No, at this point. Concealing my true identity is unnecessary. Let us summon them to spectate together. I shall await you both atop that mountain." With that, Nagato vanished in a blur. Decades had passed since he last employed the body flicker technique, yet his speed remained as formidable as ever, perhaps even more so. Seeing Nagato's legs restored, Konan's eyes brimmed with tears. However, her strong composure quickly reasserted itself as she strode towards Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Kisame, brimming with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "I feel lighter than before. All the injuries from years past have been mended. I never anticipated that merely spectating could yield such benefits." "Itachi, have your hidden injuries been healed as well?" Itachi, maintaining his stoic expression, replied, "No." Though he spoke those words, his heart was tumultuous. He distinctly felt that the hereditary illness plaguing him had been completely eradicated. Since awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, this affliction had shadowed him, worsening with each use, leaving him with only years to live. He had initially planned to provoke Sasuke, hoping to expedite his growth and ultimately sacrifice himself to enable Sasuke to awaken his own Manjiki Sharingan. However, fate had shifted. The so-called heavenly curtain had restored his body, granting him greater freedom of action. As he contemplated how to navigate the turbulent situation within the ninja world, an unexpected figure approached him. Kisame stepped forward, puzzled. "Konan, what brings you here? Does that mean the leader is also present?" Konan nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. Her tone was cold and detached. "He waits over there. Come with me." Chapter 80. The battle commences. The bewildered vegetable man, upon encountering Nagato, Itachi Uchiha, and Kisame Hashigaki, were taken aback. Until now, Nagato had always presented himself as pain, embodying the persona of the Deva path. Yet, at this moment, he revealed his true form. Despite their astonishment, as members of the Akatsuki, they had witnessed countless extraordinary ninjutsu and quickly acclimated to Nagato's current appearance. Kisame chuckled ominously. This battle appears quite lively. Does our organization intend to abstain from participation? Nagato, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, gazed into the distance and calmly replied, "Our objective is to acquire the tailed beasts. We have confirmed that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is no longer in Konoha. I have dispatched Kakuzu and Haiden to capture the One-Tailed Jinchuriki, and I will remain here to await further developments." It was evident that Nagato was anticipating the arrival of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, who was engaged in this war. As for the pursuit of the Nine-Tails, all had conceded it as a lost cause. According to the accounts of the returning Akatsuki member, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possessed immense power, making it nearly impossible to capture him with the Akatsuki's cover already blown. Thus, they resolved to resurrect the Ten Tails using the residual chakra of the Nine Tails that lingered in the ninja world. Once the Ten Tails was revived, they could leverage its strength to capture the Nine Tails. However, they could never have anticipated that the current Nine Tails was long absent from Naruto's body. They should have sought the other half of the Nine Tails within the belly of the deceased. The healing process orchestrated by the heavenly domain finally reached its conclusion. As the verdant light gradually dissipated and ultimately vanished, healing complete, the challenge match officially commences. Before we proceed, let me clarify the enduring rules of this challenge. All confirmed participants challenging the boss will receive complete healing before combat. With the rules articulated, the first phase boss, the Vegetable Man, made his grand entrance. Amidst the rousing entrance music, a seed soared from the light beam and struck the earth, germinating into a peculiar creature within moments. This creature stood less than a meter tall, its entire being enveloped in green, resembling a plant. A chaotic pattern akin to a brain sprawled across its head, with red eyes and sharp claws, rendering it extraordinarily bizarre. The newly birthed Vegetable Man appeared dazed, surrounded by a cacophony of indistinct life forms, ninja. Behind him loomed a luminous pillar that emitted nonsensical music, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Had he been summoned? Why was there no command issued to him? Who was his adversary? Surely, someone ought to guide him. Just as he pondered these questions, a torrent of earth and debris cascaded from above, engulfing his position in an instant. He blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden deluge of soil burying him. The Ninja Coalition had no intention of granting him a moment to react. The Earth-style ninjas had nearly completed their task, and it was now the turn of the Leaf and Cloud Village ninjas. Leaf ninjas formed hand seals, and thousands adept in fire techniques unleashed a conflagration. This was the most formidable fire clan of Konoha, the Sarutobi clan, ever since the Uchiha clan's annihilation. The Sarutobi clan had rightfully claimed the title of the strongest fire clan in Konoha. There was no contest. A torrent of flames descended, consuming the Vegetable Man, while the Cloud Village's lightning ninjas readied their assault simultaneously. Harnessing the heat generated by the fire, the Cloud ninjas summoned colossal dark clouds. Massive bolts of lightning, thicker than buildings, rained down upon the Vegetable Man, landing relentlessly until the onslaught ceased. At this juncture, the Vegetable Man sat in place, questioning his existence. Seizing the moment, hundreds of sealing ninjas surged forth, encircling him. Each of these ninjas bore a large scroll at their waists. Upon positioning themselves according to the sealing array, they simultaneously tossed their scrolls into the air. Countless sealing papers ensnared the Vegetable Man like serpents. Moments later, he found himself cocooned in a massive shroud, densely inscribed with sealing runes that completely immobilized him. Once it was confirmed that the Vegetable Man was thoroughly sealed, a figure swiftly appeared before his cocoon, raising a fist and delivering a heavy blow. The sealing technique prepared by the ninja world was an exceptionally unique form of sealing. This technique could entirely restrict the actions of the sealed, while any external attacks could be unreservedly transferred to the interior, causing harm to the sealed individual. In simpler terms, the Vegetable Man had become Tsunade's punching bag. Every strike she delivered could precisely inflict damage upon him, with no reduction in power. Tsunade's fists fell upon the Vegetable Man like a relentless downpour, landing over 1,000 strikes before she paused, slightly breathless. Observing Tsunade's flurry of blows, the coalition ninjas swallowed nervously, feeling a sense of trepidation. It was said that Tsunade was a medical ninja. How could she be so ferocious in combat? Jiraiya approached helplessly. with Fukasaku and Shima perched on his shoulders, his eyes bearing peculiar shadows. His face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a frog, clearly indicating he had entered Sage Mode. However, this Sage Mode seemed somewhat excessive. He had not anticipated that the vegetable man would be so easily sealed. Tsunade glanced at the approaching Jiraiya, her expression haughty, declaring, "What vegetable man? After all this fuss, he is merely a worthless pawn." Initially, she had intended to treat him with the same seriousness as a tailed beast. But she realized this creature was far inferior. Jiraiya, too, found himself agreeing with Tsunade's assessment, as the vegetable man's performance was indeed lacking. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "We must not underestimate our enemies. The upcoming opponent, Naba, is several times stronger than this vegetable man. A careless approach could lead to, I know. Why have you become so nagging? Hurry and clean up the battlefield. Let the sealing team prepare a new sealing technique, and the logistics department must ready the food. After we are well fed, we shall wait here for 3 days. I want to see what Naba is made of." Before Tsunade could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a chill running down her spine, followed by a piercing pain that erupted through her chest. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the claw that had pierced her heart. It was a sharp green claw, one she felt she had seen before. Straining to recall, she suddenly had a realization and turned her head to look behind her with all her might. To her horror, the very vegetable man they had just sealed was now emerging from the cocoon. With a swift motion, he withdrew his claw from her chest. A fountain of blood surged skyward as Tsunade coughed violently, her body collapsing forward in weakness. Chapter 81. The terrifying monster. This creature ought to have been sealed away. Why has it appeared here? Look, it has actually torn apart the seal. After sustaining so many attacks, it should be gravely injured. How does it still possess the strength to rip apart such a formidable seal? No one could answer this query, as the crowd stared at the vegetable man with the awe akin to witnessing a primordial beast, even overlooking the fallen Tsunade beside him. It was Jiraiya, quick of eye and hand, who utilized earth release techniques to pull Tsunade back to his side. He held her protectively, his gaze fixed warily on the vegetable man, and then summoned Sage Shima to assess Tsunade's injuries. With great effort, Tsunade forced her eyelids open and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Don't worry, I won't die." Just as Jiraiya was about to voice his concerns, he noticed the dark seal on Tsunade's forehead suddenly unravel. The 100 healings technique activated, and her wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Observing this, Jiraiya felt a slight relief. He had feared that Tsunade might succumb before she could activate the dark seal and fall victim to the vegetable man. Moments later, Tsunade twisted her neck and rose from the ground. Her injuries had completely healed, save for the blood and the large tear in her back, leaving no trace of her previous condition. This time, Tsunade set aside all underestimations, her eyes fixed determinedly on the vegetable man in the distance. "I was careless. I didn't expect this little creature to be so powerful," she remarked gravely. "Indeed. Do not approach him again. I will use long-range ninjutsu to harass him from afar. We must not engage in close combat until he is utterly exhausted," Jiraiya advised, to which Tsunade nodded in agreement. The vegetable man twisted his neck and grinned broadly at the seemingly endless sea of humanity, bursting into a raucous laugh. Previously caught off guard, he had been subjected to a flurry of attacks from the group. Now, however, he had regained his composure. Although he was still uncertain about who had summoned him, he was definitively aware that the annoying individuals before him were foes. As such, the solution was simple. He would simply continue to kill and address the rest later. In an instant, he appeared before a bewildered ninja, raising his fist. Bang! The vegetable man's fist struck down, and the ninja's head exploded like a watermelon, showering the ground with a gruesome mixture of red and white. Nearby, a Jainin wielding a ninja sword was consumed with rage upon witnessing the brutal death of his comrade. How could he endure such a sight? He swung his blade towards the vegetable man's forehead, but the creature did not even spare him a glance. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced both the ninja and his sword to mere fragments, leaving no trace of his existence. The vegetable man's form flickered like an afterimage, darting among the ranks of the ninja coalition. Wherever he passed, blood sprayed forth, and the remains of fallen ninjas littered the ground in a scene of unthinkable brutality. The command of the battlefield had been entrusted to the 4th kazakage, Raza, the only leader whom the coalition could trust in such dire circumstances. Witnessing the carnage, he knew he had to assume control. He ordered the sealing unit to establish a barrier to restrict the vegetable man's movements and dispatched some of the more resilient ninjas to draw his attention. However, his strategies proved utterly futile. The barrier set by the sealing unit crumbled before the vegetable man as if it were mere paper. The creature did not even need to strike intentionally. A simple collision was enough to create a gaping hole in the seal, rendering it ineffective. Just as Raza contemplated issuing further commands, the vegetable man materialized before him, revealing a sinister grin. Raza's heart raced with terror. Just as he attempted to command the sand to form a defense, the vegetable man's claws pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. Without a backward glance, the creature vanished, swiftly eliminating 3 nearby coalition ninjas before Raza's body crumpled to the ground, all occurring within a breath's time. Those who bore witness to this scene were paralyzed with fear. This was the 4th kazakage of Sunigakure, one of the most formidable ninjas in the ninja world. Such a figure, even in defeat, should have engaged in a grand battle. Yet, he had been dispatched with the ease of a mere foot soldier, leaving the coalition ninjas reeling from an overwhelming psychological shock. As waves of terror surged through their ranks, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt a weight in their hearts. If this continued, the coalition's morale would shatter. If they could stabilize the situation and organize a counterattack, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, if the morale collapsed, defeat would be inevitable. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Jiraiya joined the ranks of long-range ninjas, orchestrating their movements while unleashing ninjutsu to disrupt the vegetable man's positioning and slow his rampage. Tsunade summoned a colossal slug, instructing it to split into countless smaller slugs to heal the coalition ninjas. Yet, truth be told, few required healing. Those who had not encountered the vegetable man remained unharmed, while those who had were torn to shreds, devoid of any hope of salvation. Tsunade's healing capabilities were instead directed towards those injured by friendly fire. She was powerless against the devastation wrought by the vegetable man. The brutality of this battle exceeded all expectations. From the very outset, the coalition was overwhelmed with casualties. Blood threatened to transform the plain into a lake, and the cacophony of cries and lamentations echoed skyward, leaving the remaining ninjas feeling as though they had plunged into a hellish abyss. Even Nagato and his companions, observing from a distance, were struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated the vegetable man's power to be so overwhelming. Initially, they had assumed the vegetable man's strength was comparable to that of a tailed beast, believing he would be easily trampled by the vast army of ninjas. However, upon witnessing the creature's true combat prowess, they realized how ludicrous their prior assumptions had been. This was not a mere skirmish between the 5 great ninja nations and a tailed beast. It was a trained elite Chunin slaughtering through a coalition composed of tens of thousands of Ninja Academy students. No, the disparity in strength was perhaps greater than that between an elite Chunin and Academy students. It was akin to the chasm between an elite Chunin and an infant. This gulf of power instilled an unfathomable dread even in Nagato, who typically considered himself divine. He assessed his own strength and concluded that, even if he had healed his legs, he could never replicate the vegetable man's effortless carnage against the coalition. Itachi Uchiha clenched his hidden fist beneath his sleeve. Until now, he had regarded the Akatsuki's adversaries with indifference, viewing them as mere clowns not worthy of concern. However, upon witnessing the vegetable man's terrifying and unfathomable power, he realized the magnitude of the crisis facing the ninja world. Each member of the Akatsuki was consumed with trepidation. Even the typically lively and humorous Kisame Hashigaki turned pale and fell silent. Moments later, Nagato commanded, "Return immediately to the Akatsuki headquarters. The revival plan for the 10 Tails cannot be delayed." Chapter 82. Jiraiya assumes command in the temporary headquarters of the Allied forces, a ninja from the sensory team. His face etched with fear, reported the battlefield situation to the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. The death toll had escalated to over 20,000, and the 4th kazakage had perished in the previous battle. The front lines were in utter disarray, making it impossible to mount any semblance of resistance. The leaders implored their fellow Kage to devise a solution to the dire predicament of the Allied forces. The expressions of the 5 Kage, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind, were grim. In truth, the sensory ninja's report was unnecessary. They had already gleaned the battlefield's chaos through the canopy above them. Particularly, the sight of the 4th kazakage's demise sent a chill down the spine of the 3rd kazakage, Raza. As Raza recalled the moment his student was effortlessly slain by the vegetative man, memories of his own past, when he had been similarly dispatched by Raditz, flooded back. To this day, he remained haunted by the terror of formidable beings from another realm. Had it not been for the reputation of Sunigakure, he would have long since withdrawn his forces from this conflict. The somber Inoki stated, "Our immediate priority is to stabilize the morale of the front lines. We must appoint a commander to organize our frontline ninjas for an effective counterattack." The fourth Raikage stood resolutely, declaring, "Let me take command. With my speed, I can reach the battlefield in time." The third Hokage quickly interjected, "Esteemed Raikage, let us not forget our original battle strategy. The Kage of the 5 great nations are here to confront the 2 more formidable Saiyans behind them. If we are compelled to engage even the vegetative man, who will contend with the might of Babidi and Vegeta, what do you propose we do now?" The fourth Raikage asked, visibly displeased. "There are still many capable ninjas on the front lines. If we grant command authority to those adept in leadership through the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan, their command abilities will not pale in comparison to ours." The fifth Mizukage, Terumi-me, inquired, "Who do you believe would be suitable for this command role?" "I propose Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, as the commander. He possesses extensive command experience from previous ninja world wars and has a thorough understanding of the ninjas from various nations. He is undoubtedly the best candidate for this position in terms of prestige, age, and strength." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to strategize his subsequent words. He suspected the other Kage would be reluctant to approve Jiraiya's appointment, as he was his own student. However, to his surprise, after merely half a minute of contemplation, the others unanimously agreed to appoint Jiraiya as the frontline commander. This left Hiruzen astonished. He had anticipated some resistance due to his personal interest in recommending his student. Yet the others recognized Jiraiya as the most qualified candidate for the role. The leadership of Konoha had grown complacent over the decades, spoiled by their abundant supply of exceptional ninjas. In critical decisions like these, they often engaged in political maneuvering, vying to elevate their own prot-gs to commanding positions, necessitating compromises and exchanges of interests. Other nations could not afford such indulgences. A moment's hesitation could lead to catastrophic losses on the battlefield. They prioritized capability over political games, understanding that even a second's delay could spell disaster. Once the commander was selected, the Allied headquarters wasted no time in dispatching orders through Yamashiro Kai to all ninjas within the coalition. Although there existed more efficient methods to relay commands, such as broadcasting messages through the canopy, time was of the essence, and the frontline ninjas had no opportunity to absorb such information. Thus, Yamashiro Kai resorted to the more cumbersome method of communication. In an instant, all frontline ninjas received the directive from headquarters, and Jiraiya naturally ascended to the position of highest command. Now officially authorized, Jiraiya felt liberated from his previous constraints. Previously, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he had relied solely on his reputation to command Konoha's ninjas, while the others had disregarded his orders. Now, however, he was in his element. He swiftly issued commands for the lower-ranking ninjas in the Allied forces to retreat, forbidding any without elite Jonin status from nearing the central battlefield. Upon receiving the orders, the ninjas finally had a clear direction. The Jonin and Chunin retreated as if granted amnesty, while the elite and Kage-level ninjas steeled themselves to approach the heart of the battlefield. Upon their arrival, these elite forces formed an encirclement, trapping the vegetative man within. Yet they hesitated to launch an assault. The vegetative man paused, bewildered by the throng that surrounded him, unsure of their intentions. The ninjas encircling him were a dazzling assembly. The legendary 3 ninjas, Tsunade, Jiraiya, elite Jonin Kakashi, Gaimedo, and numerous unnamed elite ninjas. Other villages contributed even more formidable warriors, including the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, Killer Bee, from Kumogakure. Yet, despite their prowess, these titans of the ninja world hesitated to attack the diminutive creature before them. Beads of sweat adorned many foreheads as they remained acutely aware of the overwhelming odds stacked against them. Jiraiya observed the anxiety etched on their faces, and even he felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain of how to secure victory against such a bizarre adversary. In that moment, he recalled the words of Naruto before his departure. Their mission was not to vanquish the 3 bosses, but to bide time for Naruto's breakthrough. Was it possible that Naruto had already discerned the vast chasm in strength between the 2 sides? If so, Jiraiya resolved to place all his hopes in Naruto. Even if it meant risking his life, he would strive to buy time. fervently hoping that Naruto had not spoken in vain and could indeed aid the ninja world in overcoming this monumental crisis. With determination, he formed hand seals and called out, "Chunin, employed song to delay." Without hesitation, the two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, joined their hands in a synchronized chant, producing an oddly resonant sound. Using illusion and sealing techniques, they vowed to restrain the vegetative man at all costs, even resorting to forbidden techniques to keep him at bay. The surrounding ninjas deployed barrier techniques to confine themselves with the creature, continuously reinforcing the barrier from the outside, resolute in preventing this monster's escape. "Even if we all perish, we shall not break the barrier," they declared. Chapter 83. The Fall of Two Sages. The hearts of the powerful warriors trapped within the barriers sank heavily. Jiraiya's intentions were unmistakable. He intended for them to sacrifice their lives to buy time for the barrier team. However, they had come to terms with their fate. If they could not vanquish this monster, their ninja village would likely face catastrophic destruction. Today marked the moment they would sacrifice themselves for the sake of their village. As Fukasaku completed his incantation, the vegetable creature felt as though it were ensnared within a transparent box. Surrounding it were four massive frogs, positioned in a seemingly intricate formation, effectively trapping it in this ethereal confinement. Yet, such trivial tricks could not contain it. With its sharp claws, it thrust at the transparent box. Crack! A large hole was punctured instantaneously, and from that breach, the entire world began to unravel, as Fukasaku's technique was dismantled from within by the vegetable creature. Jiraiya was taken aback. None understood the potency of this illusion, which relied on sage techniques, better than he did. In the original narrative, this very technique could ensnare even those with the Rinnegan, had it not been for Nagato's retention of the other three pain bodies to ambush him. Jiraiya could have single-handedly defeated the 6 paths of pain and would not have met such a grim fate. After a moment of astonishment, Jiraiya regained his composure, forming hand signs before expelling a torrent of flames from his mouth. Simultaneously, on his shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima unleashed oil and wind, combining their sage techniques into the formidable 5 right guards. As the inferno surged toward him like ocean waves, the vegetable creature lost all interest in continuing its game with the frog-like entity. In an instant, it vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Jiraiya. The creature's speed was unfathomable. It was only after the attack had concluded that Jiraiya realized he had been struck. He watched as the familiar world before him began to spin, the ground drawing ever closer until his face met the earth, accompanied by a searing pain in his neck. What was happening? Why had his perspective shifted so drastically? No one could provide an answer, and eventually, the world before him faded to black, his eyes wide open in death. On Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima turned their heads in shock. At that moment, Jiraiya's head had vanished, and beneath them lay the headless corpse of their fallen comrade. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Fukasaku and Shima remained stunned, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Is this an illusion? Child, it seems I have fallen victim to an illusion. You should not be under an illusion. Young Jiraiya has indeed perished. Fukasaku rose from the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Jiraiya lay at their feet, yet they had failed to react as the enemy severed his head. He turned stiffly to behold the vegetable creature not far away. What terrifying monstrosity was this? Nearby, Tsunade stood frozen, staring at Jiraiya's lifeless form. The world around her spun like a carousel, reminiscent of the deaths of her comrades, Rope Tree and Kato. In the next instant, her chakra erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This time, she did not choose to flee, as she had in the past, succumbing to hemophobia. Tsunade had resolved that even in death, she would avenge her fallen comrade. The chakra sealed within her was fully unleashed. This time, she did not use her chakra for recovery. Instead, she transformed it entirely into sheer brute strength, launching herself at the vegetable creature with all her might. This strike could be deemed the most powerful punch of her life. Even if faced with a tailed beast, she believed she could shatter it with a single blow. Under normal circumstances, she would never undertake such an action. Such an attack would result in mutual destruction. The enemy would suffer devastating damage. Yet her own arm would be reduced to mere pulp from the overwhelming force. But at this moment, she cared not. All she desired was to obliterate the vile creature before her, avenging her comrade, Jiraiya. Upon witnessing Tsunade's fist, the creature felt no trepidation. It too clenched its fist and swung back in kind. Boom. The clash of their fists reverberated, shaking the very air and leaving the onlookers reeling. Tsunade's punch held for a mere 2 seconds before it shattered explosively. The overwhelming might crushed her right arm, along with half of her shoulder, into a bloody pulp. Ignoring the pain in her shoulder, she raised her left fist to continue the fight. However, she would never have the chance again. The vegetable creature struck down upon her head, and in an instant, her skull burst like a melon, her mangled body collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. While the deaths of the two were profoundly shocking, the surrounding warriors had already steeled themselves for their own demise. Although Jiraiya had fallen, his command remained in effect. They were determined to buy time for the barrier team, even at the cost of their own lives. Though uncertain of the barrier's efficacy, it was the only course of action they could conceive. As they watched wave after wave of ninjas throw themselves into battle against the vegetable creature, Fukasaku sighed, pulling Shima, who was still in a daze, to her feet. "My dear, we should return. Jiraiya is gone. There is no need for us to continue fighting here. The battles in the ninja world no longer concern us at Mayaboka Mountain." Shima regained her composure at his words, but resolutely replied, "We must at least bring back young Jiraiya's body." Fukasaku nodded in resignation, and together they took Jiraiya's severed head and headless corpse, retreating from the summoning site back to Mayaboka Mountain. Meanwhile, the vegetable creature was in a frenzy, its eyes, already red, now filled with a murderous rage. These humans were like cockroaches, seemingly endless in number, utterly infuriating. With a fierce sweep of its hand, dozens of elite shinobi were sent flying, crashing against the barrier and spewing blood. Seizing the opportunity, it raised its right hand, a wave of energy gathering ferociously within its palm. The ninja could not gauge the strength of the energy it was amassing, but any discerning eye could tell that this attack would be formidable. At that crucial moment, the space around the creature's right arm began to distort. It was as if a tornado had materialized, twisting its body into an irregular shape. The vegetable creature blinked in confusion. Though it did not comprehend what was happening, it sensed that this was undoubtedly some form of enemy attack. It withdrew its hand, vanishing from sight, as the distorted space transported the nascent energy wave away. In the next instant, within the Kamui dimension, a violent explosion erupted, illuminating the entire realm as if it were daylight. As the fiery chaos subsided, only the charred figure of Uchiha Obito remained, one of his Sharingan lost to darkness. He clenched his fists, surveying the ravaged Kamui space, and bellowed in rage, "Damn you, Kakashi!" Chapter 84. Crimson Steam. The vegetable man ceased his offensive, intrigued by the sudden appearance of a swirling vortex. His energy projectile had inexplicably vanished, as if whisked away by the vortex to an unknown realm. What could this phenomenon signify? He tilted his head, curiously surveying his surroundings, and his gaze abruptly settled upon a white-haired human. The peculiar vortex seemed to be conjured by this individual, seemingly linked to his odd eyes. This time, he refrained from attacking immediately, choosing instead to stand still and observe, wondering if the strange vortex would manifest again. Kakashi breathed heavily, relieved that the vegetable man had not launched an immediate assault. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. The vortex he had just summoned was the result of his Manjiki Sharingan's technique, Kamui. As this was his first time employing such a power, he had not yet mastered it, resulting in a significant drain on his chakra, which he was now rapidly recuperating. Indeed, Kakashi had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan much earlier than in the original narrative. More importantly, he possessed not just one, but a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, an extraordinary configuration of dual Kamui. Logically, Kakashi had only his left eye as a Sharingan, and even upon awakening the Manjiki, it should have remained singular. Why then? Did he suddenly possess a pair? This was, of course, due to the balance patch provided by the Heavenly Canopy. Before the battle commenced, the Heavenly Canopy had optimized the physical condition of every participant to their zenith, which was not merely a healing process. Most ninjas entered the fray at their peak moments, so the Heavenly Canopy had merely restored their internal injuries. However, Kakashi was different. He was not at his pinnacle. His peak had occurred during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he had received the dual Kamui enhancement from Obito. Thus, the Heavenly Canopy adjusted his physical state to its utmost, simultaneously resolving the chakra deficiency and high consumption issues arising from his Sharingan. Now, the chakra expenditure for Kakashi's Kamui technique aligned with that of a typical Uchiha, freeing him from the fear of collapsing from overuse after just a few techniques. He had been acclimatizing to his newfound strength, and now that he had adapted, his initial attempt at using Kamui had yielded promising results. It was time to consider a counterattack. Might Guy suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, followed closely by the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and Tsuchikage Inoki. Everyone had witnessed Kakashi's recent move, and they suspected it to be the fabled space-time ninjutsu, though they were uncertain and wished to confirm with him directly. Killer Bee exuberantly exclaimed, "Hachigaya Road, Red Bean Sprout Road. You just used space-time ninjutsu, right? Can it break that monster's defenses?" Kakashi nodded in response, stating, "Indeed. What I utilized was a technique of my Sharingan, capable of forcibly transporting objects from reality to another dimension. After receiving that strange treatment, I suddenly awakened this ability. I am confident that Kimui can breach that creature's defenses." The group rejoiced at this revelation, as long as they could penetrate the opponent's defenses. They finally glimpsed the dawn of victory against the Vegetable Man. Inoki affirmed, "In that case, you shall be the primary attacker. We will spare no effort to provide you with cover. Seize the moment and use your technique to vanquish that monster." Kakashi felt conflicted. His Kamui had only just awakened, and he was still in the acclimatization phase, having failed to strike the Vegetable Man by surprise earlier, and now that the adversary was on guard, how could he expect to stand still and unleash Kamui? Killer Bee interjected, "You needn't worry about that. Hachigaya Road, Red Bean Sprout Road. I will transform into my tailed beast form to create an opportunity for you. While I distract him, you can employ your space-time ninjutsu. That is futile." The trio turned to Might Guy, who wore a grave expression devoid of his usual playful demeanor. "The opponent's speed far surpasses yours, even with full-tailed beast transformation. You cannot restrain him. The Vegetable Man can effortlessly maneuver around you to attack Kakashi." Killer Bee threw up his hands, exasperated. "Then what do you propose we do?" Might Guy inhaled deeply, then revealed a radiant smile, declaring, "Leave it to me." Kakashi quickly guessed Guy's intentions and urgently cautioned, aka, "Do not act impulsively. If you use that technique, you will perish. If we refrain from using it, we all shall perish. We have no retreat left in this battle. Rather than dying together, we must expend every effort for one last attempt. This is my burning youth." Might Guy shouted, as if affirming his ninja way. Kakashi ceased his objections, though his gaze dimmed slightly. Inoki and Killer Bee understood that Guy was about to employ a technique that would cost him his life. Yet they had already suffered significant losses in this battle. They did not intend to prevent Might Guy from making his sacrificial decision, only silently admiring his resolve. Might Guy bellowed, "Now is the time to embody my ninja way. Kakashi, my dear friend, use your Sharingan to perceive clearly. What follows will be my final display of youth, consumed by my very life." As his words fell, a brilliant crimson light erupted from Might Guy. A torrent of fierce red steam surged forth from his being, an overwhelming aura enveloping the battlefield. Kakashi and the others, positioned closest, widened their eyes in astonishment as the powerful impact of the red steam forced them to stagger backward. Despite their mastery over chakra, they struggled to maintain their footing, a testament to the sheer might of this crimson steam. The coalition ninjas, already despondent from previous defeats, gazed in awe at Might Guy's transformation, as if a divine being had descended to bestow hope upon their dire situation. One ninja pointed at Guy, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's the Kaioken. It's the Kaioken." Indeed, it was the Kaioken. They had seen it before in the heavenly canopy when Son Goku employed the technique. This was the ultimate skill capable of even besting Vegeta. Who could have imagined that the Azure Beast of Konoha would wield such a formidable technique? Victory was assured. Mighty Guy, capable of utilizing the Kaioken, would undoubtedly defeat that green-skinned monster and lead them to triumph. The battlefield erupted in jubilant cheers, while in the sanctum, Hashirama Senju smacked his forehead in disbelief. "Which of your eyes perceive this as the Kaioken? Is it not clearly the eighth gate's opening of death? Furthermore, the Kaioken merely doubled one's base combat power, and given Might Guy's inherently low base power, it was implausible that he could overpower the Vegetable Man. Had the ninjas of this era truly become so devoid of reason? Chapter 85. Uchiha Madara in a concealed secret base located in the southwestern region of the Land of Grass. The sky above displayed the fierce battle between the Ninja Alliance and the Vegetable Man. Yet, this place was rarely visited by people, and only a select few could witness the spectacle on the screen. A long-haired man clad in a brown-red layered armor, his body and face marred by cracks, stood with his arms crossed, intently watching the scene above. Throughout the ordeal, he bore a mocking expression, as if the death of the ninjas was merely a form of entertainment for him. However, his demeanor shifted slightly upon witnessing Might Guy unlocking the eighth gate of death. What a remarkable display of spirit! Is that not the technique once employed by the Leaf Village's Chunin to vanquish the 7 ninja swordsmen? Alas, in the realm of physical prowess, those from another world clearly surpass you. Otherwise, I, Uchiha Madara, would readily commend you as the mightiest practitioner of taijutsu. Uchiha Madara's expression was haughty. Despite recognizing Might Guy's formidable strength after opening the 8th gate, he remained confident in his own ability to easily defeat him. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had been dead for many years. At present, he stood here thanks to the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. And the one who resurrected him was not far away. Orochimaru stood straight, smiling like a servant behind Uchiha Madara. Logically, he was the user of Edo Tensei. Yet now he appeared more like a subordinate, deferential to Madara. Madara turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, and jested, "You are Orochimaru, are you not? I never imagined that the one to resurrect me would be you." Madara indeed had his own plans for resurrection, but neither Orochimaru nor the technique of Edo Tensei featured in them. His deep-seated disdain for Senju Tobirama was palpable. He could not bear the thought of being resurrected through the jutsu created by Tobirama, even in the face of true death. Fortunately, Orochimaru was wise enough to recognize the vast disparity in their powers and immediately submitted without unnecessary antics. Madara was not one to relish bullying the weak, since Orochimaru complied. He saw no issue in accepting him as a subordinate. However, he inquired, "You cannot have resurrected me for no reason. Tell me, why have you brought me back? Is it for revenge, or do you harbor other ambitions?" Madara had yet to activate his Sharingan, yet the mere aura he exuded made Orochimaru involuntarily shudder. Forcing himself to regain composure, Orochimaru replied, "I have no plans against you, nor do I wish to seek vengeance. I am merely fulfilling a request." Orochimaru hesitated, pondering whether Sage of 6 Paths could be considered a human. Madara's eyes narrowed at this, and he turned to face Orochimaru directly, demanding, "Whose request?" "I cannot disclose that. It is best that you remain unaware." Seeing Madara's expression grow increasingly cold, Orochimaru hastily clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I am not threatening you. Indeed, someone has entrusted me with your resurrection, and that individual possesses immense power, such that even you may find them formidable. Thus, it is better for you not to know at this moment. When that esteemed individual chooses to reveal themselves, you shall naturally learn their true identity." The Sage of 6 Paths had warned him not to disclose that the individual was still alive. Moreover, even if he were to reveal it, he would believe that the Sage of 6 Paths still existed in the Pure Land. Even if he informed Madara, the latter would likely dismiss it as mere folly. As expected, Madara erupted into laughter upon hearing Orochimaru's words. His laughter was wild, unrestrained, and utterly indifferent to the opinions of outsiders. "Haha, you dare claim that I, Uchiha Madara, am not a worthy opponent for anyone? I thought you were one who understood the situation. Yet you are no different from those fools who fail to recognize their own limitations." This is, without a doubt, the most amusing jest I have ever heard. Even during his prime, Senju Hashirama had to exert his utmost against him. Since maturing and awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, no one had ever bested him in a single blow, no one at all. Now, for someone to assert that he was not a worthy adversary was simply the height of absurdity. As he spoke, the red light in his pupils flickered, and 3 tomo began to whirl rapidly, forming a complex pattern of circular tomo. The Manjiki Sharingan's Jinjutsu activated, and Uchiha Madara prepared to ensnare Orochimaru, seeking information about the mysterious powerful figure he had mentioned. Though Madara preferred not to employ Jinjutsu in battle, it did not imply that his skill was lacking. His ability to leave a tangible mark even allowed the likes of Obito to manipulate the Nine Tails, illustrating the extent of his ocular prowess. Orochimaru struggled against even Itachi's mediocre Jinjutsu, let alone the formidable Jinjutsu capable of controlling the Nine Tails. At the instant his chakra infiltrated Orochimaru's body, a force several times stronger than his own ocular power repelled his Jinjutsu. Madara was taken aback. His Jinjutsu had been deflected? He could distinctly sense that the power that had repelled him was the chakra of the Rinnegan. There could be no mistake. As a fellow possessor of the Rinnegan, he could never misidentify that force. A smirk crept onto his lips. He had only activated his Manjiki when casting the Jinjutsu. Had he summoned the Rinnegan, he was confident he could have shattered Orochimaru's ocular prowess. However, such considerations were moot now. He had already discerned the identity of the one behind Orochimaru. To his surprise, Nagato had entrusted Orochimaru with his resurrection. Had he discovered Madara's plans, or was it merely a stroke of luck? It was more likely that he had not realized Madara's intentions. Otherwise, he would never dare allow Orochimaru to resurrect him. Perhaps he merely sought to utilize Madara's power against the Ninja Alliance. How intriguing. The pawn he had orchestrated now attempted to turn the tables and utilize him, the player. All without realizing his own status as a mere piece. The situation grew increasingly fascinating. At this moment, Orochimaru was also coming to terms with the reality. A cold sweat trickling down his back. The earlier occurrence was no mere illusion. Uchiha Madara had indeed cast Genjutsu on him, only to be thwarted by the chakra left within him by the Sage of Six Paths. He could not help but marvel at the sage, whose casual remnants of power were sufficient to rival even Uchiha Madara. His emotions swayed between delight and concern. On one hand, he rejoiced that the ancient figure, the Sage of Six Paths, was indeed still alive. Pursuing the path of eternal life through the soul seemed to be the right choice, and further research would undoubtedly yield positive results. On the other hand, he felt apprehensive, as both the Sage of Six Paths and Uchiha Madara had set their sights on him. No one could predict what these two would do after they had utilized him. This feeling of being a mere pawn on the chessboard left him thoroughly uneasy, just as he felt a sense of dread. Madara did not inquire about the ocular power within him, but rather asked, "Have you prepared the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails and 9 tails that I requested?" Chapter 86. The Divine Power Shuriken. From the moment Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he commanded Orochimaru to utilize the reanimation jutsu to bring back the 3 tails and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Although he was in the Pure Land during this period, he had already grasped the current situation of the shinobi world through his connections with Obito and Black Zetsu. Pain had gathered more than half of the tailed beasts and was preparing to stealthily infiltrate Konoha to abduct the 1-tailed Jinchuriki, taking advantage of the vulnerability of the 5 great nations. Only the 3 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remained. The 8 tails was currently engaged on the battlefield, making it challenging to capture. However, by resurrecting the 3 tails and the 9 tails Jinchuriki and obtaining the residual chakra from them, a weakened version of the 10 tails could be formed. Upon receiving the order, Orochimaru did not hesitate. He immediately performed the summoning technique with both hands. A puff of smoke erupted, and 2 coffins appeared before Uchiha Madara. As the coffin lids creaked open, 2 figures emerged. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was evident that Orochimaru had learned about the Shinigami and had managed to extract Minato's soul from its belly. The 2 4th Kages stood motionless, devoid of consciousness. Like marionettes, Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction and said, "Follow me to the Land of Rain. It is time to conclude the tailed beast collection plan." Without hesitation, Orochimaru responded affirmatively, lamenting, "I heard that Minato's student once became the 3 tails Jinchuriki, but unfortunately, his body was never found. It is likely that Danzo took it for his experiments. I imagined how amusing it would be for Minato to meet his student in this manner. What a pity." Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. "It is fortunate you did not pursue that, or else you would have found yourself in dire trouble if his other student had seen you." Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Kakashi, now possessing a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, likely surpassed him in strength. If Kakashi discovered that he had resurrected his teacher and comrades, he could indeed come seeking vengeance. Though he relished chaos, he was not inclined to court death. A Kakashi wielding Manjiki was undoubtedly formidable, and he could very well meet his downfall at Kakashi's hands. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Madara was not referring to Kakashi, but rather to another, more radical Uchiha with extreme methods. On the battlefield of the allied forces, the prepared Might Guy roared, "Kakashi, get ready. I'm going in." With that, he vanished like a rocket, charging towards the vegetable creature. As Might Guy launched his attack, Killer Bee revealed his true form, a colossal octopus adorned with horns, before everyone. Many were witnessing a tailed beast for the first time, instantly intimidated by the 8 tails' massive size and the overwhelming chakra it exuded. So this is a tailed beast? Indeed. It is a powerful entity that inspires fear. Just then, a towering, ethereal figure loomed before them, even larger than the 8 tails. Kakashi stood atop Susanoo, feeling an exhilarating surge of power, his heart racing with fervor. Observing the strength of the other 3, Akatsuki felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing he was the weakest among them. However, he remained undeterred. He would fulfill his role in this battle. With hands forming seals, he caused the very ground of the battlefield to tremble, and a cloud of yellow sand obscured everyone's vision. Earth Release, Sand Concealment Technique. This jutsu bore no lethal intent, Its sole purpose was to shroud the enemy's sight, thereby severely diminishing the vegetable creature's capabilities. Lacking the ability to sense his opponents through chakra, the creature was rendered blind in this swirling sandstorm. As it stumbled in confusion, the creature felt something collide with it, nearly knocking it over. Before it could regain its footing, another solid hit struck its body. This time, it recognized the assailant, a fist the size of a sandbag, belonging to the glowing Might Guy. After failing to land a solid hit, Might Guy swiftly retreated, using the cover of the sand and the creature's distraction to distance himself safely. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the creature's incredible strength. Even with the power unleashed by opening the 8th gate, he was confident he could fell the 3rd Hokage in a single blow. Yet, his attacks barely fazed this foe. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep the creature occupied, thus completing his mission. No longer approaching the vegetable creature, he opted for ranged attacks, delivering a punch and retreating quickly, never lingering in one spot. The creature, infuriated by the relentless strikes, attempted to pursue but could not locate its adversary. In desperation, it resorted to using its hearing to find the enemy's position. However, this too proved futile, as Killer Bee relentlessly unleashed tailed beast bombs, disrupting its auditory senses. With both sight and hearing compromised, the creature flailed about like a headless fly, occasionally receiving blows from Might Guy, further inflaming its rage. Realizing the ground was a hindrance, the creature resolved to ascend into the sky, reasoning that these bothersome foes could not bring the sand with them. With a thought, it soared into the air. Indeed, once airborne, Might Guy's attacks ceased, and the explosions of the tailed beast bombs became significantly less frequent, confirming the correctness of its decision. Just as the creature began to revel in its triumph, a massive shuriken hurtled toward it. Were it merely a shuriken, it would pose little threat. After all, Might Guy's attacks could not breach its defenses. However, this shuriken was different. It bore the power to distort space, a time-space ninjutsu capable of ignoring disparities in strength, a most unreasonable ability in the ninja world and beyond. The divine power shuriken instantly engulfed the vegetable creature, and as the sand settled, both the shuriken and the creature had vanished, evidently transported to another realm. Suspended in the sky, Kakashi stood at the center of Susanoo, exhaling a long sigh of relief as he gazed into the void ahead. He understood that this opportunity was singular, should he fail to seize it. The creature would not grant them a second chance, and they would all perish. Yet, he hesitated. Although his divine power shuriken could consume its target and send it away, he felt an odd sensation, akin to striking a mosquito and leaving a hole in the wall, yet missing the mosquito entirely. It was as if his divine power shuriken had struck empty air. What should he do? Should he enter the divine power space to confirm? Sending a shadow clone should suffice, right? Chapter 87. The Ninja Alliance, Annihilated. Kakashi formed hand seals, preparing to cast the shadow clone technique, but uncertainty gnawed at him. Suddenly, he perceived a flash of white light before him. The brilliance erupted from his chest, obliterating his hands still in the midst of their seals, and soared toward the horizon. His eyes widened in shock, his mind blank, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Only after the light dissipated did he realize he had been pierced through the chest. The grim truth sinking in, he was dying. The Susanoo began to fade, Kakashi's lifeless body plummeting to the earth, while all gazes remained transfixed on the floating vegetable creature in the sky. Hadn't Kakashi's ninjutsu vanquished this monster? Why had it reemerged? Was this truly the end for Kakashi? The coalition's ninjas were engulfed in despair, their sole hope of defeating the vegetable fiend extinguished. What means remained to conquer this abomination? Were they left with naught but the prospect of waiting for death? In the midst of their hopelessness, the thunderous roar of Might Guy threatened to shatter their eardrums. You monstrous being, you have slain Kakashi. Prepare to face the final roar of Konoha's red beast. Might Guy, now consumed by rage, lowered his body, coiling like a spring, seemingly ready to unleash his ultimate technique. A flicker of hope rekindled in the eyes of the onlookers. Might Guy's overwhelming aura suggested they might yet have a chance. The vegetable creature, sensing the impending power of the attack, remained undeterred, lacking any intention to evade. As one of the strongest subordinates of the Saiyans, he was accustomed to obeying orders, ready to sacrifice himself at a moment's notice. How could he fear a mere anomaly glowing red before him? With his energy gathered, Might Guy, upon seeing the vegetable creature's resolve to endure his assault, felt a surge of exhilaration. Then witnessed the might of Might Guy. He transformed into an illusory red dragon, its gaping maw poised to devour the vegetable creature. The tempestuous wind stirred within the barrier. Even the earth struggled to maintain its form against the onslaught of the gale. As the red dragon charged, the vegetable creature smirked dismissively, raising his palm towards Might Guy. He had grown weary of this game. It was time to annihilate everyone present with an energy cannon. A blinding beam of light shot forth, striking the gaping maw of the red dragon in an instant. Might Guy, with his right leg lifted, braced himself against the energy cannon. The eighth gate of death proved to be an extraordinary power attainable by mere mortals. Withstanding the onslaught for a full second before being entirely consumed by the energy blast. Light enveloped Might Guy, and when it faded, his figure had vanished completely. Reduced to nothingness, no remnants remained. Silence blanketed the battlefield. Not a soul dared to speak. Even breathing seemed to cease momentarily. Despair cloaked everyone. The coalition's ninjas losing their capacity for thought. Some, succumbing to their feeble wills, sank to the ground, their eyes void of hope. Fortunately, Karabi and the earth remained rational. Urging the coalition, do not surrender. Maintain the barrier. Reinforce it without concern for us. We are doomed, but this battle still holds hope. As long as you keep the barrier intact, we shall find a way to slay this monster. Their words ignited confidence among the crowd, however. The elite ninjas within the barrier gazed on with dimmed spirits. They had become pawns, facing the inevitable slaughter by the vegetable creature. Some had even begun to take their own lives, unwilling to face being torn asunder by the monster. Yet, perplexingly, the vegetable creature did not advance. Instead, he stood still, his right hand raised high toward the sky. In the next moment, a fierce white light gathered in his palm, and under the anxious watch of the coalition's ninjas, he hurled the energy cannon at his own feet. The blinding radiance swiftly engulfed the colossal barrier, consuming all within. Those like the earth and Karabi were swallowed by the luminescence. But this was merely the beginning. The white light, like a relentless tide, dismantled the innermost barrier, followed by the second, then the third. In mere moments, hundreds of layers of defenses crumbled to dust, the barriers that once held the demon at bay now appearing woefully fragile before its might. The light continued its ravenous advance, transforming the battlefield into a blinding expanse, eradicating every being or object in its path. Thus, the coalition ninjas faced total annihilation, with only a few fortunate souls managing to escape. These survivors, blessed with the ability to perform reverse summoning techniques, had reacted swiftly to flee. Otherwise, not a single soul would have remained. The grim tableau of the coalition's destruction reverberated across the ninja world, each corner bearing witness to the brutal confrontation. Silence descended upon the realm of ninjas. Even the public screens fell mute. No one could fathom the coalition's defeat, let alone such a catastrophic one. Obliterated in an instant. This was an army of over 100,000 ninjas. They were not just any ninjas, but the elite of the entire ninja world. And yet they had been extinguished in the blink of an eye. They would rather believe they were ensnared in an illusion or that the screens displayed falsehoods. Within the command base of the coalition, the 5 Kage bore ashen faces, their eyes fixed in horror on the screen. No words were uttered. Even the simple act of speech had slipped their minds. Finally, the third Hokage shattered the silence. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying before collapsing from his chair, attempting to prop himself up, but finding even that strength had abandoned him. All ignored him. Even he himself disregarded his fall. As a singular thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. The ninja coalition has been annihilated. Thousands of Sarutobi ninjas have perished. Konoha is finished. Konoha is truly finished. These Sarutobi ninjas were the culmination of his decades of leadership, the next generation he had painstakingly nurtured. Though lacking in top-tier combatants, they possessed a wealth of mid-tier strength. Most crucially, they were all remarkably young, the eldest not exceeding 40, with an average age around 30. Do you grasp the significance of this? This age group was akin to Kakashi and Might Guy, both of whom had endured the Third Great Ninja War. Yet, this batch of Sarutobi ninjas had never appeared on the battlefield. This was their inaugural showcase. Initially, he had fought against all odds to secure their exemption from combat. And these youths had not disappointed him, becoming the bedrock of the next generation's rise. This cohort of Sarutobi ninjas represented the zenith of his life's achievements. Once the next generation of young ninjas matured, Konoha would surely flourish anew under their stewardship, allowing him to depart this world in peace. Yet, who could foresee their utter annihilation today? The mere thought of it compelled him to spit out another mouthful of blood. It was over, without the Sarutobi clan. Konoha was irretrievably doomed. But wait, there is still hope. Chapter 88. The ninja world must flee to the spirit beast sanctuary. The flame of Konoha has not been completely extinguished. Asuma remains at the headquarters of the allied forces, where I have appointed him as one of the guardian ninjas of the five Kages. In Konoha, there is also his grandson Konohamaru, a member of the Sarutobi clan, embodying the hope of the entire village. As long as they exist, the spark of Konoha will endure. Instantly invigorated, he called over the dazed messenger ninja and commanded, "Go notify Sarutobi Asuma to return to Konoha immediately and convey my orders. All members of the Sarutobi clan are to take refuge in Monkey Mountain, accompanied by the promising juniors of each family. No delays are permitted. Speed is of the essence. Do you understand?" "Yes." The messenger ninja, still shaken from the devastation of the allied forces, hurriedly departed. Had it not been for Sarutobi Hisashi's call, he would likely still be in a daze. The other Kages, roused from their stupor, were met with an overwhelming dread. Do the strong fear? Of course. The powerful are not immune to fear. They may appear fearless due to their skills, yet the emergence of the vegetable man shattered their illusions. They realized that they were not as invincible as they thought. In the presence of genuine strength, the distinction between a Kage and a mere genin becomes insignificant, merely a matter of the vegetable man's casual strike. Fear restored their sanity, and they heard Sarutobi Hisashi's orders. Noki was the first to exclaim, "The Hokage's decision is sound. This is no longer a matter of how to defeat the otherworldly invaders. It is about preserving the flickering flame of hope for the village amidst the slaughter of a formidable enemy. Where's the messenger ninja? Hurry. I have urgent orders to send back to Awagakure." The fourth Raikage stood up and shouted, "The messenger is moving too slowly. I shall return to the village myself. The responsibility here falls to you." With that, he prepared to leave, seemingly intent on sprinting back to Kumogakure to relay his commands. The sanest among them was the third kazakage, Shayu, who held back the fourth Raikage and said, "There's no need for that. Let us call the messenger back. We have the sky screen at our disposal. We can issue commands to all ninja villages using the public chat feature. As for how many can be evacuated, we must leave that to fate." Upon hearing this, everyone smacked their foreheads, realizing they had overlooked this detail, no matter how fast they ran. The sky screen could relay messages more swiftly. The five Kages swiftly issued a joint declaration on the sky screen, placing all ninja villages in a state of emergency. All young and exceptional ninja talents were to be sent to the Spirit Beast Sanctuary for refuge, prioritizing the most promising ninjas, followed by the powerful Jonin still stationed in the villages, as these exceptional ninjas required guidance. The mediocre ninjas would be the last to enter. If the Spirit Beast Sanctuary reached capacity, they were to remain in the ninja world and not compete for survival resources with the hopes of the villages. As for the civilians, their utility was negligible. Faced with a cataclysmic crisis, there was no time to consider their plight. They were left to fend for themselves. Once the orders were issued, chaos erupted across the ninja world, as everyone scrambled for the chance to enter the sanctuary. The Spirit Beast Sanctuary was not particularly large, as not all spirit beasts had the capacity of the three major sanctuaries. Some were so small that they could hardly accommodate 100 humans. In desperation, ninjas even began to slaughter spirit beasts to gain more space for refuge. The spirit beasts, however, were not foolish. They possessed wisdom, even if they could not speak. Witnessing the turmoil, they decisively dissolved their contracts with the ninjas, expelling all who sought to enter and sealing off all passages. Faced with this predicament, the ninjas from small nations had to resort to more desperate measures. Raiding the large nations was out of the question. The 5 great ninja villages were on high alert, and as outsiders, they could not guarantee the spirit beast's consent for entry. Ultimately, they had no choice but to dig tunnels for refuge. Various tunnels and secret passages were excavated, with the small nation ninjas hoarding supplies like hamsters, preparing to hide until the vegetable man departed or met his demise. Until then, they had no intention of emerging. The ninja world was filled with cries of despair, while the 5 great ninja villages fared significantly better. Their rich heritage ensured that the spirit beasts they had contracts with had more ample space, and they entered with a wealth of resources from their villages, such as ninjutsu scrolls, herbs, and medical texts, thus avoiding the chaos that plagued the small nations. Batch after batch of exceptional genin and students from ninja academies sought refuge in the sanctuary, gradually bringing a sense of calm to the 5 Kages. In doing so, they had found a glimmer of hope for their villages. Even if the 5 great ninja villages were destroyed, they could rebuild after the enemy's rampage. Just as they began to feel a semblance of relief, a tremor reverberated from outside the base, sending shivers down their spines. This temporary base, constructed within a hollowed-out mountain, shook violently, and an ominous premonition gripped the hearts of the five Kages. With a resounding crash, the ceiling above seemed to be lifted, revealing a brilliant starry sky and the floating green monstrosity above it. The vegetable man had arrived. The entire ninja world held its breath, and the five Kages, facing the vegetable man, turned pale and began to sweat profusely. The more one fears, the more inevitable the confrontation becomes. With no avenue for retreat, they resolved to bring forth their strongest cards and confront the foe head-on. The third kazakage, Shiryu, manipulated the prepared iron sand. The fourth Raikage, maximized the power of his lightning armor. The third Tsuchikage, Noki, held a translucent cube, and the fifth Mizukage, Meiterumi, had no special techniques but was prepared to strike at any moment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, had already made his move. He slammed his right hand against the ground, and two pitch-black coffins emerged. Upon seeing these coffins, tears welled in the eyes of the third kazakage, Shiryu. Had it not been for the imminent threat, he would have unleashed his sand-iron domain against Sarutobi Hisashi. The technique employed by Sarutobi Hisashi was the impure world reincarnation, a jutsu regarded with disdain in the ninja world for disturbing the peace of the deceased. Those who dared to use it would inevitably face the scorn of all, much like Orochimaru. Yet, in this moment, concerns were set aside, and the viewers on the sky screen pondered whether the summoned powers could aid the five Kages in defeating the vegetable man and safeguarding the ninja world. Before anyone could contemplate further, the coffins creaked open, and two figures emerged, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. In the past, seeing these two would have sent ninjas into a frenzy, for they were the god of shinobi and his brother, the second Hokage. However, now, no one was surprised by their appearance. Rather, there was an undercurrent of anxiety. Could the mere presence of the first and second Hokages truly empower the five Kages to triumph over the vegetable man? Doubts lingered among the ninjas. Chapter 89. Astonishingly successful. This foolish operation actually worked. The souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were originally in the possession of Orochimaru. Long ago, these two figures were summoned and sealed by Orochimaru using the Edo Tensei technique. Logically, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not have been able to summon them. However, who was Senju Tobirama? He was the most formidable inventor in the ninja world, and even Orochimaru had to step back in the face of his ninjutsu mastery. After becoming deceased and personally experiencing the Edo Tensei, Tobirama improved upon this technique and entrusted it to Hiruzen. This was not merely a matter of trust. It was rather that there was no one else he could rely on, ultimately leading him to hand it over to Hiruzen to use in Konoha's most perilous moment. The modified Edo Tensei even acquired certain attributes akin to summoning techniques, capable of remotely calling forth the souls of the deceased, directly snatching the souls of the two brothers from Orochimaru's seal. Feeling the icy sensation within him, Tobirama frowned and remarked, "This feeling is truly dreadful." The body of Edo Tensei is still inferior to the original. Thus, he lamented the invention of such ninjutsu that manipulated the souls of the deceased, as it would only disturb. Before Tobirama could finish his admonition to his brother, a warm current surged into Hashirama's body, swiftly spreading throughout, leaving him immensely refreshed. Tobirama experienced the same sensation, and with vigilance, he continually checked his body with chakra, the results leaving him gasping in astonishment. Before long, the fissures on their faces vanished completely, their pallor transformed into the healthy hue of living beings, and their physical condition restored to their peak during life. The two were entirely resurrected, their powers returned to their optimum state. Not only the Senju brothers, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen and others nearby underwent visible changes. Hiruzen grew increasingly youthful, ultimately reverting to the pinnacle of his strength at the age of 45, when he was renowned as the strongest Hokage. On the other hand, Noki transformed from a frail old man to a robust middle-aged figure, though his height remained unchanged, rendering his transformation less conspicuous than Hiruzen's. The fourth Raikage felt a significant enhancement in his chakra control, even managing to execute the previously challenging Hell Stab, Volume 1, feeling that he could now match the prowess of his peak father. As for Tsunezgara and Meiterumi, they remained largely unchanged. One had been at his peak upon resurrection, while the other was still youthful and unscathed, thus exhibiting no notable alterations. After surveying everyone's condition, Tobirama shifted his focus from the five Kage to Hashirama. He approached closer and whispered, "Brother, it seems that this vegetable man is lacking in perception. We could exploit this weakness." Many had realized this, including Tobirama. If they could leverage the opponent's flaws along with Hashirama's formidable strength, there might be hope to defeat the vegetable man. The five Kage nodded in agreement, with Noki volunteering, "Let me take the lead. My dust release can surely breach that monster's defenses." Tobirama acknowledged him with a nod and prepared to utilize the shadow binding technique to obscure the vegetable man's vision. At that moment, Hashirama raised his hand to stop him, leaving Tobirama puzzled. "Brother, is there something else?" Hashirama did not respond to his brother's inquiry but stepped forward to address the vegetable man. "May we descend to converse?" The five Kage were taken aback, and Tobirama facepalmed, realizing that Hashirama was still considering negotiation at such a critical juncture. He sternly reprimanded, "Brother, this is no time for jokes. You witnessed it. This is a terrifying monster that has slain over 100,000 ninjas. Negotiation is out of the question. We must eliminate it now, or everyone in the ninja world will perish." Hashirama ignored Tobirama's pleas, stubbornly insisting, "I still wish to give it a try." Witnessing his brother's resolute attitude, Tobirama could only sigh in resignation. Hashirama, often whimsical, was unyielding once he made a decision. All Tobirama could do was maintain his hand seals, ready to cast the shadow binding technique at the slightest sign of aggression from the vegetable man. Hiruzen, initially intent on voicing his opposition, fell silent upon seeing Tobirama's acceptance of the plan. Perhaps Hashirama's words had an effect, or maybe the vegetable man had grown weary and sought rest. For it descended from the sky, landing a mere 20 meters away from Hashirama. This position was precarious. Even a typical J-nin could launch a surprise attack. And everyone felt a chill of apprehension for Hashirama. The chat room was abuzz with activity. What is the first Hokage doing? Is he truly attempting to negotiate with such a monster? At this distance, if the vegetable man suddenly attacks, even the god of ninjas would struggle to escape unharmed. What on earth is he thinking? Why is he negotiating with that monster? Quickly deal with it and avenge us. Yes, avenged you. Wait, this brother from Sunagakure, weren't you just killed in that explosion? I did indeed perish, which is why I am conversing with you from the Pure Land. This feels odd. Being killed doesn't seem so frightening. At least I can chat with you through the chat room. Then swap places with me in the Pure Land. Apologies, forget I said anything. Unaware of the chat room's discussions, Hashirama gazed at the vegetable man with a smile. "Dear vegetable man, everything that transpired earlier was a misunderstanding. Might I kindly request you to cease this war? The peace of the ninja world is hard-earned. If you have any demands, please voice them, and we shall endeavor to meet them, as long as they are not excessive." The five Kage internally scoffed, finding it futile to converse with the vegetable man, while Tobirama had already summoned his chakra, prepared to act preemptively. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, the vegetable man suddenly opened its mouth and pointed to itself. All were left puzzled, unsure of the gesture's meaning, until Hashirama struck his palm with his fist. Realization dawning upon him. "I see now, dear vegetable man, you must be hungry, correct?" The vegetable man lowered its hand and nodded with a mischievous grin. Hashirama immediately turned to his companions, asking, "Is there any food prepared here?" Hiruzen, caught off guard by the inquiry, stammered, "Yes, there is plenty. Meant as rations for the allied ninja." Tobirama quickly urged Hiruzen, "Hurry and bring all the food." Oh. Chapter 90. Speaking of which, it seems the ninja struck first. Cooking, of course, did not require Sarutobi Hiruzen to personally intervene. The logistical ninjas swiftly took action, retrieving a copious amount of food from the underground storerooms. The provisions here were remarkably abundant, as the logistical ninjas brought forth several large scrolls, each tall enough to reach a person's height, containing enough sustenance to feed a 100-man squad for a week. However, all of it was raw. It required the culinary ninjas to process it before it could be consumed. Before the entire ninja alliance, the culinary ninja set up a large pot and began to cook the ingredients. In no time, a delectable aroma filled the headquarters of the coalition. One ninja, nicknamed Vegetable Man, could hardly contain himself, drooling at the scent, and was about to reach into the pot for a taste. The culinary ninja swiftly swatted his hand away, sternly warning him that the food was not yet ready and that no one could eat before it was served. This was his code as a culinary ninja. Though reluctant, Vegetable Man retracted his hand, watching the pot with a greedy gaze, fearful that others might snatch the food before him. Witnessing this scene, Saratobi, Hiruzen, and the others felt an overwhelming sense of dread, wishing they could slap the culinary ninja into the wall. Do you even realize how many coalition ninjas were felled by that hand you just swatted away? Upholding your culinary code is one thing, but provoking this monster could lead to dire consequences. Even the god of ninjas might not be able to save you. Eventually, the food was prepared. Before it could be plated, Vegetable Man dove headfirst into the pot, startling everyone around him. He began hurling various delicious morsels into his mouth. Some pieces of meat larger than his own head, yet he swallowed them whole, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. It was only at this moment that the watching ninjas regained their composure and began to voice their astonishment on the public screen. What on earth is going on? Why are we suddenly eating? Weren't we supposed to be battling Vegetable Man? How did we go from combat to a feast? Could it be possible that Vegetable Man harbors no hostility towards us? How can that be? That monster has killed so many ninjas, even I. Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you see? But it was your coalition that attacked him first. Naturally, he retaliated after being struck. In the Pure Land, all the recently fallen coalition ninjas fell silent. Was this truly the case? It seemed to be so. They had initiated the attack, intending to eradicate Vegetable Man at once, only for him to retaliate. So, was the fault genuinely theirs? Yet, this was an invasion by the Saiyans. Acting preemptively for self-preservation seemed justified, did it not? Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, those recently slain shadow-level warriors, were rendered speechless. Jiraiya discreetly sent a private message to Tsunade. It seems we may have acted a bit impulsively. If we had introduced ourselves before the fight, perhaps this battle could have been avoided. After sending the message and receiving no reply for some time, he assumed Tsunade was asleep and sighed, choosing not to disturb her peace. Little did he know, Tsunade was engaged in a private conversation with Kato, and Senju Tobarama had not even entered the group chat. After satisfying his hunger, Vegetable Man reclined in his chair, looking exceedingly content. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama attempted to engage in conversation with him. Initially expecting communication to be challenging, he was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the dialogue unfolded. Vegetable Man had no intention of concealing any information. He had nothing to hide. Created to fight for the Saiyans. He had not received any orders this time, and thus was uncertain about what to do next. He pointed out that the earlier conflict was entirely the coalition's fault for initiating combat. The entire ninja world found it both amusing and perplexing, yet they felt a semblance of relief, for Vegetable Man demonstrated no hostility. This was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Senju Hashirama smiled at Vegetable Man, suggesting, "Since you are unsure of your next steps, how about I guide you on a tour of the ninja world? What do you think?" After some contemplation, Vegetable Man agreed. As he had not received any combat orders from the Saiyans and could always carry out his duties later when he received instructions. Just at that moment, an announcement echoed through the skies. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Senju Hashirama for successfully challenging the Phase 1 boss. He embraced the enemy with the ideals of peace and an open heart, transforming foe into friend, leading Vegetable Man to harbor no animosity towards the ninja world. As time progresses, Vegetable Man will embark on the classic path of redemption. Next, we present the boss contribution leaderboard. First place, Senju Hashirama. Second place, Mike Guy. Third place, Hatake Kakashi. Fourth place, Tsunade. Fifth place. The leaderboard will continue to update as the challenge progresses, with later bosses receiving higher scores. The Phase 2 boss will be deployed to a designated location after 72 hours. Let us unite to face the boss and protect the peace of the ninja world. Farewell. After reading the announcement, the audience of the ninja world sighed in relief. The official confirmation from the announcement assured them that Vegetable Man no longer harbored any hostility and would not attack them without provocation. The memory of Vegetable Man's ruthless actions still haunted many, leaving a profound psychological shadow. Senju Hashirama was elated. Yet he noticed a peculiar issue. Vegetable Man appeared unable to see the announcement screen. When the announcement had played, the entire ninja world had heard it. But Vegetable Man seemed as if he were deaf, scratching his head in confusion when it was pointed out to him. This confirmed for Hashirama and Tobarama that Vegetable Man could neither see nor hear the announcement, leading them to speculate that the subsequent bosses would likely be the same. This was tremendous news for them. They could glean the enemy's movements through the announcement, while the enemies would be unable to track them in the same manner. At the border of the Land of Rain, Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru stood, gazing up at the announcement. Hashirama, you naive fool. Do you truly believe that you can turn that little beast into a friend? How laughable. When the other two Saiyans appear, he will immediately turn against you. Your idealistic notions will only bring ruin upon yourself and those around you. Uchiha Madara clearly disapproved of Hashirama's approach, believing that attempting to turn enemies into friends was fraught with peril. Only by annihilating all adversaries could one eliminate the threat. It seemed that peace in the ninja world could not be entrusted to Hashirama, but must rely on his infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Once the 10 tails were fused, he would eliminate every Saiyan, vegetable man, and even this Navi Hashirama in one fell swoop. He intended to prove to everyone that the infinite Tsukuyomi was the only path to peace. As he reveled in his vision of a beautiful future, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared before him, from which a figure emerged, twisting as it stepped into view. Chapter 91. I come to reclaim my eyes. Orochimaru had never encountered the masked man and was unaware of Obito's true identity. Therefore, upon witnessing the spatial ninjutsu of the other, he felt a tinge of curiosity. As for caution, he harbored none. The formidable Uchiha Madara could handle any threat that arose. Moreover, within the Pure Land, he had connections that would ensure his resurrection even in death, leaving him with a sense of invulnerability. After emerging from the Kamui space, Obito remained stationary, his single eye beneath the mask scrutinizing Uchiha Madara, a palpable sense of wariness emanating from him. Madara, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, inquired. Upon receiving news from Black Zetsu, "Why did you not come to see me at once?" Obito removed his mask, acknowledging that there was no longer a need for secrecy in this situation. His masked persona had merely served to leverage Madara's reputation to manipulate others while avoiding the scrutiny of Kakashi and other acquaintances, whose meddling he wished to evade. However, with Kakashi and the others perished on the battlefield, the pretense had lost its purpose. Upon seeing Obito's true visage, Orochimaru hesitated momentarily before realization dawned upon him. If memory served him correctly, this was a student of Minato from the Uchiha clan. To his surprise, this young man had not perished but had instead concealed himself as Madara's subordinate. Obito, without casting a glance at Orochimaru, gestured toward his newly acquired three-tomo Sharingan, stating, "I encountered an unforeseen incident and had to transplant a new eye, which is why I could not visit you sooner." Madara, unfazed by Obito's explanation, replied with indifference, "Now that I have been resurrected, had you not possessed valuable spatial abilities, I would have eliminated you without hesitation." He then inquired expressionlessly, "How is the collection of tailed beasts progressing?" The one tail had already been captured, and the defenses in Konoha were virtually non-existent. Even the former Jinchuriki of the 9 tails had vanished. Currently, the remaining tailed beasts included the 3 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. Both the 3 tails and 8 tails Jinchuriki were deceased. While it was rumored that the 9 tails had been seized by an individual lurking behind the curtain, though the specifics remained unclear. At that moment, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, brandishing a massive octopus tentacle. This was acquired by Itachi and Kisame during their capture of the 8 tails. It should help compensate for the lack of chakra attributes of the 8 tails. Madara smiled slightly, declaring, "That will suffice. Although the 10 tails I resurrect will not reach perfection, most of its abilities can be restored. Nagato's task of collecting the tailed beasts has reached its conclusion. It is time for him to fulfill his ultimate mission." With that, he proceeded toward the direction of the hidden rain village, where the rain cascaded like a waterfall. The rain contained sensory chakra, yet Madara paid it no heed. He was not one to skulk about. He would approach Nagato openly and without stealth. At that moment, Nagato, who was sealing the 7 tails, widened his eyes in shock as he sensed an extraordinarily powerful chakra approaching. This chakra bore the unmistakable essence of humanity, its magnitude rivaling that of the tailed beasts. Such strength was not to be underestimated. Deep within, he felt an ominous premonition of impending disaster. Conan, observing his change in expression, turned to ask, "Nagato, what is it?" They stood atop the fingers of the outer path golem, with the immortal duo and the water and fire teams present. Apart from the captured artistic duo and Zetsu, who had ventured out for reconnaissance, the rest of the Akatsuki members were gathered there. Others also noted Nagato's altered demeanor, glancing at him with curiosity. An intruder with overwhelming chakra is here. Wait. Nagato sensed several more chakra signatures entering the realm of his Rain Tiger free technique, and he recognized these chakras all too well. The masked man, Zetsu, and Orochimaru. What an unusual assembly. I thought Orochimaru was dead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately halted the sealing of the 7 tails and instructed everyone, "Follow me." The six swiftly departed from the depths of the outer path golem's lair, emerging before Madara and the others. Nagato had ceased relying on the six paths of pain, as his true body could wield pain's abilities with greater potency. When the time came, summoning them would suffice. He quickly spotted Uchiha Madara, clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, and upon recognizing his face, his eyes widened in disbelief. This visage was identical to the statue at the Valley of the End. This was undoubtedly the true Uchiha Madara. The masked man also removed his mask. Though he was not Madara, he appeared to be his proxy, yet that detail seemed inconsequential. He gazed at Madara with caution, the Rinnegan glowing intensely, and asked, "Are you Uchiha Madara? What is your purpose in coming here? And as for the masked man, you have finally removed your mask. It seems you are merely a subordinate of Uchiha Madara." Obito refrained from responding, as the situation had spiraled beyond his control, and with Madara present, he had no voice in the matter. Madara regarded Nagato with admiration, stating, "I was right to believe in you. Your eyes have been nurtured splendidly. You may return them to me now." Nagato, taken aback by this statement, pondered its implications. It was clear that Madara's interest lay in his Rinnegan. He shot a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, wondering if he had revealed the existence of his eyes to Madara. Yet, such considerations were trivial. It was evident that Madara had been resurrected by Orochimaru, and with the power of the human path, he need not fear the so-called Edo Tensei. You, an outdated relic of a bygone era, your glory belongs to a distant past. In this current world of shinobi, only one true God exists, and that is I. As for you, daring to challenge the authority of the divine shall be your downfall. With that, he raised his right palm toward Madara, activating the Deva Path's repulsion. As Obito and the others prepared to evade, Madara similarly raised his right hand, the tomo in his eyes shifting and ultimately transforming into the Rinnegan, identical to Nagato's. How is this possible? Nagato exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe his eyes. Madara was supposed to wield the Uchiha clan's Meijiki Sharingan. So why had it transformed into the Rinnegan? No one answered his bewilderment, and a force surpassing his Deva Path's repulsion struck him, sending him hurtling backward. However, his strength prevented him from being defeated in a single blow. He stabilized himself in midair, using gravitational techniques before gently descending to the ground. Though uninjured, he was profoundly shaken. The immortal duo exchanged glances, while Obito and the masked man, once members of the Akatsuki, now stood as traitors. Madara's resurrection left them acutely aware of the threat he posed. Should they flee now, or adhere to protocol, perhaps throwing a kunai before escaping? Itachi and Kisame fixated on Madara, while Orochimaru's intentions remained unclear. Only Konan looked at Nagato with concern, discreetly manipulating explosive tags to encircle the hidden rain. Chapter 92. The Dawn Organization changes leadership, merging with the Ten Tails, Uchiha Madara. What is the true nature of your Rinnegan? Nagato bellowed in rage. Esteeming himself as a deity, he had long believed that the Rinnegan was a divine gift bestowed upon him, a token to judge the ninja world. Even when faced with adversaries of greater strength, he remained composed, firmly convinced of the destiny granted by the Rinnegan. To him, the Rinnegan was not merely a source of power, but a profound faith. Yet now he witnessed an astonishing revelation. Uchiha Madara also possessed the Rinnegan. Claiming it as his own, utter nonsense. He yearned to violently subdue Madara to affirm his destiny, only to despair as he realized that Madara wielded the Rinnegan with greater finesse. He teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He glared at Orochimaru with a cold countenance and accused, "You orchestrated this, didn't you? You resurrected Uchiha Madara with impure world reincarnation and fabricated a false Rinnegan to deceive me, thinking I would be fooled?" Orochimaru regarded Nagato with a mocking gaze, uninterested in providing explanations to a dead man. Uchiha Madara raised two fingers, and in an instant, Nagato found himself kneeling, his skin withered and hair turned gray, resembling an elderly man. Why has the Rinnegan drained my chakra so swiftly? What have you done? I have already stated, this Rinnegan was originally mine. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Rinnegan's innate technique. The chakra absorbed by the Rinnegan rapidly transformed into life force, descending upon Uchiha Madara. This unforeseen turn of events astounded all present. None could fathom that Nagato had long been under control. Could it be that this Rinnegan truly belonged to Uchiha Madara? As Nagato lay on the ground, he attempted to struggle, seeking to command the outer path golem to replenish his life force, only to discover he could not control it. Not only the golem, but he also found himself unable to utilize the Rinnegan's abilities. At this moment, the Rinnegan served no purpose beyond absorbing his chakra. He succumbed to despair, utterly powerless to destroy the Rinnegan, left to languish on the ground in hopeless anticipation of death. Suddenly, the sky darkened, shrouded by an enormous cloud. The onlookers gazed up, realizing this was no ordinary rain cloud. It was a mass of explosive tags, countless in number. Konan, with her paper wings, stood before Nagato, glaring at Uchiha Madara with a resolute gaze. Release Nagato immediately. Otherwise, I will detonate these 50 billion explosive tags, and everyone here shall perish. At this moment, the Rinnegan's innate technique had concluded. Uchiha Madara had been resurrected but lacked eyes, for the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan could not conjure another pair from thin air. Although he could not see, he acutely sensed the overwhelming sea of explosive tags above. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. Such trifles were beneath his notice. He stepped forward, intending to seize Nagato's Rinnegan. At that instant, an unexpected figure emerged, standing alongside Konan before Nagato. The crowd regarded Kisame with puzzled expressions, usually so docile. What had prompted this display? Was he truly loyal to Nagato? Konan furrowed her brows and inquired. Your relationship with Nagato was never that close, was it? Why do you stand up now? Kisame grinned, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I have betrayed my comrades too many times. I am weary of that feeling. From now on, I shall never betray my companions again. Konan sensed the sincerity in Kisame's words, reflecting on the rare bravery among rogue ninjas willing to sacrifice for their comrades. Once, she had looked down upon rogue ninjas, deeming them untrustworthy traitors. Yet now she found Kisame standing by her side. Taking a deep breath, she replied, You hold them off for a moment. I will take Nagato and leave. We will contact you afterward. Turning to depart, she was unprepared for a sudden, overwhelming force that struck her back. At that moment, her chakra was violently siphoned from her body. Bam! Konan was sent flying, crashing into the wall, fracturing her chest and limbs while losing her chakra. Struggling to lift her head, she beheld the expression of rage and despair on the face of her assailant. Kisame, you traitor! In the sky, the explosive tags spiraled out of control, plummeting like rain, creating a paper rain funeral. Kisame sheathed his sword, grinning. I have not betrayed anyone. You merely misunderstood. My comrades have never been you. He turned to Obito, his gaze complex, and said, It seems Mr. Obito did not deceive me. You truly are Uchiha Madara's representative in the ninja world. He then directed his attention to Uchiha Madara, his playful demeanor replaced by solemnity. I wish to personally confirm. Is the infinite Tsukuyomi plan genuine? Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, walking past him to kneel before Nagato. By this time, Nagato had perished, and Madara bent down to extract the Rinnegan from his eye sockets, connecting it to his optic nerves with chakra transformed into the power of all creation. Upon regaining his sight, he turned to Kisame and earnestly replied, Indeed, it is genuine. You shall witness it soon. Kisame, no longer hesitating, unleashed a massive water bullet to send Konan on her way, vowing to become one of the most loyal executors of the Moon Eye Plan. Uchiha Madara then fixed his gaze on Kakuzu and the others, particularly focusing on Uchiha Itachi. What shall your choice be? Will you submit to my rule? Or do you wish to meet your end by my hand? Kakuzu promptly expressed his willingness to submit, casting a sorrowful glance at the paper rain above, money he had painstakingly accumulated over a lifetime. That wasteful Konan deserved to be punished. Haiden attempted to voice his objections, but Uchiha Madara's mere glance caused him to retract his neck, raising both hands in support of Madara as the new leader of the Akatsuki. Whether his gesture signified support or surrender was left to interpretation. Finally, it was Uchiha Itachi's turn. Initially believing he was doomed, as the executor of the Uchiha clan's genocide, how could the legendary Uchiha Madara spare him? To his surprise, Madara showed no interest. Harboring no desire for vengeance against the Uchiha clan, which relieved Itachi secretly. He still had unfinished business with Sasuke. He did not wish to die in such a humiliating manner at Madara's hands. Thus, the leadership of the Akatsuki shifted to a new master. Upon assuming command, Uchiha Madara's first act was to seal all tailed beasts. His strength far exceeded that of the Akatsuki members previously. It took the entire organization a week to seal a single beast, but he alone accomplished all seals within 10 seconds. This terrifying power thoroughly subdued all members of the Akatsuki, rendering further efforts to merge the tailed beasts unnecessary. For a time, the Akatsuki members found themselves at a loss for tasks. Just as they languished in idleness, Uchiha Itachi sought out Orochimaru. Chapter 93. The Overweight Vegetable Man, Nabata has arrived. In the past, members of the Akatsuki organization were perpetually busy, their schedules filled with various tasks that left little time for themselves. However, now that the Tailed Beast collection plan had reached completion, the next step was for Uchiha Madara to merge with the Ten Tails on his own. The members of the Akatsuki suddenly found themselves with an abundance of free time. Orochimaru had initially intended to delve into research concerning the soul, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi sought him out. He looked at Itachi with an odd expression, having long since let go of his fixation on the Uchiha bloodline. He now regarded Uchiha Madara merely as a pawn manipulated by the Sage of Six Paths. He had relinquished his former obsessions, and, naturally, he was no longer interested in Itachi. I never expected you would come to find me. Is there something you need? Itachi remained silent, his Manjiki Sharingan locked onto Orochimaru. Surprisingly, Orochimaru exhibited no fear. He met Itachi's gaze directly, unfazed by the power of his Sharingan. Itachi felt a pang of uncertainty. Why did Orochimaru seem so peculiar now? After a moment, he deactivated his Manjiki, reverting to his normal state, and turned to Orochimaru, stating, "Follow me." Orochimaru followed Itachi without a hint of trepidation. Emboldened by the Sage of Six Paths support, the two traversed the extensive sewer system of the Land of Rain, which, due to the region's perpetual rainfall, was remarkably developed. Even tailed beasts could walk upright and stride forward without the worry of hitting their heads on the low ceilings. Soon, they arrived at a concealed chamber. Itachi pressed several points at the entrance before slowly pushing the door open, gesturing for Orochimaru to enter. Orochimaru stepped inside with a light chuckle, but his smile froze upon entering the room. There were no traps, only a person he could never have anticipated, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was wrapped in bandages, although injured. He was not incapacitated. Upon seeing Itachi and Orochimaru enter, he lunged at Itachi like a ravenous wolf, channeling Chidori in an attempt to strike him down. Yet, Itachi simply kicked him away, sending him crashing into the solid wall, nearly rendering him unconscious from the pain. Orochimaru observed the brothers' interaction with a bemused expression, contemplating the pathological nature of Uchiha brotherly affection. He turned to Itachi and inquired, "What have you brought me here for? Just to see him?" Itachi replied, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "You were interested in this fool's body, weren't you? This one is yours." With that, he turned to leave, as if merely transferring a package. Indifferent to the feelings of Sasuke and Orochimaru, fury ignited within Sasuke as he clenched his fists, determined to rise and unleash Chidori once more. But the pain from his injuries forced him to grimace. At this moment, Orochimaru began to understand certain implications. The current ninja world was fraught with peril, and Sasuke remaining in Konoha was likely to attract danger. Where in the ninja world was the safest place? The answer, the land of summoning beasts. Which summoning beast territory was the most secure? The answer, the three great lands. Among the summoners of these three great lands, who among the Sannin remained alive? Orochimaru. In the entire ninja world, only Orochimaru could summon the three great lands beasts to protect their summoners. As for those like Tsunade, as long as she was present, things were manageable. Without her, he was merely an ordinary summoner. Being able to summon a slug was fortunate enough, let alone transporting someone to the sacred land. Did they think it was their family estate? Nevertheless, this outcome was fortuitous for Orochimaru, who was now aware of the so-called Indra's chakra. Keeping Sasuke close meant that should the Sage of Six Paths wish to use him, Orochimaru could readily present him to curry favor. Observing Sasuke's defeated demeanor, he suddenly recalled that the Sage of Six Paths seemed to monitor the situations of the ninja world through this very boy's perspective. He stood tall and executed a deep bow to Sasuke, proclaiming, "My lord, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Please feel free to command me regarding any further matters." Sasuke, bewildered, thought, "What is happening? Why is he bowing to me and calling me my lord? Was this renowned Sannin?" Orochimaru, losing his mind, concealed in the shadows, Itachi was equally astonished. What scheme was Orochimaru concocting? Itachi found himself struggling to comprehend the intentions of this cunning serpent. Thus, Orochimaru cordially invited Sasuke into the Dragon Cave, placing him in the care of Kabuto to learn sage techniques. Whether or not Sasuke succeeded was irrelevant. As long as he was under Orochimaru's control, that sufficed. 3 days swiftly passed, and during this time, the ninjas were treated to an eye-opening spectacle. They witnessed the transformation of the vegetable man from a ruthless invader into a lethargic couch potato, indulging in exquisite cuisine, surrounded by countless servants catering to his every whim. Initially, Senju Hashirama opposed this development, genuinely wishing to cultivate a heartfelt friendship with the vegetable man. However, the influential nobles of the ninja world were indifferent to such sentiments. They bombarded the vegetable man with various sweetened offers, threatening Hashirama with financial repercussions should he oppose them. Ultimately, they resorted to commissioning tasks in Konoha, with the objective of ensuring the vegetable man was treated to the finest food, drink, and entertainment. The task was classified as S-rank. Konoha could not refuse without undermining its own village. Moreover, all expenses were covered by the employer, leading Hashirama to reluctantly acquiesce, witnessing his newly acquired friend devolve into a slothful existence. However, today was a momentous occasion. The second phase's boss, Nabata, was set to descend upon the ninja world. Everyone unanimously agreed on one principle. The vegetable man must not encounter Nabata. Consequently, they escorted him to a medium-sized summoning beast territory. After all, the vegetable man could not see the celestial vault above, and it was unlikely that Nabata would find this place. Keeping him here was beneficial for all. Once again, a familiar pillar of light appeared. However, the city of Maple Leaf had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind a vast basin. Not far from the light pillar, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, awaited with serene composure. This time, the ninja world refrained from dispatching a coalition, for they recognized its futility. In the face of such a formidable adversary as Nabata, an army composed of ordinary ninjas would be ineffectual, especially since they lacked the resources to assemble a force comparable to the previous ninja coalition. That night, no one slept, as the entire ninja world stood vigil alongside the Senju brothers, awaiting the arrival of their otherworldly guest. Suddenly, the light from the pillar intensified. A shooting star burst forth from above, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball, ultimately striking the earth with a resounding thud. Boom! As the dust settled, everyone gazed in astonishment at what had landed. Not a meteor, but a spherical metallic spacecraft, instantly recognizable to all. Nabata, he has arrived. Chapter 94, An Unexpectedly Affable Encounter? With a resounding crash, the spacecraft descended heavily upon the ground, creating a substantial crater. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju exchanged glances before hastening to the site of the spacecraft's impact. The vessel gradually opened, revealing a robust, muscular leg that emerged first, followed by the towering figure of a man. His imposing stature, accentuated by a bald head, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Clad in the distinctive, form-fitting combat attire of the Saiyans, it was none other than Nappa, a figure previously witnessed in the Sky Dome. At that moment, the hearts of all within the ninja world raced with trepidation. Even from behind screens, the mere sight of Nappa prompted an instinctive gasp as everyone held their breath, fearing that any sound might draw the attention of this fearsome warrior. Nappa, with a menacing countenance, stepped out of the spacecraft, his face contorted in a display of fury, his features twisting grotesquely as he opened his gaping maw. The collective anxiety among the ninja world escalated. What was happening? Was this terrifying Saiyan preparing to unleash a dreadful beam of energy? Just as the entire ninja realm observed in trepidation, Nappa lazily yawned, stretching his neck and limbs. After enduring a lengthy space journey of over half a year, he had finally arrived at Dragon Ball Star. The audience in the ninja world collectively fell to the ground, pleading for him to refrain from such alarming displays of fatigue, as they were acutely aware of the toll it could take on their hearts. As he twisted his sore neck, Hashirama suddenly called out to him, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Nappa, the Scion? My name is Hashirama Senju, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Turning towards the source of the voice, Nappa beheld an extraterrestrial being resembling a Scion, precisely as described in the records of Dragon Ball Star. However, he was puzzled as to how this individual knew his name. Instinctively, he pointed his hand at his power level detector, eager to ascertain the combat strength of his interlocutor. Yet, his finger inadvertently pressed against his own temple, realizing with dismay that he was not wearing the device. "Hey, where's my detector?" he exclaimed, leaving the bewildered Hashirama behind as he retreated into his spacecraft in search of it. "No, it's not here. Where could my detector have gone?" The spectators in the ninja world observed this eccentric Scion with a mix of disbelief and amusement. Hadn't they proclaimed themselves the mightiest warriors in the universe? Yet, He appeared more akin to the universe's most comedic race. Hashirama, left waiting, burned no anger or frustration. Instead, he found himself increasingly intrigued. Nappa's demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity, suggesting that he might be amicable, and perhaps they could engage in a dialogue to peacefully resolve the situation. In fact, many in the ninja world shared Hashirama's sentiment upon witnessing Nappa's behavior. The Saiyans were undeniably powerful, and if possible, they wished to avoid any conflict with them. However, Tobirama approached, placing a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, shattering his hopeful illusion. "Brother, this fellow is searching for his power level detector. He intends to ascertain our strength before deciding whether to engage us in combat or converse." Upon hearing this, Hashirama momentarily froze, then felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he raised his head with determination, asserting, "I still wish to attempt a dialogue. Perhaps the Saiyans are a peace-loving race. After all, the individual known as Goku is quite fond of peace, isn't he?" Tobirama nearly retorted, "Which eye of yours saw Goku as a peace lover? He merely fights to protect Dragon Ball Star. The desire to protect a planet does not conflict with the inclination to battle others." However, he understood that such arguments were futile once his brother made a decision. It was as unyielding as stone. All he could do was remain vigilant. Nappa emerged from the spacecraft, his expression one of exasperation. His power-level detector was indeed missing, and he realized that his spacecraft could not detect Vegeta's presence. The coordinates surrounding him were entirely unfamiliar, and within the cosmic realm explored by Frisia's army, there were no nearby celestial bodies. "What is happening? Have I taken a wrong turn?" He turned to inquire of Hashirama while remaining cautious about the unknown strength of his counterpart. Typically, he would opt for a display of strength in such situations, but today, he would choose a more diplomatic approach. The so-called martial contest entailed an immediate engagement, while a literary contest involved exchanging a few words before the inevitable conflict. Some might wonder if fighting was truly necessary. What nonsense are you spouting? If Saiyans don't fight, are they even Saiyans? Looking at Hashirama, Nappa donned a confident smile and inquired, "I seem to have lost my way. Might I ask where I am, and how one might reach Dragon Ball Star?" Witnessing Nappa's politeness, the Sky Dome chatroom erupted in discussion. Why does this Nappa fellow seem so amiable? Indeed, he differs from the one we saw in previous videos. Could this Nappa be unlike the one we have come to know? Perhaps we have misjudged. Individuals from other worlds need not be mindless brutes. You raise a valid point. The previous vegetable beings are a prime example. With open communication, hostilities can surely be averted. So, it turns out that the Saiyans did not come to invade us. They merely wished to communicate and forge friendships. Those despicable leaders of the 5 great nations. They are the ones who instilled hatred towards the Saiyans. These wretched leaders. So many lives were lost in the Ninja Alliance, and they cowered in their command center. A bunch of cowardly creatures who took my brother's life. Disgraceful 5 Kages. Step down already. Feeling unjustly accused, the Kages protested. They had never anticipated the vegetable beings would annihilate the alliance with such swiftness. Had they delayed even slightly, they would have undoubtedly intervened. Although the outcome of their intervention might have merely added a few names to the casualty list, they certainly would not abandon the alliance out of cowardice. Sarutobi Hiruzen pledged on his mustache. Gaara pledged on the life of his student, the 4th kazakage. Noki swore on his height. Tsunade pledged her entire future and well-being. The 4th Reikage pledged on the Jinchuriki of other nations. At this moment, the atmosphere in the ninja world lightened considerably as they discovered a means to resolve the situation without conflict. The discourse was, of course, quite jovial. Hashirama, wearing a broad smile, replied, "You are currently in the ninja world. Our identity is that of ninjas. As for the Dragon Ball Star you seek, I am uncertain of its location. While I cannot provide you with directions, we in the ninja world are ardent advocates of peace. You are welcome to stay here for a time until you locate your destination." Tobirama wished fervently to deliver a sharp blow to Hashirama's forehead. The individual had not even mentioned staying, yet Hashirama was actively inviting him to remain. Was he truly unafraid of harboring a potential powder keg within the ninja world? Chapter 95, Celestial Technique, would release, True Thousand Hands. Ninja? I have never heard of such a thing. Yet, it seems that even on this remote planet, my name has reached your ears. It appears that my renown has spread throughout the cosmos. With a hearty laugh, Naba endeared himself further to the audience of the ninja realm. After a moment of mirth, he placed his hands on his hips and declared, "I indeed require a brief respite on your planet, but before that, I have a matter to attend to. Please, command me." I am the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and I shall offer my utmost assistance in whatever you require." Naba nodded with a smile, then raised his hand, unleashing an energy wave that obliterated Hashirama and Tobirama into mere fragments. The audience, still basking in the relief of crisis averted, froze upon witnessing the scene, their smiles fading into expressions of sheer pallor. Why? Why did he suddenly attack? We were just conversing amicably. Why strike at the first and second Hokage? What has become of Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama? Could that rogue scion have killed them with a single blow? No one dared respond. Having endured the disastrous defeat of the ninja allied forces, no one could guarantee that the realm's strongest could withstand the bizarre energy waves from another world. However, the next moment, the celestial screen provided them solace. Emerging from the ground, approximately 200 meters away from where Hashirama and Tobirama had been annihilated, were the two Hokage themselves. Though a proponent of peace, the first Hokage was no fool. He would never approach a negotiation without preparedness. The two slain figures were merely Hashirama's wooden clone and Tobirama's shadow clone. Once they surfaced, their expressions were grim. Tobirama, with a dark countenance, advised, "Brother, surely this has disabused you of your faith? Those from another world are utterly untrustworthy. They may betray us at any moment, rendering any negotiation futile." Although disappointed, Hashirama shouted towards Naba in the distance, "My lord Naba, I wish to understand why you struck us so suddenly. Have we offended you in some way?" Naba, observing the two newly emerged ninjas, found this planet's tactics rather entertaining. He also concluded that this realm known as the ninja world did not seem particularly formidable, allowing him to take his time. With a flick of his wrist and a stretch of his sore shoulders, he replied, "Reasons for battle? For us Saiyans, fighting requires no justification. We simply relish the thrill of combat." Hashirama realized that his previous notions were indeed naive. With the opponent clearly declaring themselves an adversary, he felt no need for restraint. He gently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils remained unchanged, devoid of any spinning tomo, though his face bore dark patterns. "Since you are so obstinate, I shall eradicate you from this realm." Celestial technique would release true thousand hands. A colossal wooden statue erupted from the ground, manifesting a figure comparable in size to a tailed beast before the astonished onlookers. Just as the ninjas began to marvel at the first Hokage's formidable prowess, they were astounded to see that the statue was not finished growing. It continued to ascend. The tailed beast-sized statue was adorned with an immense wooden plaque, which soon emerged from the earth, revealing that it was embedded in a gigantic Buddha head. The wooden statue, akin to a tailed beast, was merely a decorative feature on the forehead of this colossal Buddha head. Could this Buddha head be the true form of the first Hokage's technique? In the next moment, the crowd was left in a state of shock. The giant Buddha head was not a solitary entity. It was connected to a neck, which in turn led to a body of the same grand proportions. As this towering figure stood upon the earth, the entire ninja realm trembled in awe at its grand stature. Standing over 1,000 meters tall, the immense humanoid Buddha had thousands of arms, each large enough to effortlessly grasp a tailed beast. Indeed, the colossal form of the tailed beast appeared insignificant before this towering statue. All were rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle, save for Tobirama, who managed to maintain his composure. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he instantly transported himself beside his brother, exclaiming, "Truly, you live up to your title, brother. No matter how often I witness it, your immense strength never fails to amaze." Receiving his brother's praise, Hashirama felt a twinge of pride. He gazed down at Naba, who appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust beneath him, and sighed, his expression sharpening. This time, he would not attempt to dissuade the adversary, but instead unleash the might of the thousand hands Buddha to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. With fists as heavy as mountains, he struck the ground, each blow resonating with explosive force, causing the very earth to tremble. Countless fists rained down upon the bald, ant-like figure, and within mere moments, a massive cloud of dust engulfed the battlefield. Neither Hashirama nor Tobirama dispelled the dust. They understood that beings from another world lacked perceptual abilities, relying solely on sight and sound to locate their foes. Thus, the dusty environment was decidedly in their favor. The audience in the ninja realm found their vision obscured by the dust, but by now, they had no need to continue observing the celestial display. The entire ninja realm quivered beneath Hashirama's onslaught, and regardless of one's location on this planet, they could feel the overwhelming terror of Hashirama's power, as deep as an abyss. "Is this Is this truly the god of ninjas? I can hardly believe it. Such power is indeed within the realm of humanity. Truly. It is the Warring States era. No, the strongest ninja since the inception of the ninja profession. The strongest in history, a title well-earned. The first Hokage was revered even in life. With such a powerful ninja at the helm, the mere Saiyans of another world are but a flick of the fingers. Ah, I cannot endure it any longer. The power of the god of ninjas is utterly intoxicating. Lord Hashirama, please, grant me death. Strike me down to fuel your delight. My comrade is leading the charge. I must intervene before further action. The fierce assault persisted for a solid half-hour before finally ceasing, with Hashirama retracting his fists as the colossal Buddha returned to its dormant state. As if nothing had transpired. Only Hashirama remained atop the statue, breathing heavily. Such an immense display of would-release ninjutsu drained an extraordinary amount of chakra, even for him. Chapter 96. The struggling Senju brothers exhausted from expending vast amounts of chakra. Senju Hashirama knelt on one knee atop the head of the Senju Buddha, gasping for breath. Senju Tobarama hurried over to assist him, asking with concern, "Brother, how are you?" Hashirama waved dismissively, replying, "I am fine." Merely unaccustomed to employing this technique after such a long time. He gazed at the ravaged landscape before him, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Yet all of this is worthwhile. Since our adversary has chosen to become our enemy, we must eliminate them swiftly to deny them a chance to recover." Tobarama nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to descend to inspect the condition of their opponent's remains, a figure suddenly emerged from the swirling dust. The brothers' expressions shifted simultaneously. It was none other than Naba, who appeared completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his attire. After enduring Hashirama's relentless assault for half an hour, Naba remained entirely unharmed. How could this be possible? As the two brothers stood in shock, Naba crossed his arms and scoffed, "I expected your technique to possess greater might, yet it feels like a mere drizzle. To think you could injure me with such feeble attacks is sheer folly. If you have any stronger moves, now would be the time to reveal them, otherwise, I shall not grant you another opportunity." Naba felt that his previous caution had been unwarranted. Lacking a combat power detector had left him somewhat uneasy. However, upon reflection, he reasoned, how could there be so many powerful beings in the universe? As a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, he existed at the pinnacle of existence across the cosmos. In the Frisia army, his power seemed rather ordinary, yet in any other corner of the universe, he would reign supreme. Regaining his composure, Hashirama gritted his teeth and again commanded the Senju Buddha to strike. This time, Naba did not remain stationary. Instead, he extended a hand and clenched his fist. With each incoming wooden fist, he effortlessly countered, shattering the wooden appendage with a light tap. The barrage of wooden fists continued to rain down upon him, yet he effortlessly dismantled them, sending splinters cascading like raindrops, eventually forming a small mountain of debris on the ground. Before long, every fist of the Senju Buddha was reduced to fragments. The colossal statue, towering over 1,000 meters, now stood bereft of any hands, presenting a starkly desolate sight. Hashirama clenched his jaw, confronting a situation he had never before encountered. In past battles, he relied on his immense strength and powerful wood-release techniques to overwhelm his foes. Even against Uchiha Madara, he had employed the same methods, achieving consistent success. Yet now, he felt utterly powerless before Naba. Despite controlling the massive statue, he felt as though he were the minuscule ant, while Naba loomed before him like a divine giant. With his most potent techniques exhausted and his opponent still unscathed and seemingly unperturbed, Hashirama found himself at a loss for how to proceed. As if sensing Hashirama's desperation, Naba spoke with a tone of resignation. "It appears your skills are limited to this. In that case, prepare to meet your end." With that, he raised his fist, channels of energy coursing through it, and unleashed a casual strike. This blow was not even a fraction of his full power, yet it instilled profound fear in both Hashirama and Tobarama. They had forgotten how long it had been since they had experienced such overwhelming dread. Reminiscent of their childhood encounters with the elder of the Uchiha clan, was the disparity in their powers truly so vast? They could not hope to withstand this blow. If they did not evade, both would perish here. Hashirama strained with all his might to move, but the prior exertion had drained him, and he was not known for his speed. There was no way he could evade this strike. Tobarama reacted with swiftness, yet even he had to exert every ounce of his strength, placing his hand on Hashirama's shoulder and activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh, boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the ninja world, shockwaves radiating from their battlefield, encircling the planet in mere minutes. Yet the chaos did not cease there. The waves converged again, rebounding back towards the ruins of Maple Leaf City, colliding once more. This back-and-forth tumult continued 3 times before the explosive force gradually dissipated, restoring silence to the land. As the ninja world settled into stillness, no one uttered a word or posted on the screens, their faces pale and eyes vacant as they stared at the heavens above. Was this a dream? A truly vivid nightmare? But if it was a nightmare, they wished to awaken from it swiftly. Far from Maple Leaf City, Hashirama knelt on one leg, propping himself up with his hands, gasping for breath. His left leg had been obliterated, the lower part entirely missing, exposing pale bone as blood dripped to the ground. However, with his sage body, the bleeding had already ceased, and the wound healed rapidly, though restoration to its original state would take time. Despite his pallid complexion, relief washed over him. As long as he lived, there remained hope. That was a close call. Thank goodness for your quick reflexes. Otherwise, I might have truly. Hashirama intended to express his gratitude to his brother, but when he turned, he was struck by a chilling sight. Tobarama's lower body had vanished entirely, leaving only his upper half struggling to support himself on the ground. Blood gushed from the gaping wound, his intestines spilling forth, and even with the resilience of a Senju, he would likely not survive long. Tobarama, what has happened to you? Hashirama exclaimed, hastily cradling his brother in his arms, desperate to provide aid. Yet, he realized he possessed no medical knowledge. Forced to watch helplessly as his brother's life slipped away. Understanding his fate was sealed, Tobarama offered a resigned smile, saying, "Do not waste your efforts, brother. My medical knowledge far surpasses yours. In my current state, there is no hope. Don't speak nonsense. I can save you." Hashirama insisted, attempting to have Tobarama bite his arm. This was a trait unique to the Uzumaki clan's healing ability. While the Senju were distant relatives, they lacked such traits. In his panic, Hashirama disregarded everything else, wishing for a miracle to unfold. Yet, no miracle occurred. Tobarama's condition showed no signs of improvement. He continued to take step after step towards death. Chapter 97. Are you trying to deceive my tears? The consciousness of Senju Tobarama grew increasingly hazy, and the visage of Senju Hashirama became obscured in the murk before him. Yet, he managed to smile and say, "Brother, it is truly wonderful that you are still alive. Do you remember the last time when you died?" Senju Hashirama, pursing his lips, nodded. Who could possibly forget such a monumental event that occurs but once in a lifetime? Tobarama continued, "When your life force waned, I did everything in my power to save you, yet I could only watch helplessly as you perished. Enough. Do not speak further." Hashirama wept bitterly, as if he had returned to his childhood, reliving the helplessness of witnessing the deaths of Wakana and Banjane. Ever since that incident, I have been engulfed in guilt, regretting my inability to save you. At last, I have fulfilled my wish to rescue you, and I can die without regrets. Promise me one thing, as my final request. Senju Hashirama nodded hastily. Speak, whatever it may be, I vow to comply. Tobarama's expression suddenly turned serious as he forced out, "Do not return to Konoha. After my death, go directly to the wet-bone forest to seek refuge. Do not return to the shinobi world for the rest of your life, and do not concern yourself with the Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Hashirama hesitated, clearly wishing to attempt to save the shinobi world, unwilling to become a coward. Their conversation was broadcast to all the viewers in the shinobi world. Many criticized Tobarama, deeming him selfish for prioritizing his brother's escape over the fate of Konoha. Some, however, expressed understanding, believing that in the current circumstances, even if he stayed, the odds were slim, and it was wiser to hide for a time. The Saiyans, despite their strength, were merely a fleeting threat in the shinobi world, and in a few decades, they would emerge anew. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama nodded silently. This was Tobarama's dying wish, and even if he was reluctant, he had to acquiesce, for he had only one brother left. Senju Tobarama then peacefully closed his eyes, tilting his head as he drew his last breath. Feeling his brother's heartbeat cease, Hashirama could no longer contain himself, embracing Tobarama's lifeless body and weeping uncontrollably. As he cried, Tobarama's body began to shatter like glass, and when Hashirama reached out to grasp the fragments, he found only emptiness, watching as his brother's remains dispersed into dust before his eyes. Why can't I even keep Tobarama's body? What is the reason for this? Hashirama's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse when suddenly a figure appeared beside him, patting his shoulder and saying, "Brother, cease your tears. Quickly, make your way to the wet bone forest." But Tobarama, Hashirama stammered, lifting his head in shock, only to see Tobarama standing before him, his body riddled with cracks of impure earth, a look of mockery on his face. His elder brother, it seemed, had completely forgotten the arrangements made with Hisashi prior to their departure. If either of them died, they were to be revived immediately. Regaining his composure, Hashirama was incensed that Tobarama had played such a trick on him, despite being in his 40s or 50s, still so mischievous. Tobarama supported Hashirama. Only he could enter the sacred wet bone forest, and thus, the only way to seek refuge was through him. As the two prepared to depart, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. To be in such a sorry state after being defeated, clearly, dying once did not make you grow. You have become even weaker than before. They looked up to see a man clad in a white robe, his skin unnaturally pale. Upon his forehead was not a headband, but rather a growth from his skin resembling bone. His eyes, emanating a mysterious purple glow, signified his immense power and enigma. Despite the drastic change in his appearance, they recognized the face even in ashes. It was Uchiha Madara. "You are Uchiha Madara? You too have been resurrected?" Tobarama exclaimed in shock. "Why can you all return?" "Yet I cannot," Madara replied, brimming with confidence, for his plan had succeeded, and he could soon employ the infinite Tsukuyomi to usher the entire shinobi world into an era of everlasting peace. However, before that, he wished to meet Hashirama and obtain something from him, his only current shortcoming. Hashirama, upon seeing his old friend, waved with excitement. "Is it truly you, Madara? It is wonderful to see you again. But why have you changed so? And your eyes, were they not the eternal Mangeki? How did they transform into this?" Madara smiled. "That is of no concern to you. I have come to retrieve something from you. Hand it over obediently, and I shall spare your lives." Tobarama's heart sank. Regardless of what Madara desired, he would not allow him to succeed. In his eyes, Madara was the embodiment of ultimate evil, and whatever he intended could not bode well. He placed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, intending to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but suddenly felt an emptiness in his shoulder as his arm shot up into the air, disintegrating into countless shards. Tobarama's eyes widened. He could confirm that there was no one around, nor any traces of ninjutsu or chakra. Why had his arm vanished into thin air? Even more astonishing was the fact that his resurrected body showed no signs of recovery. Before he could comprehend the situation, an immense force struck him, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into several boulders, still unaware of what had attacked him. Hashirama was alarmed and rushed to check on his brother, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his abdomen, and blood erupted from his mouth. He was ensnared by a seemingly transparent entity, lifted into the air without the ability to retaliate. Rinnegan's Hell. Madara's Rinnegan ability allowed him to summon 5 clones from an alternate space to aid him in battle, each possessing the same strength as himself, and he could switch positions with them at will. To outsiders, it appeared as a space-time ninjutsu devoid of any medium. Madara swapped places with his Hell clone and activated the ability to absorb chakra, voraciously drawing the Sage Chakra from Hashirama's body. As the Sage Chakra dwindled, the dark markings on Hashirama's face gradually faded, restoring him to his original, pallid visage. Madara then tossed the weakened Hashirama to the ground and gazed at his own hands, remarking, "Is this what they call natural energy? It is rather unimpressive." Chapter 98. The Despairing Ninja World having awakened the Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara now possessed a more advanced chakra form, the power of Shinra Bansho. His chakra quality had far surpassed that of Sage Chakra, yet he was unable to synthesize Sage techniques through his own abilities. The integration of Sage Chakra had rectified the deficiencies within him caused by the Ten Tails. At this moment, he had achieved the perfect state of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a level akin to that of the Sage of 6 Paths during his time. The chakra transformed into Shinra Bansho, surged forth unrestrained. All the living beings in the ninja world felt the terror of this overwhelming power. Simultaneously, the events were broadcasted across the heavens, revealing scenes of Uchiha Madara's sudden assault on the first and second Hokages to everyone. What on earth is happening? Why has Uchiha Madara suddenly resurrected? How has he transformed into this state? Can he still be considered human? Orochimaru, allow me to clarify this for you. Upon seeing Orochimaru's ID, everyone was taken aback. However, with so many deceased individuals bubbling up on the screen, the presence of Orochimaru felt less peculiar. Orochimaru, The Akatsuki's purpose in collecting the tailed beasts was to merge all 9 into one, thereby creating the 10 tails. The mastermind behind the Akatsuki is Uchiha Madara, and now he has attained a level of power comparable to that of a sage. He is the second sage in the history of the ninja world, aside from the Sage of Six Paths. After Orochimaru's explanation, the crowd began to comprehend the situation regarding Uchiha Madara. However, truth be told, the vast majority held little expectation for him. During this time, the likes of the Vegetable Man and Naba had dealt them countless blows. Regardless of how illustrious the titles, how formidable the powers, or what unique abilities the strong possessed, any encounter with beings from another world was a path to demise. To them, Uchiha Madara's imposing image seemed intimidating, yet they presumed he would likely fall to a mere strike from Naba. Utterly useless. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were here, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Saiyan. The Saiyans are simply too powerful. They are invincible. Even if Uchiha Madara becomes the second Sage of Six Paths, he will still be no match. The best course of action is to hide. Once this Saiyan has had his fill of chaos, he will leave. The surviving humans can still rebuild their homes. Rather than waiting here to die, I might as well secure a position in the Pure Land. If my time comes, and there's no space in the Pure Land, I might end up as a wandering spirit with no chance of reincarnation, and that would truly mean my obliteration from this world. The Brotherhood speaks wisely. I shall take my leave. Farewell, everyone. Count me in. Few believed in Uchiha Madara, which left him feeling quite irked. He was currently in an inflated state of pride. Since you claim you cannot contend with that Saiyan, I shall eliminate him first, and then unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing you to witness the magnitude of my power. With that thought, he began to ascend into the sky, rapidly heading towards Naba's direction. On the ground, Senju Tobirama had regained his ability to move, though the shattered arm he bore could not heal. This was a consequence of being struck by Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan clone using the truth-seeking balls. Even the Edo Tensei technique was unable to rectify the damage. Filled with rage as he watched Uchiha Madara fly away, he realized that anger would not aid him now. He hurried to Senju Hashirama's side and assisted him in departing, while Senju Hashirama awakened and took Tobirama into the forest of death. Let us shift our attention back to Uchiha Madara. He had locked onto Naba's location and was utilizing his utmost speed to pursue him. Initially intent on swiftly catching up and eliminating him to execute his plan, he was astounded to find he could not keep pace. Doubt crept into Uchiha Madara's mind, prompting him to accelerate further. He refused to believe that, with his Six Paths level power, he could not catch a Saiyan. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow, as no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not close the distance. All he beheld were the remnants of the ninja world laid waste by Naba's destructive path. Upholding the Saiyans' relentless extermination principle, Naba conducted a thorough search without a power detector, flying from the south to the north and from the east to the west, obliterating towns with energy blasts, causing the very terrain of the ninja world to destabilize and triggering eruptions of magma from below. The entire continent of the ninja world lay in ruins. Ordinary individuals unable to escape to the realm of summoning beasts could only watch in despair as lava consumed them. Powerless to resist, many of these souls could not even voice their plight on the celestial screen, as they lacked the chakra to channel their words. Initially, Uchiha Madara had not paid much heed to what transpired behind him. Despite his proclamations of seeking peace for the ninja world, he harbored no concern for the common folk. In his eyes, they were ignorant and expendable, akin to weeds by the roadside that could be replaced endlessly. The true rulers of this world were the shinobi. As long as the ninjas achieved peace, the ninja world could attain genuine tranquility. The existence or thoughts of the common people mattered little to him. However, as he journeyed, even he was taken aback by Naba's brutal methods. The latter showed no mercy, slaughtering indiscriminately upon sight. It dawned on Madara, if Naba were to annihilate every inhabitant of the ninja world, what significance would his infinite Tsukuyomi hold, even if he succeeded in its implementation? With this realization, he quickened his pace, determined to catch up and eliminate Naba. Otherwise, his grand design would lose all meaning. Unbeknownst to him, Naba remained oblivious to his pursuer. After conducting a thorough massacre across the ninja continent, he soared over the sea, annihilating several islands. Now, over 90% of the ninja world's population lay dead, with the 5 great nations, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind, completely obliterated. and all those from the great ninja villages who had not sought refuge in the realm of summoning beasts had been reduced to ashes. Consequently, the natural environment of the ninja world would deteriorate severely, remaining inhospitable for millennia, rendering the planet akin to a wasteland. Having had his fill of destruction, Naba turned his sights towards his spaceship, feeling it was time to continue his quest for the Dragon Balls. He could not permit Vegeta to reach it first and await his arrival, for inciting Vegeta's displeasure could lead to severe repercussions. Soon, he located his spaceship and prepared to depart. Just as he approached it, an unexpected figure materialized before him, obstructing his path. The Pure Land, the realm of summoning beasts. And all the surviving humans from the ninja world turned their gazes to the celestial screen. Uchiha Madara, having realized he could not catch up, lay in wait near Naba's spaceship, and indeed, he had successfully cornered his target. A confident smile crept onto his lips. This individual had circled the ninja world multiple times in an attempt to escape his pursuit, yet ultimately, he could not evade Madara's grasp. Chapter 99. As he prepared to depart, why would one destroy his spaceship? You wretched being from another realm. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Naba squinted, surveying his opponent with a mixture of curiosity and disdain, pondering where this madman had suddenly emerged from. Uchiha Madara, oblivious to the scrutiny directed at him, continued unabated, asserting that his ability to defeat Hashirama indicated he possessed some skill, albeit limited. My power now surpasses that of Hashirama, making me the second sage of the ninja world since the Sage of Six Paths. My strength transcends the very fabric of time. No one can stand against me. Initially, I intended to use infinite Tsukuyomi to eliminate all of you, ensuring everlasting peace in the ninja world. However, I wish for you to comprehend your demise. Thus, I shall personally end your life, you being from another realm. Naba regarded him with indifference, clearly unimpressed. He had encountered numerous ninjas with an air of unwarranted confidence akin to Madara's, and he discerned that the fighters on this planet were lacking in skill, often boasting more than their abilities justified. Indeed, the peculiar individual before him was no exception. He found no reason to believe Madara was significantly stronger than the others. Not only Naba, but even the audience observing from the celestial screen held little faith in Madara's prowess. The rationale was simple. They had been repeatedly crushed by the likes of the Vegetable Man and Naba, their spirits shattered by the false hopes instilled by past champions such as the legendary Three and the ninja god Kakashi, only for each expectation to culminate in disappointment. Now, they harbored no hope of defeating a Saiyan. Even though Madara appeared considerably stronger than in his previous life, few in the ninja world still believed in him. After delivering his bold proclamation, Madara noted the lack of response from Naba and, upon closer inspection, realized he was being regarded as if he were a fool. Enraged, he resolved to teach this arrogant being a lesson. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 9 truth-seeking balls emerged from the design on his back, spinning rapidly in the air before coalescing into a staff as black as ink. The might of this staff was formidable, its chakra concentration surpassing that of several tailed beast balls combined. Yet, instead of recklessly charging forward, Madara advanced steadily towards Naba, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He intended to instill psychological pressure with his deliberate approach, aiming to shatter Naba's mental defenses. Was Naba's mental fortress truly crumbling? He found himself at a loss for words. The more he observed, the more he became convinced that this so-called sage was mentally unstable, were it not for the opponent's evident lack of strength. One might consider him worthy of joining the Jinyu force. With a resigned shake of his head, Naba raised his hand, casually swatting at Madara. This seemingly lackadaisical gesture, executed with deliberate slowness, appeared harmless to the onlookers. However, at that moment, an icy dread enveloped Madara, a fear more profound than death itself. Something was amiss. This opponent was not as simplistic as he had assumed. He had to evade this strike, or he sensed he would perish. Instinctively, he raised his staff to block while activating the limbo, border prison for spatial displacement. Yet it was all too late. Naba's palm shattered his staff with ease, striking him squarely on the head. With a resounding crack, Madara's skull disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering like fireworks into the sky before drifting downwards. Uchiha Madara, the second sage to emerge in the ninja world since the Sage of Six Paths, met his untimely end in the most unceremonious manner, leaving no ripple in the fabric of existence. The demise of Madara elicited no reaction from Naba or the audience before the celestial screen. They had grown accustomed to the Saiyans being invincible. Even the resurrection of the Sage of Six Paths would likely not pose a threat to them. As Naba approached his spaceship, a collective sigh of relief washed over the spectators. It appeared this harbinger of destruction was set to depart, and as long as he left, all would be well. No matter the extent of devastation wrought upon the ninja world, survival was assured as long as the world itself remained. Anticipation filled the air as everyone watched Naba land, followed by the opening of the spaceship's hatch. As Naba began to ascend, his bald head nearing the interior of the vessel, a flash of golden light pierced through, culminating in a massive explosion. The smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring the aftermath. But when it finally cleared, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Naba stood covered in dust, while his spaceship lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments, some still smoldering, indicating complete destruction. Who was the wretch responsible for this? The Saiyan was about to leave. Why blow up his spaceship now? Who is this individual? If he seeks death, let him go alone. Why drag us into his fate? A despicable scoundrel. This person is nothing short of a traitor to the ninja world. I offer 10 billion Ryo for his head. Naba turned, his face a mask of fury, glaring at the figure hovering above. The newcomer, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, towered with a spiky golden hairstyle, his icy blue eyes fixed intently on Naba below. This individual was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who had just completed his training, refining his abilities to the point of confidence for this confrontation. Without hesitation, he had employed reverse summoning and instantaneously transported himself, ensuring he struck before Naba's departure. Naruto was not widely recognized in the ninja world, and thus only a handful were aware of his identity. In a chat group formed by the fallen ninjas of Konoha, a gathering of souls who had sacrificed themselves for the village, Kushina's voice rang out in alarm upon seeing Naruto. How could it be Naruto? Do not approach him. Hurry back to Mount Mayaboku. In that moment, her heart raced with urgency, wishing to leap into the celestial scene and whisk Naruto away. In recent days, she had witnessed far too many familiar faces fall, realizing that even the legendary ninja god and an enhanced Uchiha Madara were no match for the adversary. In the eyes of the powerful from another realm, the ninjas were as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. How could she stand idly by while her son faced such a monstrosity? Chapter 100. How could you possibly withstand my strike? Upon witnessing Kushina's distressed countenance, Minato Namikaze expressed his concern and hurriedly offered words of comfort. At that moment, his soul lingered in Orochimaru's grasp, yet he could still access the chat group through the celestial screen and observe the live broadcast via the shared messages from his companions. His worry for Naruto was palpable. However, his keen perception allowed him to notice a detail that Kushina had overlooked. It appeared that Naruto had materialized out of thin air, seemingly employing some form of space-time ninjutsu. Being well-versed in such techniques, he understood their formidable nature. He reassured, Naruto must have mastered a certain space-time ninjutsu. If he truly cannot prevail, escaping should not pose a problem. We have previously seen Naruto. He is not reckless by nature. If he confronts a formidable opponent, he would not take unnecessary risks. His appearance before that Saiyan surely indicates his confidence in victory. What we must do now is not lament, but rather trust in him. Minato's words had a soothing effect, slightly alleviating Kushina's anxiety, though her worry persisted. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "You have spent the most time with Naruto among us. What is your perspective on him?" All eyes eagerly awaited Jiraiya's response. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "That boy is indeed quite astute. Though he may appear unreliable, at his core, he is exceedingly cautious. If he lacked a chance of victory, he would not recklessly engage in battle. Moreover, he is unique among us, being the only one who has ventured into another world and encountered formidable beings from beyond. For this reason, I specifically inquired about the likes of Vegeta and the other bosses." The curiosity of the group was piqued as Jiraiya continued. "I once asked him whom he believed he could defeat among those three bosses. He confidently stated that he could easily handle the Vegetable Man and Nappa. But he felt no hope against Vegeta. Hence, he seeks to enhance his techniques through the mastery of sage arts to become stronger and ultimately defeat him." Suddenly, the long-silent Konoha white fan, Kakashi Hitaki, chimed in, so his ultimate goal was always to confront Vegeta. It seems the fourth Hokage's son possesses a great deal of self-assurance regarding his abilities. Having witnessed the strength of beings from another world, he remains confident. It appears his power is not to be underestimated. The group began to consciously uplift Naruto. hoping to instill a sense of reassurance in Kushina and prevent her from acting rashly. Although still anxious, Kushina found a glimmer of hope in the comforting words of her companions. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been chatting with Rin, logged on and, upon grasping the situation, offered his own words of encouragement. Kushina, you need not worry. Let us not forget that we are all deceased. If need be, we can pull him into our group, allowing your family to reunite. Since engaging in conversations with the deceased, Kakashi's spirits had risen significantly. His father, Konoha White Fang, and his former comrade, Rin, had opened his heart and alleviated his burdens. Consequently, he was now quite cheerful, perhaps overly so, speaking without much thought. The group, having worked hard to soothe Kushina, felt a strong urge to silence Kakashi. Could you refrain from speaking if you have nothing pleasant to say? Do you wish for Naruto to perish sooner? Must you not wish for better outcomes, especially as his mentor? They berated him, and Kakashi, realizing his misstep, quickly apologized, particularly to Kushina. She remained silent, opting to utilize the group battle feature instead. What followed was a relentless and brutal one-sided beating. Fortunately, as a spirit, Kakashi was spared the repercussions of physical harm. Had he possessed a corporeal form, he would have been rendered incapacitated. On the celestial screen, Nappa glowered, his teeth gritted. Boy, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? To have shattered my spaceship, I shall ensure your suffering is profound. He was acutely aware of his urgency. Losing his way would cause him to arrive at Dragon Ball Star later than Vegeta. Should Vegeta grow impatient waiting, a severe beating would undoubtedly ensue. Having obliterated 9/10 of this planet's inhabitants, whether he could gather enough hands to repair his spaceship remained uncertain. He longed to rend Naruto into pieces. This person is doomed. Angering Nappa will lead to an excruciating demise. Do we even need to mention it? You have witnessed the Saiyans' brutal methods firsthand. My concern lies in whether he will, in a fit of rage after killing that blonde boy, annihilate the remaining survivors. He likely won't execute us immediately. Perhaps he will compel us to repair his spaceship and then eliminate us all before departing. How despicable! Why would that Saiyan obstruct him at this juncture? Why destroy his spaceship? Does he truly believe he can best a Saiyan? Such fools are abundant. Does he not observe the celestial screen? Is he unaware of the Saiyan's might? The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara have fallen. Does he think himself superior to them? He is merely an arrogant child, and he shall pay for his hubris with his life. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who remained oblivious to the comments in the chat, he fixated coldly on Nappa. Enough with the idle chatter, let us engage in battle. After you, I shall proceed to defeat Vegeta. Huh, you dare to claim you will vanquish Vegeta? How utterly foolish. If you seek death, then so be it. Remember, in your next life, never provoke a Saiyan. Nappa unleashed a concentrated energy wave toward Naruto, a strike fueled by his bitter rage. Should this attack be unleashed upon the ninja world, it could easily pierce through the planet itself. The terrifying energy descended upon Naruto, and the audience from the ninja world braced themselves for the sight of Naruto being reduced to ashes, his body shattered. Yet, the next moment brought forth an astonishing scene that left everyone in disbelief. As the brilliance of the energy wave dissipated, Naruto stood unscathed. Even his clothing remained immaculate, as if he had merely felt a gentle breeze pass by. Mouths agape, the crowd exhibited expressions of incredulity. Nappa's eyes widened in shock as he vehemently shook his head in denial. This is impossible. No one can withstand my attack and emerge unharmed. Ah, I see. You ninjas employ all manner of bizarre techniques. You must have used some strange trick to deceive my senses. That was a close call. I almost fell for it. Naruto shook his head, initially considering to toy with Nappa, but the devastating state of the ninja world left him with little inclination for such games. Let us see how well you withstand the might of the Kaioken. Chapter 101. Two Fists Vanquish Nappa. The noble named Naruto erupted in a blinding crimson light, red vapor billowing forth and striking Nappa's form. Nappa was taken aback by the transformation of this golden-haired youth, unable to perceive the fluctuations of chakra. He held no clear understanding of Naruto's current prowess. The onlookers from the ninja realm were similarly astonished, mistaking the surging crimson steam for the activation of the 8 gates. As the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, Naruto's figure flickered and appeared before Nappa. Nappa was utterly shocked by Naruto's speed. During his time in the ninja realm, he had witnessed great swiftness, but that had employed spatial abilities to vanish in an instant. Now, he was certain that Naruto had not utilized any such techniques, but had simply relied on his own speed to manifest before him. Seeing Naruto raise his fist, Nappa instinctively lifted his arm to block. However, At the moment of impact, his complexion drained of color. His right arm was shattered by a single blow, remaining connected only by a thin layer of flesh. A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig escaped Naba's lips, yet Naruto, showing no mercy, delivered another punch to his chest. This strike was of such immense power that it pierced through Naba's torso, emerging from his back in a brutal display. Blood streamed down Naba's body, pooling on the ground as he stared vacantly at Naruto retracting his hand, unable to fathom how he could be so easily slain. With a heart full of resentment, Naba plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground mere seconds later, his body lifeless and cold. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The entirety of the ninja realm fell into a hushed silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. The formidable demon, who had annihilated over 90% of the ninja population and had effortlessly defeated the god of ninjas, Uchiha Madara, had been vanquished by this youth with just 2 punches. They felt as though the reality before them had warped. Even after confirming they were not under an illusion, they questioned their own sanity. Rubbing their eyes, they found no change in the scene before them, and soon the ninja realm erupted with thunderous cheers. Could it be? He defeated that Saiyan with a single blow? My heavens! Who is this young man? It seems he is the former Jinchuriki of the Ninetales from Konoha, though the Ninetales seems to no longer reside within him. Right. Wasn't Uchiha Madara supposed to have fused the Ninetales with other tailed beasts to create the Ten Tails? Did he perhaps take it from this young man? Are you joking? Uchiha Madara could steal the Ninetales from him? Surely you do not take me for a fool. I'm merely a Chunin. How could I possibly know? The Ninetales may still be within this young man. Regardless of such trivial matters, it is true that this young man defeated the Saiyan and saved the ninja realm. But what is his name? This young man is named Naruto Uzumaki. I've watched him grow up. Back then, the crowd engaged in lively conversation, the long-standing gloom that had weighed upon their hearts dissipating. In the Will of Fire chat group, Kushina gazed at her son, now so powerful, tears of joy shimmering in her eyes. In a sacred summoning ground of the Toad clan, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson as she excitedly watched the screen, her face aglow with admiration. The Hyuga clan members rejoiced, finally liberated from the confines of the cramped summoning grounds, ready to return to the safety of the ninja realm. Yet, one individual, Hyuga Hayashi, wore a troubled expression, while the main branch of the Hyuga clan remained unscathed. Over 70% of the branch family had perished in this crisis, leaving the clan's reconstruction a daunting task. This predicament also loomed over other families preparing to return to the ninja realm. Centuries of heritage had been obliterated in this calamity. Some even contemplated remaining in the sanctuary of the summoning grounds, where life, though modest, was peaceful. As thoughts swirled within the minds of the ninja realm, an announcement from the sky interrupted their reverie. Ding! Congratulations to contestant Naruto Uzumaki for successfully defeating the second stage boss, without employing any underhanded tactics or engaging in idle chatter. He triumphed purely through his formidable abilities. The rankings for challenger contributions are now announced. First place, Naruto Uzumaki. Second place, Hashirama Senju. Third place, Might Guy. The rankings beyond the top 3 were irrelevant since only the top 3 would receive rewards, and thus the crowd focused solely on those 3 contestants. To their astonishment, they noticed Uchiha Madara was absent from the list. Given his displayed strength, he should have ranked above Hashirama, yet his name did not even appear in the top 10. Speculations arose that this might be connected to his being dispatched with a single strike. The leaderboard ranked contestants based on the damage inflicted on the boss. While Hashirama may not have been as powerful as Madara, he had indeed dealt tangible damage. Conversely, Madara had not even had the chance to strike before being dispatched, thus disqualifying him from the rankings. Before long, the announcement concluded. These are the damage rankings for all contestants against the boss. In 3 days, the third stage boss, Vegeta, will be introduced to the ninja realm. We hope all contestants will continue to strive for excellence in the upcoming battle. Farewell. The celestial screen faded but remained suspended in the sky, now focused on the radiant pillar at the heart of the ninja realm. In that instant, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of all. In 3 days, the Saiyan named Vegeta would descend upon the ninja realm. His combat prowess far surpassed that of Naba, leaving many to wonder if Naruto could possibly triumph. Indeed, there was a chance. He had learned the so-called Kaioken, the very technique Goku had employed to defeat Vegeta in the past. If Naruto could replicate that scenario and similarly overcome Vegeta, he would secure victory in this challenge. They had initially believed this challenge was merely a scheme by the Saiyans, yet it now seemed entirely unrelated to them. The Saiyans were unaware of the challenge. They had simply been thrust into the ninja realm. Should Naruto emerge victorious, they would be granted 3 wishes. Thus, the ninja realm held hope. With those 3 wishes, all the fallen could be resurrected, reigniting their spirits and filling them with visions of a bright future. Chapter 102. The God of Heaven, controlling Naruto? Since Naruto's victory over Nappa, countless individuals have inundated him with private messages through the celestial chat function, with friend requests so numerous that he could hardly keep up. He found himself utterly exasperated by these persistent intrusions, especially since he had already added all the acquaintances he knew. Thus, he took the liberty of blocking all external friend requests, silencing all other channels of communication, and retaining only a chat group dedicated to the will of fire. This group comprised either his own acquaintances or the acquaintances of his parents. Should anyone have something of genuine importance, they could reach out to him through his parents within this group. Currently, his sole focus was to refine his state of mind, preparing for the impending battle against Vegeta in 3 days. His situation was markedly different from that of the foolish grinning uncle, who rushed into combat with Vegeta immediately after defeating Nappa. Naruto had the luxury of 3 days to attain his optimal condition for this confrontation. As he sat atop a towering peak, poised to meditate and center his spirit, a peculiar bird suddenly soared from the distant horizon. This avian creature, adorned in a striking black and white palette, evoked a sense of ink wash artistry. Upon closer inspection, Naruto sensed no life force emanating from the ink bird. It was evidently a ninjutsu conjured by someone. Perched upon its back were 2 figures. To Naruto's surprise, one of them was the Leaf Village's elder advisor, Shimura Danzo, whom he recognized from a previous encounter. The other figure was unfamiliar, likely a subordinate of Danzo. It was apparent that this ink-wash bird was a product of Danzo's prowess. Naruto had always harbored a negative impression of this individual, further solidified by the revelations from his parents and Kakashi-sensei regarding Danzo's actions. He could easily surmise Danzo's intentions, akin to many in the ninja world. He sought to have Naruto resurrect all the fallen after defeating Vegeta. Naruto was already committed to this course of action and felt no obligation to promise anything to Danzo. Nevertheless, with Danzo now before him, he decided to observe what this man had to say. Upon seeing Naruto, Danzo's face lit up with barely contained excitement. Before Naruto could even inquire, Danzo raised his chin and spoke in a grave tone. "Vortex Naruto, I, in my capacity as the elder advisor of Konoha, hereby summon you to join the route. From this moment forth, you shall be my subordinate, and you are to obey my every command. Do you understand?" Naruto was nearly struck dumb with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. He had anticipated something, but Danzo's arrival felt like a farcical display. Initially, he contemplated feigning interest to dismiss the matter, but Danzo's brazen demeanor extinguished any desire to entertain him. "I have no interest. Be gone at once." With a sweeping gesture, the ink bird beneath Danzo exploded, showering the air with a deluge of ink. Both Danzo and his companion, Shin, the brother of Sai, plummeted from the sky. Yet, being seasoned ninjas, they were undeterred by this sudden turn of events. Danzo utilized a wind-style jutsu to suspend himself in midair, thereby slowing his descent. Shin, with remarkable speed, swiftly conjured another ink bird, allowing him and Danzo to soar once more. Seeing the two return to face him, Naruto's patience wore thin. Danzo, with a dark expression, unwrapped the bandages covering his face and simultaneously released the seals on his arms, staring down at Naruto with an air of superiority. "Since you refuse to obey my command, I shall not be at fault." Kodo Amatsukami. The kaleidoscopic eye technique, Kodo Amatsukami, activated instantaneously. Naruto's gaze became vacant, locked in a fixed stare with Danzo, devoid of any reaction. Danzo erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You are still too young and unaware of the hidden abilities within the ninja world. Allow me to enlighten you. My eye possesses the mightiest illusion of the Uchiha clan, known as Kodo Amatsukami. This jinjutsu grants me the power to manipulate any individual, altering their will to act according to my desires. Originally, I intended to use this eye technique against that fellow named Vegeta, but it seems unnecessary now. Your talent is indeed commendable. I did not expect that a mere journey to another world would enable you to cultivate such formidable strength. Truly, you are the son of Minato. Fear not, I shall not allow your potential to be squandered. I will direct you to defeat Vegeta and then harness your power to unify the entire ninja world. At that time, I shall rightfully claim the title of Hokage, and you will be my most formidable weapon." Boom. Just as he spoke, Naruto's piercing glare caused Danzo to erupt in a spectacular explosion. This was not a mere metaphor. Danzo truly disintegrated into a shower of flesh and blood. Shin stood frozen in shock, his face splattered with gore, trembling as he struggled to utter a word. Naruto was left speechless. He had long suspected that the higher-ups of Konoha were rather foolish. But Danzo's level of stupidity surpassed all expectations. Did he truly believe that ninjutsu adhered to a set of rules? Ignoring the disparity in their strengths, operating solely by rules? Absurd. With such intellect, how did he ever ascend to a position of power within Konoha? Moments later, Danzo's figure re-emerged. This time, he materialized directly behind Naruto, unsheathing a kunai and thrusting it toward Naruto's back. Clang! The kunai struck Naruto's back, failing to even graze his clothing. Instead, Danzo's excessive force caused him to lose grip on the kunai, resulting in his palm being sliced open, severing all 5 fingers. Again, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. He had long wished to critique the design of the kunai. Was there truly no thought given to the blade's grip during its creation? To thrust it directly at someone, only to risk mutilating one's own hand if mismanaged? Did the designer of this tool possess any common sense? Sweat broke out on Danzo's forehead as he stumbled back, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "You wretched brat! Kodo Amatsukami is the most powerful jinjutsu in this world. How could you possibly break free from it without the Uchiha bloodline?" Naruto, uninterested in engaging in dialogue with this man, delivered a decisive blow, obliterating Danzo once more. This time, however, Danzo chose not to persist in the confrontation but instead fled. Yet, his meager skills were no match for Naruto's capabilities. In an instant, Naruto seized Danzo, scrutinizing him thoughtfully. Believing that Naruto was refraining from immediate action out of respect for his status, Danzo shouted, "Vortex Naruto, I am the elder advisor of Konoha. To strike at me is tantamount to declaring war on the village. At that point, you will be branded a rogue ninja, constantly hunted down." Boom. Danzo exploded yet again. Strangely, this time he did not reappear as he had on previous occasions. Confused in the afterlife, Danzo pondered, what happened to my Izanagi? I still have several uses left. Why did it suddenly fail? Chapter 103. The contemplation of 3 wishes after vanquishing Shimura Danzo. Naruto clapped his hands. A look of unreserved disdain etched upon his face. Truly, this Shimura Danzo was deranged. Previously, Naruto had employed his chakra to scan the area. What was once the location of Konoha now lay in utter ruin, with even the iconic Hokage rock reduced to mere rubble. All ninja clans, along with promising genin and students from the Ninja Academy, had been sent to the sanctuary of summoning beasts, while the common populace had been utterly decimated in this cataclysm. The name of Konoha lingered, yet it had long ceased to exist in any meaningful capacity. Had it been his father, who harbored a sentimental attachment to the name Konoha, perhaps some respect might have been afforded to Danzo. However, to wield the name of Konoha as a means of intimidation against him? Regrettably, Uzumaki Naruto was not one to be easily intimidated. As for why Danzo's Izanagi had not been activated, the answer was straightforward. The activation of any jutsu requires chakra, and Izanagi, no matter how formidable, was merely a technique that also demanded chakra for its execution. Prior to slaying Danzo, Naruto had infused his chakra into Danzo's body, thereby restricting the flow of his chakra and rendering him incapable of utilizing it. With his chakra immobilized, not even Danzo's Izanagi could be summoned, let alone the likes of the 6 paths planetary devastation. Naruto gazed up at the still stunned Shin, his expression one of indifference. If you seek vengeance for him, come down. If not, be on your way. Initially, Shin believed his fate was sealed, yet upon hearing Naruto's words, he was jolted into action, bowing deeply and commanding the ink bird to turn and flee. Despite the severe brainwashing from the Foundation, not everyone had succumbed to mindless obedience. A portion of them would never willingly perish for Danzo, especially this brother of Sai, who had a sibling to protect and could not afford to die so easily. Naruto returned to his previous meditative position, sitting cross-legged to adjust his physical state. The ninja world had once again descended into a calm, quite literally, as there were scarcely any individuals left upon the entire planet. Nonetheless, behind the scenes, countless individuals were surreptitiously scheming. The 5 great ninja villages, hidden within the sanctuary of summoning beasts, sought out Minato and Kushina after failing to establish contact with Naruto. Their desperation stemmed from a singular desire to extract a promise from Naruto to resurrect all those who had perished at the hands of the Saiyans. Kushina, however, was reluctant to engage with these individuals, for the decision of what wishes to make was ultimately Naruto's prerogative. Even as his parents, they felt it inappropriate to intervene, let alone outsiders. Yet, Minato's perspective diverged entirely. Having once served as Hokage, he possessed a broader vision and wished for Naruto to bring back those who had fallen to the Saiyans and restore the normalcy of the ninja world. After soothing Kushina's fiery temperament, he discreetly communicated this matter to Naruto. Naruto did not conceal his intentions. His goal was to restore the ravaged ninja world to its former glory, and he readily acquiesced. The 5 great ninja villages, thrilled by Naruto's promise, felt a wave of exhilaration wash over them. If everyone could be resurrected, they would once again reclaim their dominance over the ninja world, returning to an era of prosperity. As for the demise of Shimura Danzo at Naruto's hands, the entire village of Konoha chose to feign ignorance. Naruto had become the paramount figure in the ninja world. As long as he was pleased, they would willingly sacrifice Danzo repeatedly. Sarutobi Hiruzen even expressed a willingness to resurrect Danzo through the impure world reincarnation, allowing Naruto to use him as a training dummy. With Naruto's promise secured, the collective anxiety of the populace finally eased, yet some began to entertain ulterior motives. It was essential to remember that the opportunity to wish was not limited to Naruto alone. There were 2 additional slots reserved for students, Senju Hashirama and Might Guy. Hashirama's intentions were straightforward. He wished for the reconstruction of Konoha. At this juncture, others began to sway his thoughts, suggesting that rather than merely rebuilding a village, why not wish for the restoration of all structures destroyed by the Saiyans across the ninja world? This would expedite the rebuilding process and restore peace to the entire realm. Upon hearing this, Hashirama experienced an epiphany and was about to agree when he was interrupted by Tobirama. It seemed these individuals were taking advantage of his elder brother's benevolence, expecting them to restore the construction of other nations without any contribution from themselves was simply unrealistic. Subsequently, Tobirama engaged in lengthy discussions with various parties, ultimately producing an extensive list. The entities on this list had pledged to compensate Konoha appropriately upon the completion of the reconstruction. While those not included would have to fend for themselves, Konoha owed them nothing. In a chat group among classmates, Might Guy expressed his grievances. He had been incessantly pestered by individuals seeking to add him as a friend, to the point of exasperation. Kakashi, amused, messaged him. Who would have thought that you would be so popular, Guy? Have you decided on a wish yet? Without a moment's hesitation, Guy replied that he had none. His sole interest lay in training and the vibrancy of youth. However, being deceased made the notion of possessing youth feel rather peculiar. Kakashi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he inquired, have you considered resurrecting Uncle Dai and Auntie K? Uncle Dai referred to Might Guy's father, Might Dai, while Auntie K was his mother. Guy shook his head, stating, I have spoken with my parents. They have grown weary of life in the ninja world and believe it is quite nice to rest in the Pure Land. I also feel we should not disturb the peace of the deceased. If they do not long for the ninja world, let them remain in the Pure Land. Kakashi nodded in understanding, then hesitantly asked, have you not seen Obito? Guy knew that Kakashi had been trying to contact Obito but had been unsuccessful. Regrettably, few individuals knew Obito. Aside from the 4th Hokage couple and Rin, Kakashi's search for Obito went largely unnoticed, as he was merely a casualty of war. Guy shook his head, replying that he did not know, prompting Kakashi to sigh in disappointment and conclude the conversation. In the Land of Rain, beneath the Rain Village, this area had been transformed into a deep pit by a single energy cannon from Naba, with rainwater pooling to form a pond. Beneath the pond lay a concealed underground base. Uchiha Madara, his body marred with cracks, opened his eyes, gazing at Orochimaru and his own fractured hands, roaring in fury. Damn Saiyans! Damn the heavens! You have ruined my plans of many years. You are truly damned. In this moment, Uchiha Madara felt immense regret, not for provoking Naba, but for not having utilized the infinite Tsukuyomi to obliterate him outright. Had he been the first to invoke the infinite Tsukuyomi, the Saiyans, devoid of Rinnegan, would undoubtedly have been powerless against such supreme Genjutsu. Chapter 104. Black Zetsu was suddenly occupied with urgent matters, and the situation was dire. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he vowed to immediately employ the infinite Tsukuyomi to obliterate his opponent. However, there exists no remedy for regret in this world, and Uchiha Madara had already missed his final opportunity to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Previously, When Uchiha Madara was slain, he had already become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, which meant that the Ten Tails perished alongside him. This creature, the Ten Tails, was scarcely mentioned even on the stone tablet left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. No one had witnessed the demise of such a being, nor did anyone know whether it would resurrect like other tailed beasts after death. With the loss of the Ten Tails, the Moon Eye plan was irrevocably doomed to failure. Moreover, he himself was now deceased, and even if he possessed the Ten Tails, he would be unable to utilize them. Upon his death, even his Rinnegan was destroyed, rendering him incapable of employing the rebirth of the heavenly life technique. The Edo Tensei Jutsu is inherently limited. Even if he could activate a false Rinnegan in an Edo state, it would be insubstantial. Techniques such as the rebirth of the heavenly life, infinite Tsukuyami, and the boundary of the graveyard could not be employed. This Rinnegan bore little difference from an eternal Meijiki Sharingan. In fact, without the Rinnegan, he could not even control the Ten Tails, making it impossible to entrust his eyes to that full libido for the realization of the infinite Tsukuyami. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Orochimaru, inquiring, "Where is Obito? What has he been doing during this time?" Dazed by Uchiha Madara's imposing aura, Orochimaru exhaled a breath of murky air and responded, "He has been hiding in his Kamui space, seemingly conversing with a former companion through the account of a lower ninja from the Land of Rain." With a shrug, Orochimaru expressed his disappointment in Uchiha Obito. He hadn't anticipated that the spokesperson chosen by Uchiha Madara would exhibit such a fragile mentality. The so-called infinite Tsukuyami plan had yet to materialize, and this individual